Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to PGL's Wallachia season number 2. It's MLP Dota and John X5 joining you here for day number 1 of the B stream. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Feeling great. You know, we've had very little rest time right after TI. A lot of these teams had to play a lot of third-party open qualifiers and closed qualifiers just after the tournament. Now we're here post-TI, post-shuffle. We're here to see how some of these teams debut. Of course, you know, because it's post-shuffle, we had some changes in what teams are here as well. So it's going to be interesting seeing some of these teams slide in to the first big LAN post-TI for this year.
It certainly will be, Jonathan. Can't wait to get underway as well, because we've got so many different teams to what we're usually seeing in different lands. I'm quite excited to see how these teams do. I see a lot of spice coming, and we can explain the format as well, Jonathan. We've got a video to explain it, so we can go ahead and look at the format and see what the hell's going on there. So this is the group stage, of course, Jonathan. We're going to have our sort of 16 teams. Now, I'm not going to go through every single team, but it is a Swiss format, of course, for our group stages. And again, it should be a hell of a time. And thankfully for us, Jonathan, best of threes, where we're not messing around with these ties.
No, certainly not. I believe our Swiss format does mean each team can take at the most 2 losses. You go into 3 losses, you are out. You're in the bottom 8. You're eliminated. And of course, after we eliminate our teams, you go straight into the playoffs. Very familiar double elimination format, starting in the upper bracket. Have a second shot at the lower bracket to try to ride your way into the lower bracket finals. And then you get a best of 5 in that grand finals to determine the champion for season 2 of Wallachia right here. So a lot of matches lined up, a very interesting group stage. I think this is probably one of the best formats for group stages we have seen. It keeps a lot of excitement up. It doesn't drag on. Every match has weight because of that progression, because of that cutoff, right? Where if you take 3 losses, you are out. So, and the the matches feel even because you are matched up against teams with the same scoreline as you after the first set of series. So it does lead to a lot of excitement, and it should be a lot of fun to watch all these matches.
Yeah, and I mean, some people get sad if their team loses 2 or 3 games, they're suddenly out. Personally, Jonathan, I'm not. I don't care. If these teams aren't winning, Jonathan, get them out of here. We only want the best here at Wallachia, and that's what we're going to get, Jonathan. Of course, we can have a look at those teams that, will be getting eliminated here, John. We'll bring all of them up just to be fair to them, but here we go. As I said, Jonathan, a lot of teams you're not used to seeing, but a lot of teams that people want to see here at Wallachia Season 2. And this is exciting for me because it's not going to be your standard, this team's guaranteed to win. We know the storyline. We've read the script. This is going to be different, and that's exciting.
It is very exciting. You've got names up here that didn't necessarily go through the qualifiers, but again, we had post-TI shuffles. We had to rework what is in. We've got Nigma Galaxy on. We've got Alliance in here, picking up the Dandelion stack. It's all sorts of fun with these names on hand, and I think it's going to be interesting, especially this one that we have lined up for ourselves first. You've got Apex Genesis up against MOUZ. It's going to be really interesting because MOUZ, again, they played these qualifiers. It was a little bit of a rough road, and for MOUZ overall, it's been a little bit up and down. Right? Like, we've seen them in some lands, we've seen them qualify to some third-party tournaments, but in other qualifiers, they tend to bomb out early. It's rather interesting as well, considering they have stayed together for quite some time now. Up against Apex Genesis, riding through NA. The NA qualifiers beating out ASDF for some name like that with MTD and the others. It's also very interesting because you don't tend to see that many teams from NA outside of like Nouns and Shopify for a few years. For a few years now, we've had Wildcard. The last time we saw Sammy was on Wildcard in literally the TI Wildcard stages in Singapore.
Yeah,
and that was the last time we've seen another NA team. So this is going to be interesting for sure.
Yeah, very exciting indeed. I mean, you mentioned we don't get to see too many NA teams, Jonathan, but everyone recognizes the face of Sammy, the face of Yamsun. But let's have a look at MOUZ first, Jonathan, because these guys are great too. And I'm a big fan of these guys, and this roster's a bit weird because they qualify to events sometimes and they do really well, and other times they just don't qualify at all. And you're like, well, what happened to this team? But overall, this team is a really strong team and not to be underestimated.
That it shouldn't. Again, we've seen the potential of this team at their best. We've seen what happens when it feels like they're a little bit lost. I am glad that MOUZ has kept the same roster overall. Maybe just confidence that this set of players can improve, and I'm keen to see some of those improvements kick in now, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you are having a look at Sammy, whose aura is literally shaking the camera as we speak, Jonathan, sitting right next to Yamsun. Shout out to Yamsun, Jonathan. He actually got a semi-normal haircut this time around. As you know, he was being a little bit cheeky in the lobby against me, Jonathan, referring to me as My Little Pony Dota, which was very upsetting. That is why he's playing POS 5 and not POS 1 anymore, John. I had a chat with the Apex Genesis boys. Told them to bring Sammy in, get rid of this Yamsun kid.
It's kind of funny because last time around, Sammy used to be the POS 5 for a while, switching from carry the last time we were watching like the NADPC. And again, for Apex, it's going to be interesting because we don't see that many NA stacks outside of the top 2. Those top 2 teams weren't playing in the qualifier. Shopify opted to take a break. Nouns was invited. So I'm keen on seeing what Apex can bring out, whether or not the other teams are ready for some North American Dota, whatever form that is now outside of those 2 teams, and it's going to be fun. Again, we're coming into a new sub-patch, so stuff has been nerfed out. We do have our draft on hand. Sniper Invoker being banned out here by the side of MOUZ. Apex taking care of the Primal Beast, the Bristleback, which we've seen rise up a little bit more, Timbersaw, and Naga's Siren. Notice no Wind Ranger or Mirana bans, because those were severely nerfed, along with Nature's Prophet, the Gleipnir, the Arcane Boots, which is painful for supports. Thank you very much, carries, for building support items because you realize how efficient it is. I hate all of you. They will take something strong, though, on MOUZ. They will take the Shadow Demon up. We have seen the great effects of that as we do take a look at the wonderful face of one of our few Southeast Asian representatives, Kuya Force himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had a funny feeling that's why you were so upset about the sub-patch. Because you were carrying on saying it's a bad patch, you don't like it. I knew straight away it was because of the Arcane Boots change. I knew 100% that was your problem.
It's arcane boots. It's the stat items disappearing, so pause 5s can't just go what 5 bracers and boots. Not viable anymore. Welcome back to dying, guys. Which is fair to an extent. It's fair to an extent. It's like you're gonna experience too as well, Mike. Don't act like you're any better. Good, he says as he's gonna go 0-20 now. Good job.
Well, we do have our first fix here, Jonathan. We should take this a little bit seriously. Shadow Demon picked up by MOUZ, which hasn't been changed too much. And of course, Enigma also picked up by Apex Genesis. It does feel like with this kind of matchup between MOUZ and Apex, while they are probably still going to pick very meta heroes, again, we haven't seen these teams in quite a while, John. So it's hard to know what exactly they're planning on drafting here. I'm sure we'll see some surprises throughout this best of 3.
Yeah, so far, this is not too far from the playbook of Apex, at least based on what they did in the closed qualifiers to come here into Wallachia Season 2. They did pick up a lot of offlane Enigma. They've run a lot of Sammy Boy, Pause 1 Alk. So nothing too off the beaten path here for Apex Genesis. We have seen these heroes pop up as well in the past few tournaments. And it does make enough sense. Alchemist, we know its power spikes scale up pretty well. And again, with the nerfs to the big pause ones, it might be a little bit better off on the Alchemist just because of his farming pace, and maybe now he can keep up a little bit better in damage as well. So I'm keen on seeing if there's anything on MOUZ that they'd like to do to kind of put a dent in this Alk. Maybe something with a Spirit Vessel. Spirit Vessel carrier would feel pretty good if they want to go that route. I haven't seen them draft in Earth Spirit, unfortunately, so probably not that option. They'll just go straight to the Luna. Luna Shadow Demon combination on hand.
Is not drafting Earth Spirit really unfortunate, John? I'd say it's generally fortunate for whatever team doesn't draft Earth Spirit.
I think it's in a decent spot, despite your hatred of it, Michael Phoenix. It's in a very decent spot for...
It's actually a deep love, Jonathan. It's so much love that I'm angry all the time.
I think you're loving the wrong thing if you can't adapt when it has a 51% win rate for anyone above 6k. So it's either you're saying, well, I'm not in that skill tier, so it must suck. Or...
How dare you?
You just haven't adapted. You have to learn and adapt. Or, that's how we all go.
Or I'm a real Earth Spirit player, John. That could also be option 3. As MOUZ, they're going to go for the third pick, Phoenix here for themselves. Apex Genesis, right into the Marcy, John. No thinking about it. In fact, we also get the Ench. So Apex Genesis, not to be outdone, just immediate pickups. They know exactly what they want with their draft. And I'll tell you what, John, I'm currently liking where they're going. It feels like a very high-tempo style of draft, very lane-dominant already with the heroes they've drafted here. I don't mind it. As long as they can execute. That's the question.
Yeah, I'm really keen on seeing how they play their lanes. It looks like we're getting the Enchantress plus Alchemist lane coming out here. Potentially the Enigma plus Marcy lane, which doesn't sound as appealing, but Enigma off lane, you get Malefice off. It's a very easy rebound, and you can just get a good chase down there. So there's some good aggression on both sides here, especially for Apex and their side lanes. I do feel like this Enigma Marcy could cause some issues. You have some save here coming out from MOUZ, but you're likely to run Phoenix 5, although you could still run the Shadow Demon 5 with a Phoenix 4, depending again on what they decide to close out with here on MOUZ. Do manage to pick up the puck. We've seen quite a fair bit of puck in the last few weeks, especially in, again, some of those qualifiers we were watching. And that is a very solid pickup. You don't have the best lockdown here from Apex Genesis to catch something like the puck out. No instantaneous hexes to worry about. No real natural Orchid carriers. You could go for it in the Alchemist, but that will take away from, say, your farm pacing and drag you towards more early activity. So I feel like you're going to be able to kind of dance around here on this puck for the side of MOUZ. Like Supreme shouldn't have too many issues in trying to get that tempo up, and they have opportunities to just ban out like lane encounters so far. Already taken care of. The DK is a secondary carry for Apex Genesis from the mid. They are concerned about that. For Apex Genesis side, they are banning out some offlanes for Queen of Force. Right? They take care of the Doom, take care of the Pangolier, leaving stuff like, well, they did ban out the Primal Beast earlier on. Timbersaw has been banned out, so not as many options here for the offlane now for MOUZ. For Force, there is still, and I'm still seeing that, there is still the Visage. Mind you, that was severely nerfed, with Death Toll now not granting you the bonus gold even while your projectile's flying out, which was a bit silly, to be fair.
Yeah.
But its farming pace definitely has been impacted quite severely now that you actually have to hit the damn things.
Yeah. No, absolutely. You know, the one hero I was quite shocked by that didn't get nerfed that hard was Shadow Demon, right? Because we saw in recent events in TI, like Shadow Demon's just first picked every time. You know, every time it's been left there. And the change is what? They nerfed Disseminate a little bit, which I don't think was the big deal with Shadow Demon anyway. And Shadow Poison's vision radius got reduced by 100, I think. It was 400 to 300. Like, it's really not that bad. Like, I thought he would get maybe a bit of a bigger nerf on Shadow Demon, but that just wasn't the case.
That's what I keep thinking with Shadow Demon, like, for maybe the past 2-3 years. Every time I just think back to, say, Naposhka Shadow Demon, some of the matches we used to cast some time back, and it has felt like this really ridiculous high ceiling hero for a long time. And with the introduction of facets, it just feels like it gets so much more. I mean, the Disseminate nerf felt necessary. Like, the HP boost you'd suddenly get was just combined with all of the ores and barriers we've built. It's kind of insane. This is a hero that has been tierized to come back in with all of these nerfs to our big carries and, you know, getting a slight buff up for Tidehunter as well. It does come out. You're tying in your team fight for MOUZ quite nicely. Dream Coil, Ravage, plus Egg coming in. There is a lot of good team fight that can come into play for MOUZ. You're laning into an Alchemist melee lane matchup for the Tidehunter as well. Very curious if he's going to go for the Plankton Eater facet here on Force, as I don't really know if you like the other one, honestly. Like, it's a little bit strange. Your laning kind of feels awful, to be fair. Anchor Smash range disappearing is kind of sad, but it does scale up a little bit better. Overall, it just feels like the other facet, it felt like it was better as a talent. Remember when you had a talent where it would be... it would also act kind of like Flesh Heap, where it would record past kills, so you wouldn't get the bonus immediately, but once you got the talent, you would get that added damage block. Now the damage block value just feels a little bit low for the Tidehunter, so I don't know if it's even worth going that way for the facet.
Well, we'll find out very soon, John. There's only one pick to go here with this draft, and that's Apex Genesis' last pick. And so they are thinking about it just a little bit. Still looking for something in the mid lane, I do believe. I mean, you are up against the Puck, which isn't the easiest of matchups. You don't have something boring like a Dragon Knight to go to who doesn't really care about the Puck at all. It does feel like you are still looking to play fast, right? Like, once you get into that mid game, Apex Genesis theoretically should start moving, so I wouldn't actually be completely opposed to something like an Earth Spirit, but it would probably not be the most fun against Puck, though I do think it's still fine to play.
Can fit in. They want to go that route for the tempo here for Wish. I'm curious, what else have we seen out from the mid? They've been playing a lot of Pop SF, Storm, some DP, which is a little bit interesting considering that we haven't seen that much Death Prophet coming out, some TA. So I'm curious what the priority is. I feel like Spirit Brothers are fine if you want to go that route. The hard hold of MOUZ isn't quite there outside of like Dream Coil. Beyond that, you are still fairly happy to take any of these high mobility heroes for Apex. It does feel like you want something more up-tempo, like you mentioned there, Mike, just because you've got Enigma offlane and Alchemist 1. There's going to be a lot of farm to build up here. It'll go for the Void Spirit as the solution. There's her jumpy Spirit Brother coming out. Lane's fine into the Puck. There is a lot of back and forth play, but this should be fairly even overall, as long as you're able to dodge out here on Supreme. But again, a very interesting draft coming out. There's great team fight coming out on MOUZ, but you can also say the same for Apex Genesis, right? Like, you've got the Enigma, you have all of this laning potential coming out, you've got this Ags timing lined up for Void Spirit on Wish, so there's some good AoE silence as well, but it does feel like there's a little bit more pressure when it comes down to the 5v5 on Fade to actually connect. Whereas for the side of MOUZ, you kind of want everything to connect, but you can like split it off into 2 spell uses at once. Like, say, Coil Egg is already strong enough, especially if you can just make the break range right outside the Egg. So that will force the Marcy, the Alchemist, to have to run in. Your right click on an Enigma and an Enchantress early on isn't going to be able to take care of Egg. So it feels like in the wider engagements, it's better for MOUZ, but in laning, I just feel like this Enigma Marcy might be a little bit annoying for Olnet to kind of have to deal with. I think, again, level 2, level 3 spike is really insane once you do manage to get yourself Maleficent to rebound with Dispose. It's not that hard to see that lane becoming a very early kill threat lane here for Apex if they play their laning right.
It could be, Jonathan, but I want to ask you the difficult question, Jonathan. You've talked to me about laning stage and mid game, but who's got the better draft in your opinion, overall?
It's hard to say. I would lean maybe towards MOUZ's draft just a little bit. I like the safety nets they have in terms of trying to execute around these team fights later on. Your Luna is going to be farming at almost the same pace as Alchemist. We've seen that before. It can be rough for an Alchemist to try to outfarm unless the laning stage really goes one-sided here in favor of Apex. So I think MOUZ has the tools to play this. I think for Apex, it might be a little bit more tempo-tied. Like the scaling of Alchemist into an ultra late game scenario up against a Luna and a Puck can be a little bit rough. I mean, Void Spirit can kind of keep up. Marcy can transition to a secondary core. It just feels like your potential on MOUZ is a little bit higher if it drags out.
Here we go, John. There's a big smoke coming out from Apex Genesis. Wrap around through the Radiant Radiant Triangle. They'll get a ward down on the cliff. They've barely missed out on running right into MOUZ, who are looking like they might just hang around the Dire Outpost by the Twin Gate. And now they'll go for their own smoke around that area, trying to loop around through the Dire jungle. The thing is, I doubt Apex Genesis will move from this Radiant Triangle. They'll just hold the high ground. Oh, maybe they will. As I say it, they'll wait by the staircase for now. Sammy's gone on a run. Fatal joint. They have no idea there is a smoked 5-man MOUZ Esports standing right above them, as Sammy's going to run into them in just a moment. But MOUZ, they will not break the smoke yet. Now they will, but Sammy will see them. Still, the disruption does come in. It won't matter, they've caught him, but can they lock him down long enough? Sammy, already down a half HP, still trying to run. He looks like he's in pretty big trouble as he is down. Ben Gunn. In fact, Ben Gunn was the one to secure first blood on the Phoenix, and now Bignum is gone. Olnet's still going for more, but Wish is down. They'll get Olnet eventually. Yamsun trying to heal up through this. May make it up based off the Wisp, so it's going to be a little bit of a slow return back to the lane or the base, as they will continue going now. Force looking for the kill, and it looks like they've got it. Yamsun also down, already to 4-1, the way of MOUZ Esports.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start for MOUZ. Sure, you have to sacrifice one kill towards Apex, but you get the runes in a very good trade. You get all of these kills racked up. You get some extra EXP coming out, of course, for all of these heroes, just a tad bit more. And you get to play your lanes a little bit better. I mean, Sammy, at very least, you know, you do go for seed money. You get a little bit more gold anyhow, but dying kind of feels pretty atrocious, of course, for the Alchemist. Your early stat items aren't going to be kicking in. You get, again, a little bit of a boost up into your early level spikes. You do have Force going for that Kraken Swell. And it is a little bit harder for Sammy to try to play aggressive in the lane. As long as Narman has that disruption, you're not going to be able to get off a well-timed unstable concoction to really maximize. And you're kind of hard-pressed to kill off someone like Force anyway, very early in the game.
Yeah, chances are that's not going to be happening anytime soon. Really, Sammy will want to farm anyway. Like, he's playing Alchemist. He's looking to hit a timing. Wants that early Radiance build up, and chances are he won't be looking for too many kills anyway. Of course, mid lane, you are looking at Wish versus Supreme, and it still should be Puck favored, but at least Wish can kind of dominate the CS against the Puck. Like, you are just going to have that inherent advantage as a melee hero. But so far, pretty even between these two mid laners.
I'd say there's a little bit more play potential for Supreme. You can always just dodge out some spells as best as you can. It's a little bit more costly for Wish to keep shoving this wave out. Supreme should also have early rune control in his advantage. At the very least, no one's going to be trying to snipe away from a Puck on water runes. Maybe power runes, where this kind of turns a little bit more on an even lane.
Top lane, he'll get the Fairy Fire off, and that's going to allow him the distance to survive. Sammy also throwing out the stun to ensure Narman could not continue stacking the Shadow Poisons. But times are tough here for Yamsun. This is not an easy lane for the Ench. The Shadow Demon generally will have his way with you. And that is exactly what Narman's doing. Really just playing here with Yamsun, who's trying to heal up the best he possibly can. But see, the level 1 Wisp's not the best either. So Yamsun not really going to heal up too much anyway. And Narman doesn't really take any harassment.
That was genius.
No. Again, it's a little bit rough, especially since Yamsun did go for Spellbound, so he doesn't have that additional healing and trading. Gets a little bit rougher to try to completely zone out Narman. Taking a look at that last lane down bot, a little bit of poking action here. So they will get the rebound off.
They do. Ben Gunn, he's going to be alright. Bignum did not have the the Dispose ready to go. Already committed it a little bit earlier on. Of course, Olnet looks like he's going to have just as fine of a time. Like, he's currently 14-4 in terms of CS on this Luna. Of course, Fade is looking to deny as many creeps as humanly possible, and he's doing a decent job of it on this Enigma, but it still does feel like Olnet should be just fine in this landing stage, as long as he doesn't die. Bignum's going to jump in. Olnet, no Dispose will come out. A bit of an awkward jump in, because you didn't really have the Eidolons ready, and of course, with the Fire Spirit spam from Bengun, it is going to be rather hard to actually get any right clicks off.
Yeah, I like the zoning Bengun's doing. It's ensuring that Olnet can actually just sit through that commitment. And the coordination here from the side of Apex, you need that rebound to go straight into a Dispose, into the Malefice. You need that chain control. The Luna, it's not the furthest range target, so the rebound's always easy to land, but again, it's just this Phoenix that's acting as a big barrier here to provide Olnet with a playable lane. Mind you, it's not the fastest farming lane, but he is at least matching the pace we're seeing from Sammy Boy, and again, the Luna can scale up fast, although they'll try again.
They're going to try again. Olnet in trouble this time around. Looks like he should be set to fall, though he's trying to fight back here with Bignum, but it's no chance. Bengun trying his best to help out with those level 2 of Fire Spirits, but not going to be enough this time. It's now top lane. Yamsun will go down. Narman able to pick up his second kill of the game on the Shadow Demon. And again for Yamsun, like, the level 1 Nature's Attendant's just not going to help against Shadow Poison stacks of Narman. And hell, even as you go on with the levels of Nature's Attendants, it's not going to get that much better.
No, it certainly isn't. It's been a little bit rough for Yamsun. It's just really strong lanes coming out here from the side of MOUZ. Force is just not going to be threatened. So Narman can always just sit away, poke, keep these camps blocked. Small camps constantly being rewarded. Down bot again.
And they're going to get on Olnet. Fade was the one being jumped initially, but Bignum does get in with a rebound, and now the Dispose. Olnet dropping a little bit low. Fade playing on edge, but here comes Narman. The TP attempt over. Bignum still dropping here to Bengun, and Fade is almost certainly dead here to Narman, as Olnet will secure the kill with the Lucent Beam. And well, somehow Bignum actually survived. In fact, he's going to jump back in onto Olnet. A very nice rotation here from Yamsun, able to at least trade the life of Bignum. Can he find Bengun? He's going to run in past the tier 1 tower with his enchanted creep, hoping for another Seed Shot. Seed Shot up in 3 seconds. Bengun still trying to run. And with Icarus Dive, it looks like he's going to be just fine to make it out. The Yamsun will keep the Warpine Raider following him, but it's not going to be quick enough.
Yeah, and you've got to appreciate that movement out from Apex, getting some relief out. Great gate usage coming in there from Yamsun just to get some coverage down bot. He knows that top lane is also not a strong kill lane for something like the Tidehunter solo, so you can't afford to leave it 1v1 when you see that support rotation committed from the side of MOUZ. Still, overall, the start for MOUZ is still overwhelming. 7-3. In terms of CS, you are getting an even amount on both sides, with Sammy starting to pull ahead a little bit on the Alk. Should be expected in the solo lane. We are still looking for some commitment down bot, with some posturing out, with Narman still hanging around here. But
it's actually left, though.
Yeah. I get why. They feel like it's better to just utilize your Luna's early farm potential. You've got the 202 at 4. Yeah, you have enough farming pace early on to just clear out these camps and play it safe. Look for more information before fully committing.
Well, they forgot about their Wisdom Rune here, Apex. Narman's making a run for it, and he's got the easiest steal of his life. And nobody rotates from Apex Genesis to pick up those Wisdom Runes, and I mean, quite frankly, like, you look at Yamsun, he's stuck at level 3. Bignum is at level 4, but as a Marcy player, you want to hit level 6 ASAP, and well, but just a bit of a slight error there, just giving those up for free. Bottom lane, they'll make the jump on Fade. Nice Ravage to fly out from Force. Fade still alive for a little bit longer, as now Wish has rotated, but Fade is gone. And in fact, Wish, he's rotated, but he has not found himself a target to jump, so he's going to TP right back into the mid lane. A failed rotation.
And a bit of wasted time from the side of Apex, losing quite a fair bit. You lose your off lane, you lost the Wisdom. You're getting, again, great movement out from MOUZ. Great first Ravage out from Kuya Force just to secure that kill. Of course, this is giving a lot of space out to Sammy to, again, just free farm on this Alchemist. And he is getting a relatively, fully uncontested lane up top. But it does look like MOUZ understand there's some tempo they can play with here early.
Jumps in for the Regen Rune. I mean, he does not get it either. Narman was able to pick it up, and now both Astral Step charges have been committed. Supreme trying to get within range for a coil, but could not get there. So they'll leave the Void Spirit be. The Supreme doing a little bit better in net worth comparatively to Wish right now, so things going pretty well for MOUZ overall. Of course, you do have a very slight net worth lead the way of Apex Genesis, but that is all because you've got an Alchemist after all. You do expect at the very least a slight net worth lead if you have an Alch. And that is the one bright side, I think, is Sammy is borderline free farming right now. There's nobody contesting the Alchemist.
Yeah, no one's stepping up into that lane again. Forced left to get some activity out. He hasn't even returned into that area. I think the one thing for Apex to really utilize this Alch is getting some stacks up. They are starting now. They've got a triple stack on the large camp, a double stack in the Ancient. So some good flash farm options now for Sammy. Mind you, there's a timing here for MOUZ. They're rushing into the Spirit Vessel next for Bengen. And once that's up, Sammy is going to be a sitting duck. Defensive items for Alchemist tend to come a little bit later on. You know, you get your full Radiance, which is still a ways off. And then you work into maybe a BKB if you're forced to. This might force him if that Spirit Vessel timing lines up here for Bignum.
Well, bottom lane, they're going to make the jump here on Bengun. And Bengun will definitely go down as Wish able to land the 8th Remnant quite nicely. That is just a position 5 Phoenix kill you're securing though. They're not going to be able to get the tier 1 bottom tower yet because of course Force is going to rotate and defend as the Tide. And sadly, even with the Ench on Apex Genesis' side, they really can't abuse the enchant too much right now. The Tide will just hold the lane indefinitely. It looks like they are just going to send Eidolons in to try and chip away at it. So it's going to be a very slow process here on these tier 1 towers for Apex.
Yeah, just not much natural push outside of what you can get from your Nigma here. And maybe a little bit for the Ench army as well if you get lucky. Still, you are happy enough to get time to, again, free farm. You're uncontested on Sammy still. Your top lane is just completely free. You've got some recovery coming in for Wish, who does clear out the large camp himself. A little bit slow going for our Void Spirit. MOUZ now looking for a smoke commitment out. They do have Egg and Dream Coil ready. So Bengen and Supreme will try to connect. If they land onto Sammy, I mean, Chemical Rage is on cooldown for a little bit longer. He could just die.
It certainly could. They'll wrap around the Dire jungle. Oh, they're running right into Sammy as well. They haven't seen him yet, but the pings are out. They seem to have a pretty good idea of where he's gone. And Sammy, I mean, unless he keeps running, he's dead. And there you go. Sammy eventually will find out the hard way that they were indeed coming. He'll pop the Chemical Rage and try to fight back against the Egg, but does he have enough? No, he does not. Bignum trying to help out, but they still keep Sammy Boy alive. Sammy, he'll make it out another day, is now Benga, the one to actually drop it. Well, props to Apex Genesis, Jonathan. They got there very fast.
Yeah, they did. They get a good scan, clipping that smoke out from MOUZ just a bit in the edge, which leads to Sammy to walk back into the closer half of his top jungle. Gives enough time for the rest of Apex to kind of get in, and gives enough time for Chemical Rage to come off cooldown. There was a very small window there for MOUZ to jump him. If he was just by the tier 1, you might have had enough time before Chemical Rage went back up, but they missed that timing again, off the back of a very nice, if not short, scan from Apex.
Props to them. 2k advantage now the way of Apex Genesis, though again, doesn't really matter too much when you've got an Alch. Looks like MOUZ will just kind of sit back now and secure some farm. Of course, Olnit is certainly behind when it comes to the net worth department because he has been jungling since like minute 5, but you do see all the stacks being made here by Narman. All of those are probably going to go the way of Olnit. If not, they'll just give it to Force and just let him build up those aura items he really wants on the Tide. In fact, I say they're going to give it to Olnit, but apparently they're just going to farm it right now. Never mind what I said, John, maybe the Ancients.
Yeah, I think this is fine. Again, we talk about Puck a lot. We've seen a lot of Puck, and again, very recent qualifiers happening for other tournaments. They are going for the Witchblade build up on Supreme, and looks like they'll try again onto Wish.
They put the silence off. It's not going to last quite long enough, but the Dream Coil will be there to follow up. 8th Remnant will not land, and now Olnit. Nice little rotation with the Eclipse to ensure they secure the kill. And that'll be your top tier 1 tower gone. Mind you, Apex, they did find the bottom tier 1 already.
Yeah, evens out. It does provide some pressure, especially into where Sammy would like to farm. He has switched gears into the triangle with Radiance up, though. So that farming pace for the Elk shouldn't slow down, if at all, as long as they can protect this area, which is still a relatively... with both of your tier 1 standing on mid and bot. Not the easiest spot to rotate into here for the side of MOUZ. 9-5 still, 2k lead coming out from Apex solely on Sammy for the most part here. Wish starting to lag a little bit behind on that Void Spirit, but does need more items up. Seeing the commitment mid now from MOUZ, just sticking Force forward. He does have Ravage ready, so he will want to commit on the Tide. We'll have to try to get chain control onto him. And again, they did buff him up just a little bit. Getting the Dispel off to a lower threshold here for the Tide does provide that window for him to still look for the Ravage. They don't even bother. And you get the tower advantage up now for MOUZ. Their triangle, again, still uncontested. And this time they'll hand these fresh stacks over to Ulnit.
Very nice. That's what you love to see. And Ulnit now, he's just going to catch up so darn quickly with all these stacks. It's like Force will help out, if not just take the farm for himself, and he does. So Ulnit's not getting the stacks, John. That makes two of us wrong here, is Force will take them.
This is classic
you just
Force.
can't win.
No, but this is classic Force, right? All the way back to Polaris, he would get priority. He would farm up a little bit more, often than not. Take it away from his carry, his mid, from Mac and Natsumi back in the day. This is a good investment, though. It does look like he wants his shard fast. That leash is going to be big in holding back, say, the Void Spirit in particular. But even stuff like the Marcy, getting the chase down on the Alchemist, going to be a lot easier once that Tide shard is up. Another bit of a smoke out from MOUZ, but they're not going to force the issue too far. They have good forward vision seeing Wish, but there's also vision coming out here from the side of Apex, and they didn't want to have to break their smoke in the low ground. So again, buying time on the side of Apex. I will say this lead is not as big as you'd want it to be on the Alk at 15 minutes. He is rushing the BKB here on Sammy. Again, some protection against the chain control coming out from MOUZ at the least.
Bottom. Bignum, he's been jumped. He just committed rebound as well, so it's hard for him to find a way out of this one. And with the silence, it's almost impossible now. Supreme will secure a nice easy pick off for himself on the puck. Airpods 4 kill, they'll take it. It's been a bit of a quiet game here between these two teams. At what point do you think that MOUZ starts getting a little bit concerned about Sammy missing all this time? Because he does have Radiance, he's going to build into a BKB in just about 10 seconds. At what point do you think MOUZ say we need to try and sort out this out?
I think once the BKB's up, that's when we'll start to see some activity out from Sammy. I don't know if you're really concerned, though, about the Elk. Like, yes, there's good healing. I think you're actually a little bit more concerned about, say, maybe Wish being disruptive. Maybe this Marcy scaling into a secondary core, like Bignum getting BKB's massive.
Force, Black Hole committed. Force has been caught. There's no help around him either, but he is a very tanky boy, but they'll take the kill. A very nice one from Frayed. I can always appreciate somebody who doesn't hesitate to just pop Black Hole on one, especially considering how farmed Force was at the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's an impactful kill for Apex, but that's your sole team fight contribution now on Apex gone. So you're going to be... You're not going to take any fight if any breaks out. Mind you, Apex hasn't been looking for big engagements anyhow, but MOUZ could try to capitalize in 5-man off the back of that cooldown. They're starting to work into their own big items. Manta coming out for Ulnit into his own BKB Butterfly. Just wants to kind of scale up, have some missed chances for Apex to have to contend with as well. You've got the Blink already up and running here for Supreme on our Puck with a Witchblade. And again, for Force, he's working onto his own Blink, did buy out his own Shard. So, again, once that Blink is up on Force, if you can find it before Black Bull comes back off cooldown, you're in a happy spot. But Apex, all they want to do is stall the game. And that's enough to stall it out for a little bit more time into those BKB timings, into Blinks. BKB for Sammy is done. Looks like he will just soak up some more farm. MOUZ, this is when they need to capitalize. Again, if they're all... They need to just commit somewhere, use their spells, lots of AoE control, lots of teamfight that can come in.
They've made the jump. They've only really found Yamsun thus far, and Yamsun is going to survive quite easily as Force is jumping in quite aggressively on the Tide. But he is Tide Hunter, so still feeling very confident with his team right behind him. So they might just have to settle for the tier 2 top tower instead for the side of MOUZ. Chase on for Supreme in the mid lane, but it's just Fade, and again, he does not have Black Hole, so chances are they can't find the puck kill. They are going to smoke up. I think the Fade may have revealed their smoke, though. They'll run south. Nobody's around the area from MOUZ Esports. Supreme is kind of wafting into the direction though, but I don't think they can really kill the puck with only 2. He'll run into Yamsun, but of course Yamsun cannot do anything against his hero, so Supreme perfectly fine to get out after picking up the bounty. Meanwhile, Force is just casually taking a tier 2 top tower. Which is pretty Force, isn't it, John? He tends to do this. Just run up by himself and just hit towers.
And then die.
They're gonna jump in though. Or does he? Disruption. Eclipse out. Sammy, he's going to keep moving forward up to Force, but Force, he has Ravage and he's ready whenever. He'll wait out the BKBs. There's Apex, they'll get hit by the egg of the Phoenix. Force looking to go back in perhaps, but they are very cautious now as the Ravage is going to fly out. It connects on 3 targets. Here comes Fade, but the Black Hole is still on cooldown. Nothing to play with yet as Olnett going to go for the man fight as the Dream Core comes out taking down Fade. Bignum also caught out. Will go down. Sammy on the run, but the Chemical Rage gonna wear off at the worst possible timing. Thankfully, though, he does TP out, as there is no cancellation for that TP. But John, that's 2 down for the price of nothing for the side of MOUZ. And I mean, honestly, you could kind of see that coming. You know, once Sammy Boy's BKB wore off, Force, he turned around immediately.
And it's all down to this egg positioning out from Bignum on the high ground, right by the ramp, cut off by Force, and that commitment they were pumping out onto the Tide. And this Tide Hunter is a lot tankier to have to contend with.
Looks like they might have to settle for Narman, and they will pick him up. So the Shadow Demon does go down, but it's a pause fork. They got your tier 2 top tower, so MOUZ are going to leave very, very happy with that. And if you're Apex Genesis, you're starting to get a little bit worried, because it does start to feel like the arc timings are falling a little bit flat.
That they are. And they need to be able to find these fights in much more favorable positions. Trying to bang it.
He's going to go for the TP play out. Oh, the dispose. Bignum had it, but he couldn't quite get in there as Wish blocked the tree line, so he couldn't walk there, and Rebound was on cooldown. A little bit unfortunate for the side of Apex Genesis. It is what it is. You move on.
And that's all you can do. I think for the side of Apex, it's a little bit concerning that your Alchemist draft still is only about 1k ahead compared to MOUZ right now at 20.5 minutes in. That means your Alch net worth lead is coming at a huge sacrifice to everyone else. The cores of MOUZ are keeping up in relative ease, which is, again, it's something that the Luna does very well. It can platform almost as quick. You only have a 4k gold advantage in comparison to the Luna right now for the Alchemist. It's not quite that overwhelming item lead that you'd want here for Sammy yet. He does have his own Manta up, so he doesn't have to pop BKB if, say, they commit with some of these debuffs. The Spirit Vessel is going to be easier to manage. He has a safety net after BKB fades away here for Sammy. But it does feel like he still needs more. I think, again, this maybe lands into the other heroes more. Like, you want this BKB up on fade. There's nothing to break BKB in this game for the side of Apex Genesis, so the Black Hole is going to go off once that's up. Blink BKB feels almost necessary for Fade to kind of have a good time. You're also looking for this Ag's timing to come in from Wish. These two heroes feel a little bit more important to set up for the Alch, and right now they just don't have the gold to provide these openings for Sam to just play as that big be-all and all carry right now.
Yeah, I was going to kind of add on to your point, but you already kind of did. The game does not feel like it's, or at least the state of the game does not feel like it's Sammy Boy's fault. I mean, Sammy's doing his job. But his other two cores, you know, they're falling a little bit behind. You know, most of the activity they've had hasn't been too successful. And MOUZ have just been taking advantage every chance they get. So, see if Apex can kind of fix it here for this game one. Of course, we are going to have a small pause out while we do have a disconnection on to Narman. So there is a bit of a chance to try and talk about how to make the comeback that they're looking for. I mean, I call it a comeback, John. It's not a comeback. You know that the game's not that one-sided yet, but you get my point. By the way, while we do have a pause on, John, we were talking about Shadow Demon not getting nerfed a lot. Another hero that I was quite shocked by that didn't really receive the biggest nerfs was Ench. I was like, well, Ench got the Wisp facet nerfed, the Nature's Attendance facet, and I was like, well, I actually don't think that's the better facet anymore anyway. Yeah, I actually do believe Spellbound is the preferred facet for Ench players now.
We still see a lot of overprotective Wisps. I think it just makes maybe going for the Spellbound a little bit more plausible. But overall, I think it's relatively fine. I think, again, like, sub-patches, we're not going to get big sweeping changes. I was expecting a big sweeping patch. I think that's overall my expectation post-TI is not a sub-patch. I figured we were going to get, you know, good old Kez in, Act 4 in, and a big gameplay patch on top. Not yet. It will come. For now, it's just tiny touch-ups. I mean, hey, you know, even if Ench wasn't touched down enough to be taken out, at the least, you know, Mirana, Wind Ranger, not as first phase pickable now, which is always nice to see, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Ench doesn't feel too unfair to play against. You know, it's actually skill based, whereas, you know, Wind Ranger Mirana was not so skill based with the way they were. Happy to see the two gone, at least for now. You never know, John. We'll probably see it a little bit later on. A Supreme might see the side of Apex Genesis very soon. They are wrapping around with a big smoke. Supreme looks like he might have an idea they're coming. But in the end, Apex, they will not really find him anyway. And now there's a counter smoke from MOUZ. Right by the bottom lane. Force is going to show himself, hoping to bait Apex in. Apex are thinking about it. Sammy will reveal he's by the jungle. He'll drop the acid spray. MOUZ have not wrapped around yet. They are still further south of Force, but now they'll join Force with the smoke. Olnet will lose his courier, which did have the Talisman of Evasion on it, which is a bit unfortunate because that was the full butterfly up, but nevertheless, here we go. Jump is there. They found Wish already on the Void Spirit, and the Eclipse has been popped through the Dream Coil. Ravage committed, but the Black Hole catching out the Tides of the Disruption. It will save Force for now. Olnet, though, in trouble. Olnet is down. Force trying to go for a run. Force barely surviving, but for how long? The chase continues here from Yamsa. Bengun is the next target on the Phoenix as well, and Bengun certainly looking to drop now to Sammy. In fact, Fade will be the one to pick it up. Force still trying to get away from Sammy Boy. Gets onto the high ground of the Twin Gates and does make it out. So it is going to end up being a 2-for-2 trade, but this was certainly quite favorable for Apex Genesis.
And it was. They managed to get that big BKB reveal off from Fade. Again, we were talking about this. It feels like it's the other course that sets up for the Alchemist to have the conditions for favorable fights. This time around, it's off the back of this black hole. A little bit awkward for MOUZ. The positioning coming out from Olnet there. He was trying to get right clicks off, but he was standing right next to the black hole. Just led to a very nice dispose to come in from Bignum to look for that pull in for the Luna. And just an instant burst down again. A little bit unfortunate for MOUZ, but great signs of life out from Apex. We are starting to see the power of their composition when they do manage to play in a team fight setup that they would prefer. Like, yeah, there's so much importance in actually trying to stop this Enigma. And because of the BKB for Fade, he is pretty much guaranteed just a free black hole every single time until you hit level 25 in Supreme, which is still a long ways off in this kind of game.
I think the really unfortunate part about that fight as well, and I did briefly mention this, but they lost the Courier of Olnet with the Talisman of Evasion, which would have completed his butterfly, which I don't necessarily think would have changed what happened, but with that other evasion, you never know. It may have made all the difference.
Would definitely have done a little bit more for sure. Maybe you'd have enough damage to try to DPS right through the Enigma outside of that black hole, as I believe that was what Olnet was trying to achieve. At the very least, Apex aren't able to just rip into Roshan just yet. They are in position to try to force something, and they do have wards watching forward in case the side of MOUZ do decide to just walk into the pit and commit. They always have turnaround play potential, but not for at least half a minute, not until that black hole is back up on Fade. Do have the full Ags done on Wish, so it's a little bit easier for a Void Spirit now to catch out. And that's where things get scary. With the BKB on Enigma, with the Ags up on Void Spirit, into the BKB next, your team play on the side of MOUZ becomes a lot harder to pull off, as we do get the instant go-ahead from Sammy. Maybe a little bit of a misclick.
It happened. A bit of a shame, like, for Apex Genesis. They started Roshan, they couldn't finish it. Now they leave it. MOUZ, of course, just jump in and gladly take it away. And this is, I don't believe this is something you really want to give away with the draft of Apex Genesis, especially considering you did win out the last fight, but They just can't do it quick enough. So MOUZ, they'll take it for themselves, and there was no answer from Apex because they still had Black Hole on cooldown. So they weren't interested in fighting around the Roshan pit.
Yep. Just have to kind of try to sit this one out or try to bait something out again. Although...
Yeah, Binkdom, he did get anchored up here by Force, so there was no real way of getting out of that one. That dead in the water, very annoying to have to play against, and Force will utilize it to its maximum potential, I'm sure. As MOUZ now, with the Aegis up, it looks like they want to be aggressive, and you can't quite blame them, John. Owen's looking very strong right now on this Luna, as he does lose another courier, but thankfully for him, that was just a Wraith Band TP. Not a big deal.
Not the biggest thing to lose out on. BKB still a recipe away anyway in farm, so could maybe line up halfway through for your respawn.
Supreme, he's BKB'd up. The Black Hole has been committed by Fade, and the rest of the cavalry are incoming to try and pick off the puck. Can they get him though? Supreme. He'll get into the tree line. Yamson's having a gander around, and he's going to find Supreme eventually, but again, the jaunt away will be there from Supreme right into Fade. The chase is on. It's Tom and Jerry all over again. So they've got the 8th Remnant this time, surely, to lock down the puck. And that'll make the Black Hole kind of worth it, but the problem is you're losing a T3 tower in the meantime. They lose about 1/3 of the T3 tower's HP, and, well, they also commit Black Hole for the puck, so I'm not sure if you really consider that a huge win for Apex.
I wouldn't say it is. It's a rough spot now. Sammy?
Oh, this is a really rough spot. Sammy's gone. Not expecting them to stick around, and now Yamson, who was just hanging about with his carry, does go down. And, well, remember that tier 3 tower I told you about, John? Now it's definitely...
Yep. Oh yeah, for sure. Again, it's... I don't know how you turn this around right now, though.
Bignum, he's trying to go for a bit of a boxing match here with Olin, but that's not going to work out. Olin's cheating with some glaives. Not very fun at all. They're going to try and slow this down as best as humanly possible, and by the time for Sammy to be able to respawn, absolutely zero chance of buyback. Sammy's currently holding about 40 gold. So now they do jump in onto Yamson, who did buy back for this. Wish will jump in onto Olin, trying to burst down at least through the Aegis, but it's just not panning out for him, as Force is just casually holding everyone else back. Nobody can deal with the tide. They just don't have the damage nor the disable. Now MOUZ, they'll casually walk out with the Aegis intact and with the tier 3 and racks gone.
Yeah, you just, again, have to be very careful with your commitment to Black Hole here. It's your only big team fight tool. Like, yes, the Void Spirit with the Ags is somewhat annoying. Look at the confidence and Force just wing forward, and they're all just backing off from a tide without Ravage. But that's just the game state. Like, you are so reliant on this Black Hole to actually take these 5v5 engagements on the side of Apex, and it goes back to what we were talking about in the draft. Just when it comes down to maybe a later game circumstance, the Luna can match an Alchemist, in fact, even surpass him with equal net worth. You've got Ravage, you've got Dream Coil, you've got Egg. You have so many more tools at your disposal here for the side of MOUZ in comparison to Apex, who again are just very reliant on either a rebound pick-off with the Void Spirit following through with a jump in, or just the Black Hole catching at least 2 here from Fade.
BKB now up on Olin, gonna make life a lot harder for Apex Genesis, that is. Of course, Olin going for the Kanda build up next as well, which is pretty standard. Start on the T3 tower, but they are lacking a creep wave, so time to retreat a little bit here, Olin. But he just goes back for the creep wave now, Olin feeling ultra confident. 45 seconds left on this Aegis timing. I mean, at this point, you probably just don't mind if they take it off you. Just get the free reset.
Yes, it's dying to blaze. Jeez.
Yes, he is.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a scary fight to initiate, because you can't see anyone but Olin. Nobody else showing. They're all just hiding in the tree line waiting for the jump to happen. Olin just standing his ground. 15 seconds now left on the Aegis. And they're not going to take him out. They're just going to leave him very, very low, hoping he makes a mistake, but Olin, he will be able to retreat and just use the Mask of Manners to reset in the Ancients.
Yep, no problems here for the side of MOUZ. Aegis will expire. Well timed here for MOUZ for a little bit of a reset, but no secondary life to back them up on a high ground siege. This is a little bit of an opening for Apex if they can try to find a fight again where you get control onto 2 from Fade. It's just a lot harder to see those opportunities. They do have some sneaky wards not spotted out here by the side of MOUZ. One watching the river, one watching that bot jungle right in the middle. But they need to be able to gap close into that area. A small smoke out from Apex. And you've got Blink BKB for Fade. They just need to find an angle. You catch 2, you probably buy yourself a lot of time here on Apex.
Absolutely. The smoke is out. They're going to try Apex Genesis. They'll leave Sammy in the mid lane. Sammy not going to get jumped by MOUZ. Apex Genesis, it's up to them to try and find out exactly where MOUZ Esports are, but they're going the exact wrong way, sadly. I mean, MOUZ hanging around on the left side of the map. Apex Genesis going to the right side. In fact, they'll just actually re-enter their own triangle and just let Sammy Boy farm. So this smoke's certainly not going to work out. But this one might. A counter smoke now from MOUZ. I have a funny feeling they're not going to be waiting around on the low ground, Jonathan. They could always go straight through the bottom lane into the Dire base if they so wish.
That they could. Apex? Oh, this is some bad timing. They just cleared for Mentor as well.
Oh no, they're running. Oh, it's running right into them too. He's going to find himself Fade. Fade will pop his BKB, but that's going to be a BKB committal without a black hole. So now you've got the cancel. And Sammy forced the BKB himself as well. That's a real shame, John. Because now this high ground defense might just turn to Megas. Because you don't have 2 BKBs on the 2 heroes that really need it.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of leeway for MOUZ. You can have Ravage breaking the black hole, Dream Coil, Disruption, anything goes. This commitment out from Fade and Sammy is just going to cost them at least 1 Rax, probably more. No reason for MOUZ to back off. They should know they still have at least a minute window here, and Olnet has damage to back this up.
Here we go again. Tier 3 top tower. Final lane of Barracks standing. Yamsun, do not die to those damn glaives, sir. They'll make the jump in. Coil is out. They caught the Void Spirit with that. In fact, they'll throw the anchor as well, but Bignum, he snuck in from the back. The problem is Bignum is just dying. Sammy trying to go after Bengun, but he just doesn't have the damage output. Eventually, Wish will take care of him, but now the black hole immediately cancelled. Ravage and Disruption out. And with that, can they actually deal with Olnet? Olnet's still going for the man fight here, but he eventually should die, but he takes down Sammy with him. It's a triple kill for Olnet. I mean, you do eventually get the Lunar and you put a stop to this push, but it feels like it costs you so much.
Costs you so much, but that's probably the best outcome for Apex, considering anything else that could have happened there. A little bit separated in the fight was the side of MOUZ. They were pretty much by the tier 3 and right below, and closer to the team banner here on the low ground, and that just provided a clean angle for this black hole to catch in the back line. They had slow and steady poke damage coming in from Yamsun. Wish pops his BKB as well. Rather unfortunate. Drops on the ground, puts it back up. It happens. Maybe trying to swap items around for a charge.
That's all right. That's all right. You know, it's still got 8 seconds on it. That's fine. Just have to wait. Hope that that MOUZ aren't aware that you just committed that brand new BKB you just bought. Olnet will be back up in 15 seconds, but knowing MOUZ, like, they're playing very clean right now. Although I think they could easily just go high ground again and just take it without black hole up. It's probably more preferred they just go for the next Roshan play, which is up in about 18 seconds.
Yeah, that's the safer play. That's the kind of play, you know, a team like, say, Aurora would do. Fortunately, Mike, I do not think MOUZ thinks the same way. I mean, again, they forced that high ground without Aegis anyway, beforehand.
Aurora would wait for the 10th Roshan.
Yeah, exactly, right? And MOUZ isn't that way. You know, Queen of Force gets bored, Mike LaPhoenix. Queen of Force does not like waiting. Narman does not. Well, Narman's a little bit more sensible than Queen of Force, but, you know, he still has that Southeast Asian Dota style after staying in the region for so long. So I'm sure they've got a read on their advantage here on MOUZ. For Apex, I mean, Black Hole's still down for 50 seconds. You have BKB, but what good is that without the Black Hole? Not much. Roshan is up, so you could go for the Rosh now into the high ground, which, again, at least you're not waiting for Rosh respawn. The timings do line up here for MOUZ. And Apex do not have the forward vision to back this one up. They have vision into their top jungle, but not close enough to the pit to really get anything meaningful here.
full Satanic now up on Olnett to make matters worse for Apex Genesis. I mean, they have smoked up. They are going to make it in time to contest Roshan, but Force is holding the Twin Gate high ground. In fact, he jumps in. Hex is out. He caught the out, and now the Ravage. It's caught at 3 targets. Sammy already half HP, but he does get the ulti off and run. Bignum is down. Wish in trouble. Right underneath the egg. He will get stunned up. Wish trying to find a way out of this through his BKB. Will still run, but the chase is on for the Void Spirit, and they've got him. Wish is gone. Sammy running around in circles trying to find a target. Fatal jump into the black hole, but it's only on one. They only caught Bengan, and it was cancelled immediately. And with that, Apex Genesis falling like flies. They got Force, but it will cost them basically their whole team but Sammy. And now, screw Roshan, it's time for Megas.
Yeah, again, great read out from Force. Standing on the high ground, Sammy wasn't under smoke. So Force gets this angle in with a fresh side of Vice. Gets control to set up, and just forces, again, early BKB out from Fade while Black Hole's down. Black Hole comes back up. Isn't that impactful in a very scattered team fight? Last set of racks to fall. 2 buybacks committed, but without the Black Hole, it just doesn't feel like there's anything to stop them. You just have to deal with the Mega Creeps.
Mega's incoming. And of course, you still have Roshan to go back to. He's still just sitting there with half HP, so... Now MOUZ making the most efficient moves here on this Game 1 map. When Apex Genesis not out of it yet, but with this style of draft and with how far behind you've fallen now, it's gonna be pretty difficult to try and find an angle back into this game. But you're seeing a replay of that last fight, John. Just nothing seemingly going right. You know, Wish just unable to get any damage off, gets stunned by the egg. Fade only found a one-man black hole, and that was onto the Phoenix. Almost found Olnett on the edge there, but it wasn't enough, and quite frankly, I don't believe they would have had the damage output anyway. Just a very rough fight. Just nothing really going the way of Apex.
And it looked really awkward too. I feel like Sammy running back in, I don't know what he was trying to do, whether or not he actually wanted to force the fight or pick up the gem that was dropped there for quite a fair bit of time. Like, it looked just a little bit confused out from Apex, whether they wanted to sneak away, and just gave MOUZ, again, more opportunities here. Looking like our last fight left. Still a minute until Black Hole's up on Fade. And again, without that tool, there's just no threat, it feels like, here.
Absolutely not. Yamsun, he might just die to the Glaives coming in here from the Luna. Force does make the jump in. Yamsun trying to Hurricane Pike away, but is doing literally no damage here to Force. He is down as Olnett now, right onto the Ancient. Sammy is up, and Sammy is going to try. But a big Dream Coil coming out, locking down a couple, and now the Ravage from Force will ensure the GG call will be committed here by Apex Genesis. And that'll be Game 1 convincingly going the way of MOUZ Esports.
Yeah, I like what we saw out there from MOUZ. Again, maybe a little bit slower in the laning phase, but they were getting things done. They get this really strong early smoke fight with a long flank around through the forward top jungle, getting that flank out to secure themselves some nice early kills, and it just snowballs from there. They have such a great read on what they have to do and what they have to itemize here to get things done. Like this early Spirit Vessel coming out just caused so many issues out as well. Sure, Sammy was free farming, but it came at great cost. Like, you sacrificed your Enigma farm, you sacrificed your Void Spirit farm. It didn't feel like any of these heroes had any way to connect early on past the laning phase. And it just led to a farm game where, you know, MOUZ can keep up. All of your heroes scale nicely with some investment here.
Absolutely do, and we get to see some highlights there from that game number 1. I mean, it already started off kind of rough. Sammy, at the very least, had a good time. You know, early on, free farm, they get Olnett killed, they get, you know, they get a couple kills here and there. This was probably the one team fight that really worked in their favor. Early on, we saw some rotations coming through to the bot lane. And this was a really good start for Apex. Like, I actually thought to myself, maybe we've got something going here for this dire team. But eventually, MOUZ, they just stick to their game plan. And this is considering Olnett was jungling at level 5 minutes, but still ends up carrying the game quite easily.
Yeah, I think that move to jungle was actually a very smart call, because that was the early timing that Apex were looking to just collapse onto the win condition of MOUZ as well, right? Like, that's around the time when you had Wish at level 6, you had early threat of Black Hole, you could play with Rebound quite nicely, nothing defensive from the Luna that you can really expect. And they just opt to play it safe. They never reached that deep on Apex Genesis to look at that bot forward jungle. And it just gave enough time for MOUZ to, again, get to the point where this network lead on the Alchemist just meant nothing. And for the side of Apex, we flew by the drafting phase very quick for Apex, right? They didn't dig into reserve time. They're very confident with their offlane bans there, focusing quite a fair bit on force. But I'm just surprised something like the Luna was actually left in the pool, right? Like we were talking about all of the big carries being nerfed. Luna did get touched down a little bit. I feel like out of all of the big carries, she got her changes weren't the most impactful. So Luna's definitely still in the top tier, and I'm surprised it's not a higher priority ban for the side of Apex if they don't want to pick it up themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I think maybe Apex Genesis will make that adjustment going into Game 2's draft. Did you have a MVP or anything like that, Jonathan? In fact, we've got it. Standout player is Mr. Olnit. Yeah, considering he did literally have to go jungle at level 5 and still carries the game that convincingly, I think he deserves it. If anyone else, I would have given it to Force.
Yeah, I think it's either or. I think we saw some great positioning coming out from Olnit. Like, again, just standing right outside Black Hole, a little bit risky, was punished in that bot fight we saw in the highlights. But he just knew where to be on the map. He knew when to join his team, what item spikes were important. A little bit unfortunate his career got sniped, like, right before the butterfly, of course. But I feel like, again, it might not have changed the outcome of that fight anyway. But I appreciate just how measured his gameplay is, right? Like he knows when his team wants to play. He's willing to join. He knows when his team is making space. He can maximize it, and it certainly comes into play in this game.
It certainly does. A fantastic performance here from the side of MOUZ. Quickly before we do head off, John, any changes you'd like to see from Apex Genesis? Anything in particular? Anything specific, Jonathan?
I think I'd like to see them maybe try to connect with their timings a little bit better. I think it just didn't come out there. Again, this decision to jungle early on from Olnit basically led to most of their issues here, just not able to shut down that win condition.
Well, I'll tell you what, John, we'll head over to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 between MOUZ Esports and Apex Genesis. We'll see you then.
MOUZ return back to Wallachia for the second time here. How will they do this time around? I'm going to find out. I'm here with Olnit. Olnit, firstly, I mean, welcome back. I've been asking a lot of people about their journeys, but for you, I guess it was a little quicker.
Yeah, short journey. I live 3 hours away, so just had to drive here.
So how did MOUZ kind of come together as a team?
Well, I was playing in Geek Fam for 3 months before MOUZ, then Danny was coaching that team for a month before I joined. We tried to qualify to TA with that team, and didn't work out, and the team kind of changed players, so we ended up, me, Narman, and Nico wanted to keep playing together, and Danny wanted to coach, make a new team, so just happened like this, ended up playing again.
You're very excited to play here, you know, at this event and play up against a lot of these other teams?
Yeah. I think it's interesting how many stand-ins there are at this tournament, so I get to see a lot of players I wouldn't get to see normally.
Yeah, for sure. Do you feel like you have a bit of an advantage over the other teams having that roster consistency?
Yeah, we should have an advantage. I think it helps for sure, but we will see, I guess, in the games.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot going on right now. It's very chaotic. Is there any kind of shuffle which you thought was really interesting? Any change you thought which was very interesting between the teams?
In Tundra roster is very interesting right now. They're playing with 2 stand-in and also a 33 left liquid after winning TI, so
yeah,
that was for sure a shock for me.
Yeah, it's some crazy stuff. But as a pro, do you like look at his decision and kind of understand it as well as being surprised?
I can understand it if he wanted like to build his own team, I guess, to be truly in control.
Yeah. So yeah, going back to building the team and developing and stuff, what's that been like with MOUZ over the year, and obviously with Immortal Faith being your coach and everything? How have you guys developed, and how's your relationships changed over the past year?
I mean, we started with Ducalis and Lorenov, then we didn't really work that well together, so we kept trying with different players and eventually became this roster. I think me and Nico and Dharma are still getting along well. And the others also have integrated pretty well into the team.
What kind of goals have you set yourselves for this tournament and the next?
I mean, goals, I'm not sure what my teammates would say. For me, it's just performing well. I would say top 6 at least. For me, would be expectations.
So top 6 would be a good finish for you guys, yeah. It's you're looking at like this pool of teams and everything. Is there any team which you're like really looking forward to playing against?
And I always have fun playing against Falcons, so
Yeah.
hope maybe they're farther in the tournament.
Okay, rather than
Not too early,
yeah.
but a bit later.
Awesome. Thank you very, very much, Olnit, and best of luck at this event.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Apex Genesis and MOUZ Esports, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We are into our game 2 draft between these two teams, but before them, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, we had a great showing from MOUZ in the last game. We had a very, I would say, comfort-based draft coming out there for Apex Genesis. Mind you, again, this team has not played in LAN in some time. Its players have not seen LAN play in quite a fair bit of time now, if you think about it. So maybe just going for comfort was a fine idea to start with, but they've got to be ready because MOUZ is, despite middling performances at best, MOUZ is a team that has made it to LANs on and off for the past year. They've been together as a unit for quite some time now as well. So you have to bring out your A game here for Apex. It felt like the last game, going back for the Sammy Alk, just made it so that it was kind of their be-all, end-all, and just choked out this Void Spirit for Wish and the Enigma of Fade. So I do want to see more ways for these two cores to be active, and maybe Sammy on something that's not as much of a black hole farm vacuum. Do you have the initial bans and picks? MOUZ will go back into the Shadow Demon. Still surprising that is not banned, and instead Bristleback, Primal Beast, Timbersaw, and Naga were the priorities here for Apex, with MOUZ taking care of the Alchemist, Invoker, and Enigma. So showing respect for some of what we saw from the last game, but I'm still surprised Shadow Demon's being allowed through, because every other other qualifiers we were casting, like other games in the past month, it felt like SD, Ench were first phase bans. I get why Naga's there. I get if you're playing against Force, you're going to ban Primal Beast. At least they take the puck now on Apex, so they remove that from Supreme. They get to have fun with that nice slippery hero themselves here on Apex.
I think it's particularly hard as well with the ban stage against MOUZ, because we know that Olnett plays a very mean position on Bristleback as well, and it is like ultra comfort for him. So it's kind of respect banning out the Bristle, because they just really don't want to have to deal with it against Olnett, and I don't blame them. But I do agree, like, Shadow Demon is arguably more problematic. And we saw how well Narman did last game, John. I didn't see him getting caught out first in team fights. He was always able to get those disruption saves off every single time. Black hole saves were great. You know, he knows what he's doing when it comes to this hero, and it's a matter of pick your poison, I suppose, for Apex Genesis right now. As we are going to see one more ban come out before we do get to see some more picks from these two sides. I mean, if you're MOUZ Esports, chances are you're just thinking we don't need to change much, because that game wasn't really hard.
Yeah, chances are you really don't. Like, if Luna's allowed through, you can just take it. They ban the DK on Apex's end. If they want, they'll go Ench once more. So staying on that Ench, we saw it had some good impact in the lane in particular, although maybe not as much as you'd want. Armin was doing, again, a great job of just trying to zone out Yamson. I would say for MOUZ, this is still a pretty clean game. If you want to just pick your Luna up early on in the draft, it makes a lot of sense. Or you just go for your mid here, up against the puck. Of course, you have a lot of options left for Supreme. All the Spirit Brothers are still on hand if you want to work that for your mid matchup. You've got Pango still in the pool if you want that as well. Maybe a Quap. Really depends. But again, you can just kind of figure out your mid matchup. You can get your additional support or double core pick, which I also wouldn't mind. I feel like if you're not going to pick Luna here at all in your next two picks, then chances are Apex could just gun for Luna plus their next support and just kind of bring it against you. Mind you, maybe MOUZ doesn't mind playing against Luna as much, as they do have Shadow Demon, so you do have Luna illusions you can utilize, but I feel like that's been a little bit less powerful than it once was.
Well, there's your Doombringer now coming out from MOUZ. Right into... Oh, the Witch Doctor! Look at that, Jonathan! Something a little bit different coming out, and I know you enjoy seeing this hero, though I'm sure you're going to complain to me about Gris for the next 30-40 minutes, but tell me about it. John, do you like this pickup?
I do. I think... it's Voodoo Festeration was nerfed quite a fair bit, so you don't see that as often. It could still be the way you go. I feel like Headhunter overall is probably your best facet right now, just because, well, Clef, that kind of sucks. You can't farm. So you're probably just going to go Headhunter, if not Voodoo Festeration. It does make sense, because last game, MOUZ, they had a source of healing the Phoenix. They just go for Witch Doctor now, maybe to have more laning presence coming out here as well. I like the notion of a Doom Witch Doctor lane. That can be a very scary kill lane, even though Doom lanes aren't necessarily big kill lanes early on nowadays. This can be a little bit scarier. Chase down, maybe you get a net creep as well, easy maledict, get some bounces out, get Infernal Blade out, and you can't just run them over. So I like this coming out from MOUZ. This is a very early pickup for our Force Hero off lane. I do like the ideas here from Apex though, just into SF. So you can keep your distance away from the Doom on the safe lane. We have seen a lot of Dooms tend to really pop off when they're allowed to go for like Infernal Blade, being the preferable skill to max out first. In a range matchup like this, with a lot of burst damage already in the lane from Apex, you're likely not going to be able to leverage that here for Force.
Probably not, but at the same time, you do have disruption set up, so maybe you could. Well, we'll see. See how they want to play it. Dark Willow picked up here by Apex Genesis. Doom is an interesting one as well, John, because he did have his innate ability nerfed. Just it now only applies to his attacks, which people were quite shocked by because they weren't aware it was kind of applying to literally everything he did. But they did reduce the base restore time for Devour if you choose the Gluttony facet, which I thought was interesting because Doom still feels very good regardless of the innate ability change.
I think it's still up there for sure. We were seeing a little bit more Doom pop out in, again, the last few weeks. I like this pickup as well for the side of MOUZ into the Monkey King now. You've got a lot of armor to play with up against the SF. You look at a BKB. You don't really have any big issues for the Monkey. We did see Seaman Stride get touched down a little bit, so it's not as ridiculous, but it still is kind of silly, but maybe a little bit more manageable nowadays. I still like what I'm seeing coming out from Apex. Now, potentially just running what Witch Doctor Monkey King lane can work out. Again, you can still just bring Narman on the Shadow Demon once more and run with a Doom Witch Doctor. Both lanes are very aggressive for the Witch Doctor to play into, so either one can end up being a very big kill lane for the side of MOUZ. You've got great stack clearing potentially coming out here for MOUZ as well. For Apex, their big thing is their teamfight is looking a lot sharper. You've got the Brambles with the Dream Coil, you've got Requiem as well to drag people around. It does look a lot better than it did in the last game. There's more options for them to take these mid to late game team fights. So I'm keen on seeing how they decide to close out here for Fade's off lane. It does look like we're going to get a lot more of those offlaners banned out. Beastmaster, Centaur taken away. Mars still in the pool, if that's going to be left to last. And for Apex, they're banning out carries. They just want to make sure Luna's not going to be in the picture, just in case Supreme runs something like the Monkey King mid. Fair enough.
I mean, I could, definitely see the Monkey King just being played mid here. I imagine Apex Genesis probably will continue to ban out the carries. My goodness, complete tongue twister there. Can't speak today, Jonathan. It's been a rough one. Morphling will be banned. And MOUZ still looking for an offlane ban out here against Apex. Something for good old Fade.
The only big one I'm seeing left is maybe, again, the Mars. There has been some Shadow Demon play coming out there from Fade as well. Darkseer. I don't know why I said Shadow Demon. Darkseer, that Fade has been playing in the qualifiers for Wallachia Season 2. But I don't know if that's really the biggest thing to be concerned about. Again, there's some decent combos. Vacwall, Requiem, Brambles on top, Dreamcoil on top. Cursed Crown could be annoying, but I don't know if it's really a laning threat. Especially, again, if you are thinking about the Monkey King safe anyhow for MOUZ. Probably the Mars is the one that makes the most sense. Ties into the Requiem Dreamcoil quite nicely. Cuts off the rest of the team. Can make it a little bit annoying to try to play with Wukongs into the arena. So that could be one way to go.
Well, continue thinking about this one, MOUZ. Heavy thinking, in fact, about this final ban out. I mean, they could also just pick up the Tide for themselves. I don't think it's, too game-changing by any stretch, but it certainly could be an option. Then again, though, they could always switch Monkey King safe lane, and then you could have real problems going on for the Tide. It's a bit scary with the flex of the Monkey King, I think, here for Apex Genesis, though I do still assume it's just going to be a mid-Monkey King, but it is still very flexible as MOUZ. They are going to go for a Medusa finish, so mid Monkey, safe lane Medusa, off lane Doom, obviously. Medusa not really picked up at all from the games we casted in earlier events, but here we go.
The last time I was seeing Medusa was support with her volley when she got that added, and I'd see a couple of support Medusa games in some of the qualifiers, maybe open qualifiers, but it's an interesting pickup as a carry. Mind you, you don't have the best ways to burn through mana here, I suppose, on Apex end. It would be very funny if they just decided to pick an axe for the heck of it. You know, you can still just dunk through Dusa if you get the level advantage. I don't know if you really want to go all in on that. It still kind of ties into Apex draft nicely enough. There might be a lack of aura carry if you're worried about that. Yeah, they'll just go for the Mars. The axe would have been the danker, memeier pick, but the Mars is the smarter pick overall. Again, you cut off vision. It can make it a little bit harder for Narman to get some disruption saves if the arena is committed while he's outside, or you can isolate Narman entirely as well. So it can be difficult. I am curious about what Olnet does on this Dusa. I'm not completely sold on the Dusa overall. He does go for the venomous volley facet, so he does have that extra slow on the right click, which can maybe provide some aggressive angles with Bengen, but you're into a Mars. It's not the most straightforward. I'm just curious. We haven't seen much of the Dusa. Again, the last time I saw it was like a pause 5. Like, that's the ideas I've heard from some coaches as well. They've tried it on 5. I don't know if it's a great one, but, you know, Dusa can still scale up to be a very scary carry. You don't have great ways of burning through mana. Maybe the Enchantress creep in lane could be one thing that Yamson looks for if he gets a rotation out. But beyond that, I'm not sold in it, but theoretically it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I've played with a couple in my pubs recently, John. It definitely doesn't feel that bad as a carry. Mind you, obviously, my pubs are not pro games, and these players are significantly better than me, so I'm sure that comment doesn't even matter. But I could certainly still see Medusa being played as a POS 1, especially considering, based off what we saw in Game 1, MOUZ does look like the better team anyway, right? So they may just feel confident in just being able to slow down the pace of the game, just allow the Medusa to farm forever, and at some point, thank you, Force, at some point, we're going to see this Medusa take over as Force has accidentally used my voice line and your voice line. Did you message him, John? You did, didn't you?
You know, it just takes a little bit of poking and prodding and good old Kuya Force. That's all it takes. Good old Kuya Force has our backs, Michael Phoenix.
This is classic John X5. He does every time. He just tries to maximize the voice lines as much as possible.
You know, when I queue a game nowadays, I'm thinking, man, I gotta spam my voice lines. Gotta let people know it's there. You know, every time it's off cooldown, just spam it again. Spam it again. You know?
You have no shame. Where's your shame,
I have
Jonathan?
Zero shame. It went down the drain, Michael Phoenix. It's all gone. There's no shame for someone that has nothing left, Michael Phoenix. That's all there is.
That's rather depressing, John. But I understand. Don't worry. MOUZ, 5-man smoke up. They'll be by their tier 1 tower. There it is. Thank you, Force. Appreciate it.
He's enjoying that one.
Oh, man. Every year I regret making voice lines. Every year. It's just, I cringe every time I hear it. You know, I don't want to hear my voice in the game. Professional Dota 2 caster, by the way, here, John.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm sure most people wouldn't want to hear our voice in the game, Mike. It's all good.
No.
It is what it is.
That's why you should buy it, because the enemy doesn't want to hear it. Go on.
3-1 start in favor of MOUZ, already looking like a stronger start, but you did have that nice flank from Apex this time. They plant a forward ward early on to ensure maybe no sneaky rotations come in. Taking a look at that mid matchup, though, this is something that we have seen. And again, in the most recent qualifiers we were watching there, Mike, I believe we saw Abed get some brown boots timings that made this hellish for the puck. Mind you, Supreme doesn't find First Blood, is going for the Wraith Band into brown boots still, so there's still that good timing for Supreme to try to bully out, and this just does not feel like a fun lane for Wish. You know, Monkey King has 7 armor, your right-click damage, harass isn't going to do much. Monkey King has wave clear as well with the Boundless, he has a threat with Jingu up. it's probably one of the lane matchup that Puck just doesn't really enjoy. So this is set to be a pretty good time for Supreme. I'm keen on seeing how much Wish can get out of this lane, as it does feel like, again, when we've seen Puck go into a later Witchblade blink timing, it can feel like the entire game pace for the team with the Puck gets slowed down by an extreme amount.
Yo, what's really funny, John, is you and I were talking during one of the games we casted in the road to the International. You and I were talking about Simeon Stride and how Valve could possibly nerf it. And I think I made the comment saying I don't think it's going to be a bad facet until he has to be 100% HP. And they've made it 95% now, and I can almost guarantee you it's still going to be the most busted facet in the game.
Pretty much. It's still good, you know, especially, I'm sure you're not going to be dancing around as often, but you're still going to be able to reposition, you're still going to be able to get into team fights. As an offensive tool, it's still insane for mid. Taking a look at the top lane, of course, again, there is some good aggression coming out. Ooh.
Yeah, Fade in big trouble. He'll try to run, but Olnett secures first blood on the Medusa, and we haven't really talked about the side lanes, but this Witch Doctor Medusa can be quite scary because you go the Gorgon's Grasp into a cask into Gorgon's Grasp into Maledict, and you're in pretty big trouble if you are the enemy.
And you're up against a melee matchup as well. Much easier to land Gorgon's Grasp. You've got the setup with a cask, and this is banging at level 1 without any other skill point as well. So still holding on for the Maledict. Maybe Voodoo Restoration doesn't feel great when you're with a Dusa, to be fair. That is something that's probably the less impactful thing, but that does allow a more offensive Witch Doctor to shine through here. So I'm keen on seeing what Bengen wants. Of course, for Bignum and for Fade, there is some good aggression here. You can try to line up for a Bramble into Spearback. It's just two range heroes that you're trying to isolate as a Mars is not easy to get done. So you should be almost always safe here on the side of MOUZ. And we do have a Monkey King bug and a pause. Can't see the monkey.
Oh. I should clarify as well for anyone that was wondering. John Xfire pays for these voice lines and sends it to his sends it to the pros players. The pros are not buying them themselves. John is literally sending it to them so they can market us for free. Terrible, Jonathan. Terrible.
I think the worst thing is I'm the only person that lost it. You gotta do what you gotta do, Michael Phoenix. The people must know.
I respect the hustle, John. I really do. How's that bot lane going? Cheeky disruption onto Sammy, who is wearing the ugliest SF set I've ever seen. Of course, Sammy doing perfectly fine for now, 18-6 in terms of CS. In fact, I say perfectly fine, Jonathan. He's top of the CS board, so he's having a great old time.
And he does go for the lasting presence that we've seen a lot of safe lane SFs go for nowadays. So there's a little bit more that you can get done after getting a kill. Can just easily snowball into just looking for a full team fight with all of that armor reduction. That is one good thing here for our Shadow Fiend. Again, laning-wise, it's going a lot better for Apex in comparison to last game. Maybe not the mid matchup. You are starting to see Wish really start to lag behind Supreme. But that is, again, something that we have seen Monkey King excel at, especially once the Brown Boots timing is up. It's just not a lot of spacing for the Puck to play with. Like, that added attack range on Monkey King just makes it very uncomfy for a Puck overall. And look at this emphasis on mid. Grabbing away the Water Runes, ensuring Wish doesn't get a bottle top-up. Not going to feel great for this Puck in a slow lane already.
Absolutely not. Wish having a pretty rough time. Yeah, the one silver lining, in fact, hold that thought, because top lane, they've got Fade again. And this is the combination I was kind of talking about. They are unable to get a Mystic Snake out from Olnett onto Fade, so he is going to survive. But he's left on about 160 HP, which is not exactly the position he wants to be in, because you've got another cask up on Bengun in 1 second. Olnett's going to have Gorgon's Grasp again in just a moment, and he's got level 2 Mystic Snake whenever. So chances are Fade's lane is over.
Yeah, it pretty much is. And again, when you're a Witch Doctor with a Dusa, you can afford to not go Restoration. So you can afford to go into the Maledict Hall.
Yeah, Supreme was getting very aggressive, and you kind of mentioned Abed earlier on, and this is pretty much what Abed was doing. Was just running down the Puck mid lane, and there's nothing he could do about it.
Pretty much. He just, Widow's Brown Boots is just hellish for the Puck to, again, just deal with it. Forced to walk back, TP back into lane. Again, a lot of space for Supreme. And nothing quite lining up here.
Well, top lane, Bignum does cop a cask and Melodic from Bengun, but it's going to be just fine. There's no real follow-up to the Shadowrom usage. 0-1, a pretty quiet game, but I suppose considering the drafts we've got here, John, you kind of expect it as I say that Yamsun has rotated top lane, but they missed the spear. Olnet's going to be alright. Fade's the one in trouble now. Oh. Supreme's rotated over, Fade going down. Can they find Olnet? They cannot, Jonathan. Olnet's going to be just fine to survive as now Bignum being chased down. Bignum, Melodic still ticking away. He'll survive for now. He'll find a bounty rune, but Narman with one more Shadow Poison should have the kill, and he's going to hand it over to his MK if he can. Bignum, though, heals up a little bit. He's still alive, but they will eventually hand over the kill to Supreme.
Yeah, it's a big kill for Supreme to just get to pick up by himself. Getting great reads on the map. So much mobility in the Monkey King, as long as he's above 95% HP. Of course, that making this kind of move really doesn't sacrifice too much in the laning presence. Apex has this idea to try to burst down Olnet while he's squishy, but there's just not enough damage. Again, the disruptiveness of this Witch Doctor in teamfights, the fact that he can invest in Maledict and the Cask, to make it harder. Try again, though.
They are going to give it another crack. Olnet already low in HP, so should go down as they do land the spear this time around from Fade. And that is going to be a nice, easy pick-off here onto the Medusa. Something you definitely wanted to see if you are Apex. And, well, again, Fade's going to feel very good now because he can get back to the lane.
Can actually start to try to get some farm in, try to get some build-up on himself. We'll see if he can. There are some good stacks built up here by MOUZ just by their tier 1. Easy enough for their Dusa to clear out. Force is loving your voice line just so much. So happy to see it. It's good old Queen.
I was going to complain during game 1 as well, saying I forgot how much voice lines Force tends to spam in a game, but I guess I can't complain anymore. Thank you, Force. Appreciate it, sir. Love your work. Not annoying at all.
Not. Still having a decent enough lane down bot. Again, you can't really stop the S from farming. I love that he hasn't gotten Infernal Blade whatsoever. They are trying to chase in. They've got Doom ready.
Oh, nice Hurricane from Force. Drags him back to Nama, but there's a lot of TPs incoming. They'll commit the Doom, they'll commit the Death Ward, and they've got the kill onto Sammy. In fact, they've even got Bignum. Quick rotation out from Supreme with the Simian Stride. And with that, it's a 2-for-0 trade in the favor of MOUZ. Wish still hanging around. Should be perfectly safe to get out. Yamsun, on the other hand, I cannot say the same for him. Force will just chase him down, and Yamsun, in the middle of nowhere, is eventually going to go down, and does. Supreme. Oh, there you go, John. Supreme gets the kill, and we get to hear your lovely voice. How about that?
You know what? Well, we should just stay quiet and let Force spam the voice lines. And I think he can actually just cast this game by himself.
Possibly. Sammy made a rotation up top. I thought he might have been trying to start onto Olnet, but the sad reality is, John, Fade is not level 6 yet. He does just about hit it now, but no arena for when Sammy did make the rotation up top, which means they could not hope to get a kill.
Yeah, and he is lacking a little bit of mana here on Fade as well. Does have the Soul Ring at the very least, and they can make that commitment onto the tier 1. A little bit awkward for Olnet. His stacks are still there, so he can't afford to give this tier 1 away, but there aren't any numbers to back him up. Still, Apex aren't committing just yet.
There's a lot of fear, considering how fast you can rotate, especially with the MK, and here comes Supreme. He's TPing right in. Olnet has been jumped, but is it enough? They've got a lot of mana removed, but a nice boundless Sammy. He couldn't get the Requiem off. It'll be cancelled by Supreme, and now the chase is on. The side of Apex, they need to get the hell out of here. Supreme, still basically 1v5ing them here. Supreme! Never mind what I said, John. Supreme! I mean, I know game 1 was convincing, but Supreme, you can't 1v5. Not yet, anyway.
I mean, the idea was very sound, though. They were all lined up. If he just had Boundless off cooldown, that would have been an opportunity for him to just buy time for everyone else to come back in. He does save the life of Olnet, which I think overall is a worthwhile thing to have, considering that's a 5-man. They might be able to find a little bit more here.
Well, they missed the Gorgon's grasp. A little bit unfortunate from Olnet. Bengun gonna try and retreat. Yamsun making his way forward, but doesn't quite close the gap. And with that, Apex not able to find what they really wanted, but they'll still just hang around the top lane and continue their farm. Speaking of farm though, Namen and Force having a great old time taking all these stacks away, and this is pretty much one of the bigger reasons why you don't want to give Shadow Demon away to anyone, really, because he just stacks so easily, and the comeback farm is kind of ridiculous. In fact, Force didn't even need the comeback farm, but now he's top of the net worth pool.
As is the nature of Doom, of course, he does have the gluttony facet on top of that. They are managing to siege mid. They do find it with all of the activity around. It's just, I don't know if that really matters for MOUZ as much as it would have if they didn't take these stacks yet. Again, stacks are already cleared out. The Ancients still stand at the very least. They find Fade as well.
Oh, but they certainly do. Fade does drop very easily here as Olnut able to secure the kill, but most of the damage was done by Bengun. Olnut, though, will he kind of sense the smoke rotation coming from Apex? He'll head back to his tier 1 tower. TPs are somewhat available, but no, he's out of position now. Coil's gonna land. TP's incoming. Does he have enough time to survive this? Disruption will come in. Namen, he's made it just in the nick of time. It's now Sammy. He's the big target. He'll get doomed up, and with that, it is looking like Sammy is dead. The Supreme will secure the kill. Onto Yamsun they'll go, and Yamsun, I highly doubt makes it out, and he will not. Tips out for Sammy this time around.
Yeah, they get that timing again. As long as Norman's first to TP, he'll always get the disruption. You've got quite a fair bit of mana on Olnut. I want to point this out as well, although they are keeping that chase. Puck is a little bit slippery. I want to point this out. The build-up on Olnut. And normally, again, we've seen Arcane Boots on carries. I feel like Deuce is the one carry that would want to still go Arcs, but he does opt for Power Tread's double null instead. So even our Medusa adapting to the Arcane Boots nerfs, which is fair enough, gives him a little bit more right-click. The nulls can cover your mana regen early on. You don't have the potential for flash mana anymore, though. But it is consistent for Dedusa anyhow, so I can see the value here for Olnut. It is doing work in just not taking him away from his tier 1. Like, he has not left this area top. And the side of Apex have just been trying to apply pressure, even dragging Sammy in, but the response from MOUZ is just strong and clean. Again, you've got these flank angles that the Monkey King can always find. You've still got your triangle despite losing your tier 1 because all the emphasis is up top. And you're still farming up a storm. 5k lead for MOUZ, 2-9, 13 minutes in. You're going to start to hit this point where damage is going to be an issue for Apex, especially once this pipe is up on Force. Like, you are reliant on Magical Burst at the moment.
Absolutely. Another smoke rotation coming here from Apex. Up back towards the top lane they go. They'll just continue trying to hunt Olnut. Fade is ready with the arena, just hanging by the Medusa as we speak, but TPs are back up and available here, Jonathan. This could be another scary initiation, because Namen's right behind him, ready with the save. They've got to deal with the Shadow Demon first. Olnut, he's going to get jumped. They will have the arena. Namen still gets the disruption off in time, so there's no real follow-up to the damage output you needed, as now Bengun does get caught. So does Fade with the Demonic Purge. And Fade certainly looking to die here, as Force will not leave him alone, but no, they see Sammy instead. Requiem out from Sammy to try and give them a bit of space to get out of here. Bignum is down, and Sammy, well, he saves his MOUZ, but he gives his own life away. It's like, Fade was definitely set to fall. The Requiem does say Fade. Problem is, Sammy was the much bigger target.
There he is, just a higher tempo hero on that SF. And the sacrifice is being made by Apex, just not lining up. It's rather curious. For a second, I almost thought that he didn't have Bloodsport here on Fade. He does get spotted out.
Boy. Yeah, I mean, I said Fade was alive, but Force is not going to leave him alone now, taking him down very easily with the Scorched Earth and the Hurricane. And this game number 2 is not getting any easier if you are Apex Genesis.
No, it certainly isn't. I think your comeback potential as well for Apex scaling into the later game. Again, it's not like SF is a bad hero to scale up with, but it does feel like his strongest points are in the early to mid game, right? Like, he pops off really hard with early magic damage, with a lot of physical bursts as well, presence with the Dark Lord. None of that's lining up. Feels like the angles being found by Apex just aren't clean enough. Maybe if they can tie this initiation a little bit easier for Sammy. Like, if you can be just there when the arena pops, it starts to get easier. But as a right-click SF, you don't tend to go for that blink. So it's not feasible for him to just always be aligned with that movement out from Fade. 2-12 holding up for the side of MOUZ, as they are just set to look for more. Wish still doesn't quite have that blink, and Force does have the Doom ready with the full pipe. So they have full confidence to just take these engagements. And where's the damage coming in when that pipe is up? You just don't have enough physical yet.
Force jumps in, Hurricane is out. Does want the Willow, and they get a very nice balance strike here from Supreme, landing on 2. You do have your blink up now on the MOUZ, so some nice initiation coming in here for Apex Genesis. Problem is, they're losing their mid T1 tower as we speak, and what looks like bottom lane, they might want to set up onto Sammy. Sammy's alright. Instead, top lane is where they're going. Fade in a bit of danger, does at least get away with the defensive arena for now, but the Melodic is still going to kill him. Pretty unfortunate here for the MOUZ, and well, at least he didn't have his blink in his bag. So, you know, he doesn't reveal he has that item. That's the one kind of silver lining.
Yeah, it's something. You can still have that surprise initiation down the line. There's really not much silver linings here right now for the side of Apex. MOUZ just finding every opportunity, getting everything they'd want in terms of build-up. Allnet already has the Manta going straight Butterfly. The right-click damage on Ardusa starts to get a little bit ridiculous at that point. On the side of Apex, it's just not lining up. Maybe when you hit some BKB timings, that's when things can start to be a little bit more feasible. Like, say, Sammy with his BKB on SF, he is going for Sanjin Yasha first. It almost feels necessary, though, to just go BKB. I mean, yes, there's still a Doom available. It still feels awful if Force will just target whoever is BKB'd up. At the same time, right now, even without Doom, you're having issues just looking for your angle here for any of these heroes. So, you need to try to find a solution elsewhere. Good old Force.
Thank you, Force. Appreciate the work, sir. Bignum. He'll be okay. No jump in from MOUZ. I mean, they are still playing with a Medusa, right? Like, the thing is, the longer this game stretches out, the better it's going to be for MOUZ. Olnet's having a great old time, top of the net worth board by a mile. And he'll have his Butterfly up very soon, and as you've seen in these fights, John, like, they can barely deal with him as is, let alone once he has some core items up. His top lane, Supreme, he's going to get jumped by Fade, but he's all alone. In fact, Bignum was there. It's like Bignum might be the sacrificial lamb here as Supreme. Is eventually going to find him. Terrorize is committed, but Force is right behind. Try for the TP play out, but Supreme is going to have the stun. And that is Bignum handing his life over to Supreme. And they're even looking at a Fade. I mean, Fade's still showing on the creep wave there for a second. The chase will be on. Can they find Fade? Is he even going to stick around? No, he will not. He should be fine.
You at least back off the core. But that is, a smoke blink reveal that doesn't pan out in trying to get an isolated Monkey King. And that would have been a big kill to kind of get tempo back for yourself here on the side of Apex. So they're still lacking like that big opening they'd want. They do have their blink up on Wish, so the puck can be a little bit more slippery. Maybe directly connecting with the Mars initiation now with his own blink. But the 8k lead for MOUZ, it feels overwhelming for the draft of Apex to just play into. Again, with this kind of draft, with an SF carry, you have a need to be more aggressive early. You had the need to be winning these early team fights, looking for pickoffs. None of that's just coming in. MOUZ has just been very disciplined. They've had good reads. They've always backed up their carry when movements were happening up top, and we're just not seeing anything pan out right now for the side of Apex. Full Gleipnir up now for Supreme, even more hold. And Apex, I mean, they're moving as a unit. They've got Arena back up if they want to try something.
Well, Sammy, this could be the bait they require, but the problem is the team actually ended up leaving. They were right by Sammy a second ago, but they ended up going north, as now they'll jump in with the Arena, catching out the Monkey King. But do they have the damage up with the Supreme? Not quite yet, they don't. Narman, he'll save with the disruption. Terrorize out as well. Bengun is at least down. Still trying for Supreme. They will get him. But what's it gonna cost? Force looking for a bit of a chase, does still have the Doom up, looking for the puck now, but the puck with the phase shift will survive. So he will blink away. Chase is still on for Nigma, but Nigma with the Glimmer Cape is going to be able to survive. And so they do get away with a positive trade. Apex Genesis are 1 for 2. They do lose their position 1 SF, but the goal change is still very nice in their favor.
That it is. It does feel like you'd really wish Sammy wasn't the first to die. Like, and again, you see the ideal circumstance there for Apex to come in. Instantly, just get the arena out with your puck following through. You get the control in the arena. You don't have Narman lining up for a big save that time around. You get the isolation you really need here on the side of Apex to start winning out. The issue is...
Supreme jumps in, but it looks like he's just trying to harass him out. Go on, John, what's the issue?
I mean, the issue is, yes, you kill off this monkey. You have a Medusa issue. You have Medusa illusion issues as well, as you've got free illusions coming out from Narman. You've got the Manta, you've got the Butterfly up. How do you kill these things off when Ultimate decides to just shove in the lane with illusions? There's really not much that instantly bursts it down here.
No, absolutely not. Don't forget, I mean, you're going to have the Manta illusions, you're going to have the Shadow Demon illusions. You know, illusions on illusions, it gets a bit rough. And all that, of course, I mean, there's no stress here for MOUZ. Like, they've got a draft that can just keep farming. And they will just outscale you eventually. All of course, going for a Skadi build up next into a Daedalus. And, I mean, but by the time the Skadi's up, this SF just won't ever be able to run. You're going to be forced to fight every time. And it's not going to be great for Sammy, who's currently being watched by Narman. And what a hurricane play from Force. Dragging Narman forward to get within range of Sammy. But it will not matter. He does use Demonic Purge instead of Disruption, so not really the lockdown they were looking for.
Opening for a bit of a play, though. They are smoked behind that tier 2 here.
But how fast can you burst on the down? Like, he's got an amp damage rune, he's got a Butterfly up. Can you actually kill him? They're going to try, speed back, but it doesn't land onto a tree, and the arena and the tower goes down at the wrong timing. Everything going wrong. And now, well, Yamsun, he will get stunned. I mean, Yamsun at the very least is not making it out. Sammy will try to fight. Meanwhile, a Doom committed here onto Wish is going to ensure the puck death, and Bigman will go down with him. A 3-for-0 trade in favor of MOUZ. And I would try to hype up the team fight a little bit longer, John, or a little bit more, but nothing really happened, John. MOUZ just kind of walked in and killed him.
I mean, it's just such poor timing for Apex. They were in that smoke for so long. When they finally make the jump onto Ulnit, the spear back into the tower's dead. Ulnit's just free to waddle around in the arena. No care in the world has the opportunity to turn on Stone Gaze, and the rest of the team was watching anyway. Like,
Oh, he's found Fade. The game sense from Narman. Finds Fade in the tree line, and Ulnit is going to have plenty of damage to deal with him as they saw Sammy to boot. Clayton is going to lock him down. Hurricane forcing Samson back, but it won't matter. He's alright. Meanwhile, mid lane, Yamsun is not, as Bengun will just solo in there with the Death Ward, of course.
Deathward doesn't care for Enchantress all too much. Very easy combination to pull off here for Bengun to find that solo kill. 420 now. A very dank scoreline here for the side of MOUZ, as Apex not finding their openings. Again, at this point, I mean, Samson is trying to go for the MKB. I feel like the BKB is the bigger priority for him, but he is concerned about not doing damage onto the Medusa, which is fair enough, but I don't think you're going to be able to stand and hit the Medusa alone, even with an MKB without the BKB at this point. They're holding on to one more tier 2. I don't know if MOUZ particularly cares. I mean, Doom's back in 20 seconds.
Another nice claim here. Boundless strike available. They've caught out Sammy Boy again. They're going to lock him down. Arena is out from Fade to try and help out as they're aiming down Force, and they might just have Force this time. Force finally will drop. Meanwhile, Sammy actually runs his way out. A great start here for Apex Genesis. Problem is, MOUZ are the ones still chasing. So they do get Yamsun, but that's going to be it. It's still a good trade for Apex Genesis. Although they are losing towers while this is happening, but they've got to take what they can get.
Yeah, you take what you can get. a little bit unfortunate. Narman couldn't line up for a disruption this time around. I don't know if they managed to try to get vision inside the arena. You couldn't get that save off. And that will give a little bit of a boon for Apex to stall for time. Mind you, MOUZ, again, they still maintain this lead, but it's a big gold swing despite losing 2 heroes for the side of Apex. MOUZ, for their part, could start to consider Roshan. And Scotty's basically done now as well on Ulnit. So more stats to play with for the Dusa. Still not that many concerns. With the tier 2, I mean, still standing up top, so there is still some forward access here for Apex, certainly not forward access fast enough into the Roche. And MOUZ will just go for the safer play. Get that secondary life, and do so with Aegis. I mean, it already feels like you can't kill Ulnit one time. 2 lives just feel like, is it even necessary for the Dusa to have 2 lives?
Probably not, John. But I'm pretty sure Ulnit will just take it anyway. Yeah, he's got 2 null talismans, as we know. They don't exactly, you know, do anything anymore at this stage, so... At the very least, Apex Genesis, they do take the Tormentor. So Sammy's pretty happy about that. Bit of a win here for Apex, but they are giving up Roshan. So it is what it is. I doubt MOUZ will give a crap. Ulnit does take the Aegis for himself. And now, I mean, if you're MOUZ, I know we're still 26 minutes into the game, John, but I'm pretty sure Ulnit's just uncontrollable if they want to go higher ground.
I would agree. I just don't see any way you're killing off this Dusa 2 times over. I don't see you killing her off 1 time in first place. I don't know. It almost feels like you kind of have to just ignore Ulnit. Like, once he pops Stone Gaze back off, re-engage, try to maybe get the jump on Force or Supreme first. And that's when the fight can maybe start to open up a little bit more for the side of Apex. Easier said than done, of course. They've got the Parasma up at the very least for some more poke damage from Wish.
Well, at the very least, Fade is standing there using the Bulwark to slow this push down, and it is certainly doing some decent work. Problem is, it's not going to stop the push. Ulnit is certainly just committed to finding at least the tier 3 tower, though a big jump in from our Puck into the Terrorize, landing on 3, but what's it going to do? That was it. Like, no Dream Coil. It was a cute kind of combo, but that's all it was, John. It was just cute. Spear. Maybe this will be the one. Ulnit. Lower than half mana now. Will still go to fight back in the arena, but is going down as Sammy Boy's damage upward. Surely does die and does the first time. That's a good start. Can they get him a second time? Sammy, the Requiem, did he time it properly? I don't know if he did. Ulnit, he's going to have the man fight through this. The Stone Gaze has been popped. The Wukong's commander's out. Sammy is gone. Yamsun is also dead. I guess it doesn't really matter whether he timed the Requiem perfectly, but it looked like he was a little bit off.
Yeah, just a tad bit early in that one. And they do get punishment. They managed to find 1 more, but this is not going to stop Ulnit. Has enough mana left to still dig into the racks. Even Wish
a lot of
bit of danger.
Careful, Wish. Let's take it easy now. Alright, top racks is gone. Wish, still trying. Ulnit is basically 0 mana right now. So Wish is still trying to find a way to kill him. Coil is committed. Maybe they can get him. Ulnit completely alone, but no. Never mind Supreme's here. Ulnit still in danger. Wish has not given up. But now the turnaround. Ulnit. Oh, they'll get him. Wish has got him. It's a nice pickup from Wish. And MOUZ, they leave Ulnit to die.
That they do. I mean, it's only really Supreme that can probably back him up there. Didn't have TP point access for the side of MOUZ. At least very quick TP access. Didn't manage to take the outpost there. And that is good punishment for Apex. They stall out high ground as much as possible. They do, in fact, find a way to kill this Dusa 2 times over. And that's just from Ulnit standing forward for a good solid minute, copying straight damage from Sammy Boy with that full MEKB up. But you are still down at least 1 melee Rax. Range Rax just blow of air away from falling apart as well. So Rax advantage out for the side of MOUZ. No Roche to take for at least 4.5 minutes. There's an opportunity here for Apex to try to play outside. And look at this, even the build up on Narma now has the Orchid up just to try to get control off himself and find Yamsun.
Certainly do, Yamsun. Nice sprint. Does get him to the high ground, but he's actually blocked by the creeps. He could enchant one if he really wanted, but it looks like he already committed it. Unfortunate. I mean, it happens, you know? Just enchanted a hero instead, and it is what it is. What can you do?
It is what it is. He forces out the BKB on Supreme, so down from 9 to 8 seconds on the Monkey King at the very least. Now that's something. It's a little bit of tools being used up here. Good snipe out from Supreme. He should know Sammy was running in the area, but does run the wrong way as Sammy is already on his way out. Does manage to dodge out, and again, stall for time. At the least, for MOUZ's end, you're going to get the full Ags out and Ulnit with a shard, and things start to get silly once that is up, as there is a little bit more mana to play with for the Deuce at that point. You do have to kind of be concerned about that same play, that same initiation in, when you're all clumped up like that. One good reflected Mystic Snake bounce, and Ulnit might not be in any danger this time around if that commitment does come in that way. Still, Apex, I mean, they're holding on. Again, they're doing a great job of holding on here. And they are still farming up tools. Sammy, opting to go for the butterfly next, is just gonna go all in on damage. No BKB. Knows that if he's caught out, it's probably just a lost cause. Anyway, you hit the crucial Octarine timing on Wish. So they will spot out Bignum.
Supreme. Nice little Gleipnir. Cancels the TP off, and poor old Bignum understands he's basically gone. Ulnit will reveal the Ags pick up on the Medusa now, so even more of a nuisance here on this hero, and well, they're going through the top lane again. Now, mind you, they already found the melee barracks. The range barracks is at 50 HP, so Ult just needs to hit it once. Bengun, he does jump in, does find Yamsun, but the Death Ward is kind of wasted. Still, here comes Fade. They'll make the jump in onto Supreme. Supreme actually dropping quite low on the Monkey King, does try to run through the arena walls and does make it out. There's now disruption. We'll buy him a bit of time to try and reset. In fact, they'll even pop the Stone Gaze. So all of that, just to hit the range barracks once and get them down. Of course, keep in mind, Roshan's still at least 2 minutes away. So I suppose for MOUZ, it's either take that Rax or just farm.
Pretty much. Not a lot of options really to do. I mean, they've got control of the map. They can just keep farming up. But
Supreme,
at least they take tempo here.
The speed doesn't really connect on anything, but it won't matter. A nice pushback here from Fade. Supreme will drop to Sammy. That's a big pick-off. In fact, they even found Force now. Yamsun getting some work done here on the end, just forces the BKB out from Force, and that'll be it. Force is okay.
Yeah, they make use of that opportunity. They know the BKB is down in Supreme. They managed to find a big opening.
Waste.
Yeah, it's fine. Not the longest cooldown. He does have Octarine up, so not a lot of downtime for Wish to just kind of throw it out willy-nilly, even if it doesn't catch anything. Still lining up here.
On the arm, mid lane. Jump is down to Force. Keep in mind, he does not have his BKB ready for this one. But Fade doesn't either. Fade now trying to run. Is Bengun? Let's jump in for a cheeky Melodic, but that's literally about it. Again, I do believe MOUZ will just now patiently look towards that Roshan. Now, keep in mind, Sammy and Wish, they're not too far behind in the net worth department now, so you are getting to a stage where the SF Puck are becoming problematic. Which is definitely great news for Apex Genesis. But you probably want to try and fight for this next Roshan, I'd say.
They can't afford to just give it away for free onto MOUZ's end. It'll just lead into another high ground siege, another massive time commitment to just kill off Ulnit the one time. Again, I feel like they have some good ideas here in Apex. There's still some way of just trying to ignore or isolate Ulnit entirely and just try to clean up everyone else, or just focus all your resources with a very out of position Dusa and burst her down that way. We shall see. The tipping point for Apex is if they manage to hit, say, level 25 here on Wish with the Ags. Like, he is going to do a lot of damage. That Dream Coil DPS with a Parasma up, it's nothing to scoff at here from the side of Apex. Once this farm can get going from Wish. And Wish has been doing a fantastic job just keeping creep waves controlled, cutting off mid. He's got the mobility to ensure all the lanes are somewhat in check. Bot has been allowed through, so a slow poke from MOUZ at the very least, but not full commitment. Does drag everyone back here though from Apex, and See if MOUZ can make something happen off the back of that with her own smoke.
Well, there's a bit of a miss here for MOUZ because Roshan is up, and it was actually a 26-second timer, I do believe, so a very, very quick one. MOUZ maybe just not expecting Roshan to spawn that fast. And they could just go for it. Again, I don't necessarily think Apex will try to fight, but they probably should. The MOUZ will take over the Radiant Triangle instead for now. Maybe hoping for a pickoff to really confirm Roshan is a safe play. In fact, they weren't waiting for a pickup, they were waiting for an MKB of Olnit. Now they'll make their move up. Problem is, there is a smoking coming. Apex, they are coming as 5. They want to fight for this Roshan. If they could somehow find Olnit first, it'd be pretty amazing, but he's not that squishy of a target on the Deucer. They'll wrap around far left side of the map. They'll get towards the Roshan pit before MOUZ does. Nobody's seen yet from MOUZ. They do not see each other. MOUZ will get some vision down on the right side of the twin gates, but it's pretty far off the Roshan. Roshan started. Are they really going to get away with this? Because I think MOUZ just think the Roshan pit's empty right now. They'll move in. Wish is looking to hold him back though with a Dream Coil perhaps, and he does move in onto Force. MOUZ very hesitant to try and force a fight now. It's looking rough to get in there. Requiem has been popped as well, though a nice boundless from Supreme, but it will not matter. Aegis is picked up by Sammy, but Olnit, he might find it immediately. Sammy's down, and he's right in the Wukong's command. Horrible position here for Sammy to try and fight him. Fade will jump in with the arena, but Sammy is gone. Yo, you got Roshan, but it just immediately meant nothing. Bignum will follow. Wish is down a boot. Fade is trying to fade away, but he is stunned through the TP. That'll be a 4-for-0 trade for MOUZ. And they will buy back on 2, but it's going to be rough defending without their SF.
Yeah, it's not going to be an amazing time for Apex. I'm a little bit surprised the way that fight happened. It felt like Wish had a good angle to break the smoke in the tree line. Your best play was probably just instantly arena and cut them off. Instead, Sammy commits to Requiem in the pit while everyone's still so far away, just to ensure the Aegis is picked up with no issue. And that just meant there was no follow-through for the fight to break out. So now you have security here for Olnit to just keep going. No worry in the world here for our Deuce, although mana is starting to fade away from pure damage of Yamson.
Yeah, Yamson caught out. He is just going to die Melodict if anything. Does go down to Olnit. Wish trying to pick off this Witch Doctor, but Bengen's going to be okay to back his way up.
Ooh.
Fade trying for a spear back on Olnit, does not quite connect. And in fairness, Olnit is quite low on mana, so it seems as though the defense actually works out. It does cost them Yansom's life, but they hold on to the tier 3 tower, and well, MOUZ, they just don't feel safe to make that approach onto the high ground without the Aegis up.
I think it's also twofold. They commit their buybacks very early on Apex, so they understand if they don't find anything off of these buybacks, MOUZ are still in a very happy position. Like, you don't have to be too concerned. They commit very fast on buybacks. You already did some good chip damage on the tier 3. You can afford to sit back for a reset. You find an amp damage rune up and running on Supreme, so he could look for a pickoff if he so wished. Does not look like he wants to stay in the firing line, though. For Apex's part, again, the fact they snuck away with Roshan was pretty big. It's just, again, the fight is just not the kind of fight they'd want. Requiem in pit, arena kind of falls flat. You have to deal with a BKB up now on Olnit, so he's not going to care for that damage coming in from Yamson any longer. At very least, doesn't need to care about Dream Coil as well. You're still level 23 here on Wish. Not quite 20 yet. Look at this position from Bengen. What a ward. Maybe thinking about trying to snipe someone.
Won't make the jump onto Wish, obviously. He would not have enough damage for that. Maybe just hoping for a quick support pickup. He's going to give the information over, though. Supreme will run into Bignum. Smoke is broken here on the MK, as we're seeing Sammy was not too satisfied with that last fight. Bignum gonna go down. At least they get Wish out of there. Wish will continue trying to creep skip.
I mean, that's all you can hope for right now in the puck. And that is how we've seen some puck games turn around, just from the stall that it can provide as it starts to itemize up. It's shifting away from the Ags now for Wish, just queuing up Lincolns, trying to stay protected up against Force. He knows that he still needs something defensive here to ensure that he can just play his game. Spear falls flat again from Fade. What?
Again? Fade? I mean, it might just be the pressure here, John. I mean, all that he has pretty much been standing still the whole time. Coil out, only landing on one. It's going to be the Witch Doctor. Bengan is still perfectly fine. He'll go for the Voodoo Switcheroo. Still has the Death Ward available whenever. Boundless Strike landing on 3 targets. They'll take down Yamson. He'll buy back immediately. Sammy, meanwhile, has been doomed by Force, and Force will just follow him right past the Tier 3 tower. Eventually looking to back off. Force may have gone a bit too far. Glimmercape will buy him a little bit of time, but the Spear is not going to help. Still, they do secure. Force is down. But can they really keep this fight going here, Apex? It seems like they can. Supreme now in danger. He'll be on the run. But Wish is chasing him down. Supreme, very low. Fade, looking for a spear. Doesn't quite land on the MK, but gets an Armin. As now Fade does go down to Olnit. Olnit, though, dropping low on mana. Gonna go for the man fight against Sammy, but the Requiem, no, it's not enough.
Oh my Lord.
It doesn't complete the animation. Bignum trying, but Olnit's still perfectly fine. Wish will jump in. Here comes Yamson. Yamson will get the job done. And they successfully defend high ground again.
That they do. And it's all pouring in now onto this puck. Wish is getting a lot out from all of these times spent in the fights. Hits level 25, gets a Dream Coil, piercing, debuff immunity. So now you start to have issues. Like, yeah, you're actually way more concerned about this puck. Just the hold you have for the puck right now isn't amazing. You're very dependent on the Orchid usage. You're very dependent on just the Doom or a Boundless Strike to try to hold him in place. Maybe the Gleipnir shot as well to pop the Lincolns. But it is becoming a challenge to try to lock in Wish. That is their big issue right now. Like this puck weaving in and out of fights, the Lincolns pickup just going to be doing a lot of work as well. And I think for the side of MOUZ, you probably want the Sight of Vice on someone or anyone to come in to help this issue. Bengen's queuing one up. Norman just going for a defensive Aeon Disc in his own itemization here. But Apex are hanging on. Mind you, they still have a 16k net worth deficit to play up against. It's still a long road until they can start to think about the opposite side high ground just yet. But they are staying alive. And now it starts to become a game about the puck. Can Wish keep dancing around? Can MOUZ find a way to pierce through the Lincolns, get some chain control off onto Wish? Because it all hinges on this puck. If Wish somehow gets caught out, and it could also just end in a flash right there.
I certainly agree that this is the puck's timing. That's for sure. As we are seeing our Dark Willow Bignum almost dying to the Tormentor, but he will barely make it out. It certainly does feel like the game is resting on Wish's shoulders here.
Just what I was waiting for.
You're at the stage as well where you might start to think about just an Ags pickup here for Wish, but obviously still wants the blessing as well. Going to be a lot of gold needing to be committed. Group up is here though from MOUZ. They don't want to wait that long. They'll group up, go for a 5-man smoke. Question is if they can find a pickoff before they approach high ground. Oh, they could find Sammy. Oh, they won't though. Sammy, he won't go get greedy running through the mid lane. Instead, they'll go into the triangle, but Olnit is right by their side. Yamson going for a D-Ward, does get caught with his pants down, but a nice force up onto the high ground and a sprink away. They haven't caught Yamson yet. Chase is on. Gleipnir will connect here from Supreme. Boundless Strike and Casters come out as well, and that should be Yamson dead. Meanwhile, towards the south, though, Olnit is fighting by himself against Sammy. Sammy gets to the high ground. Yamson still somehow alive. Should surely go down. Olnit, in the meantime, trying to go high ground. Yamson's life will finally be lost in the meantime, as now Fade will be chased. Fade caught out. Narman goes down meanwhile. Sammy takes him out. A very split kind of affair. But it seems as though MOUZ will come out on top as they are still continuing to just chase Fade down. But they'll have Boundless in one. They will miss the Boundless, and Fade, he gets out. Sentry placement from Bengun is there, but Fade is fine. Fade makes it out, but I can't say the same for Wish. And Wish was much more important than Fade was.
That he is. Makes... I don't know if you can really say he made a sacrifice. No buybacks left on Apex right now. Although it is coming back up for Wish in a few seconds, so he should be able to rejoin his team at the very least, but will not have anything like the Ags. And you can see again, this time they isolate Olnit, he still manages to get the BKB. Not an easy target to go for. MOUZ, they smell blood and water.
Invictus is going to go down pretty quickly. Wish does have buyback now available. He's going to do it immediately. Olnit dropping low on mana. Could be in pretty big trouble trying to run away. A balance strike and a dream call is out. They still have the Medusa alive, but surely not for long. He's still dropping. They'll try to heal him up. Olnit, is he really making it out of this? The answer is yes. He's walking out. How do they not have the damage to just finish it?
Well, a really nice Glimmer Cape came in, and as we've seen in these two fights back-to-back, invisibility is invincibility, Michael Phoenix. Detection just not there. First it was the Trickster's Cloak of Fade, now it's a Glimmer Cape coming out from Narman. That nice. Saves the day. Outstanding. It happens, it happens. There's no invis here, so you don't expect a random Glimmer Cape to pop out all of a sudden and suddenly they just get to bail out.
I feel like you do expect it, John. Hey,
I don't know how recent... To be fair, I don't know how recent Narman's Glimmer was. He did rush 4-staff Orchid, if I recall right. Okay. So it could be a little bit fresher. Fresher than it is, you'd assume it to be. So it can catch him off guard. It was really curious as well. Fade blinked in, instantly got silenced up by this accursed Mindbreaker, and just died. That is rather unfortunate still.
Oh, Supreme. Supreme has just died. Gets caught by the Twin Gates trying to get to the Roshan pit, and Supreme is down. Problem is, Roshan, it is still happening. And Apex, I don't know if they realize, but they don't want to go through the Twin Gates. They wanted to run up the old-fashioned way, and sadly for them, Roshan is now complete. Olnit will be able to pick up another Aegis. There's also an Ags Blessing here for Bengun, who picks it up. And so they're just going to wait for Supreme to respawn. And I highly doubt Apex can do anything in the meantime.
No. They could try for a tier 2 if they really wished. Ags is passed along to Force, so AoE Doom on hand, simplifying the process to try to pin down this puck. And
speaking of that puck, John, Wish. Oh no!
What? Oh my goodness.
Oh no. So that accursed Mindbreaker you talked about, John, it did it again. But he blinked right into it.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, Like, Fade blinks into the Mindbreaker hit. Wish blinks in. Yeah, it's something you sometimes just forget.
Did he not have Yules available?
I think he did. What really caught him off guard was probably just the Lincoln's pop into the sight of Vice of Bengen. I think that was really the big thing. So he doesn't instantly Yules, maybe doesn't expect anyone else to be hanging around with Medusa, and does get punished. No buyback on Wish, as he did buyback earlier on. Numbers advantage for MOUZ as Supreme is respawning in. And this is a very ugly situation. Without the puck, I just don't know if you can actually do this without Wish.
Now a full Swift Blink on Olnit. Now Sammy's working towards the Satanic as fast as he possibly can. Certainly will help his cause, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be quite quick enough. Refresher Orb, though, on Fade can make all the difference. We've seen these Mars plays, when they do land, it does tend to end up being quite effective here for Apex Genesis. Midrax is gone, though. Olnit does take it down very easily. Onto the T4 towers he'll go, so just forgetting about the bottom racks altogether. He just wants to rush this game finish. Gets one T4 tower. Looking for a second, but Sammy will start to get to work here against Olnit. Problem is, Olnit is happy to 1v5. Apparently, his Fade. No, the disruption.
Narman.
Perfect disruption from Narman. And now they've caught out the Mars. Fade will try to run, but the balance will land, and Force eventually cannot get the damage off. Force is the one to go down, but here goes the Ancient. Olnit just focusing it right down. Fade, he'll drop the arena. They'll try one last time, but they're just being ignored completely here by this Medusa. Olnit does not give a crap. He's right after the Ancient, and the game is over. GG called. Game 2 will go MOUZ's way, and that'll be a 2-0 victory in this best of 3 against Apex Genesis.
And again, considering the format, one little win like that sets you up nicely here on MOUZ to have maybe a smoother run through our group stage. For the side of Apex, of course, not the end of the world. They still have a leeway of one more loss before it goes into like that fine line where you're in the danger zone, but that does mean you're going to be playing more series here for Apex Genesis. You have to look for a way to bounce back in. Overall, Game 2 draft, a lot better. Again, there's a little bit more play coming out, but you can certainly see the difference in just how much experience MOUZ has. They've been in this LAN setting before. They've played together as a team for a lot longer than, say, this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Wallachia Season 2. We are on to our second series of the day between IG and Alliance in its MLP Dota and Dronix fight. Jonathan, exciting times. These two teams, we haven't had the pleasure of casting them in quite a while. Can't wait to see what happens with this one.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Again, Alliance picked up the Dandelion stack, and they ended up placing second, I believe, in the qualifiers initially for Wallachia Season 2, but they do manage to get an invite in, again, because of all of these roster shuffles coming up. They were in line to get in case a team couldn't come. And it's going to be interesting to see them. You and I have not casted any of the players on Alliance in some time. I think the last time we saw most of these players was on, what, Waska, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, some time back. So it's going to be interesting to see how they form up. Again, their run in the close qualifiers was pretty damn good. I'm keen on seeing what they can do here in our opening series. IG, for their part, has had some roster changes, of course. They brought Ollie back in. And it's going to be interesting to see them, because this is a team that I feel like was always on the cusp, always trading blows and going out. Their individual players in this roster are all very strong. It's just a matter of all of them forming up together and playing a game, but they're not too unfamiliar with each other anyway. So I don't think that adjustment period is going to be as rough for IG, but still, you have to kind of be ready for this, because Dandelions in this form has been around, I think, for quite some time, at least 1 year now, playing these qualifiers. So should be a very interesting match for us to watch here.
It should be, Jonathan. I mean, I want to say going into this, IG might just be the favorites between the two, based off the fact that this IG roster's just been around for such a long time. Even with Ollie rejoining, you know, they know each other very, very well. But like you said, this Alliance side has been playing together for a while as well. So I can't confidently say either side is a favorite until we see at least what happens in game number 1. And as you can see, John, draft's already underway. We do have an Ench first pick for Alliance. IG opting to go for the Mirana first pick, which is quite interesting, because you were pointing out in the last series that Mirana is not going to be anywhere near as popular as it once was.
Yeah, I mean, it's been severely nerfed in every aspect for Solar Flare, so it doesn't feel as amazing. It can still be strong. I'm wondering if IG are actually opting to just pick this up as a straight support now for themselves. I mean, it does still make sense, especially in this opening salvo, but Alliance opting for the Enchantress first. Mirana, as a support, can just deal with any enchanted creep with an arrow. So you don't need to worry too much about the laning presence of the Enchantress in this case. So we also had our initial bans, of course, Tusk, Naga, Nature's Prophet, and Shadow Demon being banned out by IG. Alliance, for their part, taking care of that. Invoker, Puck, Nyx, Mars, and Timbersaws. Taking care of some big off lanes here that can come out from Zeal. I'm very curious what our Zeal hero is, because it does feel like in a lot of the teams we see Zeal on, feels like a lot of their tempo does come out from Zeal having a good lane. Like, he tends to take that early activity, translates it well, especially on stuff like, say, his Timbersaw. Now that's out of the question. I'm wondering which way they go for the offlane. I'm very curious to see what the priorities are. Still a lot of pause ones left in the pool as well. Of course, Luna's still there. Wind Ranger we haven't seen yet. It has been pretty ignored with the nerfs it's taken. I'm wondering if that's something Alliance might be taking a look at more so than on the side of IG. We'll have to see what bans, but I'm already kind of happy from what IG's doing different, right? Like Shadow Demon ban is big. They ban out the Enigma as well, which is a solid offlane pick that we have seen start to take some popularity, as we have seen in some of our qualifiers, and they do manage to pick Clockwork up. The Clockwork has felt really good. In fact, I would dare say it did get kind of buffed off with the way it pulls slightly biased towards the outside now. So you have a little bit more of an easy time to line up some kicks inside. It can feel pretty good for clocks nowadays. And of course, again, in the most recent qualifiers you and I were casting, we saw Cuckoo kind of pop off in this hero, and it just looks insane when it has a good game.
Yeah, and the recent change is really interesting. As a Clockwork spammer myself, Jonathan, I don't want to see the hero get nerfed, John, but I was quite shocked. Because the cogs change with the facet, it feels like a buff. And I was like, well, hold on a minute, they're buffing that facet?
10 seconds remaining.
It's very interesting that it gets a bump up, considering that the other facets just never picked up, unless it's picked accidentally.
Yeah,
that's the only way you pick that. You forgot to change your facet during strategy time. No one willingly picks that allied hookshot. It's an interesting concept, but it just kind of means that you're not initiating Mr. Clockwork, which is not necessarily what you want there. Do you see the next picks, of course, for Alliance? They went into the Dark Willow with the Tiny, so they've secured their support duo. Enchantress Dark Willow can do quite a lot on the map. You've got an Initiator in your Tiny already on hand here for the side of Alliance as well. More than likely a mid, but I am curious to see if they kind of tried to flex that. We have seen a longer time back, but of course pause one Tiny was a thing even in this past year, although not as much as it used to. Primal Beast for IG, a very solid lane on mid or off lane for Zeal, as we've seen him play this quite a fair bit on the off lane. Could just be securing themselves a very stable start on the off lane. Like Primal Beast plus Mirana lane is not too shabby. There's some good poke from afar. Maybe setting up for stuns isn't as straightforward. You could try to set up with an onslaught push into an arrow and then try to trample on top. That can be high kill lane. And they'll go for the Luna as well. So this is looking more like a support Mirana, which does mean, again, probably a Primal Beast Mirana lane, which makes a lot of sense. And there is still power in the Mirana. Mind you, right? Yes, they nerf Solar Flare. It's not as insane. You tie that in with a Luna, though. Solar Flare on Luna is kind of insanity. And that is already a little bit worrisome to kind of have to play into here for Alliance.
Oh, it certainly is. Still Alliance, they do go right into the Beastmaster, and you can see all smiles, apart from maybe Loda, who is obviously concentrating. Jonathan, he is the coach for the team. Shout out to the coaches as well. Of course, your Colt and Loda. You and I had the pleasure of meeting the man himself, Mr. Loda, at TI in Singapore, Jonathan. Very nice guy. Loved him.
Absolutely is. It's rather interesting as well that Loda steps back into captaining. Leon Arthur Dota goes into team principal, I believe, for Alliance. So a little bit of a switcheroo.
What does that mean?
What does team I have no clue.
Mean anyway? Okay.
I have no clue. But he does switch into that role, and Loda takes a more active position. So I'm keen on seeing how much Loda can bring out from this, not necessarily less experienced squad, but certainly so on the LAN environment here for Alliance, and how they perform and what ideas they bring out. Again, they go with the Beastmaster coming out here on Alliance's end, so they've got a stable off lane. You're likely looking now at a Beastmaster Dark Willow lane, which can play nicely. There is some aggression if someone oversteps. They can start to punish the Clockwork a little bit more as well. But it's also not the most unplayable lane for Luna overall. It should still be manageable here for the side of IG for Fly to just farm up a Storm. Curious to see what are banned out in mid. We see the Husker ban from Alliance, which is very interesting because of certain changes coming in. I don't know if the coaches I talked to are just insane, but again, Coach JL from Expiration has offhandedly just said, do they want us to play healing Husker now? Support healing's Husker. And I'm like, maybe? But, you know, we're not finding out here, at the very least.
No, we certainly are not, thankfully. It is gone. Final picks to come. Alliance, they'll have to make their last pick first. Still looking for a carry. Oh, excuse me, a carry or a mid. Depend. I'd say still a pos 1 that we're looking for here for Alliance. Should just still be a mid tiny we're looking at. Don't think they'll try anything too fancy with anything like a carry tiny. It's been a while since we've seen that. Alliance.
What do you have left to kind of deal with, Luna? The Alchemist is still there if you want that. Although I don't think the core necessarily works for the Alch, but you do have a Tiny to kind of kick things into overdrive and hunt down this Luna early on. No Morphling option, no DK. We did see an occasional Drow pick. They will just go for the Monkey King. So go for a very safe pickup here on the side of Alliance. I do like this Tricor. It's fairly durable, triple melee into relatively short range from the Luna. Doesn't feel too bad. They will pick up the Storm Spirit though on IG's end.
Ooh.
So they do manage to slide with the Emo special early on here for IG. And I am keen on seeing how this all pans out. We do have Nande playing that Monkey King safe, so it is a Mobe Tiny on mid. Overall, in terms of draft, my concern going forward for Alliance is catching the Storm. Like, Emo is not going to be an easy target to pin down. You're going to have to commit Roar onto him more than anything else. And even getting Roar on a Storm pre-blink on Beastmaster can be maybe a little bit more of a nuisance than you'd expect. So I do expect Emo to kind of carry that pace along with Zeal. They have really good high mobility heroes to an extent here for IG to get that chase. Right, you have Onslaught, you have the Zip Forward, you have Hook Shot coming out from Ollie down the line. But I do love how pumped up Alliance is. Look at that. High team spirits overall. They're happy with their draft. There is a way to play around this. And their team fight is respectable. Their scaling is pretty good here as well.
I hope they're pumped up, Jonathan. They just got picked up by Alliance. They're in Romania. They're playing in Wallachia Season 2, John. They should be pumped up. It's good to see the boys excited. Again, against IG's draft, I mean, they're perhaps feeling quite confident here based off the smiles we did see. It does kind of feel like it's going to be somewhat of a free Storm Spirit game. Obviously, you do have the Roar you mentioned. You do still have Avalanche Toss. You have Boundless, you have Brambles, but nothing really big to counter the Storm this game. And this is an Emo Storm, which I would dare say is probably his favorite, if not his best hero. So things can get a little bit scary. And I say favorite, maybe Invoker is, it's a bit hit or miss with Emo, but his Storm is quite scary is what I'm trying to get across here, John.
That it is. And again, we have seen what happens when Emo does manage to pop off on that Storm. He starts to build up those galvanized stacks. He's all over the map. He's buying homes for $1 million. And, he's got the galvanized steel to back that up. Yeah, you haven't had it in a while, Mike. I haven't managed to pull out that meme in a while. It's getting stale, but I'm going to ride it until it's dead. That's my promise. It's a great meme.
It's not that it's getting stale, John. It's just a bad meme. It's so bad.
It's a great meme. You have no taste. You have no taste. You're not a Sigma. You have no Riz. You don't stick your Giat out. You're terrible.
I literally worked as a carpenter once upon a time, John. If anyone, I should find this funny. But it's just, do we even use galvanized steel for build houses? I don't think we do anymore, right? Australia's got a housing problem, John. Don't get me started. You're really going into a rabbit hole you don't want to go in right now.
Can't you just ride the meme without thinking about the rising cost of housing, Mike LaPhoenix?
No.
Can't you just relax for a moment and just have fun?
I bet you somebody who's watching this just rolled their eyes, like, immediately after you made that joke. In fact, probably thousands of people, because we are going to have a spike.
Dude, why are you acting like they roll their eyes when that a joke? It's every joke. You're acting like it's just that one time. It's every time, Mike LaPhoenix. Come on. Get off your high horse. Stop thinking so highly of us. Be sad.
Alright, here we go. Oh, IG, they're going to move into the Dire Triangle. They have kind of missed out on the targets they may have been looking for towards the southern side, as the Radiant Jungle is currently occupied by Alliance. Could still hope for a fight, but they do. Kadaro kind of moving in, finds out the hard way they were hanging about, though does get the healing wisps off, but it doesn't matter. He is down, and to make matters a lot worse, Emo will be the one to secure first blood. Although, another fight to break out. Now, they will try to go onto Fly, seeing if they can pick off this Luna, and it seemed like Skylark might be able to do it, but a nice arrow will fly in from Baboka to save the day. Is now Fly will turn around for a Lucent Beam, and turns out he will survive to see the lane.
And he will, but at very low HP to walk into that lane now for Fly. Heck, even Desire still looking to cut off here. Good aggression early on. IG more than happy, of course, to take that first blood onto Emo. But they have at least softened up this bot lane for themselves just a little bit to play with. Still taking a look at the top lane, of course, you do have Nande and Kidaro up against Zeal here, along with Boboka on that Mirana. And again, you have a really good counteraction with Mirana into the Ench. Of course, Kidaro did offer the Wisps level 1 as he was being chased down. No enchant, no creeps to worry about just yet. But Boboka can get short work done on that very easily. The matchup as well for Zeal is not that bad. Like, yes, Monkey King, melee matchup for monkeys tend to be good. Uproar can turn that around, as the extra armor can make it a little bit harder to actually look for that burst play onto Zeal. And again, there's always the threat of an onslaught trample. You can always cut the tree line nicely as well if the monkey tries to retreat here. So it's not like it's very easy for Nande to just weave in and out up against a very smart primal beast.
Absolutely. How's that bottom lane going? I mean, there's Skylark and Desire against Fly Oli. It should be alright. I mean, for now, Skylark's had a fantastic start to the lane. Obviously, had the wave right by his tier 1 tower, so a nice easy start for him. It does feel like the Beastmaster will be off to a pretty good start in this laning phase. Obviously, Fly can't do too much about the Beastmaster, and Oli will be busy trying to chase down Desire. In fact, he's doing a lot of damage here to Desire, but sadly at level 1 cannot finish off the kill.
Not quite. Does force the salve out at the very least, so again, some resources being expended here on Alliance's end. But we have seen what happens when you do have a strong lane on the Beastmaster, of course, although...
He's alright. Zeal won't quite be able to continue trampling over the Ench, and he does have the overprotective Wisps facet, so it is going to be pretty hard to kill the Ench this game.
That it is. And you just have to you just kind of need to leverage that durability up here. You're going to be feeling pretty good in just trading blows, and they are providing a lot of spacing for Nande. 16-5 compared to Zeal 6-0. Primal Beast not really able to get that much out of this lane, which is not the worst thing in the world, but certainly doesn't bode well for, say, the early timings of the Primal Beast. Should still be happy with just EXP at the very least here. The mid lane, we are seeing Mobe up against Emo. And so far, this is a lane Emo is at least winning out nicely on. Can always play with a static remnant, static slide. Not the biggest threat from the tiny early to line up for Avalanche Toss. This can start to swing towards Mobe's way as level 6 starts to approach. If he hits 6 earlier, there is some nuking potential if they can get a rotation out. And that is one aspect for Alliance that I feel like they need to leverage. If they can get space for Kidara to rotate out with a good creep, things can open up around the map off the back of that.
Yeah. Mid lane, I mean, Emo's getting quite a bit of farm here. You are still keeping parity here with Mobe, but Mobe now is starting to feel the kind of brunt of Emo's damage. Keep in mind, Emo did go for Shock Collar for his facet, so things can get a little problematic here for the side of Alliance, and Mobe certainly feeling the brunt of this storm. Is just look at the damage output, just constantly harassing, has the vision on the high ground. Mobe, not really much he can do right now in this mid-time. Bottom. Bit of a chase on the Desire, but he's okay.
Yeah, just doing a great job of just zoning out. I'm very keen on seeing this Shock Collar come into play down the line. I almost just thought it was Static Slide just because that's always what you go for, but the Shock Collar is very fascinating. That debuff is actually really annoying, especially for any right click here. Of course, that's going to be a constant nuisance to the Monkey King if he does get jumped. Speaking of, they are making plays up top here.
Yeah, Zill's in big trouble. Zill, oh, nice arrow from Boboka. Barely going to allow the distance for Zill to get away, but the balance is there in the Warpine Raider. How short is the range? He's got C-shot in 1 second. Zill, oh, the fog. No, he's got him. Zill is down. Kidara will voice line him immediately, and well, I mean, the melee range might be low, but the siege shot will be enough. Look at that Giga Chat. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, yeah. Gets the work done. Again, a rough time for Zeal in that off lane. Not even getting that much EXP, but being forced to walk all the way back. At the very least can still TP back in, but Primal Beast slightly behind in EXP does not feel great. It does feel like, for now, IG's momentum does have to come in solely from Emo, who is having a fantastic time in mid, forcing a salve usage out onto Mobe. and having himself a good, easy ride into 6. Mind you, Mobe is not lagging too far behind in terms of the EXP department, despite the 10 denies here from Emo. He's got 5 denies of his own on Mobe. So he's kind of equalizing just fine overall. You see some gate movement into top lane here from IG, though.
Very early on here between Fly and Ollie, they wasn't expecting the rotations this early from the Luna, but perhaps she's having a bit of a rough time here against the Beastmaster, and I think that may have just been the case. Fly was stuck on 17 CS, comparatively to the 35 and 13 of Skylark on the Beast. So it turns out Fly was just not having the laning stage he wanted, and does decide better of it. And I don't really blame him. I mean, he's got half the CS of the Beast. So much better to just take this T1 tower early and maybe just start jungling and farming the top lane.
Yeah, I do appreciate this early ramp ward coming out from the side of Alliance from Kidaro. Does spot that rotation, allows them to back off, ensuring that only the tower gets taken, nothing else to be found here for the side of IG. And get to just pull back and build up still on Nande. Again, they are providing some space out for this Luna at the very least with that movement. Fly just TP's down bot, all the way in his bot jungle, of course, very far from the tier 1. And they just want to keep that arms race. Mind you, all of this free space for Beastmaster is going to be a concern.
Yeah, a pretty big concern, I'd say.
Yeah, a little bit interesting for the Dominator in comparison to the usual Ags we see in C, but there's a lot of utility, of course, with the Dominator into the Overlord. And it can just connect with the Enchantress, into the Enchantress nicely. Once you have the Overlord, you're not going to care too much about stealing back and forth. Smoke out here from IG. Emo is set to go. I mean, he's got a lot of mana. He's got the ball lightning set. Just needs a target.
Might just find one. Bottom lane, you do have Skylark farming just below the tier 2 tower. This will be a very big pick-off if they can get it. Skylark now going to see the Boca. Zip is there. He will commit the roar immediately, but there is no helping coming. Skylark is dead. He's farming very, very deep, and they'll even find his dominated creep to make matters worse. So Fly not only finding a hero kill, but finding an extra plus 100. Happy days for the Luna, who was struggling when it came to the net worth.
Yeah, helps you bounce back just a little bit more here on Fly, and still needs a lot of room out. I think the pain being inflicted from Alliance in the other lanes is still being felt. Like, Zeal's still stuck at level 4, even Kidaro's level 5 now. So this Primal Beast is not going to be in action anytime soon. And all they need on Alliance now is maybe just a little bit more time on Mobe. Say a blink timing on your Tiny, and you're kind of set to go with this initial timing coming out from Skylark. Heck, Skylark only lacks the ultimate orb now for the full Overlord. Buying out the recipe very early on. Still 2,000 gold until that's fully up. They are just set to smoke now on Alliance. Kidaro, Mobe, looking for a move up. Again, Zeal's been hurting in this top lane, man. Very, very exposed target.
Very nice smoke break from Boca, though. Mobe not going to be able to close the gap this time. So Mobe will just kind of leave. Like you said, Zill's already been having a really tough time. But at the very least, it doesn't get any harder. Doesn't die, thanks to Baboka. Gonna find a nice little creep for himself. Going back to the Beastmaster item build-up, I know you were a little bit shocked about the Helm of the Overlord. There was that slight nerf with the Drums of Slom. I believe they reduced it from 25% heal to 20%. Yeah, I mean, it's not a big drop, is it? To see... maybe just the Helm of the Overlord, just a better build-up with this style of draft, or maybe Skylark just prefers it.
Yeah, I think it's down to a little bit of preference. And see, the preference has mainly been Ags, but when we're watching TI, in the few games we'd see, you would see a little bit more Dominator coming out, especially on lands. So, just different ideas. Again, the tempo is there for Alliance to play off the back of a big Ancient creep anyhow. A little bit of a collapse down here. He's don't really manage to get chased down just yet on IG's side. And for IG, it feels like this lineup, again, even though they're only about 1k behind, it does take more time for them to build up because that launching point in Zeal isn't ready yet. They just kind of need to try to stem the bleeding, keep that farm game going. And they've got Solar Flare up, though. And that's where things can get maybe a little bit interesting if they do commit. Doesn't really look like they want to go too far just yet.
That toss damage was kind of ridiculous, and poor old Ollie just removing half his HP. It's what it is. It's tiny after all with crash landing. You can't really do too much about it. 2-1, 1k net worth lead for Alliance. So still having a great old time here on the Dire side, but still a very even game. most of that net worth is currently sitting on Skylark, in all fairness. So the Beastmaster, again, pretty much had a free lane for himself. Helm of the Overlord, just about 1k away. So he'll just continue playing a slow game and farm up. I wonder if they try to capitalize off the Helm of the Overlord immediately, or whether Alliance want to slow play this a little bit. I dare say, though, once Mobay has like a blink up, you are starting to look like you're in a bit of trouble as Alliance. Well, they will try to jump Mobay. Emo, not anticipating the Invis rune to be available here for Mobay, so he's going to be fine. And so IG, they'll have enough, get their way out of there. And for a hero like Tiny even, that shock collar is going to be really devastating. Because that's like an extra 200 damage that you're doing to yourself just by right-clicking. Toss. Yes, they caught the clock. Ollie, he's going to try and escape, but there's no chance out of those brambles.
Nah. Nice simple pick off for the side of Alliance. Allows a little bit of a siege onto mid. You have some good right-click damage that can come in. And your defense options on IG are just pretty limited. Good defense of the cart as well. Kadara does manage to block it off. Even forcing out the Fortify first time around here. Again, for IG, they just can't play. And there's no way Zeal will want to connect early. He is starting to make his way down bot, though.
They're going to try and defend. Ollie is back, but Nande right on the tree line watching them as they try to make some form of a play. Zip forward to get the illusion room, but Emo's used half his mana for that. You always on the low ground. Whoopsie daisies, Emo. Avalanche connects, tosses up. Emo's in a bit of danger. He'll zip away again, and he's going to make... That was a little bit close for comfort, I want to say, Emo. Just the mana was getting very low.
That was not low enough. They do manage to somehow defend their tier 1 as well at 187 HP. But it is just one shove away from just completely being taken out. I will say one thing for the side of IG. The shard timing on Emo could be devastating. Think about that. Shard with the shock collar. Everyone gets overload. So you reapply the buffs. With Solar Flare on top, you're going to be eating through those Overlord charges very quick, and you can punish literally anyone quite fast. It's a lot of damage to just bounce back in for free. So that's going to be interesting to see if Emo will try to actually just outright buy his shard, rather than hope for it from the Tormentor. That's one thing as well.
Smoke up. They're running right into Emo. I mean, he's not the easiest target, but if they can get the initial lockdown, they cannot, though. Again, without the Blink Dagger up on Mobay, it's pretty challenging to actually get the initiation you're looking for. While this is happening, by the way, Roshan's happening here from Skylark. Skylark just deciding to go for a solo Roshan play, and it looks like it may just work out for him.
Yeah. He's got that Inner Beast active as well, the Beast mode on, so he can't just rip Roche to shreds. IG has no idea that such an early Roche is being taken. Free Aegis up, just like that.
That's cheeky. That is very cheeky from Skylark. IG definitely caught off guard there. And again, I mean, Skylark not too interested in fighting yet. He'll go back as Emo now. Dropping low on mana, going to try for a TP play up. The Terrorize is going to land. Very nice from Desire. And Emo not going to be too happy about that death, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice kill for free here from Alliance. They take away some early Galvanize stacks, less mana regen for the Storm. Hasn't had too much activity out here from Emo as well, so it's going to need to try to kind of work to regain those with 3 pickoffs. Witchblade's almost done in Emo. They still hold onto their triangle, but not much scouting done here by Mobay. Still with a mid-tier 1 gone, invasions can open up for Alliance. And they're starting to hit their own early strides. Maelstrom up on Nande. Faster farm pace for our Monkey. You've got still an open build up here for Skylark. They'll get the jump out onto Flyfly.
Or will. Flyfly, another big target, and Flyfly's down. Skylark doing some fantastic work here on the Beastmasters. Now they look to go through the Twin Gates and perhaps find a bit more. Zeal gets hit by the Boundless Strike. Desire gets a nice Brambles off, cancelling the Onslaught mid-charge. And Zeal is gone. Well, Alliance, I'll tell you what, I like what I'm seeing here, Jonathan. This is pretty strong play from this dire end. Ollie?
It is.
Nice hook shot away. But Simeon strike. Uno reverse. Nande's got him.
It's just a rough time for IG. Again, you're not ready to play in Zeal. This is the most inactive we've seen Zeal very recently. It's just a wait for the BKB. He knows he has no way of just committing early on until that debuff immunity's up. Heck, even with the BKB, you've got Roar to worry about. And Skylar can just easily commit it onto you. It doesn't feel like Emo's a threat yet, considering how underfarmed and underleveled Emo is at the moment in this game. A 3-6 start for Alliance, as they do manage to set themselves up quite nicely early on. 4K lead up. You've got this Beastmaster that's set to pop off into the Ags now after that after that Overlord. So you will still have the Drums of Slom. I think the one thing the Drums of Slom nerf does is it does delay like the ultra tankiness of Beastmaster with the drums into like a later Dagon timing. Like, you kind of have to build up into the bigger Dagons now to kind of get some of that old healing back, but it's still highly effective, of course, in terms of just free damage coming out, and even just a little bit more sustain for the Beastmaster up front always feels good. IG, for their part, they just need so much more farm. Again, BKB for Zeal has to come in. You need so much more as well in Emo. He has double blades up, just not enough quite yet to make a play, and your supports are ready. It's just when with no easy core to connect to.
Oh, but Boka, that was his last leap charge. Nice easy pick off here from Obey. Oh, I really like the way Skylark's played this, John. You know, just the Helm of the Overlord rush into the Ags build up, the early Aegis pick up, like everything's just really nicely being played here by Alliance. And I'll tell you what, I mean, they're making this game look very easy. It just seems like the tempo is completely out of control now for IG. You start to wonder how they're going to even make a comeback here, how they're going to delay the game long enough. Because right now, Alliance, it feels like they could be knocking on your high ground very soon.
Yeah. They don't have too much to be concerned about. You just have this free siege coming in. They've got the repositioning already coming out from Nande.
Yeah, they've got a target. Fly. He's gone. That's the one guy you really don't want to see dying right now, but it's not going to happen, as Ollie will at least make it out. And so will Zeal.
And that's all you can hope for. At the least, Zeal has his BKB. We have to see this start to have some impact. There should be some confidence to start playing together on IG. Right? Like, there's so many straightforward combos. Onslaught forward, pulverize down into an arrow, connect with hook shot, connect with a cogs play. They just need to start finding some kills here on IG.
Absolutely. I mean, they're not really splitting up either here, Alliance. They're just staying as 5, which is definitely the smarter way to play this kind of draft, I think. I mean, the smoke from IG is just to get in position to farm, get some wards down while you can. There's certainly no chance of a fight really breaking out here on IG's end of things. Things are rather tough right now if you are the Radiant team. I mean, if you can drag this game out for another 15-20 minutes, I mean, their draft does start to look pretty scary, but with the way Alliance is controlling this map, it is going to be pretty tough to get to a stage where you feel confident enough to actually fight back. Now even Skylark just starting to work onto that T2 top tower. And don't forget you've got the Ench creep as well, so even faster now, just sending the creeps in to get the job done. Zeal will eventually clear them out, but you've lost so much HP off that tower as number Boka mid lane. Even Emo having his farm stolen, Baboka's been caught, and Baboka is down. Emo, he was the one stealing farm initially, but now he needs to run.
Yeah, can't really hang around that area. Release does manage to wipe a little bit of the stacks away, ensuring Flash Farm won't just be there. But you're still maintaining this lead on Alliance. You've got the full Ags up for Skylark. The Drums of Slom are available. A free siege up top without any real commitment here.
Bottom.
Zeal has to
try and force a fight. Mobe, he's in trouble. The Tiny doesn't get terrorized. In fact, it's designed to terrorize the other side. Mobe, Avalanche not going to save him. Does get a toss back onto Emo, but it's still not enough. They get a very nice kill. They'll give up Ollie for this. In fact, Emo, he's very low on mana. Balance will land, and Nande does so much damage with the Eclipse. Fly coming in clutch with the Eclipse. Going to be able to take down Nande, but here comes Kadaro now. Still, Fly looks like he's about to clean up. They've found Desire as well. So this fight surely going in the favor of IG. And Alliance, I mean, maybe just getting a bit too excited.
That they do. They didn't have Skylark around there. Again, he cleared out top. He took a tier 2 off the back of that engagement and did manage to pretty much solo kill Zeal in that process. So they're fairly happy still with map progression, but you are giving some back towards IG. Fly now number 2 in net worth overall. And this Luna is managing to get recovery out from the space given away by his team. Be able to find themselves a nice Tormentor here as well. Nice little freebie to take, probably for our 2 supports right now. I think he's going to go to Baboka. He does have the little bit of damage coming in with the leap, and the extra charge is always a little bit of a bonus. With a 5k advantage for Alliance, you're still in a very good position, but you, again, can't afford to really split up as we are seeing. I see a 4-man smoke here.
Ooh, Emo. That's a very quick kill. Skylark finding the perfect target with his new blink up now as well, and I mean, Emo at the very least has buyback if he needs it, but you really would prefer not to have to commit it this early, as they even pick off Ollie. Another nice easy pickoff. Onto the tier 3 towers goes Skylark, but he's gonna think better of it. He'll take it easy.
Yeah, no need to rush into it. Respawns are still relatively short for the side of IG, and they can just afford to sit back and try to keep this farm pace up on the side of Alliance. Keep shutting down that map, prevent them from going out into the jungle on IG's end, and work onto even bigger items. You've got a BKB lined up here for Mobe on our Tiny. Blatanier's still yet to come out on Nande. He did opt for a Mage Slayer first for some protection here, and a way to mitigate some of the magical damage, especially from Fly very early on. IG though, I feel like when they get their BKBs, it starts to become a little bit of an issue. Right now, you're very reliant on, say, this instantaneous burst from Obey. That disappears with a BKB up and running. And the Roar is going to be forced onto one of these BKB targets as well. And at that point, you have to kind of make a choice. Do you try to stop Zeal from getting the Pulverize off? Do you try to isolate Fly? Once his BKB is up. It can be a little bit harder in those engagements to figure out which is the right call. Are setting up for Roshan. 40 seconds until the respawn. And the side of IG have not set up anything forward to scout out Roche just yet either. So it does look like Alliance might be able to snag another free Roshan once more. But IG will smoke late. See if they find this flank into the pit.
I mean, they might have a chance. Roshan still 20 seconds away. IG wrapping around that Radiant jungle. We've got a Kai and Sanj now up on Emo. That might help a little bit in this next team fight. Smoke not broken yet. Ollie, he will break his on Desire, but misses the hook. Shadow Realm going to be there in time, though. An arrow does connect from Baboka. They're still going to try to take down Desire before this fight really starts. Desire, though, alive for now, but surely not for long as the jump is there. Skylark just deleting Fly. Ollie gone to boot. And now, well, Baboka, he'll follow his team very closely as Zill's going to try to run, but he is stunned up and he is dead. Everything's good until Skylark joins the party.
And it is. I mean, even the initial jump for IG just looked shaky at best. Missed hook shot, the rocket flare scouting out. I don't know if he even had a rocket flare just then, but with the smoke break, doesn't quite get the opening. And they find a decent enough angle. They're just not able to burst fast enough here from IG. And Fly just puts himself in a very compromised position up front, just to get pinned down by the onslaught of Alliance. Aegis comes up, they deny it on Nande. Okay. So no Aegis on hand.
What?
It's a misclick. He picked up the banner and he accidentally denied Aegis. It happens.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. You know, this is them debuting, I guess. But you know what? This is memorable. Emo, he does pick off Desire. I'm pretty sure I can hear Loda swearing somewhere in Romania right now, John. I mean, it's pretty far off from where we are, but I don't think Loda would have been too impressed by that Aegis denial. So, Alliance? I mean, do you slow down now? Do you have to play a slower game because you don't have that Aegis?
You might hold off onto the high ground. You could still go for the tier 2 bot for sure. I think that's an avenue that's still open here for Alliance if they so wish. They'll be taking their Tormentor first. Skylark getting the creep army to get that done for him. Slowly but surely, eventually, it will. Shard coming out for Desire. And we'll get a little bit more patting blocking with the Christ Crown upgrade up. We do have Aura slowly being built up here on IG. Vlad's finished up on Baboka. And again, Emo is going to work into a BKB. So, at the very least, triple core BKB timing for the side of IG is going to feel good as Flyfly finishes his up, although...
Yeah, well, Emo, Terrorize is going to connect on Emo right after the roar, and, well, sadly, Ollie trying his best to save Emo here, but it is just not going to pan out in their favor. And now they're looking for more. Baboka will be okay. Nande does not connect with the Boundless. But Alliance, I mean, Aegis or not, Jonathan, it seems like they can approach high ground once again.
Yep, they've got that siege potential up. Not too much time to kind of rip through here. You need Emo to be disruptive in the back, so you can't just commit at the moment on the side of IG. Fortify already forced out as the creep wave comes in, and nothing to be scared of, although...
Toss is out. They got themselves a nice target in the Baboka Mirana. Baboka immediately deleted. Zill's though trying to pick off Nande, but Nande's perfectly fine to balance out of there. Gleipnir out to catch down Zeal again, but they don't really care for picking off heroes right now. They just want the barracks. But it seems as though Alliance, they've lost their creeps, so they'll just go ahead and reset. No need to force it. Emo's also respawned. So back to the drawing board, back to the jungle. They'll come back another day.
It's good stall from IG, all things considered. And they did have to pop their fresh BKB on Flyfly and on Zeal, but they hold on to the racks. They force Alliance to just kind of reset. Mind you, still a 14k lead here for Alliance on top of everything else. And the angles in for IG just aren't clear. Like, you got Zeal jumping a good target. Does get the pulverize off onto Skylark. He's just so damn tanky. With a Granite Golem a while ago, and just all the stats he has, that bursting down Skylark just feels like an impossibility if you're not able to, like, get the jump in as well with your Storm here from Emo. So they need to maybe try to find a squishier backline, or just try to isolate off, say, Nande out of all the course. Might be the most susceptible to dying right now. It just doesn't feel like these angles are very easy to find for IG. To lose their last outer tower, IG still trying to push onto the mid at 28 minutes in, which is never a good sign.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It certainly isn't. They might get it though eventually. I mean, these illusions aren't going to get it done, but you know, a couple more of those bad boys coming in.
Is under attack.
Problem is, Alliance looking like they want to take another attempt at the racks again. Skylark's got another Helm of the Overlord creep up. They've got their Enchanted creep up. And here we go. They'll try again. Though this time it is a 5v5. Keep in mind, they don't have a pick-off to play with. But they don't need to commit their own bodies, as you can see very well, Jonathan. Pretty easy, just throwing the creeps in there. Mobay will eventually move in. And, well, IG, they don't really even fight back. They'll go for a smoke now, but it does feel a little bit late. As Alliance, they will play safe.
Yep, they do.
Whatever, man.
Banner is taken out, so at the very least they can clear out the creep wave, but melee rack's already taken. Hold on.
Nande's been caught. Gleipnir out is not going to help. Emo has found the Monkey King, and that's going to be Nande down. So the smoke still ends up paying off in a sense that IG gets something. But it doesn't really take away from the fact that you did still lose your mid-racks for nothing.
It does. Again, it allows a little bit of leeway for IG to try to play catch-up still on net worth. Still going to be a bit of time until you're fully set up to really be comfy in the big 5v5s. Again, we're waiting for Emo now on his BKB for the triple timing here, although...
Okay, but Poking completely blown up, and so is Ollie. There's just nothing these supports can do in a game like this. Again, I mean, Skylark deserves all the tips he's been getting. This man literally just carried the team on his back this game. Not that he needed to, John, because Alliance, they did not struggle at all. But from minute zero, Skylark just literally said, guys, I'm carrying. We're all good. Don't worry about it.
And we saw them, again, popping off after the draft, feeling themselves on Alliance's side for good reason. 9 to 23, 15k advantage, already ripping into the second set of racks. And this is off of Alliance denying their own Aegis. They didn't need it. I mean, you probably needed it on Nande, to be fair. He wouldn't be dead. But hey, they still siege high ground without it. What more if they had it, Michael Phoenix? It sends a message. Like, we don't need Aegis. You can't even kill us.
No.
You kill us, we still take your racks. Who needs Aegis?
I mean, it makes you wonder whether it was done on purpose, honestly, you know, with the way things have panned out. I wouldn't surprise me too much if they just wanted to, you know, get a bit of get people talking. I don't blame them. That's one way to do it.
Yeah.
9 to 23, 15k advantage. 1 racks up so far for Alliance. IG really not showing signs of life yet. I'll be frank with you, John. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's been a pretty bland kind of game here for IG.
That it has been. Just not a lot of activity. A much slower lane for Zeal on his Primal Beast special, which, to be fair, the lane matchup, again, isn't the best into Monkey King carry. It feels like at this point, even with triple BKBs up now, with Emo finishing his, it feels like you need a bunch of Lincolns up as well. Like, they have some Lincolns poppers, for sure, on Alliance. The Curse Crown, and along with Enchant, but at least to block off that instant roar from Skylark can open up some possibilities. There's, again, this cheeky little thing for Emo. If he bought out his own shard, that you can just burst everyone down in the middle of a team fight with Solar Flare-Up. You'll eat through all 3 charges fast. And that can be funny, but I don't know if it will really turn. It's a lot of damage if you can kind of stack it up. It's just a matter of, are you even going to be able to get that shard if you're just banking it from the Tormentor as well? That's the one thing. Alliance, what a bit of a small smoke. They've got refresh up on Skylark, double roar, double BKB set to go. Even double beast mode in the beast.
This is scary for Fly. I mean, this is already a scary position to try and farm in. But Nande, of course, now going to know exactly where he's gone. The Fly, realizing something's wrong, will TP out and does make it. Good TP play. Now, you really couldn't afford to lose Fly because he did not have buyback. He did just buy out his partner, so would have been really, really just disgusting had he died. Thankfully, though, for IG, they will carry on with their carry. Problem is, I mean, you're still stuck on your high ground. That's kind of the situation right now for IG. It's like, okay, you got your item, you made it out, but you're still stuck in base.
Yeah, it's... Oh,
Emo? It was a very aggressive play from Emo. Doesn't catch anyone, sadly.
I do like the idea. I think he was trying to cut off any tree that Nande might have jumped to, hoping for a tree cut into a burst play. Does not manage to snipe him in time, though. And Alliance, again, for their part, pretty relaxed, pretty chill. Just play the farm game. Maybe wait for next Roshan in a few seconds here. Spawning soon, although...
Well, this is a big one. Skylark gets jumped. This is a huge deal if they can kill him. And Skylark is going to pop the roar and try to run with the drums, but it's not going to be enough. In fact, now Mobe jumps in. BKB TP out, there's immediate, and he does make it. A very nice kill for IG. A very important kill. They'll even find Kadaro now. And Kadaro, while he is going to be annoying to kill, they'll get him eventually. Roshan's up. Scary times for Alliance. I mean, it's like the Alliance is probably feeling quite bad about this now because you deny one Aegis and now, well, the next Aegis, it's going the other way, which I really couldn't say I was not expecting from IG. And it seems like we are... IG? Look, we've lost Johnny for a second here.
I'm back.
John, are you there?
Yep,
oh,
yep.
Thank goodness. Hello, John.
Hello. A lot of things happened, but...
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, a lot of things happened. They do manage to get their opening on IG, just going back into that last fight. Great opening. Being found by Zeal, just BKB, again, isolating the Beastmaster with the follow-up of his team this time. And that is kind of all they need to do here on IG. If they can split apart Alliance, you mentioned earlier on, Alliance has been sticking as 5. Whenever they do split up, there is potential here for IG. They still have to play against an 11k deficit, to be fair. But they've got the security of Aegis now on IG side, although...
Oh, Fly. Oh, Fly, no. Well, he's caught out with the Aegis once. The problem is they committed Raw, and in fact, it looks like Skylark is going to die. IG, they're going to try and capitalize off this, going after Kadaro, but the Glimmer Cape is going to save him. So you took the Aegis away, but it's going to be another death on Skylark. I think he wanted to get the double Raw off, but he never really got a chance for it, and... Alliance, I'm not sure if you really call that a win.
Not fully so, no. A minute respawn is not the longest time in the world, considering there's still tier 2s defending your high ground, so it's not the worst sacrifice play to make on Alliance, but it's a lot of gold just again pouring back for free on IG. At least double roar will be there when he does respawn in. And IG starting to get some play. Again, this aggression out from Skylark without the backing of his team is starting to hurt Alliance's end. And for IG's part, despite the racks behind,
they found Nande as well. Zill's going to TP by the outpost, and Emo's going to zip right through, and they've got him. Another great kill. IG. They're really starting to hunt them down. And Alliance, I mean, maybe dropping the ball a little bit here in this game. What is it really was starting to feel like the game you just couldn't lose. But now IG, well, they're making a comeback here, John, and it's looking somewhat more convincing as the minutes go by.
And it is. It's just down to a 5k lead for Alliance. Again, they do have good scaling lined up here, at the least, on Alliance's end. Your Monkey King still has so much more room to grow, but Nande has lagged behind in farm, especially in comparison to Fly. All of this gold has been pouring out onto Skylark. He is trying to go into the Dagon now for some lifesteal. Some spell lifesteal on hand, so that can be a little bit more of a boon, but again, to get the old feeling with the old Ags, it does take a few more levels in the Dagon upgrades now to kind of make up for that lost 5%, and your cap is just gone. Just 5% less, of course. Full Satanic up and running now for Fly as well. Still has a refresh shard on hand. Double BKB, double Eclipse. Double Satanic is going to feel great for Fly despite losing the Aegis earlier on. And they will try to make a move onto the tier 2s. IG still playing a little bit more cautiously. Well, even though no defense is coming out from Alliance just yet. Instead, they'll try for a rear flank smoke. See if this one can pan out here.
Personally, really good Emo. He's going to jump right in. Avalanche Frost combination is there. Zeal copying a fair bit of damage, but the hook shot is in now. They found Skylark. That's the Beastmaster. That's the one guy you don't want to lose. Skylark, he'll survive thanks to the Glimmer Cape. There's no detection. He'll get the roar out in time, but he does go down. Fly trying to fight back, pops the refresh or BKB's up, goes for the Eclipse and makes it out. An ultra kill for Fly. Looking for the rampage and he's got it. Oh my goodness, IG. Coming back from the grasp of death here as Kadaro also caught. It'll be a full team wipe. In fact, that was a dieback on Kadaro.
Oh, Lord. The high ground's just completely open now, and with Luna, this does not take too long to rip apart. Alliance. They had an idea going for the rear. Again, it's Emo zipping in for the regen that catches them off guard. And again, just not being able to utilize this refresh up. Not able to double roar, and forced to buy back onto 2. The rest lacking their buybacks. IG can still go. They get a read. It's like they don't have full commitment. I'll just try to go for tier 4. And again, the Luna makes short work. That refresh shard. Double Satanic, double BKB, sustaining right through the middle.
Well, Avalanche toss up. They're going to throw Emo into the fountain. Emo going a bit too far, does go down, but he's got buyback available, and the Ancient is completely exposed here from IG. And they're just going right for the jugular, and I think they might have it. Alliance, they're going to try and defend. Mabe, that's a lot of damage. Baboka, he does go down. Fly, he's going to go back towards the Ancient, and the Ancient is just as good as gone. The Terrorize, it will connect, but it's not quite enough. Oh my goodness. So Alliance losing game 1 here against IG, and well, IG, they don't even look very happy about it. John, and I can't quite blame them. That first half of the game was horrendous for them, but they make it work. I can't believe what I'm saying. They've made this game 1 work.
Yeah, that's not the way I expected that game to end up. Again, with a significant lead coming out here for Alliance, you'd expect them to just carry that momentum. You know, they even deny Aegis. They still managed to find a high ground, but all of these small mistakes start opening up. Just one moment where Skylark's by himself, and they get that Blink BKB pulverize off. and then he dies back to back. Like, he's dead there for like 70 seconds. He gets that move onto mid after they take Aegis on IG, dies again after committing Roar without his team, just to clear Aegis. Maybe a little bit too trigger happy on the side of Alliance, because the foundations are there. Their laning phase looked insane. Their micro, their individual skill, their understanding of the lanes were really good on the side of Alliance, but up against seasoned players on IG who know how to look for small weaknesses, you have to be careful about just giving freebie kills like that in such a big core.
Yeah, absolutely. A pretty rough way to lose this game one. I really did feel like it's a game you just couldn't lose on Alliance, and I think the win probability was getting to roughly 80-85% at one stage of the game here for the Alliance end of things. But again, just very, very tough kind of ending. You know, going back how you deny the Aegis and then a couple of throws here and there, and suddenly IG back into the game. And my goodness, I mean, what a way to start this series, Jonathan. Game one now going to the IG way, and I wonder how you reset for Alliance, because you must be telling yourself, like, guys, we had that game in the bag, but we somehow found a way to lose. Like, is that confidence inspiring, or is that just, you know, is that just sad?
I think that's where, you know, maybe Lotus experience starts to kick in, right? He can see the positives and negatives from that game. He can try to mentally reset the team to prep for game two, tell them how to course correct. Because I feel like you shouldn't feel bad about that overall from Alliance. Maybe they don't expect to get punished as hard to give these plays up, but an IG, very seasoned team, very seasoned on the LAN environment, which they are on right now in the studio in Romania, Bucharest. And it was just small mistakes, man. Like, they just need to clean it up a little bit. I can see them working in game two to force us into a best of three, going all the way. But IG, there are a couple of things to look at there as well. The lanes were atrocious. That laning start was just not what you want to see for the side of IG whatsoever. Like, Zeal had no game. They pick him, the Problem Beast, to close out, and then the Monkey King into the Monkey King lane. It just could not get much done, especially with Boboka's Mirana. You know, in as much as you could try to push back an arrow, it's just not an easy thing to do. Of course, MVP is Emo. He did give a lot of the openings out here to IG early on. It's the one thing with the draft that you had from Alliance as well. Catching out Emo was a hard thing to do. It was really reliant on Skylark with Aurora, but as we saw later on in the game, he was trying to pin other heroes down other than that Storm Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. Emo getting the standout player of this game one, and oh boy, I just it feels tough for me even seeing that kind of loss for the Alliance side. I mean, props to IG for you know, getting through the game and making the comeback happen. Props to Emo, but it's, well, I kind of feel for the boys, Jonathan. I mean, it's a bit of a debut here for Alliance, and it's definitely not the way you'd like to start your debut. Nevertheless, Jonathan, I mean, at the very least, there is a game two. This is a best of three series. We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game two draft between IG and Alliance.
Previously Dandelions, now Alliance. This team is coming into Wallachia for their first LAN appearance. How are they going to do? Well, that's to be seen. I'm going to find out what their team's feeling like. I mean, Desire, how does it feel to be back on LAN and playing on here at this event?
I mean, it's my second LAN ever, so that's a new experience for me and my team. I think Nand and all these guys never been to LAN, only Skylar with the legendary Ad Finum.
Ad Finum, yeah.
And all the rest never been to LAN, so we go all in, no expectations, we will try our best.
And what's the level of excitement and nerves for you at the moment?
I mean, me, I'm just chilling. The other guys, I think they're a bit stressed, but Nand and these guys are very confident. They will just dive towers and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you've been playing with Nande for quite a long time now, and you've got Skylark coming back in to substitutes for Palantimos, right? You kind of, obviously, you rather play with your main player, but are you a little bit excited to have like those three back together for LAN?
We were playing 3 years together, and I think on lane we are very good together. We can communicate in Greek, so this is very good for me. This guy was always very skilled, just, I don't know, he was a bit lazy.
How do you feel like the team has improved since your formation? You know, like what are the biggest things you've kind of improved upon?
I don't know if we improved. I mean, we're definitely a bit better, but 1 year together, I mean, we lost finals to AVULUS to qualify here, then we got invited. We are a bit unstable. If we're in a good day, we can beat anyone, but in our bad day, we will lose to whatever team, you know, so we improved, but we need to be more stable.
Is there any part of you that thinks that being on LAN could help, you know, like having that kind of pressure could work to your advantage?
Maybe, just my first experience with, because I played in Malaysia, I think in Cell1 tournament with Wiha, Nico Baby, this roster back then, Ducalis, and we finished last, so my experience from there is not good, but I hope this time, I don't know, we feel more confident. I think we will finish good place.
Sure. So what kind of goals have you set for yourselves coming into this?
We set top 8, maybe it's a bit high, but from a team that plays tier 2, 3 tournaments and now gets invited here, we have nothing to lose, so we'll try our best.
Go for it, absolutely. Actually, I wanted to ask you about some of the other teams in the tournament because you know you've been around a long time now. You know a couple of players. Have you spoken to any of them yet? And are you looking forward to playing them? Wish, for example, I think you played with.
I mean, Neki is my friend from Team AVULUS. I talk to them. Amar is also every LAN we meet, we hang out.
Yeah.
But I want to play Falcons. I mean, they're super good, but it's gonna be fun.
Yeah. And why are you looking forward to that matchup specifically? Just because they're
Just
great?
Amar also, when you kill him, maybe tip him, you high five him. I mean, imagine you win Falcons, you will just also at them all the time.
Yeah.
It's gonna be mad.
All right, Desire, thank you very much for coming to talk to us,
Thank
and
you.
best of luck at this event.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at PGL's Wallachia Season 2, and of course we are in our game number 2 of this best of 3 series between IG and Alliance. Jonathan, in case you weren't watching Game 1, a bit of a rough start for Alliance. They had a game that I didn't think was losable. Sadly, things happened, and IG made a miraculous comeback. Game 2, let's move on from the past, Jonathan. What would you like to see changed up?
I think at the end, just playing together as a team, it kind of fell flat there for the side of Alliance. As the game went on, we saw Skylark trying to get some solo plays in. We saw IG find the isolation they needed to start to swing that game back. So just that cohesiveness as a unit, we saw it early on in the laning phase. We saw it in the mid game. We need to see it in the late game as well. Mind you, I mean, they also made, they denied Aegis, but I honestly don't think that was an issue. Right, like that first Aegis didn't even matter. They still siege high ground without it. So you can just wipe that off the slate. But again, just playing as a team, you have to do it. Skylark was getting a little bit crazy, reminiscent of, I hate to put Gary under the bus every single time, but Boom Esports 2018 is really the vibe I get. Or, what was that, Tigers beforehand with 1437 back in the day, those kinds of plays where they just go a little bit crazy. So tone down the craziness just a tad in the late game. I think the craziness in the laning phase, it's fine. It paid off. This aggression was really good. It caught IG off guard. We'll see if they can repeat that here, because IG's laning phase was horrendous. That was near impossible. Like, Zeal had no game for a long time.
Yeah. It was a really bad laning stage for IG. Just saying something, right? Because we saw how happy Alliance was after they completed Draft 1. They looked very confident. They looked very relaxed. They looked very excited. And they were right to be, Jonathan, because every lane went their way. IG, on the other hand, they were pretty stoic. And as you can see right now, Jonathan, they're still very stoic going into this game too. I can only imagine what happens if they have a style of draft that allows them to dominate the lanes. And here we go. Already off to a fantastic start in the Shadow Demon. And Alliance, they're going to go straight for a Natus Prophet.
I'm not convinced with the NP opener. Yeah, we've talked about this again in the most recent qualifiers we saw in Southeast Asia, but this hero, as just the first pick overall, it can fall flat. There are a lot of great core answers still left in the pool. Luna's still there for IG if they want to go back into that option. They've got the Shadow Demon on hand to help save as well. I don't know, like NP did get touchdown as well, so even his laning presence with the Treants is a little bit less effective. There's an answer for if you are running safe lane NP here in the Doom for the side of IG for Zeal, something we know Zeal knows how to play very well as well. So I know about NP opener for Alliance. There is still good tempo. And of course, the rosters may change, but Alliance going for Nature's Prophet is very nostalgic for sure. I'm just not sold in first pick.
Yeah, I don't think Bulldog's part of the roster either. It's one of those things. Shout out to Bulldog. It's Alliance.
5 seconds remaining.
Final ban up before we can see these drafts continue. Very intrigued to see, in particular, what IG draft. Because again, the laning stage was just so bad for them. So I'd love to see a draft that really fixes those lanes up a little bit, as we're gonna see a Warlock. Here we go. Oh, Johnny. I know why you're upset, I am going to talk about how great this hero is and how great Black Grimoire is just to get under your skin. I'm going to do it.
Black Grimoire. Oh, yeah.
Can I just say as well, that previous series where we were casting Witch Doctor, he never had to use Gris because he died twice the whole game.
No, dude, I swear, Gris doesn't work the way you'd expect it to, because the way it gets gold, it just feels like you don't actually get a lot of gold dying anyway. It doesn't recover, like it recovers your unreliable gold. And as a support, you just don't have that much unreliable gold. It's a weird one, but...
who does die a lot though, John? Warlock.
Who?
Right? And Black Grimoire, this is where Black Grimoire comes in clutch, Jonathan. Right? I can't even talk about this stupid thing seriously.
Hey, look. I'll sell it here. I'll sell the Warlock pick. I won't sell Black Grimoire. Fatal Bonds on a creep wave when NP hits 6. That's spicy. That's a lot of damage that can come in. You've got the Pudge pickup now as well for the side of Alliance. I'm curious what they plan here. Is it a Pudge 1? Are we going to get some special Pudge 4 action coming out? Are we getting an NP mid now from Obey? It's relatively open in this draft. It's not revealing much. I do like that they do manage to get the Enchantress on IG. Mind you, again, in the most recent qualifiers run, we have seen just having Shadow Demon and Enchantress makes a game hellish to play. There's a reason why these two supports before the sub patch were first phase bans, right? And you get them together. It can be a nuisance to play into already for the side of Alliance, but they'll go for the Tusk. So now aligning this Pudge more than likely on a core position. To be fair, this looks like a interesting Pudge Pause 1 game here, Mike. Think about this. Fatal Bonds and Creep Wave run down with Rot. Feels nice. Upheaval lines up for a nice hook. It's something. There's some play in that lane. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I think Fatal Bonds plus Pudge is going to be... Yeah, it's gonna be something. I'm sure it's gonna be a painful experience for Alliance. What is it, John? You're laughing about
you
something.
sound unconvinced. You sound it's gonna be.
It's not the Pudge, John. You know, it's the Warlock. You know, you keep talking about Fatal Bonds, but what about Black Grimoire, Jonathan? Can you tell us how great that is?
Wow! The best facet I've seen in this game. If you're leading, you're not gonna need to pop it for your 6. If you're behind, it'll get you into level 6 at 10 minutes, which is actually, well, if you can get at least 2 assists. It's amazing. Wow, outstanding. We get the Emo Storm once more. Why not? There's nothing to really lock him in this time around. And you have Golem drop as your, not even the quickest because of its cast point. It's very telegraphed for the Storm unless you're in Fog. You've got Blink Dismember, I suppose, on this Pudge. If he does go Blink, it's not the most common rush item so far, so I'm curious to see which way it'll go here on Alliance. I am assuming Pudge 1. I don't know if you want to run it off lane. And definitely mid lane into Storm does not sound like the best thing in the world either.
No.
So you are just likely running it safe. Do you run the mid NP against the Storm? That lane feels like it's alright. So you could just run NP mid. They do ban out Alchemist and Weaver. They left Luna alone, surprisingly, on Alliance's end. I feel like Luna with a Shadow Demon on hand is it's going to be a handful.
No, they may feel confident. I mean, that last game, Fly was having a hell of a bad time until, you know, certain things happened. IG, final ban. Still arguably looking to ban a carry, and in fact they'll ban out the Visage just in case, and they're going to go for a Mirana pickup. So there'll be a Mirana pos 1 we're looking at now, which, in fairness, Jonathan, Mirana did get nerfed somewhat heavily, but I still think it's viable.
Certainly so. It still works on the pos 1. It's, again, another laning answer to Nature's Prophet. You take away the Ironwood Treant quite nicely. You've got 2 ways to do that now on the side of IG. Again, you don't have the best lockdown to just hold a Mirana down. It's a little bit easier than holding down the Storm for sure, but it's still relatively annoying with leaps, especially with the Shard up. So there's a lot of play here for Fly. I am curious how Alliance does decide to close out. Again, IG are covering all their bases. They banned out the Visage and the Morphling this phase. There is still that Luna as well left for Alliance if they will do something else with this Pudge. Maybe consider it as a Skylark hero, but it then feels like you're kind of tying in all your team fight to Chaotic Offering, which really isn't ideal to do because its cooldown is way too long to kind of keep your tempo up here. They'll go with the Enigma instead. So they get the Enigma out. We've seen that being banned out. It can be highly effective. They're pumped up again on Alliance. They like that coming out. Skylark going to be real nice and happy. Play that. We get the non-day safe lane Pudge. And again, the mid NP from Obey. So overwhelming team fight lining up for Alliance. Mind you, that's on a pretty long set of timers as well. I think that's the one thing here for Alliance. Yes, you have Black Hole, Chaotic Offering. You know, you have Black Hole Upheaval on top of that. Like, there's a lot of ways to just lock in the side of IG. But I don't know if it's going to be enough because of those cooldowns, right? Like, it almost feels like you want to actually play more with a pick-off style with this Pudge NP and Tusk, where they can just isolate single targets really well, burst them down, get the snowball start, and then in those few 5v5s, you can overwhelm them with Chaotic Offering and the Black Hole, and then try to run down. Because as the game scales on, you do have debuff immunity Pierce to kind of catch out that storm. It just feels like as long as Emo's a little bit more measured, or, you know, he gets the jump onto at least the Enigma first, he is still relatively free to play this game as a Storm again.
It should be a pretty interesting game. I mean, Alliance have drafted something very spicy, and you saw they were pretty happy, clapping and just flexing their biceps and everything, Jonathan. Alliance were happy with that last pick, Enigma. Let's see what happens. Skylark's laning stage and mid-game was really, really damn good last game around, and I doubt it'll be too different here on the Enigma. Not quite as fast-paced as the Beastmaster for sure, but we'll have to wait and see what the plan is. It's a lot of wombo combo here, Jonathan. You know, Warlock, Enigma, Pudge. If you land one of these spells, if Black Hole lands, people are going to get blown up. There's no two ways about that.
That they will. Mind you, you do have some saves here from IG. Just Disruption alone can be annoying, as we've seen in our previous series. As a Black Hole save, it can be quite clutch, so it's all down to kind of how well they can get these disruptions off, and whether or not we can see almost the same performance as we saw from Narman last time around, from MOUZ, of course, in that last series. It should be an exciting one. Again, lots of flashy spells. We saw what I liked what we saw from Alliance again early on in the game. We just need to see them clean up their act as the game scales on, because you can't afford to give a team like IG a way back in. Also, interesting to note here, Mikey, you don't have drinking buddies here for our Tusk. Desire has gone for tag team. To be fair, he is laning with an Enigma, so perhaps there's a little bit more play coming out with tag team overall, but you do not have that clutch save mechanic on hand outside of just Blink Snowball right now.
I can kind of appreciate that. Might kind of cost them later on. We'll have to wait and see. They also got Flayer's Hook on Nande, by the way, which is... I think it's the better facet anyway, but generally carry Pudges, you know, they might go the other route. I like it, though. I like Flayer's Hook.
I see good old PTP was highlighting Black Grimoire as well. The surprise of no one.
PTP.
No one ever picks up the other one.
It's going to change the game. I promise you.
No, I've talked to every Warlock player. They're like, yeah, you know, it's a little bonus. It's like, whatever. They don't even feel strongly about it. It's like,
Disruption's going to land. Arrow setup is there for Fly, and of course he times it perfectly. And that's going to be first blood, but this time it goes to Ollie. So at least they didn't hand first blood to Emo again.
Yeah, a little bit of a silver lining, but losing your Pudge generally doesn't feel that good as well. At the very least, they draw even on the bounties. Couldn't really try for they didn't even fully commit for some like the early hook on the rune. So you miss out maybe a little bit of an opportunity here. That does.
This is big. Fly. I love the trap, and that's why Desire went tag team, John, because they absolutely annihilated Fly.
Yeah, ripped to shreds with Skylark around with the Eidolons up. Does make a lot of sense in that lane, for sure, to play aggressive. So they even out a little bit, get some gold flowing for Skylark. Force Fly as well. Our pause once, not off to the best of starts you could ask. We're still taking a look at that mid lane, of course. We do have our tri-view here. You've got Mobe on the NP up against Emo on the Storm. This time around, Emo does go for the static slide. So no shock collar on hand. This lane isn't too bad for a Storm. Again, the Ironwood Treant was nerfed down as Zeal dies.
Already? Zeal going down. I mean, Nande didn't quite catch that, but I imagine it was a hook and Fatal Bonds, and indeed it was. It's a bit of a rough start here for Zeal again, as Baboka was trying to just pull the creep wave over to help him out anyway, but Zeal has to do the old TP and gets hooked anyway. Zeal, be careful, sir. You're TPing very far forward by the tier 1 tower. Lost already half his HP.
Yeah. Not going to be feeling too comfy in that lane. Melee matchup up against the Pudge. Not the best for the Primal Beast, especially since, again, you kind of tried to survive through by Uproar in these trades. You don't have early magic resistance here for Zeal. Yeah, it's going to be a while until that comes in as your talent as well at level 10, way past laning phase. So you should be able to just constantly leverage this lane for Alliance, give Nande a strong start. Control, cut away EXP again for Zeal. And you're going to be suffering. At the very least, Baboka can always stack up once he does have his Shadow Poison up. And that is something to watch out for. If IG do manage to get some good stacks in the triangle, there's still a recovery process here for a Primal Beast overall.
Certainly is. A top lane. A bit back and forth. Obviously, Skylark going to be looking to deny as many creeps as possible once again on this Enigma. Still having a great old time against Fly. As bottom lane, this is not a great time for Zeal. Nande, not going to find the hook on him, but does get one on Baboka. Another nice hook. And Baboka, he actually might just die to the Fatal Bonds. In fact, they barely don't have enough. He will survive another day. But Nande, he's been hitting these hooks. He's not missing. In fact, he's going to go for more, I think. Too many creeps in the way. He won't bother.
Nope.
There you go. He's got him again. Very awkward angles Nande is going for. Like timings you just wouldn't expect for the hook to come out.
And you wouldn't. Zeal, again, barely surviving, but this is not a lane you can sustain this way. Nande's still going to look for another hook.
He might just be dead here, Zeal. Oh, that was a nice angle. The creep betrays Nande. But I appreciate, I respect the attempt.
Yeah, he's just been on point. Laning pressure already up for Alliance. Again, their idea in this lane with Warlock Pudge is very sound. There's a lot of magical output, not a lot of defense coming out from the side of IG. And they are making that bot lane hellish. Even the top lane for Fly and Aldi aren't the smoothest of times. They have no easy way to clear out these Eidolons. You don't have that Starstorm bug. I do believe that when you clear out the Eidolons with first wave, you start to stack that strike on first as each one dies one by one. Doesn't happen any longer, I do believe, so the Mirana answer is not like an instant nuking answer. And there's only so much Aldi can do as well. They're maintaining good blocks here from Alliance, ensuring that there's no creep for the Ench to play with, no pullbacks. And they're finding everything in the laning phase. Another rough laning start for IG overall.
Absolutely. Now, Arrow actually connecting top lane on Skylark. He's alright though. Nande still being an absolute menace down at bot lane. No troubles here for Nande, in case it wasn't already obvious. He's 20 and 11 in terms of CS on this POS 1 punch. Disruption out from Baboka. Onto Kadaro, but Kadaro going to be okay. Baboka just trying to get away from this Warlock. Zeal's going to intervene though. Kadaro could be in a spot of danger here if he's not able to retreat, but looks like he's okay. And yeah, I mean, laning stage-wise, you kind of already said it, but all three lanes have gone the way of Alliance thus far.
It has. At least Zeal does still manage to secure that pull, clear out a camp while in the process. So he's still finding some steady farm. Of course, Pudge can just scale out of control, just getting free creeps every single time with a hook. Do appreciate this cheeky ward coming out from IG, watching way behind the tier 1 to ensure that they can always go for these pulls without contest. And so far, again, Alliance, their laning prowess is just way up there. IG are just not able to work out these lane combinations they have as much as they'd hope. Again, maybe a little bit more passive with their lane setups, like Mirana Ench. Not exactly the most straightforward lane to play. Primal Beast plus Shadow Demon as well, not the most aggressive in the world. Zeal, again, just forced to go for some long pulls or wave stacking as much as possible, but not really impacting Nande's farm. They are forcing a rotation mid.
Yeah, mid lane. Desire's going to rotate, so will Kadaro, and looks like Baboka's going to be the unfortunate target. So nothing coming here for IG, but Alliance, they do rotate both supports, and they do secure a support kill themselves. Of course, they'll be able to get the power rune as well, as Mobe will pick one up at the top rune spot. A nice little regen reset here for the Prophet. It is opening up space for Zeal to get some comeback farm, though, and this time around it's not quite as bad. He's 26, or rather 27 and 4 now in CS. With the support rotations out, he actually gets a bit of space to farm. So, you know, the Primal Beast is going to be online faster than, say, last time.
And it should be. It does still feel like the same timings kind of line up here for Zeal. Maybe potential for aura play as well. It's something like a pipe doesn't sound like the worst idea in the world here for Zeal if he does opt for that. And see what his itemization will look like. And he is starting to be able to dodge out these hooks from Nande. At the very least, so not under kill threat.
The thing is, Nande got the large creep off that hook, so I don't know if he was aiming for the hero or the creep, but he got what he got gold, Jonathan. He's happy, Nande. He didn't miss either way.
Yeah, and that's a positive way of looking at it, you know. You always win that punch, always get something for your trouble. So movement across the map, Fly shows up, but again, the early ward here from Alliance spots this out.
Oh, nice hook. Easiest hook of his life as well. Fly trying to run, not gonna make it. Now they'll definitely know there's a ward there on the bright side for IG, but Alliance they'll happily take another kill. Zeal gonna try to get aggressive on Nande. I'm not sure about this. Do they have the damage? Disruption's gonna allow them to try and bring some more bodies in, and here comes Emo. That'll be enough. Nande is down. Emo with a very nice rotation.
And it is. Does manage to get himself a nice little kill. A little bit more galvanized up for Emo as well. And... Oh.
Case onto Fly top lane. He's out of lead charges, and Mobe's going to TP in just to ensure they have the damage. Skylark to take that one.
And that's big. Mirana now is stuck with no TP. Top gets to be shoved in heavily from the side of Alliance, with the Eidolons and the Ironwood Treant. Not going to take too long to take this down. No defensive play from IG. Maintaining that 2k lead now on Alliance's end. As IG... They kind of have to just wait for farm again. They don't even have level 6 on Fly yet to try to turn around with, say, Solar Flare. And just have to try to stem the bleeding once more. They are still looking down bot here on both sides.
Zaro is going to get caught. At least he is tanking the gank for the team, but I say tanking. Here comes Skylark with the black hole ready. He'll pop it immediately. It's onto Zeal. He only found one with that, but Zeal is down. Nande in the meantime jumping Emo with the dismember, but Emo is still able to zip out. Unless Nande can land a hook, but it's on cooldown for another 10 seconds. So 2-for-1 trades certainly in the favor of Alliance. They only give up their POS 5 Warlock. And, well, IG, back to the drawing board.
They are. I like that cheeky play out from Emo. Again, getting the zip across right outside black hole range, just into the Pudge's arms. Makes it awkward to try to look for that cleanup. Getting the double bottle refill as well for Emo here to re-engage.
Well, Emo gonna try and re-engage now, but Baboka's already been jumped. He'll save himself with disruption as now Nande dropping quite a lot of HP, but gets the dismember off in time, and Zeal needs to back off because he's got no backup. They're jumping Mobe instead, and they've got the profit by the looks of it. Emo will take him down. Zeal still running, actually making it out, as it seems as though Alliance agree they need to leave the area. Emo's looking for more. He'll jump Skylark on the Enigma, and Skylark, he's got nothing to play with. He will drop, but now a golem drop committed. Emo, he's out of mana. He'll go down. So will Zeal. Baboka, he'll also drop. It's almost a complete wipe, and now it is.
God.
What? Look at John. I mean, this Warlock. Think about it, Jonathan. One golem drop. You see how powerful this hero is.
Yeah, it always turns it around. He did pop Black Grimoire early to get the levels up here, of course.
What a broken facet.
So broken. Now he's just going to be stuck at level 6 for the next few minutes, but it is what it is. What a Warlock. You know, I appreciate the two ways of playing it. Either you pop it for your 6 or you try to pop it into a level 15 or a level 20 that you were tierizing last time we saw this, Mikey. It is going to be the 6 this time, just to maintain that momentum on the side of Alliance. For IG, I'm surprised they're forcing these re-engage every single time. Like, they just get level 6 on Fly off of the kill on Mobe. So the solar flare flies on a little bit too late when they're able to kind of disengage on the side of Alliance. IG just kind of needs to chill out a little bit, but they're not. They're actually going to smoke. They know Black Hole's down for a little bit longer. Golem's down for a lot longer, and they can try to make use of that here.
Oh, Mobe escapes for now, but Emo straight zip in. It is by the tier 2 tower, so there is a chance Mobe could be saved. They'll drop the heal on Mobe, but no, it's not enough. He's down. Zeal might have to sacrifice himself for this, but it is only both supports left, and Emo is ensuring that they do not come close. Though Emo now, gotta find his own way out, but he'll just zip. He's fine. Skylark's still chasing, but they are well without the ability to get within range to get the oh, never mind, John. They have the ability. Nande, he does not miss.
No, just hasn't. And I guess that's one thing, right, with a Fatal Bonds. You can see that line. It helps you just figure out a position to get that angle in for the hook and get the punishment once more. This Ag's timing for Nande is going to be ridiculous. And that additional slow on top, the healing reduction, the extra damage, it's going to be very painful for the side of IG until something like the pipe is formed up, and a couple of initial BKBs can start to mitigate some of that output here as well, which is still a ways off for the side of IG to consider. So Alliance off to a very strong start. Again, they've managed to play on the strength of their laning quite nicely. Their siege potential after these fights just cleans up objectives very quick with all of the Eidolons that they can pump out here from Skylark, and the Ironwood Truant as well coming out from Mobe. Working on a Gleipnir now for Mobe as well. And for the side of IG, I mean, it's all hinging on Pipe right now for Zeal. If he can start to find a farm into the Pipe and kind of lead his team into the right position, to the right target to fully commit on first, and these fights can simplify. Mind you, you have a lot to worry about. You have to look where Skylark's at with this Enigma. You have to worry about Chaotic Offering from Kidaro if he's allowed to get that off. And you have to be very concerned with how close you are to Nande now with that full Ags up on the Pudge.
Uh-oh. That's a scary one. When the Ags is up, the Pudge gets that much more powerful. And obviously, the farm starts to escalate even faster as Ollie, caught by Desire, almost down, but gets the wand charges off in time. And here comes Maboka to try and help out, but the Sprout to lock down Ollie. And now the hook from Nande, and that'll do it. That's all she wrote for poor old Ollie. He will drop. Meanwhile, Fly was around the area as well, but it looks like he's alright to retreat back into their triangle. But once again, we have a bit of a repeat of Game 1. Alliance pretty well ahead of IG so far. Dominating all the lanes and just dominating the map as we speak. This Baboka, hooked and dead. Mobe. Emo's going to go for a solo pickoff here onto Mobe. TP away attempt. Oh, Emo's got him. Just barely. Emo, he'll secure the Wisdom Rune plus the life of the Nature's Prophet. That's not a bad trade whatsoever if you're Emo.
And it certainly isn't. Finds himself on Arcane Rune as well. Gonna be nice and happy with more spell spam coming in here for our Storm. And building up some nice free stacks of Galvanized. All for himself a little bit more regen to eke out some distance here on the Storm. Inside of Alliance, they're still in a strong position. But again, when you have this Pudge, it does feel like maybe you have a little bit more of a timer going on. Mind you, this guy does get extra durable as the game scales up overall. And that is one thing. Whether or not your Mirana can still rip through, say, a Pudge with a Crimson Guard, as he would probably be the best carrier of the Guard for the team here on Alliance if they feel the need for it. Will, again, cause some burst issues here.
Certainly could. Fly. Oh, that's a big kill. I mean, that's your POS 1 Mirana just dropping to Desire on the Tusk. That's a pretty concerning sign for IG. Obviously, you had your Prophet coming in as well, but Nature's Wrath. But it's that's still your POS 1 Mirana, Jonathan. Not great news for IG.
No, certainly not. And the name of the game for IG is almost the same as last time. Stall out. Try to get farm and Fly. Don't have him going to really exposed positions either. Just try to get that scaling to shine through here on the side of IG. Zeal with his pipe, only the recipe away, so that timing at least is starting to line up.
Well, they found Nande. He's a big target. That's the opposing POS 1 now going down. Emo picking up another kill on this Storm, and I'll tell you what, I mean, that I thought Alliance might be able to just get away with that Mirana kill, but it ends up a bit of a trade now for IG, and Emo, he is starting to build up. You know, he's still behind, but we saw what happened in Game 2. This man can start to get out of control.
And he can. And again, in this game, the commitment for Alliance to catch out Emo is much larger. Right? Yeah, you have to maybe throw in the black hole, or if you can find an angle out here for Desire with his blink up, you could try to change control off the back of that. But it is still a relatively easy time for Emo to dance around here. And he is certainly capitalizing on that a little bit more than we were seeing in the last game. Again, net worth lead hasn't grown for Alliance. It's actually shrunk down to 3k now. You have that pipe up and running for Zeal straight into the Ags BKB. Have that break to try to deal with the Pudge. Have the ability to start to clear out these Eidolons nice and easy as well, of course, with the Uproar lines coming in. And now they're going for a bit of a slow siege down bot. Not a full commitment out from IG. They will cut off the creep wave with Zeal. They are ensuring that someone has to start to walk up here to stop some free damage from flying out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still a 3k advantage Alliance's way. The game is certainly still well within their control. Ping's coming out towards the top lane. Seems like they want to try and hunt down Zeal. It's definitely the easiest call to hunt down right now. I didn't realize how low Fly's net worth was. Like, he's still below Zeal in net worth. Oh. A nice hook now from Nande. Gonna land right onto the Primal Beast. And sadly for Zeal, he was underneath vision. So not exactly a very hard hook if you are Nande.
No, they've been really on point with all of their ramp wards here from Alliance, setting up every single time for that early gate rotation earlier on, setting up for the Roshan here. Into the pit they go with that nice pick-off for themselves. And they should find it no problem. IG, not quite in position to try to steal out here. All they can do is just try to use the space to farm back into the game.
Well, they could hope that it gets denied again, in fairness.
Let's see. No, I don't think the same mistake gets made twice. No.
All right, we're good.
Okay.
We're good. No problems. Happy days for Nande.
Yeah. Had the item slot this time. Didn't have to right away. It's his team run still. Ollie.
Well, they found themselves a nice little inch. Ollie, I mean, he's got the wisps going, but it's not going to really matter. Mobe will easily take him out. And so now if you're Alliance, I mean, you might be just looking to get very aggressive. I mean, you got 2 lives on Nande. There's plenty of towers to still take out. Question is, who can you find to really try and attempt to kill at? Fly would be great because he's already pretty slow on the farm department, so slowing him down any more would be just debilitating for IG. But nobody really on the map showing from IG, so it seems like Alliance is going to go back to the farm game for now. Still well and truly in the lead. I mean, it's only a 3k advantage, but with the Aegis up, it's certainly something. As Zeal going to give them an option as he does go through the mid lane. And the immediate jump from Nande into the hook. Zeal, he's a tanky boy with the pipe up, but he's got no helping coming. So he's basically just a sitting duck.
Yep. There's a sacrifice to be made. A nice pick-off for the side of Alliance to try to capitalize on. More flesh heap stacks, already up at 9 for Nande here. Nice bonus amount of strength. And IG, again, all they can do is stall. Buy time for Fly to farm, buy time for Emo.
Oh, Emo. Yeah, Nande, he's going to blink up now. Surprise reveal. Emo, he cannot make it out. He cannot make it. A very nice play here from the side of Alliance, picking off another very important core off the map. And now, well, I mean, they are going to lose Skylark mid lane. They're even going to drop a Golem here from Kataro's end of things. The Golem may be a bit overboard, but he's actually going to find Fly with this. Never mind, it's not overboard, Jonathan. He gets the Poswell Marana. He sets up for Baroka to die, and it seems like Ollie's going to drop to boot. The Alliance, it just feel like they teleported into the mid lane.
That it does. I feel like IG, again, they're just not durable enough, and that's them managing to take care of the threat of Black Hole very early on. But just the Golems coming in, the fact that, you know, Zeal died earlier with a pipe, you just don't get that durability to kick in to try to outblast all of this burn damage coming in from the Warlock with the Bonds as well. And it's a nice, easy run-in for Alliance. This does widen their lead up to 7k, a much more comfy position for Alliance to control this game from. And IG, you gotta see this recovery process really kick in. I don't see what items start to really help this out.
Emo, again caught by the blink, Dismember is going to die in lifetime, and Alliance now, of course, can look directly towards that bottom tier 2 tower. And this time around, no mistakes quite yet from Alliance. Still a very clean style of game. They're looking towards that Dire Tormentor 2, and that should be a pretty easy pickup. And yeah, this blink from Nande, it's causing Emo a lot of headaches. I mean, he's just an ultimate orb away from having the Lincoln Sphere up, but Still needs about 2.5k worth of gold to have that ultimate orb, and well, until then, as long as he can't see Nande, excuse me, he's not really safe.
No. Nande is still at it as well. Oh no.
Yeah, Fly, he's just not having it today. Oh, what a beautiful hawk.
No.
Yeah, this guy just doesn't miss. That's just it, you know? I don't know what to tell you, John. Once I saw the first few hooks, I knew we were going to have a good game here for Alliance.
Dire's middle tower is under
And we are getting out IG. And they're bleeding out into Alliance, and the answers just aren't presenting themselves again. Like, Zeal with a pipe's nice, needs a BKB to really try to hold this position. This Linken's for Emo is going to be nice as well, but you already have Blink on Desire. He can always follow through for Nande, break the Linken's first into the bite. And it's just going to still lead into issues here for Emo. Try to survive True. So, I don't know. Like, the Linken's alone can't be everything for Emo, unless he responds just that quick the moment it pops. But there is still time here for Alliance again to just double blink on top, break Linken's into Dismember, and you still get the same sequence of events coming out. IG, their teamfight control is just lacking. See if they can maybe get something off of the smoke here, but you need to find someone straggling from the side of Alliance. Mobe is farming by himself, but it's a pretty long distance to run to.
Dire are scanning.
I don't think they'll quite get there. They're going to draw a line back through their dire triangle, but Nande's right there with the rest of the cavalry. They're going to run right into the punch. This is not the target you want to start on, and Nande actually the one to blink away for now. No vision around for the punch to really know who's there. And they do have a lane ward in fairness. Now that the smoke is broken, perhaps IG could show an opening. But it seems like IG not really seeing the target they wanted to start on. They will retreat. And now there's going to be a counter smoke from Alliance. Can Alliance find somebody? Everyone just hugs the top lane from IG. Just make sure they do not split up apart from maybe Emo.
Radiant's top tower.
Alliance is coming though. Emo will not show on the creep wave. Will back his way out. Alliance still looking around, seemingly thinking that they're in the Radiant Triangle, but they are not. IG quite literally hugging the tier 2 top tower at the moment. Apart from Emo, who is going to show on the creep wave. But the smoke's worn off, so it seems like he believes he's perfectly fine. Though Desire is chasing him down. Fly going to move in. Gleipnir into the arrow lockdown onto the Tusk, and Desire will be the one to go down. But Alliance, they're still rushing towards IG. Do they really want to force a fight though? Not yet. They'll get some vision in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, you still have your big teamfight spells despite losing your Tusk here. Golem drop ready on Kadaro, and Black Hole ready on Skylark. We're seeing a little bit more measured play out from Alliance in comparison to Game 1, which, again, it was that hyper-aggression into even the later parts of the game that cost them here on Alliance. So this measured attempt is a sign of that adjustment that we were looking for here. IG not being given too many openings. I mean, killing off Desire is nice. Unfortunate that the gold goes towards Baboka, but a blink on the Shadow Demon isn't too shabby either. Just need to see what point that IG starts to feel comfy to look for wider fights. It's always hard, again, when there's so much team fight on the opposing end. But if you can follow through from, say, Emo's jump in, that's your best bet. You can kind of connect that into, say, Pulverize out from Zeal. He just gets his BKB up, so you can hold up front as long as Black Hole and Golem doesn't get committed onto him. All you need now is maybe something like the blink down for Zeal. That felt like the same time in the last game where IG started to open up the game once more, when this Primal Beast could just blink Pulverize first.
They see Fly. Warlock Golem is dropped. Disruption will save from Baboka, but can Fly really find a way out? He'll leap his way, but the Wrath of Nature just deleting him. With the Fatal Bonds, the damage output was absolutely insane. Emo and No Mana trying to get out. Should be alright. But they're onto the high ground here, Alliance. Now that combination is just disgusting to watch.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about that in the draft. Like, There is some play there for Warlock NP in your opener. It's not exactly the most straightforward thing in the world, but when it does fly in, with how Nature's Wrath works now, or Rat of Nature works now, it is an insane amount to bounce around. So you have to be a little bit cautious. They clear out mid, clear out bot. The Fortify is forced out, but the Golem's still going to be up. Ironwood Treant's still up. Have to work double time to stop this.
Well, they'll at least stop the bottom racks going down, but Alliance, again, well and truly in control of this game too. IG not out of it yet, only one lane of barracks going down. In fact, it was just the melee barracks in the mid lane. But every fight we've seen, it's just, like, IG can't even start the fight. It's always Alliance just in there straight away, just getting the job done. And you see a pick off here and there from IG, but it never really amounts to too much, and we might just see it again here, John. They've smoked up as 4 IG. Running right towards Mobay, but he's got his team right by him. Flyfly's going to have his smoke broken. A 3-man Glacier to get things started. It's a nice start for IG, but it seems like they almost want to retreat. It's now the black hole. Oh, he caught 3 of them. And sadly, Flyfly literally leaped into it, I do believe.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Oh. They've got vision over Emo as well.
Uh-oh. Well, at least Desire will let him know about it. Emo will have an escape route, but... Well, I don't really... It's going to be hard to defend. I mean, at least your respawn timers are quite low on the side of IG.
They are. Don't have Solar Flare-Up. Pulverize is back up. BKBs are in cooldown, though. Even without Black Hole, even without the Golem, there's just no threat right now from IG. Well, back off after the tier 3, let the minions do the rest here onto the racks. Take the range racks for their trouble. But IG, again, it looked like a good enough angle. They get the Gleipnir off, managed to hold down tree. The follow through is just not quick enough. Zeal was caught out, but the Onslaught didn't BKB before Onslaughting in.
Nande's having a look here. Lincoln Sphere is up on Emo. It might be a bait. Nande maybe realizing the wrong second now, jumping in a little bit on his own, but here comes the cavalry to try and help out as he'll dismember Zil instead, but Disruption will save from Baboka, giving him another chance at life. Zil is fine, but now the Golden Drop is out. Mobay comes in. Is this really the fight IG can take? The Fatal Bonds is ticking away, but they're doing some good work so far. Mobay in trouble, and so is Nande. They've got the punch down. Mobay, he's trapped in his own tree line. 3 down for the side of Alliance. Oh no. It's not happening again, is it? That was almost a 6k gold swing.
That was, and it could be happening again. Mind you, they're in a much better setup right now, with mid constantly shoving in hard with the entire racks wiped. Top not going to be shoved too hard, considering that it's only the ranged, but still have something to have to respond to here for IG. They will find Roshan though. Rosh opens up for them. Again, they've identified that moment where there's no black hole threat in Skylark, so you don't have to worry about that. The Golem is nice, but they were very spread out this time on IG. Fly finds a rear angle, and he gets to just get some free damage off, while his tanky cores take the brunt of it. Like, Zeal just doesn't die that quick right now. Now they've got coverage. Emo will get the Aegis for himself. Working onto Prasma now on the Storm. It's still a long road back to recovery for IG, but again, that sort of play is reminiscent of the last game, and maybe a little bit concerning for Alliance if IG finds these openings again. They have to be able to capitalize when they do fully commit Black Hole and Gold. They need to clear out the map.
Nice pick up here. I mean, in fairness to Alliance, like, Nande blinked in, maybe not seeing the Lincolns initially, is, oh, Skylark, he'll get a Black Hole off. That's fine. It's well worth it if Emo does die. Problem is Emo could zip away. In fact, he's got some help now. Still alive, but no, finally does go down. It seems like IG, they need to find a way out of this. Ollie doing a lot of damage to Skylark. Might actually solo the Enigma, but didn't have the detection through the invis. And Fly is also gone, as Nande will take him out. There goes Ollie.
Oof.
Skylark, he'll survive.
Not quite enough. No buyback here for Fly and Emo either. It's going to be a little bit of a harder defense, but Black Hole's down. Chaotic Offering will be back up in 20 seconds once the respawns are in, though. And we'll have some play options lined up.
Zeal's going to go for a pulverize attempt onto the Tusk. See if Desire does go down, but Desire actually pretty tanky throughout all this. Is now Ollie and Baboga getting jumped by the tier 4 towers. Alliance really trying to put a lid on it as Nande, a very nice hook, landing onto the Shadow Demon, taking down Ollie to boot. Zeal, no BKB left, does go down or doesn't because the GG call's been made. And there you go, they'll get Zeal in the end. Triple kill for Nande to finish off this game too. And props to Alliance, Jonathan. This time around, they make sure they don't mess up. You'd love to see it.
And that they do. They play it nice and clean, still keeping up that aggression, but outside of that one fight up top, don't give clear openings out to IG. Don't stream in one by one. Don't give these big single target pickoffs for IG to try to bounce back in. For IG's end, we're kind of seeing the same issues coming out here. Laning phase just has not looked sharp for IG in comparison to what we're seeing from Alliance. Their laning is just insane. You have to contend with these like crazy picks like the Warlock and Pudge lane, which is just probably the best lane for Warlock to play in offensively, as there's just so much damage output, so much sustain, so many ways of keeping that Pudge alive, with him opting to level up Rot as well. No worries when you've got Shadow Shaman healing, or Warlock healing every single time. And Nande was just on point with every single hook. Zeal once again had no game, and we talked about this in Game 1 strat. When Zeal gets slowed down, it just feels like his team in general, no matter which team it is, his teams just don't feel like they can really get much when his offlane can't pop off. We haven't seen that from Zeal in either game. Game 1 had recovery, but that was more on Alliance throwing it away. In this game, same issues still stand for IG, and unlike Alliance, they haven't been able to correct as hard as Alliance have their own issues.
No, absolutely not. Alliance, again, really, really dominant in this game too, and just the hooks from Nande, just beautiful hooks coming out from this man. As I was talking about how great he was hooking, they tried to show me the hook accuracy, John, and I think it was like 52%, but that is still very good for a Pudge in this game too. And now props to him, just dominating the lane on Pudge at level 1 and 2 is just absolutely insane gameplay. And props to the drafting for Alliance as well. It was a very kind of dirty style of draft, wasn't it, John? You know, Fatal Bonds plus Wrath of Nature, Fatal Bonds plus Rot. It's just so much damage if that Fatal Bonds did land, and poor old IG just did not really have a chance in this game. And props to Kadaro as well. Like, we're seeing moments like this where Fly, you think he's out, and then the Wrath of Nature hits, and he's gone. And there I was saying, well, this isn't the right play, is it? But it was.
Yeah. It's like individually, the execution has just been a lot sharper from Alliance. Like they're finding all of these openings, they're finding all of these gaps, and IG just look a little bit lost, right? Like their drafting is on paper like very solid. You've got Shadow Demon plus Ench, but there's no forward play from those two, so you're reliant more on this Primal Beast and the Storm. And they just couldn't do the same things as Alliance were doing. Their lanes again end up rough. In comparison, Mobe is just rotating around the map. Skylark is very smart with the black hole. It's always finding the openings right when he needs to. And there was just so much AoE damage. Again, it was almost like a perfect... It felt like they drafted around this Warlock pick more than anything else almost. You know, with Enigma as well. Midnight Pulse plus black hole with the bonds are just painful. For IG... I know what it is. They need to look at how they're playing their lanes, because their laning phase is just... It is way too much to bleed out. Alliance are getting away with so much in the laning phase, and we didn't see changes here in Game 2. The laning was also really rough.
Who's the standout player, John? Is it just Nande? Yeah, do you just give it to the Pudge?
Nande.
It's got to be
Absolutely.
Nande, right?
100%. Yeah. Like, after getting pinned down, especially as well early on, he was first blood fed away. Getting caught out instead of being able to hook, just walks back into the lane like nothing happens, gets some key hooks, makes Zeal just have zero lane. It just, no laning for Zeal. And again, if you target Zeal that hard, his teams never have a way of coming back in. He tends to be tempo for every team that we've seen him on. IG just never finds that. They go with very passive supports and Shadow Demon and Ench, and there's just, if you can't connect with your Storm or Primal Beast, there's just no play for the first few minutes here.
Well, I mean, I think we can both agree these lanes need to be fixed up a lot by IG before this game 3 does begin, John. We will head off to a break. They've got about 10 minutes to think about it because we'll be back with game number 3 between Alliance and IG.
I'm here with Ollie from IG as he's been moving regions recently, going back to China to play with IG after a long stint in SEA. So Ollie, firstly, how are you doing?
All good. Like after TI, I'm taking a break and trying to look for a team, and so they find me to play stand-in to play this PGL, and I'm free, so I just join them to play.
Okay, so this isn't like a permanent switch yet?
Not really.
How do you view yourself like within this team then? You know, are you like just going to be kind of going along for the ride, or are you going to be trying to share your ideas and try to, you know, make it work?
Because I've been playing with Flyfan and Emo for years,
Yeah.
and we know each other, so I'm just trying to fit them and fit their playstyle. I mean, we didn't play for like 2 years together, so
Yeah.
we will try something maybe new because it's a new patch. I will share my idea and also trying to match with their idea because they have been playing for the qualifiers without me, and so we will try if we can work up.
You guys have had so much experience behind you playing on IG before. How does it feel, you know, coming back here with them and seeing them all again?
It's great to come back and play with the old teammates, and I've been playing in the sea for 2 years, and it's good to be here, and I like how they play in the team fight, especially in the China team. So I wish we can do good in this tournament.
Interesting, some good Chinese team fighting. I mean, how does that differ from the Southeast Asian style?
The Southeast Asian style is more like high personal skill and trying to be more strong about like how you play on yourself, not in the team fight. So in China it's more different. Maybe their personal skill is not as high as sea level, but their team fight skill is really good.
You've been playing in the Southeast Asian region for 2 years, and
Yes.
now, you know, you're coming back to stand in for IG. What do you feel like you learnt from playing with these Southeast Asian teams, and specifically from Jabs and Sunbi?
I've learned a lot of things, like because it's a new maps and there's a gate usage, and before that I cannot really say what have I learned because I didn't stay in China for years. And I learned like how to make a move, and maybe basically it's a totally different play style, so I cannot say much. I just trying to share my ideas to them and see if it can be worked out. And just like watch more replays from others and see who is doing better, so we can learn from that.
Absolutely, it's always a process to improve, isn't it? And throughout those years and everything, you know, how much fun did you have playing in SEA and playing with your teammates there?
It's really fun to be playing like in the sea because it's my home. So I can always like flying back to the home, and it's more relaxing in playing in the sea because in China it's more competitive. It's harder to join like to win in the qualifiers and play in the tournament. So
Yeah.
in sea it's more relaxing, and we are doing good that time, so I'm glad.
Cool, excellent. Yeah, it was a good time. It always looked like, from the vlogs and everything, it looked like you were kind of enjoying the company and everything, and merging well with the team. But now with IG, talking about these new teammates on IG, who do you feel like you don't know as well, and you're kind of learning more about?
I think I know like each other very well, is because we can always meet them in the tournaments and pub, so
Okay.
not really much. I don't know about them.
Obviously, it's been a pretty rushed process with the shuffles and then you standing in for IG and then coming here and everything. How much time have you had to prepare for this event?
We didn't have much time to prepare for this event because they were playing the Dream League and Bedboom qualifiers, so we don't have much time to scrim. We just like playing pubs and maybe scrim like for 2 or 3 days, and we will play the tournament here.
Okay, so what's your own ambition and goals as a player in this tournament?
I wish like we can play at least past the group stage 1 and play more games, have fun.
Play games, have fun. That's what it's all about, Ollie. Thank you very much for coming to talk to me and best of luck at this.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for game number 3 between Alliance and IG to decide who wins out this game in this group stage. John, it's a best of 3 series. We've made it all the way to a 3rd game. Can I just say, Jonathan, it's been pretty dominant from Alliance. I've got to give credit where credit's due. I know it's 1-1, but I think 99% of people would agree that Alliance probably should have just 2-0'd this series based off how well they're playing, especially their laning stage. My goodness, just so dominant.
That it is. It feels like IG just aren't able to play their lanes whatsoever. They've got really clever pocket picks coming out here as well from Alliance. That Pudge Fernande just looked ridiculous to play against, and I think it's down to the shortcomings of IG right now. It feels like their identity in lanes isn't there. They're not able to really figure out what they want. Last game they had, again, arguably two of the most popular supports of the past few weeks. Who knows with this patch just yet? But it was very popular, always first phase ban. They managed to slide away with Ent Shadow Demon, and you still had rough lanes, right? Like your lane for Zeal was just shut down completely. Your lane for Fly wasn't amazing, and I'm curious to see what they do to fix it. And I'm curious what kind of aggression Alliance will try to bring out now, because they've been feeling themselves. You know, we've seen a lot of joy during drafting. We've seen them just go for crazy stuff like that Pudge carry that you don't see too often. I want to see what they have in store, man. These guys on Alliance are just insane right now.
Yeah, their drafts have been very exciting to watch. Again, props to Loader and the boys, because the drafts have been great, very entertaining. We're not seeing the... Yeah, maybe I might sound a little bit based here, John, but we're not seeing the same garbage drafts every time. You know, it's just... just every game we cast, it's the same thing, you know? It's nice to see a Pudge and a Warlock come out once in a while. I like that.
Yeah, it keeps things fresh. They get to pick up the Timbersaw now as well, so that could be our Skylark hero. Maybe some flex for Mobe on mid. But I do remember when we did cast, you know, some of these players like Skylark, I do remember him playing a lot of that, Tim. So I like this comfort already for Alliance very early on. I'm keen on seeing how they build up on that. And they've got the Enchantress backup for IG, which, again, it's a fair choice. It's very strong in lane. It should be hard to kill off. I just don't feel like we've seen the same impact out from Ollie compared to the time he was on Aurora with our old roster. Right? Like, the lanes just, again, even with heroes like Enchantress, arguably one of the stronger lane traders, it just wasn't there even in the top lane. So I want to see what IG's ideas are to fix this. Ench is still a strong start. I need to see more coming out in their picks.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
mean, absolutely. It's I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it. The lanes have just been horrendous for IG. I'm sure they'll look back on this series and just, you know, be studying quite a bit as to what went wrong, because it just has not been the caliber that we know these players can play at. That's for sure. Fly in particular on that Mirana last game. I mean, in fairness, Mirana was nerfed quite a bit in that sub patch, but his net worth just never took off. And just the impact was just non-existent.
10 seconds remaining.
That it was. It's just so challenging. It feels like,
5 seconds remaining.
considering how well Alliance, again, are executing as a team, how early they snowball, and just how smart their warding is. Like, I think it's also small things like that. Like, they always have the ramp wards ready. They know that Fly will try to connect down bot through the gate, so they already ward a ramp there. And they're setting up for Roshan. They know there's going to be a move up there. They catch out Zeal that time. And it's been consistent across these two games. Like, this ramp ward advantage that Alliance has worked out for themselves. IG didn't adapt to it in the last game. Surely now going to game 3, perhaps that's one more thing that they can try to sort out. Maybe just an early D ward if they want to get Fly active early. But we'll have to see. So far, nothing too big just yet. They will ban out the Emo Storm this time around. So they will remove that strong comfort pick for Emo, force him to play something else now. And that is one thing as well for Alliance. Sometimes there are solutions for the Storm. Well, again, it has worked out every single time. There is still leeway for Emo to play. So I do like that respect ban on the Storm. We will get the Bat Rider out for IG. Potentially our support Bat showing up. Maybe Core, likely not, but it still has some of that flex potential for sure. I still expect this to just be Baboka's hero. That's a lot more play, right? Like, single target disable now on your pause 4 is... It gives play potential. It relieves some of that pressure that we've seen on the cores of IG to set up everything by themselves. Now, Baboka with a blink can kind of get that done for them if he does pick up this bat.
Absolutely. Alliance, how do they want to respond? I mean, their draft is what intrigues me the most, because, again, these drafts have been very entertaining to watch. Oh, here we go again. They picked the Warlock. They picked the Warlock. Yeah, I must admit, Jonathan, I was a bit upset the Warlock was performing well last time. I'll be frank with you.
It's a good hero. It's a good hero.
Is it a good hero? Okay. I haven't heard those words from you in a long time.
I mean, it can be. Look, I play a lot of Warlock. I kind of stopped because I got bored. That's the breaking point. It's not the most entertaining hero to play, It's very much a fundamentals kind of hero, but it is strong. And you already have the Timber Saw on hand. Whirling Death, Chakram with Fatal Bonds is kind of ridiculous. You have Sustain for the Timber Saw up front as well, doubling down on his sustainability, so it kind of feels good. Of course, you're likely not laning together. I think that may be a little bit crazy. You're not likely to run Timber Saw Warlock, even though on paper it's actually not bad of a laning idea, but it's just kind of tough if the Warlock can't get that level too fast. Instead, you go for the Hoodwink. Do like this for Alliance. We've seen, again, a lot of Hoodwink in the past. It has kind of gone in and out in the past few weeks, but certainly still up there. Lots of output now coming in from Alliance. Timber Saw Hoodwink lane is very nice, as you can also set up for a chain forward and add additional trees for some more pure damage on the Whirling Death. So you do enjoy that combination on hand. That does leave you with 0 save for Lasso. So that is one concern here for Alliance. If, again, this Blink timing comes online for the Batrider, Blink Lasso is going to be highly effective. They do get into the Fly Weaver now as well, which is something that we used to see Fly play a ton of. Mind you, Weaver, out of all the cores in the past year, is the one that has faded away in the most recent of times. But it still does do a lot of damage if allowed to scale up. And it goes straight into the Pangolier now, which, again, for most teams would be a mid, but in this case, for Zeal, I would just assume it's off-lane Pango for him very early on here.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that.
10 seconds remaining.
Generally, just the emo pick does tend to come last, and well, this time around at least, emo won't have the option for Storm. As Alliance, time to reveal 2 more cores for us. They can't go back to the Prophet combo. They could think about Pudge if they really want to run it back, but generally speaking, you don't want to run it back to another time if you can avoid it. So instead, they're going to go for a Centaur pickup. I still like it. Still think it works very, very well in combination with things like the Fatal Bonds. That does kind of lock in a mid Timber Saw, though, for sure. Should be the offlane Centaur we're looking at.
It does. It gives some opportunities here for emo, depending on what they ban out on Alliance. Quap is a straightforward ban. Storm's already been banned out. Ember, maybe you're a little bit less worried about. Void Spirit as well, not the highest magical burst. Puck was banned out early along with Invoker. There's an OD pick that could look good here. I just don't know about that hero overall. And they are all relatively low mana total pool heroes. Santis could look good. I'm trying to convince myself the OD is a good pick, but on paper it looks pretty decent. I just don't think OD is in the best of spots if you did want to go that route here for the side of IG. Alliance aren't likely to ban it anyhow, but if they want something sneaky, I feel like you have enough play from your Batrider and Pangolier, even your Weaver as well with a Gleipnir pickup, that you could afford to go for a mid that just focuses in on burst. If not something like OD, maybe you can consider something like a mid Lina. Could be a little bit greedy, but that is another way to just pierce through all of this high HP and naturally gravitating towards armor sort of heroes that you do have here on Alliance's end.
The final ban out. Alliance looking for another mid lane to ban. $20 reserve time left for this choice. I don't know what kind of carry they're looking to finish off with here. They do get rid of the Monkey King. Surprised they made it all the way to this point, but there you go. Does get banned out. Now, Alliance need a position 1. I'm not even going to try and predict what they're going to go for because it has been, very unique from Alliance, that's for sure.
10 seconds.
But it's been working, which is all that matters.
5 seconds.
It does. I mean, meta stuff is still in the pool, like, say, Luna, surprisingly enough.
Team pick.
Luna would work out, and yeah, they just go with Luna. Maybe in lane it's a little bit more passive, to be fair, but there's some things that can be done, like Bonds with Glaive is okay, decent amount of poke into the side of IG. The lane should be relatively stable for your Luna overall. Core-to-core matchup against the Weaver is where it's a little bit more interesting, as Weaver does have time-lapse to play with. They'll go with Leshrac here on IG's end, so we will get the emo Lesh mid. And that's something we don't see too much. We've seen it every now and again, but not most recently. Lanes very nicely, though, into the Timbersaw mid. I think that's the one thing you will get out here for Emo. Overall, you can just not care about the Timbersaw too much. You've got a lot of damage to pump out. He has gone for Misanthropy as well. So, if I'm trying to recall, that is the one that modifies Diabolic Edict, right? Like, where it's not going to damage buildings, but you do more damage to units. I forget what their names are, actually. I just know...
Yes, you are
I think
correct.
that's Misanthropy? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. So, you can just run down the Timbersaw. Your push potential maybe not as high, but honestly, just winning out this lane, just actually winning laning phase for IG is already a big course correction, and I like what they've drafted to set that up. I do feel like there are issues down the line in terms of catching heroes out. Your most stable hold is Blink Lasso for Baboka, because early on, if you're just going to run in with Rolling Thunder from Zeal, you press Stampede on Skylark, you're not catching anyone, realistically. It's going to be tough until a Gleipnir timing's lined in. So I like the tools you have on Alliance. I think they are very hard to burst down. Once a pipe is up, maybe Emo does much less damage than he'd expect to. And once BKBs are up, that tempo is thrown off. So I think IG, this stands on two things. You have to win laning phase, and you have to run them down before all the big aura items and before any debuff immunity kicks in, because once that's up, it becomes a little bit harder to play with your draft right now. Like, there is scaling.
I have a question. Is this the draft from IG where they'll win out some lanes? Because both games, none of the lanes got won by IG. Both games, every lane was won by Alliance. Is this the draft?
For mid, certainly so. I feel like that's the one lane that should just win out. Like, Emo should not get thrown off by the Timbersaw lane whatsoever. This Batrider lane's going to be interesting. Batrider Pango is not the most aggressive, but they can poke a lot better than what we were seeing last time. So maybe at the very least you can temper back Alliance's own aggression with your own poke back potential, and that can kind of open up the lane a little bit more for Zeal. So I think even if it's just mid winning out here is already massive for the side of IG, and slowing down that tempo and allows some aggressive movement out from Emo, which we saw a little bit more in Game 2, to be fair. Just felt like we needed to see more of it. And I think the Leshrac, again, should allow that with a Misanthropy up. So it's down to Emo. And it's down to Mobe, whether or not he can withstand the magical onslaught that our Leshrac will bring out here.
It'd be interesting. Again, it's been a long time since you and I have actually seen Lesh in the pro games, so it's... whether this hero is actually viable, per se, is the question on my mind, as they are going to see Emo mid lane trying to find a ward by the tier 1 tower, but does not get so lucky. Line's being drawn out, though. They want to loop around and see if they can snipe Emo from the back. It seems like they might have decided better of it, though. Desire just kind of going on his own little mission, and it doesn't really seem like they're going to be able to find the angle for Emo. Meanwhile, though, IG, they're still in position to try and find a first blood themselves here down at this bottom side of the map. The issue is Alliance seem to have read this movement quite well, and they're going to completely avoid the gank attempt that was set there by IG. Maybe they could still try. But now they know Baboka's there. Zeal's still hanging around, so is Ollie. They could still give it a crack. They'll take the Watcher back. Nande's going to jump in onto Zeal, but they realize something is awry here, and they do back towards the tier 2 tower. Nande's just going to TP right back to the tier 1.
And that was very good for Alliance. They got the read from Kadara's smoke breaking as he walks in towards that camp they were hanging out in. Still had the smoke running, and the smoke breaks. They just dodged that trap once again. No first blood this time around for IG. Much more even start. We did go 2 for 2 in bounties as well. And we can take a look at that mid. And this lane for the Timbersaw is probably not the best. You still have a lot of clear coming out for Mobe. It shouldn't be too tough to just at least walk up Whirling Death and pull back. But Emo with the isolation, with the threat of the Edict, with Misanthropy, there's a ton of damage. So you do have to respect that. It's not easy for Mobe to just commit up. Although there is a wide window where Edict is down and Mobe can play a little bit more. Just going to be a little bit more passive for the Timbersaw in comparison here.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, that top lane, rather, Fly and Ollie are going at it here against Skylark and Desire. It's a pretty strong off lane you've got here between Skylark and Desire, like the classic Bushwhack into the Hoof Stomp combo. A lot of damage can be pumped out from the Centaur quite early on. I mean, Fly is somewhat of a Weaver specialist, like he does play this hero a lot. But I do question how effective the hero is going to be in the current meta.
I think the hero still works well. It doesn't feel like he got touched too much. His shard timing's still great. His output's still great. His scaling's early on still great. I think the key thing for Fly is that they are making this a little bit tougher for Desire to try to play with that tree bounce. They are cutting basically every tree with a quelling. So they are cutting off angles that Desire could look for bushwhacks early on to set up into a hoof stomp. And that is just giving Fly more of a lane to play. I'm keen on seeing if Fly will try to get that rotation down bot again, and whether or not the vision's going to be there from Alliance to spot the tree to gate. As we are looking down bot, Hanande along with Kadaro up against Zeal and Boca. And this lane for the Luna is not necessarily that tough. It's a pretty close range matchup for the Pango to play tag with, but you've got Sustain coming out from Kadaro. The small poke damage you do get with Fatal Bonds plus the Glaives, it's nice additional, poke. It is slowly but surely whittling down a little bit more and allows you to just constantly shove the wave out to just get a pull in the back as well to try to deny some EXP if they can get that timing for Kadaro. Absolutely.
So far, 0-0, not too much action happening across the lanes. Though, I've got to say, I mean, props to IG. So far for their lanes, everything's going pretty well. Fly CSing very well. Emo CSing very well. Zeal is kind of struggling a little bit, but not so much. Things are still very even, which is something good to see because it has been a very one-sided affair for the first 5 to 10 minutes of each game. Of course, the bottom lane is starting to heat up a little bit for Zeal. You kind of went over it, but the Bat Rider can't help so much against this Luna Warlock, but, at the very least, he's not having as bad of a time as he did last game on the Primal Beast.
And he isn't. And he is at least soaking up some stable EXP. You're not dying twice in a row for Zeal. You're not being pressured to buy a million salves just to stay in that lane to soak up. You are maybe getting some room out for Boboka to try to build up some stacks. Only the large camp, as he is going to secure some water runes for the mid, but that is still some resources slowly being built up. Some catch-up mechanics lined up here. Up top, though.
Oh, nice kill. Ollie will go down. Desire able to secure first blood on the Hoodwink. Meanwhile, mid lane, there's a bit of a jump attempt onto Mobay. But Boca even rotating to try and throw a casual flame break out to reposition the Timber, but it will not work in their favor. Mobay is going to be just fine.
Yeah, not quite enough mana from Emo to sustain through the chase down as well. And I like this read from Emo. Trying to get aggressive before the double chakram is up here for Mobay. This is his opening. Even before 6, he does have that burst, but Mobay has been playing the lane very smart. Again, he's lagging behind in CS, but not by a huge margin. Emo is still up there 24-8, no denies from Mobay, but he is still managing to get what looks to be a decent timing to 6. So
Fly very close to dying that time around. It really all it takes is a bushwhack. Well, once the bushwhack does land, they are going to get a lot of damage off, and well, Fly sadly learning the hard way, but does at least make it through that initial initiation. But now you've got to be worried because one bushwhack's just going to kill you. Like Skylark will just get the hoof stomp, and that is you dead.
Pretty much it. I like this build as well from Skylark, not opting for any points in retaliate. Full-on burst build here for our Centaur. Looking for that aggression early on. A little bit of a siege mid. Emo pops the Edict, but that's not going to help with buildings, unfortunately. And siege pacing isn't too bad. You've got the Enchantress around with the siege creep, but it's not as quick as it could be if you went for the other facet, of course.
Absolutely not. Oh, Bushwhack is there. Fly caught, but Hoof Stomp will not come out yet. Does eventually fly up, and Fly flies down. Was Sukuchi on cooldown?
He had it up.
I don't think it was.
Yeah.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. It happens.
Does happen. Their mid aggression has paid off. Tower is still set to fall. Very low HP now. So even if this gets cleared out, you should still be able to find it. And they will. No deny coming out there. Good attempt coming out from Kadaro. So you do get that early tempo out for IG to at least open up some avenues to try to invade the triangle if need be. Some forward action down bot, but they are sacking top for this. Like, Flyfly is still not having a great time top. No support rotations whatsoever. No relief in sight for our Weaver. And maybe getting a read here on IG that they need to prioritize other lanes. Like, say, give Zeal a good time. It's a much better game for him again on this Pango.
I mean, Nande sees Emo running right towards him. He's just going to go for a bit of a run. Emo trying to cut him off by running up towards the twin gate, but Nande, realizing that's the way he would go, does continue running directly west and has made it. A very nice escape from Nande. A bit of an unfortunate attempt from IG because Emo makes all that kind of movement for nothing. Still gets a bit of farm here with the neutrals at the very least, but I dare say he would have much preferred himself a Luna kill.
And he would have. Can always sit back and farm in the jungle early on for the Luna nowadays as well. So Nande is not going to be feeling too bad about that. Still has his forward jungle to play with, although Emo is still keeping this chase up. This is fairly deep now.
This is a lot of time from Emo. Again, I will state he was farming on his way there. So at the very least, he's not wasting his time. But it was a lot of commitment from IG to try and hunt this Luna down, and they still have not found it.
No. At the least, they will get the spacing they need to clear out that bot tier 1. So the early push lining out here for IG. Again, maybe giving them a little bit more map control to sneak in and try to get those kills. They didn't set up forward vision in that movement, though.
No. Their ping's out. They want Emo. Desire's here with the bushwhack. He's going to land it very nicely, but the Mobe does need to back off. Too much damage from Emo with that Diabolic Edict / Pulse Nova, and Desire did not have level 6 yet for the Sharpshooter. Still does save the life of Mobe. Is now Zeal moving his way up, still having a look around for this Timbersaw. Everyone from Alliance going to be able to retreat just fine, but you are kind of getting a glimpse of how much damage Emo has. They'll even take the triangle stacks.
Getting some good use out of these movements out. We'll find a nice freebie kill onto Baboka though, as he is exposed down mid, not able to join in to the triangle in time. I don't think you're in an unhappy position for Alliance anyway. Stack clearing, Ancient still stands, and the large camp's the one taken away. You're still getting free space out for the Centaur. You're still having a bit of a slower time on Flyfly, even in the 1v1 lane. Stampede at the ready now as well for Skylark to just start to make play. And again, there's this pressure on IG to actually play a little bit quicker with Lesh. And the fact that they couldn't hunt down the Luna, couldn't find Nande, already holds them back a little bit. And then these tier 1 objectives are nice, but I don't feel like you've actually pressured Alliance. Like, they're still farming comfortably. Maybe a bit of a slower game for Mobe overall, but his lane matchup just wasn't good anyhow.
Absolutely not. Mobe actually trying to intervene here and take some stacks away himself, and he might actually get away with a few. He does get some of the large camp as he makes the jump in onto Zeal, but Rolling Thunder is going to be at quite a nice angle here for Zeal. Mobe being locked down for quite a while. They'll even drop the Golem now onto Emo, and he's down. They'll get Mobe eventually, but Emo was definitely the better target to take out. Ollie now being chased, trying to find a way out of this one, but Desire will take him down easily. They're even looking for Zeal now. Nande on the chase. Lucent Beam out. Golem still chasing down Zeal to boot, but I doubt they're able to hold him. But they could look for Baboka and they get him. Desire, a triple kill for the Hoodwink at level 10. As Emo trying to come back in, trying to get some stragglers and maybe secure his own ancient camps. And he will do so, but Nande's moving back in, looking for Zeal now, as the Fatal Bond is doing a lot of damage because the Ancient Stacks did also cop it.
Oh.
And Zeal is dead. Desire picking up his 6th kill of the game. My goodness.
Oh. Yeah, this is just not the set of events you'd want for IG. Great reads out from Alliance once more. A little bit unfortunate for Mobe. He gets stuck in a very awkward angle from Zeal and his roll. But Zeal can't focus in on everyone else. Alliance had a lot of room to just get all of these heroes on top with a Stampede. Get the cleanup. Even early activity out for Nande with nothing but the Morbid Mask power treads. And tip out for Zeal and Skylark. Considering those sets of events there, but for IG, you're looking at 7-1 right now. You're lagging behind in farm. Skylark's popping off because again he was given a very free lane, rushing into the blink now to initiate for his team. It's only really still MoBay hurting on the Tim, but
Oh boy.
they're cleaning up shop.
They are cleaning up. Desire is becoming a real problem on this Hoodwink. Already 7-0-1. And this is your POS 4. My God, he's just... you don't
taken-
see this kind of... What's that, John?
He's taken almost all the kills. 7 out of 8. Jeez.
He's been involved in every
That's-
single one, too. You can give him that. This is a very
You know
nice
this
Hoodwink
movie?
performance.
You
What
know
is
this movie, Mike? A Streetcar Called Desire.
No, John, I don't know that movie. Well, why do you know that movie?
I also don't know why I know that movie.
Have you
I feel
watched
like I picked it up in a game. No. Oh, no. I
Okay.
didn't. But
Good.
every time we say Desire, I just think that, I don't know. He certainly is looking like a streetcar named Desire, whatever that means. Yes, he is,
Streetcar Named Desire.
I think it's a good film, I've been told by the internet. Perhaps.
Yeah, but in fairness, your taste for films it's something. It's
Hey, look, I was an art student, okay? I love Koyaanisqatsi.
Yeah.
It's a great film.
you sure were, John. You did study the art, didn't you, Jonathan?
Study is a word for it. Study is a word
You know
for
the
it, I
worst part
suppose.
is, I was doing an arts degree as well back at university.
That I
Yeah, I
cannot
was.
believe.
Oh, that's how we ended up here, John. Never do arts. You don't go to university. Don't listen to your parents, kids.
Don't go to
right?
university.
Well, what's the point? Pay 100K for what? For what?
Hey, if
So I
you're,
can get some
if you're in the
expensive toilet
sciences, it
paper.
makes sense.
Ah, get out of here. AI is
we
going to be
took-
doing all of it in 5 years.
Look, we took arts. That's our fault, not the universities. We're just the schmucks. We thought we could do
asked-
art, Michael Phoenix.
You ask any Westerner, should they do an arts degree, they'd laugh at you, John. I guarantee. Select few may not.
This is getting to be a very peppy stream right here. Went from talking about a movie as it's 8-1 on Desire into just being sad about our life choices. Outstanding stuff. You know who's not sad? Alliance. They're not sad with any of their choices. They've done all the right things from lane into this point in time. It's only 13 minutes in, but we're seeing the exact same circumstances come out from IG. And I thought it would be better. I thought their lanes would just have some play. I thought Emo could do something. Nothing's happening for IG still.
Bottom tower is under attack.
No, it's not, Jonathan. I mean, something's happening. They've been dying to Alliance, mostly Desire. There's that, I suppose. As here we go. Smoke up behind Nando.
Radiant structures
Nando.
are fortified.
I keep saying Nando. I'm quite hungry.
You're
at the moment.
hungry.
John. All right.
You're hungry.
Can you tell I'm hungry? Sorry to Nande. My apologies. My God, I'll send him a message afterwards, John, if he accepts my friend request. That is, my apologies, Nande. It is some good chicken, though. I'll give him that, John. As Desire's now hunting down Zeal.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not gonna. Oh, he would have been on target. He would have been on target, but he barely misses out with the TP.
Yeah, it's time to scan from IG allows them to bail out. I mean, playing the stall game for IG is not too bad. There's a timing here for Fly. Gleipnir's the start of it. I don't think it's the ultimate end of it just yet for the Weaver, as it does need a lot more ramping up. You've got Baboka lining up for his Blink, 20 gold away. And once that is up, that's where we need to see IG find some success for their smokes. Just get the Blink Lasso, drag them into Emo's loving hands, and watch the damage fly in from your Leshrac. That has to be the way it pans out here for the side of IG, because this pacing is not what you'd like to see when you've got a Leshrac that doesn't have push potential, because you go for Misanthropy. So you need to get kills. And we haven't seen any for Emo. He's tried. It's not from lack of trying. Right? They have tried to rotate on IG, but Alliance have just had such great game reads. Even in this lane for Mobe, where theoretically it's a very bad lane for Timbersaw, he doesn't die. He just soaks up EXP, finds just enough farm. Kaya almost done now in the Timbersaw. And they'll try.
Baboka with a nice blink out. Zill's going to jump in. Fly's going to join in as well, but there's a nice stampede away. Still the flame break does push them back into Fly. This is looking like the kind of fight you like to see here for IG, as the Zill tips are coming out. But Zill, have you gotten a bit too early with that? Fly's about to die by the looks of it, but he does get out. A Zill now will drop. Eclipse out. Not going to hit anything from Nande. Oli does go down, but a lasso committed as they drag him back into Emo. Nande dropping low, needs to go for the fight but cannot survive. That's the kind of fight IG's been looking for.
And it is. They make use of a great opening with Stampede being forced defensively here. They find a good angle coming out there from Zeal with a roller once more. They kill off Desire. That's actually the bigger kill. I would argue that's the biggest kill you could have hoped for. Still lose Baboka to Mobe, but you've done the damage on IG. You're seeing just how pesky it is to play into Skitter Step Weaver. Like, that's slow. Off of Stampede ending, lining up to allow Zeal to again get some rolls, forcing out the Chaotic Offering just onto the Pangolier, basically. They're not able to burst down Fly in that spell usage as well. And IG equalized just a tad bit. Still a slight lead for Alliance, but it's evening out for IG. We're starting to see their spikes come in.
Absolutely. You see how much damage Emo does. Like, it's just, if you can bring someone to Emo, the amount of damage he can pump out is absolutely ridiculous. And it is really all up to Baboka, right? Just the lasso into the drag back, or even just the knockback with the flame break. Just anything to drag them closer to Emo is what IG need. Is they're going to smoke up a 4 now, IG. Feeling confident after that last fight. They are running directly towards Nande in the Radiant Triangle. They are walking in blind though. Nande was spotted there for a second. Baboka, lasso's available. He just needs to blink in for the lasso, but he will do it. There you go. And that will be a very quick kill onto Nande. It's too much if you get close to this flash.
It's way too much. And again, this is exactly what we need to be seeing from IG. We talked about this blink timing on Baboka. It's panning out, even though maybe the first fight was a little bit more back and forth. They certainly have secured their space to start to hit their timings here on IG. Opening up onto Roshan now. We've got the damage around with Fly, along with Emo, of course, and they have set up their wards to watch. They can at least see if anyone will try to sneak in. They will back off early, as they do see that approach forward.
Okay, but can Alliance afford to go for it? It's still very early, but once they have Nande back up, I think they actually could think about it. Skylark's making the pings. He wants to go. And Nande pings as well, so it seems like they've agreed to just take the free Roshan. And they're going to get away with it too. IG. I mean, they are pushing out the mid and bottom lane, so they are going to create themselves a lot of space, and they are going to apply a lot of pressure on the map here against the Lions. Baboka was trying to be a little bit cheeky and maybe swipe it away, but he will drop. Still, the tier 2 tower is being chipped away at, but it's been glyphed up. They're not really getting too much damage off here. And now Roshan is down. Nande, of course, will take the Aegis.
I'm a bit surprised from that move from IG. They show a lot of respect for just how much Alliance can play. Again, in a big 5v5, the story does change just a tad bit for IG. Unless, again, they can pull someone off before that big commitment is made by Alliance with Lasso. With the Aegis secured here, Fernande feeling a lot safer, of course, on the side of Alliance overall. They still have some big spikes for Nande to farm into. Still lacking that full Manta style into what should just be our Conda as well. And that's at that point when the damage can start to get a little bit ridiculous. Fly for his part trying to go into a Dragonlance. When he can hit, say, Shard, even just Shard Chrysalis, that's when Weaver can really start to rip people apart if you're not too careful. Also seeing Emo trying to commit into that Bloodstone now. And just a little bit slower. I mean, Alliance do manage to really in the lead 3k their way as they are ripping apart the Tormentor. Or,
well,
were trying to rip apart the Tormentor.
They were trying. Tormentor was ripping them apart, but here we go. They will sort it out. Free shards here for Kadaro. Oh. Alliance, all things being said and done, still have the net worth advantage. 4k their way. And IG, they've decided to just sit back and farm once again. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, Emo is working towards his Bloodstone. Fly just finished his Gleipnir. So you are hitting spikes once again for IG, as they will trade for their own Tormentor now. But I do kind of have the same question on my mind. Like, is it worth playing a slow game when you've gone this style of draft and these style of facets? Well, we will find out the answer very, very soon, I'm sure. But giving the time for Nande to catch up, it is still a Luna. John, it's not well advised.
Yep. No, certainly not. And you're allowing, say, the aura play to start to come in from Skylark, right? Like, he's working onto the pipe not too far off. BKB's coming online from Obey. So a lot of that damage output is cut on the side of IG, once that protection is in for Alliance. Again, down the scaling game for Luna versus Weaver, it's back and forth. It depends on whether or not you can chain stun the Weaver and whether or not you can isolate the Luna. It's kind of down to just these two diverging styles. Fly will try solo here, but
not going to work out for poor old Fly. He may have put himself in a bit of an awkward situation as well, but looks like he does make it out just fine. Bottom lane, a bit of a push starting here from IG. They've got the Dark Troll Summoner up, so that T2 tower could go down pretty quickly if it is left undefended. I miss the days when Dark Troll Summoner was really broken with these raised dead skillings. That was fun.
It's very funny. Stampede.
Again, a lot of MR from that. TP away. They have left Baboka behind. Zeal's going to be okay by the looks of it, but Mobay will take care of Baboka, no issues. I say no issues, Baboka is still running away, but he is dead. Thank you, PT.
Those were fun times. Those were fun times when we used to see those creeps. You're a sicko, by the way, Mikey. Just a reminder, This is a man who thoroughly enjoyed Necronomicon.
Oh, I did.
You know why? It's on brand, Mike. It's on brand. Friendship is magic, right, MLP?
Oh, shut up,
What more can you
John.
ask for if you get more
Shut up.
by summoning them?
How dare you? This whole 6 or 7 years of casting together, I've never heard you make a My Little Pony joke. Not once, but here we are. Thanks, John.
It's got to be up for the Necronomicon love, Mikey. It has to be on that one.
IG. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Had standards.
What's wrong with you? How you had standards?
IG. Oh, they're smoked up. They're moving right towards Nande, and Nande's going to be left alone because Kadaro just TP'd up, and no, he cancels. He cancels the TP, and did that Centaur stun Baboka? Emo? In trouble. He'll get the Bloodstone off, but he's not really healing up through the Yule Scepter as Emo in trouble again is looking to drop and does go down. Oh boy, IG, it turned to a decent fight to something really bad as Nande, like, he's still got the Aegis up, he can still reset through this, though. Oh, it does expire. Perfect timing for IG. Mobay still dropping, but they're moving onto Fly, and they've got the trade. The enemy pos one down as now Ollie is gonna drop. Alliance, it was a bit back and forth, but Alliance, they will get the better end of this trade.
Yeah, they do. Just a lot of things lining up for Alliance. It did look like the Sensor Sun came in, but you also had a quick Manta out there from Nande at the end. Just kind of dodge out an instant lasso. And that just made it,
here we go.
Again, unfeasible there.
It wasn't even neutral camp. It was the end. Never mind.
Yeah.
I just heard the sound cue and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, great Manta dodge out from Nande. Very rough. And again, it's down to how long you're wanting to drag this game from IG. Yes, you're scaling up on everyone, but you're playing into BKBs, you're playing into high durability, high damage output on that Luna. Although the timing was just right to clean up Nande as the Aegis fades. There was a lot of output on Ollie, and this time his investment into the Hurricane Pike is paying off as a semi-forward support. He is managing to do that work for his team. And the issue is it's just a very fragmented, almost funneled one-by-one fight for IG that does not pan out. 5k lead for Alliance coming out on top. Very messy. Could have been worse, of course, as they do still get much more out of that than they should have. IG still have all their big spells, so Lasso's still ready. They've got Rolling Thunder right back up. They just need to be able to land this Lasso from Boboka. He just needs to find that big target, and hopefully this time catch them before a Manta dodge can happen.
Radiant are scanning.
They take the Watcher, but it was right in front of the Lunar Illusion. So Alliance should have somewhat of an idea the smoke is coming.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That'll be about it. Of course, Alliance, they're just going to sit behind the tier 2 towers and wait the smoke out. No need to force a fight when you don't know where IG are. And now the smoke will wear out, and it seems like Alliance are just back to the farm game. I mean, you're still getting Nande bigger and bigger. He's going to have a Kandra up next. That's still concerning signs. Skylark, even with the Crimson Guard in just a moment. It's about 900 gold off the recipe. Alliance now looking to run towards IG. They see Emo.
Emo?
For a moment there, Emo does get away for now, but the chain. Oh, no. Not the TP. Not the TP. Hey, he's gone. No chance in hell of him surviving that one. When he had the right idea, he knew something was wrong, but the timing was a little bit off. Thankfully for IG, though, John, Roshan's still 2 minutes 15 seconds away.
There's one boon here for IG. We'll have everyone back up. At that point for sure, if nothing else happens, they get some time to keep trying to play this farm game. Working on to a 4th staff now for Boboka. Full BKB for Fly to try to hold forward. And the Ags Shard for Zeal, as he does have that full Harpoon up to try to drag people into that Rolling Thunder. So you do have time. Again, the scaling is there for IG. They can scale up against what Alliance has. It's just a matter of, can you scale enough? Again, I feel like these BKBs alone are already causing massive issues for Emo and trying to just leverage his damage output up front. His own BKB not too far off as well, but I feel like you've missed your big window for the side of IG. And Alliance, they're just set to keep going forward, keep scaling up. Once that full Kanda is up, once you've got the full Shivas up on Mobe, you really don't have that much to be worried about. Crimson Guard, like you mentioned here for Skylark, is up and running now. So you've got ways to even just shorten the damage or lessen the damage output of Fly.
Emo.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's the classic creep wave bait. The issue is his whole team was kind of showing bottom lane. Like Fly was farming the wave, and it's a pretty obvious gank to make for Alliances. Well, Fly now is going to be a little bit cautious. He'll just Sakuchi away from Mobe, but they're going to lose their T2 mid tower in the meantime. And I highly doubt they're going to be able to push too much for this bottom tier 3, considering you do have a Timber against you who's just going to clear out the creep wave over and over again. So Fly, he'll TP back to try and defend, but Alliance, they're already into the high ground. Nande does a lot of damage to that tier 3 tower, in case it wasn't already obvious. Fly and Ollie going to get to work. Gleipnir will lock down Nande for a moment. The lasso's not going to be there, and now the hoof stomp! Oh, Skylark! Perfect setup! And that's going to be at least a Rax, I think, if not more. Oh, yeah. Oh, Nande? Be careful now, sir. Be careful. Ollie looking to go down, but so is Zeal. And that is a full team wipe. Skylark making magic happen once again. Oh, I love that, Jonathan. You can't afford to make a mistake against this man.
No, you really can't. Straight onto the tier 4s, no buybacks in IG, and with Luna, this just does not take that much time.
Is there a need to back off, I wonder? Like, Fly's down for 30 seconds. It's plenty of time here for Alliance. Skylark looking for more targets. Ollie this time around will juke out. Emo is back to try and defend. Boboka, again, not finding the initiation he really wanted. Very, very unfortunate for him now as Emo chasing. Skylark is going to go down. Ancient will be left exposed, but that's going to be about it. Although, no, never mind. They are going to find at least Kadaro as well. So they do punish a couple of them, but they've lost the Rax and they've lost their tier 4 towers.
It's just one team fight away now for Alliance. If they manage to find an all-in, they can just look to run down into the mid. End the game. Again, doesn't take too long when you've got that Luna and her output. Did manage to force out a buyback, singular buyback, only from Ollie, and does pay off massively. Roshan is back up, and IG are lining up for it right now. Scouted out with Fly, gets instantly stunned, but no problem. We'll still be able to clear out this objective. Alliance, for their part, have to get cautious. I mean, Aegis is nice. It's still a rough spot for IG. They still have to be very cautious when they do engage now, because you die 2 times over, you lose out on Ollie, let's say, with no buyback on him. Suddenly a lot of your DPS is gone. This Ench is actually doing a ton of work up front.
I mean, at the very least, you know, with the Aegis up, maybe just feeling a little bit more secure. But like you said, they really cannot afford a bad team fight any longer. Like, it's just, when you can just literally run down mid and finish off the game, you cannot afford to lose a team fight any longer. Here for IG, but they're 13k behind. Yeah, you have an Aegis and the Roshan banner, but is it going to make the difference? We'll have to wait and see. Full Kanda now completed on Nande. Fly, I mean, he has his BKB, he's working towards the Daedalus, but still a while away for the Daedalus pickup. And Emo's reached a point, I feel like, where unless he gets right in the middle of everyone, he's not doing as much as you would hope. And well, as we've seen as well, Alliance have been very good at avoiding all the lasso attempts from Maboka. Like, I can't remember the last time Maboka got a lasso.
It's been several minutes now, all the way back. Like, their Manta dodges are on point, the 4 staves, the Glimmer Cape usage. It's just insane. They just know they can get a read right when Baroka tries to come in. But after his lasso, it falls flat.
Oh, Zeal already copying so much damage here. They're still going to try and force the fight. The Eclipse is down. Emo is just absolutely melting to the damage output of the Luna. He'll try to fight back, but the Alliance, the Aegis is gone. And now he's surrounded. Emo, what can you do, sir? The answer is nothing. He'll buy back. But Zeal is gone. More buybacks to come out here from IG. They've got to commit all of them. Yeah, Fly is down without buyback. That's a problem. He bought his full Chrysalis. Ancient is still exposed, by the way. The towers do not come back. Mobe's going to jump in. Emo really cannot afford to die. Trying to chase down Nande, but Nande's fine. Baboka's down. Still no lasso as they call the GG. They've seen enough in Alliance. Props to Alliance, Jonathan. I like this new roster.
Yeah, I'm with you. They look amazing. Their early game is just so dominant. And you know what? I've always heard excitement around before Alliance picked them up. Of course, I've always heard a lot of excitement around Dandelions and their qualifier journey. Again, they stopped short to AVULUS, but they are up here now. And they knocked out a lot of great teams in the process. They knocked down OG, they knocked down Secret. Mind you, these are within the roster shuffle period, so maybe it doesn't say a lot, but they've knocked down big names before, and they just look so insanely good. Like, the laning prowess that we are seeing coming out from this team is just, there's no game to play. Like, you pick the Celestia up, Mobe, even though he's lagging behind in farm, the lead from Ebon wasn't enough. They get a good read, they always know where the angles are coming in here from IG, and they're not able to play off this early tempo that theoretically their draft should have had this time around. They should have had some play this moment as well. Centaur stun falls flat, instant Manta dodge out from Nande. It's just, what more could you ask for? How do you play into this?
It was very strong plays here from the side of Alliance, and well, we are going to see some highlights here, of course. IG putting up probably the best fight they have all series, I want to say. But it just, still wasn't anywhere near enough here against Alliance, and it really is the laning stage has been very impressive from this Alliance side. It does raise somewhat of a question for me as to whether IG was having maybe a bad performance here in this series, and you know, is this kind of performance from Alliance gonna remain against other opponents? I'll be frank, John, I think the answer is yes. I think there's a lot of potential here with this roster.
That I agree with you, and again, you and I, we've seen a few of these players before. Skylark's the one that I really remember from the past when we would cast some very rare EU games. And they looked impressive individually then, even when they weren't in all the same teams. They already looked pretty damn good individually. So I think with Alliance on hand, having them backing this roster, having the wisdom and knowledge of Lota, I think that actually makes a huge difference. It brings that team to the next level. And I think these guys on a different level compared to what a lot of people have seen before, it's going to be pretty terrifying for a lot of these teams if they're not ready for this Alliance.
No, I'm very happy to see it. Of course, props to IG for attempting to to win out this series. I mean, they did at least get a game off Alliance, and that is something, but certainly for IG, it's time to maybe go back to the drawing board and see what's gone wrong, because there was certainly a couple issues there. Of course, we'll focus on the positives, Jonathan. Yeah, obviously, you see the endgame stream here, endgame screen here. Do you mind giving us a standout player?
I want to say it was Skylark. Desire, actually. It was Desire for sure. Getting all of those kills early on, setting up across almost every lane to get them going very, very early on. He did so much on this Hoodwink to secure them that game. Heck, he still ends up with almost all of the kills at the end as well. 14-1-11 on this Hoodwink. A ridiculous number for a pause 4, but Skylark gets the Desire gets the work in, and I mean, it's all of them. It's not just Skylark, right? It's the fact that they're following true on this movement, or that his team is providing the openings to kind of keep that aggression going. Again, the laning phase just looks incredible across the board for Alliance, even in matchups that theoretically should lose out a little bit more. Mobe has a slower start. Didn't matter that much for the Timbersaw. Still finds some effective rotations in comparison to what we saw there from Emo. And I think a lot of teams will have to be looking at Alliance as a little bit of the dark horse coming in. They just look so damn good. If people aren't ready, they can just roll through them if they're not set for it.
Absolutely, Jonathan. Of course, we have to roll on because there is more Dota coming, John. So we're going to head off to a short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with some more great Dota 2 action. We'll see you then.
Hello, everybody. I am here with MOUZ from Beast Coast. Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you.
It's been a while. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
That's right. That's right. We haven't seen you since TI, I believe.
13, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, me personally, not since TI 13. That's right. But we, as a community, as Dota, have not seen you guys since TI. Let's talk a little bit about that. What are you feeling now that you're done with TI? You're over the TI Blues. How was that event for you?
I mean, we went to the past year. I saw you there, but we didn't meet. That day was pretty good. I mean, we had some rough games.
Yeah.
But you know, we ended up like making up our mistakes and playing some good Dota later. The results weren't the best, but I think we felt pretty good with our performances. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you guys seem to feel pretty good with it because in the world where everybody is kind of roster swapping right now, you guys are staying strong, staying together. Can you give us a little glimpse into that? What do you think about all this roster swapping?
Well, I think sometimes it's necessary to have like some new ideas, some new environment. Sometimes, you know, the relationships just fall apart. It just happens. We currently are having a standing right now.
Yeah.
So we kind of like in the same ship, you know.
Seems a little threatening. You said you're standing and now you're thinking about getting some new ideas and all that stuff. I mean, come on, man.
It's natural.
Okay, cool. What do you think is the most interesting roster swap that you've seen from the rest of the Dota community?
I mean, I think right now the Puppy roster is kind of
okay, he's just a stand-in, all right? It's not a roster swap. But yeah, the Puppy for Navi is what you're referring to? Yeah.
I think people are still figuring out. Like, there's nothing decided yet, so it's hard to say.
Yeah. That one interests me as well. What about South America? What's going on down there with the roster swapping? I mean, you think there's going to be a lot of shakeups, or?
Well, I don't think many shakeups in the top teams of SA. But SA is used to a lot of roster changes. You know, it's just it's kind of. I think it's kind of bad because just lose one tournament, change a player. You're never gonna get results like that. You know, you need some consistency, some growth. You know, and for that you need commitment from people like long time. So if you don't have that, it will be hard to have that consistency.
Now, do you think that's like your specialty on the team? Because, you know, you're the big man on the team, you keep them together, you keep them consistent. Is that why you guys have been able to hold together?
Yeah, I mean, this past year, we were like the more consistent ones in South America, I would say. and it helped us a lot, to grow. Yeah.
What do you think about the latest patch? You think they fixed the game enough from past TI, where it's a little bit more interesting now?
I don't know, it's hard to say. We have been thinking, but it feels, they nerf so bad my role, like the mana would cost upgrade, and the heroes, they also increase the mana cost of the spells, so it sucks for me, but I will have to adapt, like always. So for other roles, I think it's, the OP heroes, they just nerf a bit, but we don't know, I think we will see. I don't want to show some strats.
I mean, all support players cried out. And if you touch arcane boots, you're hurting us. That is emotional damage right there for us.
And the 5, because the 5 has to buy it.
But I don't know. I mean, supports have had it pretty good lately, especially 5s. It had a lot more impact. It ain't like the old days. Do you remember, the brown boots only days? Are you happy with how support is playing these days?
Yeah, I think I like it. It's more skill. Like it demands more of post 5 at least.
Sure.
Post 4 always been very demanding. This is a skilled role. But post 5, it's not to be like that. But right now it's more demanding, which is good. You gotta be good or you are out. So something like that.
Just general questions then. What are you expecting from the team this event? How far do you guys think you're gonna go? Are you guys shooting for that first place or?
Well, we're playing to win, of course, but we came here to, to have some fun and play some good Dota. That's our mentality. No pressure for us. We have an amazing standing, which is Whisper, So we're very excited to play with him, and new ideas, new guy, and Whisper is an amazing add-up for us because he's also very chill and a very good guy to have around. So it's amazing to experience this with the team.
Absolutely. Well, we're excited to see how you guys do as well, and we're excited to see how it goes with the stand-in. So best of luck to you. We'll be hearing a lot more from Beast Coast and our boy MOUZ coming up soon. But for now, back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. More PGL Wallachia for you. Season 2. This is season dose. And, 2, duo, that's us, B-Cop and Black. I obviously pointed the wrong direction because I don't know my lefts from my rights. But it's good to be back. It's I don't know. I got the grins right now. I'm really smiling. I see your face. Nobody knows what's behind you. It's great. We're in a good spot.
It's been a while. Nobody needs to know what's behind me because we got some magicians in production working there, you know. Mm-hmm. You know what's there. They know what's there. Nobody else needs to know what's there. It's all good. It's all good. And it's good to be back as well. I think my last PGL event has been a long time ago. Happy to be back remotely in the country of the dreams.
Now we're currently in this tavern, currently taking a look at the teams coming in to play this series. This is going to be Beast Coast on your screen right now with the stand-in of Whisper. As Whisper stepping up to the plate with Beast Coast, not a new home for him by any means. And, he's there with Lumpy, Pake, Omisho, and MOUZ. And MOUZ was just on an interview before this series started. And truthfully, I think this series is going to be pretty close. I think both these teams, AVULUS and Beast Coast, are pretty close in skill, but I'm not sure if you agree with that.
No, I think they're on a pretty even playing field. And honestly, after watching TI, I am very reserved when it comes to picking any favorites. Because, it literally just feels like any team right now, I know it's a caster thing to say, but any team can beat any team. And I think it's really true. Because in the early game, if you dominate, which I think pretty much any team in this tournament is capable of, it is so hard to actually get their game back once you're on the back foot. You just get all these auras online, your HP is way too high, your aura is way too high, your mitigation is way too high, and suddenly, even if you're the quote-unquote underdog or dark horse, you will just completely trample them.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see. We got a complete show of that already with a dark horse, in my opinion, beating IG in Alliance, right? I don't know how many people thought Alliance was going to beat IG, but they did it handily. Games 2 and 3, they looked good, and I'm a huge Nande fan. I know that those aren't the teams playing right now, but I just needed to say, I'm a big Nande guy. He is always shown up when I watch his games, and he's very exciting to watch. And now we've got AVULUS against Beast Coast, and I think these two teams are going to show us something interesting for sure, as we do get that Invoker pick, as he's only been picked once up to this point. I know early days, early stats, but one pick, one win.
Yeah, Invoker is definitely a very good spot right now. Unfortunately, we didn't really have much of a patch since TI, so we can expect pretty much the same picks and bans as we saw there. They're just the best, with the occasional one-off pick. But yeah, we'll more or less it's going to be the same. Natus Prophet, of course, a complete monster right now. It's very funny how one facet change can make a hero so damn strong. Welcome back, Earth Spirit and Bad Rider. Okay.
I love Earth Spirit picks.
I would hate to play against this AVULUS draft already.
It looks super frustrating. Nature's Prophet getting a lot of picks in pubs, and we've already seen, again, early days, early stats, Nature's Prophet in it a bit, and I know a lot of people in pubs aren't happy about this hero being popular again, because sometimes pro games do lead to pubs being full of these heroes, and I know, myself included, Nature's Prophet can be very annoying, especially when I play supports that are very squishy, which is a rare sight these days in squishy supports, because it feels like everybody has 2,000 HP by the time we're 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah. There used to be Crystal Maiden, 600 HP, brown boots, and wards. Casual, basically a creep kill. Oh, wow, it's the amount of position you did. Nowadays, you turn around and you actually fight them. Maybe even kill them, It's crazy how far we've gotten in Dota.
You think the power creeps too much?
Yeah, definitely something will have to change eventually, because we can't keep going like this, right? So, whether it's the HP going down, or maybe auras getting weaker, or maybe auras getting reworked even, that, you know what I would really like? You have an aura item, that you can use, and then for 10-15 seconds, that aura applies to an AoE around you. Otherwise, it's only on yourself. I think that would be a great way to kind of fix the problem that we have right now, which is the complete aura meta.
Yeah, and a lot of offlaners have been the aura guy, but it's crazy to me that MOUZ still found his way into a lot of drafts. MOUZ isn't exactly an aura guy. You do want that blink dagger usually pretty early on MOUZ, so you're not going for those auras. Usually it's set up with supports that can be the aura carrier for you. I know in the past we've seen MOUZ be played with like a Mirana that picks up pipe or something like that, or Greaves. So it'll be interesting to see how the MOUZ builds. Dark Willow, I liked this second phase from Beast Coast a lot. I really like MOUZ. I really like Dark Willow. I like them in tandem with each other a lot. Bramble Maze is a pain to deal with. I mean, Arena is always good. That's why this guy's been in the meta for so long. Even when he's not, quote, in the meta, like I'm saying with the aura meta, he's still such a factor when you bring him into the game.
Yeah, especially nowadays, vision is so important. I mean, it always has been.
Yeah.
But his arena basically just completely cuts you off from a team. Not just physically, but also vision-wise now. Once you're in the arena, you see nothing outside of it, and it's so disruptive to your game, because you can't plan anything. You have no clue what's happening outside.
It still works if you throw knobs in there, right? Does it still work that if you throw knobs in the arena, you could see it?
Yeah. But if you really, need to have that, first of all, it's an item slot, which mid late game you probably don't have. And second of all, it's probably just gonna easily get dewarded after the fight.
True.
But yeah, like the fact that it just completely cuts off your vision is absolutely crazy. I mean, you remember the time I told you about this Heroes of New Earth hero? I think she was called Dark Lady. She was so busted because in like half the map AoE, every ally lost vision of their allies. Like every hero lost vision of their allies. It was just the first pick, first ban every time because you couldn't play the game. You don't know what your teammates are doing.
Can you click on them in that aspect? Like if you can't see them, you can't really help them, right?
Exactly.
No force staffs, no anything.
Crazy. Can't force staff, can't E-blade, can't do anything, as you said. It's a brutal facet, and yeah, I think MOUZ with that facet is rightfully in a very healthy pick me a lot spot.
So let's see how the final phase kind of ends here.
Yeah.
With the ban of Omni Knight, one of those heroes that's making a big resurgence towards the back end of the previous patch letter, and this one as well, still pretty popular.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see what they want here for both teams. Banning out Clockwork, banning out Omni Knight, maybe thinking more in the support position. But there are definitely heroes here that can kind of move around if you choose to do so, but they go Phoenix. They were quick on that too. This lineup feels...
It feels so... I don't want to say it, but I will anyway. It feels so toxic. Like, in a pub game, if I have last pick right now, I don't even know what I want to pick. I don't want to pick anything. Like, back then, there's like a draft. Oh, wow, Anti-Mage looks so good here. Pick it. Now, what did you pick? Nothing looks amazing,
Because they definitely need a carry still.
They do. But they have so many anti-carry heroes, and Bad Rider, and Prophet, Pangolier Phoenix. It's an incredibly tough pick for Beast Coast.
Do you just... No, it's banned. I'm trying to think. Hulk's already banned. Monkey King, I feel like, doesn't do great against these heroes.
Lifestealer's not a hero anymore.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking. I'm looking, crunching the numbers, trying to pick something smart. Maybe Morphling?
Can work, yeah. It's just very annoying to play against because once you have once you use your waveform,
you're in a bad spot
really easily.
Yeah.
Like this would be an amazing lifestealer game if the hero was actually, in a better spot, power level wise. I mean, you can tell they're taking all the bonus time because I also believe this is a very tough pick. It has to complement the entire draft, but at the same time, you have to pick something that doesn't get super hard countered. But they have so much magic damage and physical damage.
DK, I guess he's tanky hero, but I don't know if it it's worrying. Like, I thought Weaver or Morphling natural carriers into like a Lincoln's if you wanted to avoid, say, the lasso. One of the only issues I think that you're facing in terms of like potential control in that situation. I don't know. That's a tough pick. Like, I think that Beast Coast were just put in such a rough situation there. Like, that is. I like the DK pick. I think it's okay, but truth be told, I really like this AVULUS draft, and I don't see a lot of answers here. Smiling Knight should have a very fun time on this Nature's Prophet, and in terms of lockdown, like, Earth Spirit might have a game to just go off on, especially if he does well mid. You start moving around the map, because he's got long-range initiation with that role. You kind of, as long as you've got that communication with Smiling Knight going, you roll in, he TPs in, and I mean, everybody but DK is pretty much dead on their screen already, right?
Yeah, I have to completely agree with you here. It's going to be very hard. They're going to be outnumbered pretty much all the time. DK felt very forced, I think is a good way to put it, because Phoenix, Bad Rider, and Pangolier, even Earth Spirit, they don't hate playing against DK at all. In fact, they're considered the reasonable counter to it.
Right.
You have the max HP burn, you have all the control for him. It was a tough last pick, as you said, and the draft advantage definitely goes to Beast Coast. No.
Yeah. It's very tough. We'll see. I guess we'll see how this goes.
Sorry to AVULUS, not Beast Coast.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah, I saw him on the screen. I was like, oh yeah, that's Beast Coast.
I knew what you meant. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think the laning phase, as long as it goes well here for AVULUS, I don't think I see them losing this game. But if the lanes go poorly and the game opens up for Lumpy on this Invoker, and all of a sudden you've got Mars with, like, Whisper with a quick couple items, I could see them starting to make something from it.
Or they can definitely win, but it will depend on a very strong laning phase. Like, let's say this Nature's Prophet does make a rotation, but you somehow turn it around and you even kill him maybe. Then you're in a really good spot to actually make this work for you, because we've spoken about it already, how important the early games really are. And you don't have any aura builders on your side, whereas AVULUS do have aura builders. So their early game, if they dominate, it's going to be very tough for you to come back.
Well, they're all
the Giga tree already.
Yeah, that is very annoying to deal with mid. And I was going to say, you know, in terms of aura builders, you're not always going aura building on Pango. But
no, you don't have to.
You do have the option of, like, Seneko if you want him to get something in terms of, like, one aura item, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes we see support build the Greaves now, right? And then the offlaner builds into, like, a pipe or Crimson Guard, something like that. Or vice versa. Especially on a hero with such a high HP pool like Phoenix, building a pipe could also be really strong, because Pangolier does enjoy his Greaves.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. Certainly wouldn't hate it as we get into the horn here and ready to go. Bounty runes right now, 2 for the side of Beast Coast. And that'll be 2 there for AVULUS as well.
Bad Rider against DK. It was historically considered a super hard counter. Like, Bad Rider is one of the hardest counters to DK in the lane. So we'll have to see how they can make it work. Although this time it will be a support Bad Rider, so it shouldn't be as bad.
Yeah, the Bad Rider should... I kind of like this lane. I think MOUZ has to be in the right position, and I'm interested to see what he goes for, and he went Nature's Attendance first. This mid matchup should be fun, though, too. Invoker Earth Spirit's one of those, I think, very flashy mids. We're going up against each other.
I don't really expect anyone to kill each other, though. It will be mostly rotations.
Right.
Yeah, it will be Stormstormer rotating first, probably, and then Lumpy trying to counter-rotate. And it's very hard to actually deny any creeps nowadays of the Earth Spirit. It just has so much damage with that boulder smash.
And it looks as though Stormstormer already setting up to be going like Wand, Arcane Boots, Blade Mail, I'm gonna assume.
Yeah, Blade Mail, pretty much the most common build nowadays on Earth Spirit. Really
it's been that way for a while, right?
Yeah, it's because it's so tanky now, right? So tanky, reflects all the damage back.
Yeah.
Especially against heroes like Invoker and Enchantress. Even Dark Willow too.
Because I remember back when Somnus was on RNG, he played Earth Spirit mid a couple times, and it was just straight blade mail for him.
Yeah, it just complements the hero so well, because you run in, and the longer you stay alive, the more remnants you put out to refresh your ultimate, and they can't focus you during the blade mail duration. So you get at least 6 seconds of, well, I'm not going to call it immortality, but it basically is that, because they will have to avoid killing you, because otherwise they'll just die themselves.
So a couple of disconnects here, just getting their FPS up. Usually a lot of people disconnect when one disconnects, right? Because isn't it that every time somebody like loads in, I don't know if Dota's still like this, but I remember back in the day it was like if somebody went out and loaded back in, other people who had FPS drops.
Yeah, there was definitely a reconnect meta at some point. I'm not entirely sure if that's the case still.
Yeah, I don't think it's still the case, but I remember that being a problem where like one person would disconnect, and then if somebody, it wasn't like everybody got it, but some people would get FPS drops from reconnecting, and then they'd be like,
yeah, and then it's like a chain. He reconnects, then they resume, like, oh, I got FPS problems, and then you do that roughly 10 times. Oh, wow.
Who does that Invoker look like? Name one person in the scene. Actually, don't do that to somebody. Never mind. Don't do that.
The Invoker looks badass. Like, if you said I would look like Invoker, it's a compliment.
Okay. Well, now that you put it that way, you could probably name somebody who that looks like.
Dude, Invoker is how old? Hundreds of years. Do you see how good he looks? If I look like that when I'm 100, I'll be super happy.
Zoom in on the owl. Just
okay, on the owl, yeah.
Eyes
that's
up.
definitely you.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to say anything, but somebody was saying you look like an owl.
I do.
Damn. I was hoping you'd say who.
Oh.
Woohoo. Bottom lane, good spear. That lands on a Seneko. And that will be first blood coming in easy here for Beast Coast.
Oh, that's exactly what they want.
A good little
Cancel
movement
the
there.
dive. Well done. Not indeed the first blood.
No, not at all. But making it work, Dragon Tail coming through onto the Bat Rider. Becky just having to deal with that, and you've already got these Nature's Attendants, so you're healing up. Not really finding much success in terms of overwhelming damage top, but like you said, I don't really expect many kills unless MOUZ ends up out of position, but he's also got the overprotective Wisps. He is not easy to kill.
Yeah, that facet is pretty fun. Very annoying to play against.
I think
How's
Bottom's
the native
definitely
looking though? Because that first blood was not what we expected.
Yeah.
From that lane. They're still doing very well, at least. But yeah, Prophet is definitely not coming off to that start that you wanted to.
Definitely feels like the killer lane though, if we had to choose one.
It does, it does. And there's a lot of potential for outplay. Because usually Phoenix's get out of jail free card is the dive, but they have two ways of cancelling, 3 even.
That is really rough for Stormer. He's going to get a little bit of mana back with a sip on that bottle, but EMP right in the center, drained of all his mana. That really does make life a little bit easier here for this Invoker.
Yeah, Invoker against Strength Heal is the classic. Burn all the mana, and they can't do anything to you. Of
Pretty
course,
much.
water runes are about to spawn, so...
AVULUS are playing top pretty far forward. I'm a little worried that one rotation comes in because we've seen that quite a bit. They end up dead, but Smiling Knight, bottom, he's going to be killed off as Whisper gets yet another kill. Man, Beast Coast finding a couple down here where, truthfully, I thought this would be played out a little bit better than AVULUS, but we talked about the laning stage, and each one of these kills quite important for the side of Beast Coast.
Yeah, especially on a hero like Prophet, that is so prone to snowballing if he has a good laning stage. Keeping him down just a little bit longer makes it much easier for your other lanes as well. Because his 6 is delayed, his teleportation is delayed. He hasn't even skilled point in it yet. Went for the Sprout instead.
Yeah, has the double point right now in Nature's Call, so working with that big greater treant. But I'm wondering if anybody's going to make the rotation, because Dark Willow could theoretically just, if they're able to position themselves and go through the twin gate, maybe come over, they could get a kill, but it's going the other way around. They're actually coming down bottom to get another kill on a Smiling Knight. TP's going to come through from the Bat Rider. Smiling Knight survives, but eventually might burn out. One more right click. There it is. Smiling Knight dies, but they get the Dark Willow in return. Eki is here with a TP. They're going to find MOUZ and try to get a second, but Whisper wants to help. He's got a spear. He's got a God's Rebuke. And MOUZ, well, with the overprotective Wisps, just TP's out.
Easy peasy. And it was a big kill to get on the Prophet, because his TP is on 15 seconds cooldown, and he doesn't have teleportation, as we said.
Yeah.
And he only has 17 CS to his name. Actually not sitting very pretty on the network board at all. But Stormer, almost 6. He's ready to make a rotation to which lane? Top, probably? Although,
top.
you would want to help Nature's Prophet if you can. Right? Just the lane is so far pushed in.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you just back away from the lane as Nature's Prophet a little bit, or if you're just kind of forced to stay here. They're going to look over at MOUZ again. Icarus Dive with the spirits on him, but Overprotective Wisps is pretty broken. It's very strong.
It's pretty good. It's just one level in it.
Yeah, it's one level of it, of the Nature's Attendants, but you've got the Overprotective Wisp that makes you survive so much longer. Lumpy comes over. They get a kill on a Senko and a little bit of a boulder smash from Stormer to pick up MOUZ. Finally, they kill this Enchantress.
DK is up to insane levels of farm as well. This early game is going amazingly for Beast Coast.
Yeah, it really is. Smiling Knight towards the bottom of the core's net worth, and it's a bit of a split between them and the supports, but Smiling Knight hoping that he can find a way to farm back into the game, or at least be in a little bit of a better position with some space.
Yeah,
I think if you're Beast Coast, yeah. But I think if you're Beast Coast, you don't give him that kind of time and space.
Definitely not. Because Prophet that early, if you don't have a good early game, it's so easy to run you down. So I'm expecting a couple of rotations to come down relatively soon. They have the right heroes to do so. But at least he's going for a fast Gleipnir, as they always do on Prophet. But a hero that you pick to dominate a laning stage, to be behind this early into the game, is usually not a very good sign for you. Although it's Nature's Prophet, he always has ways to recover. Once you're level 6, you throw out the ult, get a little bit of free gold here and there. Not the end of the world for him. Which is why the hero is such a fantastic pick nowadays.
Right.
Or any Gleipnir carrier, really.
Speaking of the Nature's Prophet, by the way, I thought he was burning out in that fight over bottom. Didn't realize that he's actually got a glitched staff, which is giving him Trail of the Burning Doom, which is why he's always on fire.
Well, you like this kind of stuff, so...
I only expect it from the Chinese region, because that's usually the players that have these items. I wasn't expecting it here, but... Well, Tornado EMP, and Seneco's going to be in a lot of trouble. Has to Icarus dive away, and they'll use that Magnetize. They'll go for Lumpy. They've got the arena down. The spear lands on a Stormer. They will get this kill onto the Air Spear, and Lumpy's going to be able to walk away, even with the Magnetize being reapplied. Smiling Knight trying to get anything out of this. Flame Break to push back Whisper, but the damage isn't quite there for Smiling Knight. They've got themselves the Bramble Maze down. Eki's in a lot of trouble, gets up onto the cliff, and now here comes this Dragon Knight with the Dragon Tail on a Smiling Knight. They kill off the Dark Willow, and now MOUZ, he's still alive. The Nature's Attendants continuing to heal him up. Smiling Knight's got about 1 hit left, and he'll end up dying. So does Seneko. Down goes the Bat Rider, and it falls apart for AVULUS. Beast Coast only losing their supports, and Lumpy gets away. He comes into the fight and looks really good for Beast Coast overall after that one.
Yeah, it looked a little bit iffy with the Bat Rider in a great position up the hill that they couldn't kill him for the longest time, but they didn't really have any follow-up damage. It was a very nice roll with a Pangolier. They were just a little bit too survivable. Invoker had roughly 200 health left, and so did Mars. No, if a little bit more spell damage connects, maybe the fight goes the other way, but... Well played. Nice rotations by Beast Coast again. That's exactly what they need to do.
They're going to go for MOUZ one more time. Nature's Attendants at level 2.
No need. Oh, Lumpy is finding Smiling Knight again.
Man, he just cannot find any room to farm. I mean, he's 2 levels behind Lumpy, which is to be expected that he's behind in terms of experience, but right on him, trying to ghost walk and keep him close for at least somebody to come over, and it is the Dark Will with the Bramble Maze. They go to the Tornado and Smiling Knight and a Wrath of Nature, but they will end up getting that kill while losing that top tier 1.
That's really rough. Sitting at 0-4 now. We spoke about Maelstrom being a great comeback item, but if it's that late...
The comeback is harder to get over.
Yeah. I mean, that's just how gold works in general in these kind of games, right? The early game gold is so much more valuable than the late game gold, because it just sets you up to get more gold quicker. So Neku, he has a dive. Okay, gets up the hill. Should be fine.
They have Dragon Tail, though.
He's not fine at all. Oh, he is fine.
Oh.
Of course.
The perks of being a Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean...
You just leave the map.
He should be doing that, you know, regardless of using a spell. Not. He's flying, for God's sake.
Roll in. This would be a big kill.
Oh,
they can get this kill into the DK. They've got everybody here. Smiling Knight comes over and into the Shadow Realm with the Bedlam. Sineko's in trouble. He's not level 6. He doesn't have the Supernova, but they get the Sprout around this Dark Willow. That stops the Phoenix from dying. They look for the Terrorize. That lands on a Smiling Knight. They still haven't gotten the kill onto this DK just yet. EMP is down. That puts Stormstormer without mana, but he'll pop his wand. They get the kill into the DK. Now up into the air as they still have Stormstormer alive. He tries to roll out, but finally Whisper gets the kill. No level 6 still for this Phoenix, so no Supernova. Lumpy with the last right click gets the kill on a Sineko. Lumpy burning out, but gets Invis, trying to walk away. They've got the vision. They'll get the kill. They'll take out the Invoker, and that's 2 heroes dead on each side as they lose this Invoker in DK for the Phoenix and her Spirit.
Just 2 kills, but the 2 most important kills, for sure. DK was having a way too good of a game. And now Pangoliers, Greaves are pretty much done. That's their teamfight item, so it's gonna get just that much harder for Beast Coast to fight in the next teamfight.
Good fight overall. And saving Sineko was Smiling Knight for a while, where he's able to put some more Fire Spirits out there, some more damage to help out. If he had just gotten to that level 6, because look at him, he is 18 experience away. That could have been huge. Yeah. Now he's level 6. Now they've got that Supernova.
Now he's got it. And they don't have a good answer to Supernova at all. Like, literally none of the heroes is good at dealing with it until, I guess, Invoker gets some more levels in Alacrity and it gets an attack speed from there. Almost blinked down on Whisper as well.
Yep.
Oh. They're looking at Invoker.
Enchantress is making drums, and then, yeah, this is what I figured. The Dark Willow. Elmisho going for the mech. Not surprised.
Need those items.
Figured, you know, with the Mars, you're not going for those items yet, if at all. Ooh. And now he's going to have that blink, and they will have that mech soon enough. Get the tier 1 over mid. Take that down. AVULUS kind of stopping the bleeding with that fight bottom, because I think if they get blown out in that fight, this game opens up for sure for Beast Coast.
Yeah. They would lose all their early game advantage, basically. But now, they're still a little bit behind, which is not where you want to be with the draft that you're playing. But it's more than playable, for sure.
Roll. Finding Whisper. Boulder Smash. There's a Bramble down. The Terrorize hits 2. They've got the Supernova, but the lasso lands, and Whisper's going to die. They'll get themselves 1. They're going to continue to try and roll and find themselves Elmisho on the Dark Willow. Boulder Smash slows him up. They'll even commit the Magnetize to it. Rolling over him, and now he'll try to TP out. The health is there. The roll. Oh, didn't TP
burned
into the fountain.
Oh, didn't?
No.
Oh, it was the classic. Because the TP area in the fountain is so much bigger than the actual healer aura. It happens to so many players, including myself as well. It's really frustrating when it happens, because you made a good play, but because you didn't click onto the fountain, like directly, you die. That's why
Arena,
I should always
Spear, and a Sunstrike.
And good night.
Yeah. Those TPs can be a little bit rough if you don't get into the fountain. I'll be honest, I've done it once or twice, but I
had a couple of zeros there.
Okay, man, come on, dude.
No, I'm serious, because I'm doing it myself regularly too, you know? I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna TP out, I got this great Venom ultimate, oh, I'm dead. It's really, I feel like they should just like change that a bit. Either make the healing aura a bit bigger or make the TP radius a little smaller.
Well, just double click your TP, right?
Yeah, but you know, oftentimes we're not used to this kind of thing. So in stressful situations, muscle memory will kick in, right? And most people, they just click on the minimap because they're like, oh, I want to be out of here.
EMP this by a 2-1 tower if they can get to Smiling Knight in time, but with the Bedlam right on top of him. Oh man, the damage from this Dark Will. Looking for the Terrorize now. Curse Crown's gonna pop. And Jibbe not gonna be able to at least get the return. Smiling Knight dead 5 times. He's 0-5-4.
Has a Maelstrom now though, so at least he's got something to his name. And we all know, once you have Gleipnir, it doesn't matter how often you died. Like, that item is an insane power spike on any hero. DK farming away too, almost BKB. And they're trying to take a fight just before that happens. Maybe MOUZ is gonna be the sacrificial lamb here. Which is the worst case scenario for AVULUS, basically.
Yeah, he's so tanky, he's hard to kill. He just TPs, roll, that'll stop it. Oof. I say hard to kill, and then that Wrath of Nature flies in.
Oh, that's a huge ancient stack. Oh, they're on the Prophet again. No.
Yeah, this is terrible. They are nearby this time. Maybe they could save him. Battle him again. The damage is overwhelming. They get the kill on a Smiling Knight. That is his 6th death. Losing the Invoker for this, though, and not taking the stack is going to be pretty rough. Tries to TP. The roll hits. Lumpy's dead. And at least AVULUS get the trade on that, because Smiling Knight, I don't even know if I want to hear the comms, but I'm interested to be... I'm interested to know what's being said.
I think most of the time, anyway, from personal experience, that's a very quiet moment, and it's up to your teammates to kind of, you know, get you to talk a bit, so you're not completely shutting down. Because it's very easy to do so when you're having a game like this.
Right.
Where you're feeling like you're the main focus of everybody, and you're feeling like potentially you're letting your team down or whatever, but that's not the case at all. You know, they're just putting so much focus on you, and the rest of your teammates are having a much better game because of it. I've been there before myself. Like, you have a terrible game like that, and you kind of just... I'm sure everybody has, right? You kind of just shut down.
It's not... Like you said, he's got the Maelstrom. He's not too far behind the Invoker,
he's still in an
honestly.
okay spot. Like, once you get the Gleipnir, which he will eventually, he's gonna be in a good spot. They're behind a little bit as a whole, but really, 1k at this point in time is nothing. Greaves are up. Vessel is up as well. But we also have the DK BKB now. That's his power spike.
Yeah, he's very far ahead. 2,000 ahead of this Earth Spirit, give or take. And it's DK doing DK things, truthfully. MOUZ, by the way, is going for the pipe after that Blink Dagger, so will choose to fall back to auras, which isn't like a huge surprise or anything like that, but...
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we see MOUZ looking for something a little bit different. Maybe not the auras that we're so used to offlaners picking up.
He actually had a... He still has a pipe queued up, but we'll see if he changes his mind. Also, I can't believe that DK ult just gives you this, like, this insane amount of damage now. They just keep adding new things to already strong abilities.
Just about 300.
Dude, 60 damage, that's a relic. With like 100% cleave.
It's quite a lot right now. He's hitting for just over 300. Going for this tower. A lot of damage already done into the tier 2.
Yeah.
And they're not really responding. Eki will come over here and maybe push out the lane a little bit, but you don't want to get too close. You might just end up dead.
Well, Stormer is almost to his BKB, so they don't really want to take a fight right now. But of course, they wouldn't know that. We have the Observer Omnivision. Whisper. You know, I wonder if there's ever gonna be, if somebody actively worked on it, if it was possible to have an AI that can calculate the average of every creep kill on the map and count how many creep kills somebody has.
Stormer.
Oh, just before you BKB 2. He was 2 world away from it.
That is really rough. That tornado lands, Sunstrike, Terrorize. They've got the Curse Crown. They should be able to get this kill on to Seneko. He doesn't want to ult here either, and that is going to be an arena dropped over mid. They look for the roll. They're trying to get a kill here on a Whisper, but nice Force Staff coming through from the Invoker to get him some distance. And Whisper survives. Whee.
That's some great team play right there. Now, how dare they so rudely interrupt my great story by playing good Dota? You know?
Was it Lion mid?
No. It was Ken NAI. Predict how much gold you have on average by counting all the creep kills you have on the map. So can they figure out your timings, basically? That's what I would be wondering.
There's probably something there.
Because it would be crazy, right? Like if they know that you have BKB just based on information available. But I guess you get a lot of creeps in the fog and everything too, so it wouldn't really be feasible unless you're cheating.
I feel like that AI might be cheating.
You might be right. This DK is getting really strong though.
Yeah.
One more fight like that, and he might be at a point where he just deals too much damage.
The Daedalus is going to be huge.
Massive madness.
Honestly, even the Crystallis is going to be more than enough for him to feel like he's just doing a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, this bonus damage from a Dragon Form. 100, man. It's crazy with all the other benefits it gives. The fact that you also have 100% cleave is just, you know, it's mildly strong. Not that good.
All Tormentor action, and that will be Shard for MOUZ. So, getting Sproink. Only 2 levels in the Impetus right now. But we know Enchantresses. The game goes a little bit longer, and you start doing some pretty hefty damage.
Yeah,
even with
without any damage
drums or yeah, exactly.
Without any items whatsoever. It's really the perfect support for this current meta, I think. Like, you're just really tanky, you deal damage by existing. Exactly what you want.
4,000 net worth lead is the side of beastcoast. They're over here by Roche.
Can we change the friend's axe, by the way? Thanks. I've like never seen it picked up. Even against serious like Lycan and stuff, you would never buy it.
Which item?
The axe on Ench.
Yeah, not amazing.
Yeah, it really feels out of place in a game like Dota. Like, you can kind of understand why it's there against summon heroes, but in reality, it never really happens that way.
While they get Roche here on the side of Beast Coast, it'll be Tormentor picked up for the side of AVULUS and a Shard for Seneko, who just got the gold to pick up the Shard if he wanted it, but now he'll fall back and get himself the Pavis and look for the Solar Crest, so he can use that gold for something a little bit more efficient for the team. Meanwhile, Nature's Prophet, we talked about how Smiling Knight was 0-6. Well, now he's top of the net worth on his team. They're going to roll, look for this DK. BKB popped early by Stormstorm. The Geomagnetic Grip getting the silence onto the Enchantress. But that BKB is looking pretty wasted.
Yeah, and you can't fight without it. So this is now an evacuation mission. Get out, farm as much money as you can. Honestly, Beast Coast, if they're a little bit daring, they could be going for high ground here. Force out the glyph at least. Because the DK is very strong.
And has the Aegis, right?
Yeah, although the Dragon Form will probably be over by that time. So maybe you just want to play it safe.
Lasso coming through, that's going to be onto Lumpy. Force Staff trying to get away, but they've got the Spirit Vessel on him. The Boulder Smash and the damage from Jibbe to get the kill with the Supernova committed. They'll take out this Invoker. That'll probably slow down the push coming in from Beast Coast. They'll fall back to farm. And as like you said, that Elder Dragon form is running out. Smiling Knight, though, he's looking for his BKB, and that could be another timing for AVULUS to try and fight once it's up. And it was about a 4,000 or 5,000 net worth lead here for Beast Coast. All of a sudden, it's down to 1. So,
yeah,
they're just trying to make things happen.
Do you remember 2 years ago, I think roughly was, or maybe 3 even at this point, when Invokers went for this item build? And we said, just how weak it felt. I kind of feel the same in this game again. Like, he has 11,000 net worth almost, but where is it? It doesn't feel that way, you know?
Yeah, he's got the shard for the EMP, which is really strong. I mean, that Witchblade, but going for the pike. No, so he's holding on to a bit of gold.
That's the current Invoker item build always. You get the pike, lots of attack speed and damage, because you're a university hero.
Yeah.
But I just feel the build-up is really weird. Like, you're now in a spot where you're half support and half core, and you're not really excelling at either. Does that make sense?
It does, but I think you get that pike, you get the BKB.
Oh yeah, once you get there, it's super strong. It's just like the in-between there feels really awkward as Invoker.
So, Pike gonna get that tier 2 tower top. Only the tier 2 tower standing now for the side of AVULUS is over mid.
Oh, look at that DK with electricity, 500 damage. Jeez.
And hitting fast.
If you stand next to the DK in a team fight, you're dead.
And no real way to commit just yet, especially 5v5. It's just Aegis you don't want to fight into. He still has this BKB, which is at 8 seconds. The damage is just going to be overwhelming from the DK. You got to find somebody outside the fight, like they did with Lumpy a moment ago, to at least get something going. And they are going to look over towards bottom once again. The Meteor is going to be dropped down by Lumpy to clear up the creeps, but the Glaive near the roll and already into the Ghost Walk, so he's able to escape the gank attempt from AVULUS. So he gets away from that.
Yeah, makes it out, no problem. MOUZ, Solar Crest now. They have so many support items. They have the Greaves, they have the Pipe. Everything they need now for a successful team fight. Of course, all the damage coming from a Dragon Knight. The only weakness of Dragon Knight now is that he doesn't really have great mobility, but he's going for Hurricane Pike next to kind of circumvent that problem a little bit. But until then, it should be quite easy to kite him with a Sprout. He'll definitely be very reliant on force death of his teammates.
Final lasso on Lumpy again. They're going to drop the arena down. The Supernova's there. They go to the Terrorize. Now lands on the 2. They'll get this kill onto the Bat Rider. They'll take out Eki, but they'll end up losing Lumpy with BKB being popped here by Stormstormer. This will help them secure the kill on a Whisper. And again, DK just not near the fight. They're a little bit alone, and they're not really taking advantage of that Aegis and the damage coming out from the DK. But it's also to be said that AVULUS is finding these pickoffs and has this vision to make moves like that.
Yeah, but I would like it a bit better if they just kind of played around the Dragon Knight, because he's the powerhouse right now. Look at his net worth. He has almost as much net worth as the other 2 cores combined. You really need him in team fights. But matter of the fact is, they're kind of playing away from him rather than towards him. And it's been backfiring like 3 times already.
It's been a bit tough, and that'll be dust used there by the Willa. Interesting.
Yeah, looking for something there. Or Stormstormer. If he gets Dragon Tailed up there. Now he has a lot of armor though. Pretty tanky on Earth Spirit.
Seneko has this crest. Now
they know he's there, they know he's there.
They're looking, they've got Blink. And Jibe still taking a lot of damage. Now TPing out. Yikes, that was almost a...
If that's another crit there.
Yeah, that was almost a somehow almost a kill.
And it was against the Pango with like 20 plus armor. So if you hit like a support or something,
lasso. Mars up in the air. Late near used. They go to the arena. They land the spirits on a Seneko. The tornado comes in, lands on a 2. DK's going to try and get a kill here on a Seneko. Will do so without the supernova available to him. And now they've got the right click damage coming out from this MOUZ Enchantress with Lumpy. That's 2 dead. It's both supports gone on the side of AVULUS. The Sunstrike's going to be off the mark. The Curse Crown is going to pop here, but in the role is Stormstormer. They've got the Yules from Whisper. They'll line them up for the tree. The Spear connects. They've got all the damage they need to get the kill into Stormstormer and take out a 3rd. Well, Jibe is out of the fight for now. And Smiling Knight going to continue to farm.
Yep, and I think now it's high ground time. DK pop form. That's going to be a lot of damage, especially with the Alacrity. Is Invoker nearby? He's not. But regardless, it should be a ton of damage.
Hitting for 422 at the moment. Now, the map
what are
keeps
buildings
changing.
anyway? Now they have no glyph. Alacrity on this guy. He's going to shred everything. Ow, ow, ow.
Crest, Alacrity, Tower just about gone in a heartbeat.
You remember the time when like 2 or 3 select heroes could do this?
Oh, Lasso. Maybe they could do something with this, but they don't have Earth Spirit, they don't have that Initiator, they don't have the Magnetize to go in and fight this even more, and the Supernova at a distance, just not going to be enough. I'll look over, they'll get the kill on a MOUZ, but they did not get the target that they intended for, which was that Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
And that is Wrath of Nature now on cooldown, Supernova on cooldown for 100 seconds, Lasso for 50, not that long, but you tried to use everything and you kind of come up empty-handed.
Yeah, that pipe came in just at the right time for the Dragon Knight. Managed to get out of there without even using his BKB.
Yeah, so confident, didn't even use the BKB. That's crazy.
Now, what tier 3
Still
is
at
he
8
getting,
seconds.
though? That's the real question. There's a couple of good ones. I still can't believe that we can't see it as observers. We should be able to see it. I want to see it.
Yeah, I agree with
demand
that.
justice.
Just I want to know their choices.
Yeah.
Ends up going.
Yeah, attack speed.
Yeah, Vindicator's Axe. Not only that, but the armor too. Cursed Crown, but the Sun Ray too much damage for Dark Willow to handle. Smiling Knight almost having this Silver Edge, just needs the Demon Edge portion of it, so 1,500 gold away.
Decent pickup this game against Ancient DK. It's just Silver Edge in general, I feel, isn't... I don't know, it's just a weird item. It gives so much attack speed, but like no damage. Oh. MOUZ is presenting himself. Not the best target, though.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit harder to kill, but they've got the last out of the DK once again. They go to the arena, and now they've got the Gleipnir. That'll lock up this Enchantress. BKB's popped by Smiling Knight, as well as the DK, who's up on the high ground, doing the right-click damage, kill off Stormstormer. They got the kill to the Bat Rider. Magnetize still running for a little bit, but won't be reactivated with the fact that this is already Earth Spirit dead. Spirit Vessel, Supernova, Whisper, Yules, and he'll survive. Up for a second. He's going to be in trouble, but he's got that Yules. He's fine.
Such a good Yules pickup too. Makes perfect sense this game. And there's no creeps in base currently, so they won't be able to get the Rex. Nice creep cutting. Do they have enough time? 20 seconds. I mean, he kills buildings fast, but I think they just want to wait for the next Roche.
Take a look at the
About
replay
30
here.
seconds, as we've seen the replay here. They went in on the edge, which is pretty much the guy you don't want to go on, so they got kind of baited in there, and Dragon Knight up there, man, he's just shredding everything in 2 hits. Do you see that cleave damage? 110% by the way, he's the new Sven.
He really is the better Sven.
Yeah, tankier, range, and deals more damage.
They're hoping that Roche is up. Oh, guys!
Ah, the classic. Why does it... Like, statistically...
All right, they're gonna see it. Yeah.
But, like, statistically, how often does this happen? They're, like, checking, like, 1 or 2 seconds before it spawns, and then they leave. I feel it happens almost every game. Maybe it's selective memory, but...
Yeah, that seems a little selective memory to me.
Yeah, but at the same time... Don't you feel the same way?
Yeah, of course. I think everybody does.
Yeah, see? So... It can't be selective memory if everybody does it, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Okay, Satanic done. Aegis up again. Now it's Rex time.
It's Rex time. They take these buildings very quickly. I do think AVULUS can still fight. Like, the net worth is close. A lot of the net worth is on the DK. They've tried to kill him. He's very tough to kill. But with this Silver Edge, it gets a little bit easier, of course. Maybe.
Silver Edge is great,
If
but
DK's out, I think the fight's
source
won.
of damage is going to be the Phoenix, right? Like the Sun Ray is going to be absolutely amazing against him. But it's BKB. He has 4 staff, lots of weight. Oh, they're fighting without a DK again. Oh, he needs to come there. Fast, fast, fast.
He's starting to run over. They're going to already start with a tornado coming through. EMP, Spear connects. They've got the
nice.
Sunstrike. The damage, Hanashime. Oh my god.
Jesus.
Ripping the shell off that pangolin.
And he had Crimson Guard, Pipe, and Greaves. That guy's tanky as hell.
Wow. They thought maybe they had a chance to fight.
I don't think he can believe that they killed him without the DK. Well,
KB now for the Bat Rider.
4k HP Dragon Knight. Can you kill him twice? Maybe if you kill him the first time, the form is gone, but...
I think they need Pango. I don't know if you could really fight without it. And the problem is, yeah, he's got 2 lives, so even if you kill him once... How much are you using for that first kill? How much will you have left for the potential second kill?
There should be at least one set of Rex. We'll see. Ooh, the Sunray is a big cooldown to spend.
Okay. Sprout some damage.
You know,
I think saving the buildings.
It could be worth this game for him to go into a somewhat early Aghanim's Blessing, just so he can fly out of the Sprout and get that extra magic resistance. Because that's basically right now what can kill him, right? The magic damage and the Sprout. If you can sort of counter both of them with one item, could be a very good choice.
Jumping in, Rolling Thunder, Gleipnir there. Now onto the DK. They've got the Supernova, and they get the kill on an El Micho. Now they're going to look over as this Supernova, I believe, pops right before the Aegis, coming back to life as DK. But they've got the silence. They've rolled in. He goes into the BKB. The damage is going to be through on a Stormstormer. They've got themselves the lasso. It's going to be on the DK, but the Arena from Whisper. I don't know if it's going to be enough. He's quite low. The Gleipnir once again. They've got the Deafening Blast, but it only hits out of the Phoenix. They'll go after Whisper. They'll get the kill on the Mars. The BKB is going to be popped by Lumpy. Going for this Invoker. They get the kill on Senego. MOUZ is doing the damage on a Smiling Knight. With the help of Lumpy, they kill off this Nature's Prophet. Looking for the Terrorize to save MOUZ. MOUZ is going to be silenced up by the Geomagnetic Grip coming up from Stormstormer. Trying to roll away here as the EMP is going to be locked down and taking all the mana away from this Pangolier. The Impetus up onto the high ground. Getting the kill on the Eki. They've got the Sunray as well as the Icarus type. They'll take out El Micho, but now here comes the DK once again. The Curse Crown is going to be avoided with the roll from Stormstormer. And now they've got the Sunstrike landing on a Senego. They get the kill out of the Phoenix, and it looks as though Beast Coast having that second life on DK is what wins them that fight.
Made all the difference. They have no buyback on 3 heroes as well. That could just be mega creeps. I don't really see a world where the 2 of them can defend. Or maybe they'll be able to defend one of them. But yeah, amazing team fight again. And that's what we spoke about with the Invoker. The gap period feels awkward, but as soon as he gets there, he just stood his ground against 3 heroes. Nice Deafening Blast and Tornado usage there as well.
EMPs are massive too, man. They're wiping the mana completely away from these heroes.
And you can't get away. Like, that shot is actually ridiculous. You become like a pseudo Darkseer.
Yeah, pseudo Darkseer having EMP.
How much does that drain on max level? Was it 550?
It's a lot.
Like 550 for an Earth Spirit, that's basically your entire mana pool gone.
Yeah, all he's got is 900. Even on the Pangolier, he's only got 843.
Alright. But you saw the DK dies fast. Like, the hero is not that good against the Radiant draft. They have ways to kill him. The Phoenix Sunray completely shredded him.
And they were able to get that kill. I mean, it shows hope. I think, truthfully, if you're Beast Coast, you should be a little bit worried about going into a fight again. Because DK does die.
Yeah. Yep. Although, he died with Dragon Form on and not using BKB, so...
Cold Snap, EMP, BKB early from Stormstormer.
That's a big one. Now,
Only
90 seconds without it, I think it might be go time for them. Again, it's risky against Thunder.
Oh, lasso coming through. That's going to be on the right hero. They're looking for the DK, but the BKB is popped, going after Smiling Knight. He'll start to walk away, but Stormstormer is in. He doesn't have BKB. The arena is around all these heroes on the side of AVULUS. They're trying to get the kill on Whisper. They'll drop down the Supernova. They got the Sunray, but the right click damage and the right clicks coming in is just too much from the side of Beast Coast for this Supernova to survive. They get the kill on the Smiling Knight. They'll take out Jibbe. They're going to buy back here on the Pangolier as well as this Mars. So it is Stormstormer getting a kill on a Lumpy as he will buy back and come back into the fight immediately. But Beast Coast, they're still looking healthy. They've got 4 against the 3. The Smiling Knight has buyback, and he is going to use it. They're going to try and get a kill here. They do the break with the Silver Edge that he's got, but he's stunned up immediately. The spear comes in on the TP, Smiling Knight. They go after Stormstormer. They get the kill on the Air Spear once again. He's there for 2 minutes, and now they've got the disarm. They'll get that kill on a Smiling Knight. This is going to be all Beast Coast now. They'll call GG, and the first game will go to Beast Coast.
And I think we're gonna see probably an Invoker ban. Like, his spell usage in those teamfights is really, really good. Disarming the right hero, stunning the right hero with Cold Snap, Tornado interrupting. His EMP usage was amazing. Well done. Great team effort. Very decisive buybacks as well. Like, they know that they have the number advantage, so just end the game. There's no need to prolong anything. Because if they didn't buy back there, they can't end the game. I really like their decisiveness in this game. Well done. Even with a draft that I thought was not that great.
Yeah. We doubted the draft, and the lanes went better than expected. I mean, they shut down Smiling Knight the entirety of the game. Yeah. He really didn't do much. He farmed. He got gold. He was a threat at the later points in the game, but they knew how to handle him. And, you know, a couple of misused BKBs here, I would say, from the side of AVULUS as well, led them to being in fights where they just couldn't hold their ground. And this fight, it just goes on too long. AVULUS is trying to take a fight here with Smiling Knight trying to get back into the game by getting a couple kills, right? But DK makes the proper move, comes down from farming. He's got a good amount of net worth. He's in the Elder Dragon form, and they clean up.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem that we spoke about. If you don't have a good lane as Nature's Prophet, which is rare, but it can happen, you teleport to these fights and you die again. Like, it's just this permanent snowball of dying, basically, of getting further and further behind. You really cannot afford to have a rough game up until you have at least Maelstrom, because that's your acceleration item. You need to have that as soon as possible, but he had it really late. I mean, at this point onwards, it's just the damage of DK is insurmountable, honestly. If they don't focus him, they lose. If they focus him, they probably also lose, because he's still quite tanky, gives all the freedom in the world to his teammates, who also went for amazing items, all the auras and Whisper, as well as the Dark Willow. I mean, just overall, great team effort by Beast Coast.
Great team chemistry, in my opinion, too. You've got Whisper standing in, but they looked like they were all on point.
Oh, Whisper knows his boys, right? I think they're all actually quite, from what I remember when I played there, everyone in that region is quite tight together.
It wouldn't surprise me, truthfully, and it looks like it. It felt like Whisper 2 was a very big part of this win. His arenas, maybe -1 or 2, were on it. His spears were really good, especially in that last fight that happens up top that we haven't seen yet, where he gets Smiling Knight on the buyback. TPing into the spear is just perfect.
It's very hard to see the effect of these arenas, right? But oftentimes he caught 2 or 3 heroes in it, which of course kind of keeps him in place. But remember the vision portion that we spoke about. You can't see it as an observer, but it's so important in these team fights. You can't help your allies outside of the arena or inside of the arena. Like, you literally cannot do anything.
At this point, Stormstormer still has no BKB. They get the break, but, I mean, he's disarmed. There's nothing they can do here. It's a last-ditch effort, and they call GG. Beast Coast looked really good, and I agree with you that the Invoker has to get banned. I'm kind of wanting to see Lumpy on something else. You know, you prove yourself with one hero. Let me see you prove it with another. But we know Whisper also is really good with a lot of offlaners. That's what makes me worried about how you got to draft as AVULUS, right?
Yeah. Especially in a game like this where both of us thought they had quite a bit of a better draft. Beast Coast outplayed them from the early game onwards. Like 100%. The only way you win with a draft disadvantage like this is by pure outplay. And they've done that. Really well done by them. Really, really well done.
It was really well done. I think their movements out of the laning phase were really good. Like I said, the DK coming to that fight over mid. The couple of times where they came over bottom to continue to shut down Smiling Knight, knowing that, he's going to get gold eventually. He'll be there, but, you take out that tower, you open up the map for yourself, and you're basically keeping DK pretty isolated and happy to do whatever he wants in terms of farm, and it worked out for him. And then, standout player here is going to be MOUZ. doing a lot of damage with this Enchantress is the name of the game when you do finally get those levels and got that free shard. But also it's just, overprotective Wisps, in my opinion, it makes him somebody you really don't want to target.
Yeah, it's funny because previously already Enchantress was a hero you never want to focus, but now it's even harder to focus because of that. But the way he presented himself, it always looked very suspicious. It's like, are you actually alone or not? Sometimes he was, and they didn't go for him. Other times he wasn't, and they went for him. So his positioning was actually really quite annoying, I would say. Like, that's exactly how you want to play Enchantress. You always want to keep them guessing. Do I have teammates behind me or not? I have no one behind me, but I'm just going to run and then hit you a couple of times. You're going to be super scared. It's all mind games at that point. And I think because of that, they actually went into a couple of engagements that they really shouldn't have on the AVULUS side.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see if Beast Coast can keep it up, if they're going to get the 2-0 here over AVULUS and move forward in the Swiss stage into the 1-0 group, or if it's going to be 3 games. And we'll be back after a quick break. We'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned. All right, and welcome back here, PGL Wallachia Season 2 coming your way, and AVULUS against Beast Coast. It is game number 2, and AVULUS losing game 1 to Beast Coast. Beast Coast up 1-0 and looking to finish it off in a 2-0 series, get themselves onto the next round of the Swiss stage in the 1-0 area, and truthfully, I think they might do it. They looked clean. They looked really good. And no spoilers right now, but I'm going to spoil the draft a little bit. They've got Invoker again on Beast Coast.
And it's the same answer, except this time they take the enchanters away as well, which was very, very good, of course, by MOUZ. Now let's see what sort of answer they have to the enchantress. Because generally, when there's like a support player that really loves one hero, they always know a good answer to it.
A little surprising that they let the Invoker through again, banning Shadow Demon, Prophet themselves.
Oh, is it Mag?
Timber and Naga.
I think it's Mag, right? Coaching them?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess what they say is true, man. Dota people never really leave Dota, huh?
No. Not really. I mean, that guy had a long career with some of the CIS staple teams of Empire, Virtus Pro, Vega Squadron, and then I believe coached for Na'Vi for a little bit. So, I mean, the guy has really gone and done the circuit. I'm going to just assume that he played for Power Rangers at some point, because I feel like everybody in the CIS region who is about that time frame played for them for a series or something.
Yeah.
So.
Sounds about right. Wow.
But, ooh, Bristle Invoker. That is...
Dude. Nick?
Okay.
All right.
That is... all right. I like this draft from Beast Coast. Nyx Assassin just clears up the enchantresses and creeps, right? You just pop them, you get farmed that way as well. Taking out anything with mana.
Mind Flame. You also really good against Ench in general. Like, you can just pop her once you have Vendetta. Earth Spirit doesn't like playing against Nyx because, of course, you get stunned as well. And they picked a Bad Rider into the Nyx. Of course, now this is not as hard of a counter as it used to, but it's still pretty annoying to play against.
They picked the DK in the Nyx. I think if you're Nyx Assassin, focus getting Shard.
I'm more worried they pick DK into Invoker, to be honest. That EMP and Deafening Blast will be awful to play against. I will see what to do with the Bristol back, though. That's a very early Bristol pick. And, I mean, Ench has a lot of damage against Bristol. And so does Earth Spirit, if he chooses to build into the vessel.
Right.
Which we don't really see nowadays. It's always the Blade Mail.
Yeah. I'm wondering what Beast Coast is going to pick into this. Clockwork still available? That could be kind of a pain in the ass to deal with.
Clockwork, yeah.
Where's Abaddon at these days?
Hopefully,
you worth picking up as a
far
5?
Underground.
Oh man, Doom getting picked.
The only player that has fun when Abaddon is playing is Abaddon. I feel like even Abaddon's teammates don't have fun.
I do. I've got an Abaddon on my team.
But only if he shields you, which you never do.
I don't know. I like Abaddon. I
love playing
I'm an Abaddon player.
Wait, so Doom...
Also, is this Bristle support? Is this Doom 4 Nyx 5? Or is this going to be that, like, weird Bristle support?
Good question. I'm not sure, to be honest. I would love to see a Nyx core, which probably will never happen, but...
You can play pubs after this. It's okay.
Yeah, but, you know, I think Nyx core could work if you lane him against the Ench. Because Ench can't really make anything happen and lane against it. It's the same
Ban.
as Nick's support, of course. I just like Nick's core. There's no particular
Just
reason.
get more farm.
Yeah, exactly. Get more farm, get level 6 faster, kill heroes faster, get your Dagon, kill even more. Then you can kill 2 Enchantress creeps.
Banning Pango, banning Centaur. I mean, that's banned. Timber's banned. Primal's banned.
What offense are
Truthfully, if
left?
they're looking for an offlaner, it feels like it's setting up to be the Mars for AVULUS in terms of offlaners available.
Yeah, not the best though against the Beast Coast draft. It's never bad, of course. I feel like Mars is always solid. There's not a game where I'll say, yeah, Mars is bad. Let's see though. Beast Coast. How they're gonna run with the draft. A
Grimstroke.
So it's a
Hell
carry
yeah, I
bristle.
love this hero.
Carry Bristle. Now there's only a question. Is it Doom support or Nyx? I mean, I already know the answer, but a man can dream, right?
I guess you can. Grimstroke getting 1 ban, 1 pick up to this point.
It's a good hero. Especially hard to spell against Bad Rider and Dragon Knight. It's awesome. Of course, you have Doom for double Doom. Lots of combo potential.
Most picked hero right now, not surprisingly, Luna and Enchantress. Although Enchantress still getting picked up. Right now, 1 for 6. 17% win rate. Well, 16.67, but I digress.
Now we round it up with mathematicians.
All right. Visage. Okay.
Visage.
You know what? Visage.
It's good against the Nyx burst, but it's not great against Bristle or Doom.
I think it's just there for the pacing, right? I mean, not there just for the pacing. Like, you're an aura builder, you pace real well.
But isn't that lane is tough, man? Like Visage into Bristle? Yeah, have 0 armor already.
Visage Batrider into Bristle Grimstroke.
It's a tough lane. Like,
I
really
think
tough.
you just focus killing Grimstroke, get Death Toll gold, and try to run it out.
Right, so I have to correct myself. Visage has 2 armor now, apparently.
That's almost 3 armor.
I knew. I knew it couldn't have minus armor. I knew something must have power crept, so I checked it right away.
Who's the meme hero who is for so many patches in a row was just +1 armor? Is it Crystal Maiden?
I think it was. No,
That or
Darkseer was the
Darkseer.
vacuum cooldown by 1 second.
Yeah.
1 armor every patch. Was it CM?
Might have been. I don't know. Somebody will know. Or the meme is just whenever any hero just gets +1 armor.
Yeah, unkillable with the Omni Slash
Yeah.
there.
Literally. Yeah, this is not a jug patch, though, as it really... I was going to say, we rarely see carries that are melee, but I guess, you know, Dragon Knight's kind of both. But Bristle...
He's a hybrid.
Oh, Bristle's melee. Able to get things done. Lumpy back on the Invoker. That's going to be the scariest part, truthfully. Again, going up against Inner Spirit, wondering about how these heroes are going to deal with the EMP. Because that was a huge part of it. And I don't want to focus on just one spell, because obviously Invoker has a lot of them, but it felt like EMP, especially with that shard in the last game, was so killer for AVULUS. They just didn't have the mana to sustain, and it felt like it just cleared up fights for them, especially on the supports.
What I really liked about him as well is that he just bought his own shards super early. That's one of the best shards in the entire game, I think. The fact that it just pulls you together with a cold snap on you, you can't get out. Like, you literally get pulled in faster than you can move away. It's such a teamfight control ability. It's like a fake black hole, basically.
And we were talking about it being equivalent to vacuum. I believe it has a lower cooldown, too.
Was it Doom with the armor meme? Because he had like 0 armor at some point too.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh.
What does Doom have these days? 5 armor.
It's pretty ridiculous how high everyone's gotten. The Visage was at like -1. Now it's like 2. Everybody's got to get something when Santa Claus comes. Nice positioning.
Some people get coal. Let's see if they can get a kill here, but I like Almisho's positioning. Who's your Doom target, truthfully? Is it just Earth Spirit every time?
Yeah. But I think ideally you want to wait for Soulbind, of course.
The battle begins.
Yeah, of course. But I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, but I think
You're
if you can't
hoping.
do that. Dragon Knight before Dragon Form could also be pretty good.
oh god, Soul Assumption early. That did a decent amount of damage, honestly. Another one getting down to about 1/3 of his health, and they're going to continue to chase the Soul Assumption again. Oi! They have another one. They have another one. Oh, the Flame Break just get the first blood. Well, bottom lane is cursed for carries right now.
That
ain't it.
doesn't feel too good, yeah.
That is
Well,
rough
goodness,
life.
this Visage doesn't have that much mana left. But you're against the Bristol, so you're always gonna get mana.
Yeah, and he's getting 2 mangoes in a salve anyway, so Jibe just gonna throw these Soul Assumptions out there, and they are disgusting amounts of damage. I didn't know if it was gonna be the Bristol they went for, but I mean, 3 bars on the Soul Assumption. Look at that. He is not having fun.
Or he himself,
And-
though. If he wants to use it. It's of course a bit risky against the Bad Rider there.
I think he might just die. They got the mangoes on Jibe.
Now he has to be careful for sure.
This lane is so rough already. I didn't think this Soul Assumption was going to be just focused on the Bristle. I just thought, hey, bully a support because I get bullied in my pubs, and
Cancel the salve too. Full duration.
that's real rough. Another salve here. One's on Visage. Bat Rider's got one as well, so they're not really afraid to kind of stand forward and stand their ground, right? Like eating those quill sprays, eating that little bit of damage, maybe eating an ink swell here or there. They're okay with that because they've got these salves. They have that little bit of return life, and that's going to be the salve popped by Eki. He's got 1 tango left. Jibe still holding onto this salve. He's also getting a full wand completed out. It slows down a little bit, which is a bit of a surprise, right? Because Jibe's got the mangoes. I thought they were just going to really go and pound the point home. Hey, you're not going to be able to survive here with Soul Assumption, but maybe they wait for level 2 on it. He's about to hit level 3.
Yeah, I would also like them to be a little bit more aggressive. Their counterplay isn't really the greatest. Like, Visage early on is really good against Bristol, just because Bristol thrives on, you know, prolonged engagements, but because you have so low cooldown and so high damage, it doesn't really ever get there. There's some nice shenanigans you can do though, with like quick turns and whatnot. You know what would make Bristol broken? If you had like IO turn rate.
Say like this hero is already not strong. So it did go level 2 into the Soul Assumption. We'll see how careful this Bristol has to be if he gets anything in terms of CS out of the lane. He's lowest core in CS. He's 10-1. Getting doubled up by Smiling Knight at the moment.
Yeah, those carries are not having a good time today.
In the bottom lane carries.
In the bottom lane, yep.
This time
But to be
it's
fair, we haven't
Beastcoast
seen
eating
any
a
other
laugh.
carry other than Dragon Knight in the top lane, so maybe just the Dragon Knight thing.
That's also true. Smiling Knight taking some damage, losing his courier. Not another stun available here on Elmisho, so not going to be able to get that kill on the DK. And we haven't really talked about mid too much. Kind of expect it to go similarly to the last game. Truth be told.
Pretty uneventful lane overall. There isn't really a whole lot either of them can do to each other. One has a bottle, the other has Quas.
Eat that damage again. But you can see the quills kind of make it so Eki is a little bit scared, but at the same time, pop 13 charges on that wand. They both have wand down here. And Visage, and Jibe is not going to be scared at all. He's still holding this salve, still has these charges on this wand, and he can just choose to play aggressive. It's 15 charges on the wand. He should be okay. I say that, though. They get in front of him, and they kill him off. Damage too overwhelming for them.
Yeah, that was the nicest position ever to be in with that Inkswell. A little bit out of position on the Visage, of course.
Just the touch. I think he was confident seeing the number on that wand, honestly.
Yeah, and honestly, if he lived another second, he can maybe turn it around with another assumption.
Yeah, sometimes that amount of damage is just the power being overwhelming.
It's a bit scary now, though, because this is now Raindrop territory, and we all know Raindrop hard counters Visage.
Right.
Like, suddenly all the burst damage is pretty much mitigated completely.
Does MOUZ get a set too?
I hope so. But as a support, it's always hard to justify. Pretty expensive.
Definitely a commitment. Mid, we got some heroes coming over. It's
no mana though.
The Enchantress of Seneko will get over for Lumpy. They go to the Flame Break. Lumpy's still on the high ground though. He's gonna survive. Elmisha's gonna pick up this amplified damage and start to run away. TP's out. Roll comes in. They'll get this kill. And it will be one for Stormer. Meanwhile, Bristle, Inkswell, they're going to go again on the Visage. They got the TP over from Seneko, trying to help out here. Lumpy comes over, though, and because he didn't die mid, he's available to go for this. Some damage from Seneko onto this Bristleback. Has to turn around, does have this salve, and will pop it on the high ground.
Almost into the Arcane Boost as well in Bristle, so infinite mana for him. The good thing about Bristle is, we only have one stack so far on the Ancients, but if that gets any bigger, can easily clear that, of course.
And he can get help if need be, truthfully, from this team.
Yeah. Yep.
Just Stroke of Fate will help you out a little bit if it's 2 or 3, honestly.
I wonder what sort of item the Bristle is going to be looking for after those mana boots.
Nyx, level 4. Also looking for arcane boots. Everybody's arcane boots these days, even with the price increase.
It's a great item, yeah.
You knew it was broken when every carry was picking it up, though.
Yeah, just like Aquila. What, your strength carry? Aquila. Like, some items just doesn't matter what you are or who you are, you just buy it.
Eki will take out this Obs. Seneko getting the gold on that. He's got an old talisman. He's looking for some boots. Not really much to his name at the moment. The Visage, it's not great net worth-wise, but he's at least even with the Bristle, and I don't know how long that's going to last, though.
Yeah, that's been a big problem of Visage for the longest time. He was super well made. MOUZ
Chase. He's not dead just yet. Now he is. Soul Assumption did enough damage. He doesn't have the raindrops to save him, as once they're used, you know. A little bit of a cooldown. If he had him all the time, maybe he survives there. Unfortunately, that ain't the case. They'll go, try to get Whisper. Magnetize even committed for this one. Reapplied. Now, nice. Good stun. Good tornado. But reactivated. Not going to matter. This is Doom surviving. And Stormstormer cliffed himself for a second.
That is so annoying. First the Impale, you think like, yeah, I can still get him. And then a tornado as well.
Alright. I don't know if they know, but he is on that high ground. They're still going to look to get the kill on Seneko. Now the turnaround. Eki trying to get something out of this. Flame Break. They don't have Lasso. They're going to bring the Visage over. They're going to look over for Elmisha. They get the kill there with Smiling Knight making his appearance. And they're also going to see these stacks. You'd like to protect them for the bristle, but you do have a DK who's ready to farm them. And Soul Assumption Inkswell, some raindrops keeping him alive this time. Can't kill him within those 7 seconds of the cooldown raindrops this time.
Still one pair of stacks at least, but Bristol...
Yeah, stole the big camp.
It's gotten so much free space doing all of this. Huh? Do they know they have a ward there? Nope. That ward saw pretty much everything.
DK, no surprise, top of the net worth in the moment. Doom, pipe first. By the way, no surprise, truthfully.
Yeah, classic. Well, classic for the current meta.
Grim almost level 6 too, so they are yet to use Doom, and you gotta assume you get level 6 on Grimstroke. You smoke and you go.
I'd imagine
he's
so.
already got the smoke. He just has to get there. So he'll come over and we'll do this camp, just trying to get as much experience as MOUZ can. And does this sentry actually... It does see this obs. But do they see that obs? They do not.
That's a nice position.
That's unfortunate.
Well, not yet anyway. Maybe they'll do it later.
All the potential gold that could be in taking out that obs.
That only matters if I buy the sentries though. It's really sad rewarding a ward when you didn't buy the sentry. You're like, ah, okay, I'll do it. But only if I have to.
No, you always got to do it. You always got to take the vision. It's potential gold. Always.
I know.
Potential gold in cleaning up the ward. Potential gold in them not having that information anymore and getting a kill. Well worth it. They're coming over. They're going to roll. They'll go for the Nyx Assassin. Elmisho's in trouble. Spike Carapace. They have Soulbind. They have Doom, but they just don't have the heroes.
Now the real question is, what does Nyx do in a game like this?
Ooh, they rolled in. They want more. There's the Soulbind, but the double silence Soulbind's used. Doom's not going for it. Whisper's just backing away, and I get it. You don't want to fight in. You don't have Invoker. You don't have Bristle. Bristle's trying to get that Ags before he fights, and that timing's going to be around 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, he's farming pretty quick right now. Of course, the arcane boots making it just that much simpler for him to farm up.
They still don't have a level 6 on Nyx Assassin. He's quite literally one creep away, and they want to get it so he can get to level 6 and have that vendetta. But Eki's down here. They have Lasso, so lasso him up. They'll bring him for the Visage. They want the Soul Assumption kill, but they're not going to get it. And now the Bristle walking over and maybe even thinking about fighting with the Doom here. They do not have Soulbind at the moment. Soul Assumption going to be soaked up and eaten by those raindrops. They've also brought over Stormstormer. Tornado's going to come through. That lands on the edge onto the Visage. There isn't much chasing going on, honestly.
He really needs level 6 on the Nyx. He'll get them one more Mind Flare. But that's the big problem of the Nyx Assassin as a support, right? Like, you don't really do a whole lot. You're pretty greedy. He's got a Dagon queued up right now. Which honestly, I don't even know what else you can, you know, go for as a support Nyx nowadays. It's basically the build you go for every game on Nyx.
I don't really hate it, but
I don't hate it. It's very
slow
selfish.
to the jump. Yeah.
Compared to other supports, it's incredibly selfish.
No go. Nyx Assassin inside the Vendetta, also dusted up, magnetized, but that's going to be wasted. He'll still have a bit of time here on this Vendetta if they want to make a move.
Can't believe you just allowed cliff walking with hasted movement speed for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
How are you ever going to catch that guy? Spoiler alert, you don't.
Sentry down. Now Misho is in the vision of that. There's a sentry over mid. He has to really pick and choose where he's going to carefully. Blink in from this Bat Rider. Doesn't get the lasso off. They go to the Soulbind. Now the Tornado is out. And they've got the Mind Flare. He was soulbound to a familiar. Couldn't really walk away from that one. And they are going to get themselves some gold with the familiars being taken out. All is okay for Beast Coast at the moment. And soon we'll have this this axe on Bristle. Still waiting for it, but like I said, 15-minute-ish mark for it.
And Doom already has the pipe.
Roll in, Stormstormer.
Do you like this mage
going for
that
the
picked up
bounty
on the DK?
I guess, but not. I liked the last build.
Yeah, last build is good, but it can't really go armed against Doom.
Yeah. That one's the tough one. Off the roll, the sentry's there. They don't quite have the vision just yet. They're actually going to see Smiling Knight. They go to the blink as well as the lasso is going to be out of the Doom. MOUZ is here. MOUZ does not have Soulbind at the moment. It's on cooldown for another 2 seconds, so they don't get the instant Soulbind into the Doom, and they still are not using Doom yet at all because everybody's chasing. They don't want to waste it. They're going to lose Whisper.
Gets it evolved,
So
though.
a bit of good timing there for AVULUS.
Now, Bristleback has that axe. Now they're ready to fight. Now they want to fight. So the next time that happens, Bristol will join the party, and it's going to be very, very painful.
That's really unfortunate there for Beast Coast, but I think they're okay with it. You lose Whisper. He didn't use Doom. He didn't waste it. But I don't think we've seen a Doom yet.
Nope, no Doom. And one defensive Soulbind so far.
No. It wasn't really defensive. I mean, it got the Bat Rider, just it connected to a familiar. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about the one at the top lane.
True.
Wait. Yeah, wait, right away. I actually forgot about the other one. Getting old, you know.
I'm older.
Yeah? Doesn't mean anything.
It definitely means I'm the one losing my memory first.
No.
Mid tier 1. Getting low, should be taken. Who are you?
You should watch Wild Robot. It's a great movie.
Show. I'll definitely give it a look. You know I like my movie references. Coming back over, not seeing Stormer, not seeing Seneko. These sentries in spots that maybe they get picked off on, and they do see El Misho now. They'll see him walk through, they'll TP over. He's not going to stay in the area. So he gets away from that current sentry, but now sitting in another. One of the things that's always been praised about Seneko is his warding, and they're going to get the blink into the lasso. Tornado comes in. They're trying to save the Nyx Assassin. Goes to the spike. Carapace, he's still alive with the pipe. But they'll finally get this kill. Inkswell not going to do enough, but the Soulbind is there. They've got the silence on it too. The Sunstrike. They'll look for the Doom. They'll throw it onto the Bat Rider. It's not the double Doom that they were hoping for. They get the kill to Jibe though. They'll take it the Visage. Now they're rolling in, coming back over, looking for Lumpy. The Dragon Knight is there. The Magnetize applied with a Geomagnetic Grip. They've got the silence on a Lumpy. They'll get the kill to the Invoker. The roll looking for more. As the Magnetize will tick out, and now Bristle with a regen rune gonna stand his ground, and it'll be AVULUS who back away.
Yeah, good fight by AVULUS. But you can see once that Bristol stack gets going, nasty damage.
Definitely some nasty damage coming in, and the thing is though, it's just they didn't get the double Doom that they wanted, and I think that kind of fight could have been really good for Beast Coast, and it's also DK kind of opening up a lot of space, and having that space to just fight and go. And he's got the Mage Slayer, he's got the Sanjanyasha. If he's not the one doomed, if he's not the one who's getting focused, he's going to be able to kill a hero or two. Meanwhile, they find Stormer with Vendetta. They get the kill there under the Earth Spirit. Now Smiling Knight comes back in, though. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. They even look over to the Nyx Assassin. They do have this blink. They do have the lasso. They'll blink lasso on the Nyx Assassin. MOUZ thinking about helping, but instead, they'll start to run.
Poor Nyx. He is basically just cannon fodder at this point. DK's
get that kill on Stormstormer though.
Yeah, that was a nice kill for sure. But DK is not getting stopped at all. BKB almost done. Down to the silver edge. And then Bristleback is only a Bristol.
And Bristol, like we said, continuing to farm, trying to keep up with this DK.
It's a bit concerning that I have no Vessel on the Dire. It's quite scary when you play against Bristleback. Because the build-up has been with Bloodstone for quite a while.
Going for this 20-minute Tormentor right on the dot.
Oh, careful, it's gonna be a lot of damage.
They're trying. They're starting to realize maybe they don't have it with everybody. Sunstrike comes in and a couple shots away, and that'll be shard for MOUZ.
That is S-tier shard right there. Grimstroke shard is ridiculously strong.
And they get Sproink as well, which is going to be more damage here for the side of AVULUS.
Yeah, it's quite lucky to be honest. The bad weather one is not that useful. It's good to push with, I guess, but oftentimes you die first in these fights. Alright, Bloodstone completed now, and yet, as you said, you have no Vessel. No Vessel means full healing from Bloodstone. Can turn fights around, for sure.
Sunstrike going to give them the information that they might need to go and get this Roche, or at least contested. I'm surprised they're not doing it that quickly on the side of AVULUS, that they're staying here. They'll bring over the Earth Spirit and also the Visage.
Oh, you're actually going.
Now they start to leave the pit. They've made this late
They've
call.
blinked, they're gonna do now too. Blink, but no stomp. Himishu looking. Oh, he's gonna unsmoke them. Yep. Visage's pipe. If they can burst the Visage, it would be perfect.
It's about getting that burst damage out there, though, and Misho trying to set up and find themselves some information. One thing that they've got going for them on the side of AVULUS, they do have this sentry in a spot that if they were going to get picked off, they'd see the Nyx Assassin. So
back to Roche, or
they're back to Roche. They left on Beast Coast. That's a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, you know that. And you know they're hungry for the Roche on. Well, that Aegis is gonna be huge. Against Doom, Aegis is always amazing.
All right, they'll get this Aegis. I'm a little surprised that they backed away on Beast Coast.
Yeah, that felt a little too easy for AVULUS. Didn't even have to fight for it. It was more like a Cold War that Beast Coast kind of just gave up. Oh.
All right, they'll find the Bat Rider. They'll go, they've got the deck, and they get the kill immediately. Now they're going to look over as Doom goes in, but he's going to be silenced. The BKB being popped here by Stormstormer. The Magnetize is onto everybody. They're going to roll back in. They'll look for the kill onto the Doom. They'll get him killed off. But they got the Doom. They got the double Doom off. Stormstormer's dead. They've got the Impale. There's the Deafening Blast. Smiling Knight in a little bit of trouble, but Bristol doesn't have a lot of life to deal with. They've got this Aegis. They'll Sunstrike him down. Wow, gets the Doom off as he's dying. Whisper,
I'm pretty sure he's
salvaging that fight.
Like,
yeah.
Literally, I don't know, a split second before he died, he got it off. He died with like his hands up. That was so close to being an amazing fight for the Dire.
I can't believe he just got that off.
See that little replay here?
They're fighting again.
Alright, look at Doom's hands. I want to see his hands. Nope.
Bristle!
Oh,
they got him! Wow, they got him. On the last hit there, Lumpy trying to TP out. That's a big fight for AVULUS. They're going to get themselves another one of this Grimstroke. 3 heroes as they re-initiate in. They're still trying to get El Micho, but now he's got the Vendetta. He's getting the kill with the Mind Flare and the Dagon combination, but now he's slowed up. Dragon Tail is there. Sproink for the damage. Smiling Knight's got another one, and that means the tier 2's dead as well.
Yeah, and this is an easy way to really snowball the game from here. Like, DK is gonna get absolutely massive, as we said. Silver Edge is just around the corner, and once that's up, Bristleback won't be very strong anymore. This little second skirmish right there could have just sealed the deal for AVULUS. DK is massive. Damn. I feel like every
Really
time
massive.
I see DK, he's massive.
Yeah.
Such a good hero.
Really being the difference maker right now. 3,000 net worth ahead of this Bristleback who's trying to get the BKB. That'll be very important. And we are seeing Invoker going for a Lincoln's. He also wants to pick up that Parasma. But on the other side, Stormer going Shiva's next. He's got that Blade Mail, of course. Has the BKB ready to go, which we've seen. And AC next on the list for this Visage.
Yeah, very good item against the Bristleback. And Nyx Assassin, I will see what he can do, honestly. It's a bit tough for him. This whole game has been.
Blink Lasso, Grimshow caught. Easy kill there. Easy
5K,
gold.
6K. That's the current snowball we spoke about in this meta. Once it goes,
looking for a lumpy geomagnetic grip there for the silence.
Tower
Get out
gone.
of the Soulbind to defend this with this Doom. They'll try to go into Smiling Knight. He'll pop the BKB. There's the turn. The look over at the Bristleback. Snake will look for a Sproink. Soul Assumption. Magnetize. Another silence on a Doom. They'll have Grimstroke available in 10 seconds. They're going to start to leave here on AVULUS. Saneko actually looking to just throw in these impetus shots. Sproink's over knowing he's got the escape and the Nature's Attendants to just kind of walk away from this one. Stays the latest, and all is okay in the world. At least for the side of AVULUS.
Yeah, now it's a question, how do you come back into this game? They have the tools to pause for the double Doom.
It's a different feeling here from Lumpy, right? Like, now he's got this Hurricane Pike. He does have the Witchblade. He can do that damage, but Lincoln's is going to be a defensive item that I don't know helps him enough.
Yeah, I think I would much rather have the BKB here as well. Just mitigate all that magic damage. They might find Visage. That could be a massive pick-off. No, it's going to be Saneko.
Yeah, they'll get that. They'll at least get that. Now,
Are you looking for Shibe? No.
a couple of couriers taken out as well.
And I could buy
Familiar
birds
gold's
too.
coming through for Doom. Things are promising for AVULUS. Blink in the Inkswell and the Infernal Blade. Smiling Knight with the Shadow Blade going into a Silver Edge next. That is BKB there if need be, and
Radiant's middle barracks.
we'll go Silver Edge. Daedalus also being looked at. There's that Silver Edge.
Yeah, that's the Bristle counter online. Nyx Vendetta up again. Might be able to find Saneko again. That's the question always. Do you have 1800 damage?
Oh boy. Lasso, the kill here on a Lumpy. They are just not keeping him alive.
Yeah. Once again, the DK damage.
Yeah.
So high. So high.
And he's got the Silver Edge now, and he's going to have a Daedalus next. Like, that damage input is going to be vast from him. We've only seen Double Doom taken advantage of once, and I think they just have not found the right fights for them to cut into this AVULUS lead, and it's a 4-man smoke from them. Well, is that Silver Edge looking for something? but at the moment not finding it. Vendetta up in 7 seconds. It's Dagon level 3. Nyx's courier going all the way up to the secret shop and all the way through. And killed. All right. I get that information though. I guess if you want to like just find the positives here.
Yeah.
Roche potentially up in 50 though, so maybe they're just extending the time in which AVULUS are looking, right?
Yeah, I think Roshan is probably where you need to fight as Beast Coast. You can't give him another.
They should have fought that last one. I was surprised they let it up.
They should have, yeah. But this one is a necessity. You can't give away Aegis again. Not when you have Doom. That's your comeback play right now.
And it has to be on DK, who has 1 life for sure.
But it's a bit problematic now because even if you Doom him, he's not muted anymore, so you can still just BKB. Or Silver Edge too. You need Dust as well.
Yeah, I need some. Well, no, you got Nyx Assassin. Technically.
True, if you can stay close enough.
Tornado off the mark.
Oh, they got a gem on bat. Run, my friend.
Yeah, he's got to run. I'm gonna show Force Staff, Flame Break, landing, Spike Carapace. That gets him some distance. He needs to get out of here. Still on the run. Eki on his tail. But Amisho will be free to leave for now.
Dude, his beacon.
But he might walk back into him.
He's huge. Oh, 1 blink straight forward now, and he got him.
It feels like a high-speed chase, but they don't know where they are. Roche up in a minute and a half. This is Silver Edge. They could potentially just go lasso Silver Edge and blow up this Bristleback. They need to be very careful. Roll off to the side. That's going to be the Dragon Tail. Now they've got the Ink Soul. They go to the lasso. It's going to be the Soul Mine. Now they go over. They got themselves the Doom. They'll kill off the Grimstroke. They get the kill on the MOUZ. They'll look over the Bristleback. Now they're starting to run towards this Doom, doing a good amount of damage with that roll. And the Magnetize. Whisper is dead. Nobody lost on AVULUS. Down goes Elmisho. 3 heroes gone on Beast Coast. This Bristle just does not feel like it's got the damage to really do him up enough. And at this point, this lead's starting to feel insurmountable.
Yeah, it's not just the lead, it's also the heroes. That's basically why you don't really see Nyx Assassin a lot. Just because of the very obvious limitations he has. Which is, first of all, you need to go into that Dagon, which means you don't really offer much utility for your team at all. But you also, in order to deal all your damage, you need to actually run in as a pretty squishy hero. Which, oftentimes, even if you kill someone, you die as well. It's not really something you want. It's a very volatile hero, and I feel like most teams nowadays, they try to play pretty textbook, I guess you could say. Get an early lead, build up the auras, and go from there. And Nyx just doesn't really fit the meta there.
Bristle?
He's fine. He's fine.
Nyx Assassin? Oh, no, the lasso. 50 health, Sunstrike! Ay, 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 ay.
I like how the bat clicked back into the Sunstrike after he saw it. Probably a panic moment there.
That is unfortunate. This is now Aegis again on DK. Yeah.
Daedalus and a lot of damage.
Range Sven at it again.
Instead of God strength, it's dragon strength.
Yeah. He's in the anime. He has to be strong.
True. Was there ever a conclusion of the anime, by the way?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Okay.
Where does Bristle get... Like, where do they get the damage from? I thought maybe Invoker would start outputting a little bit more damage, but he wanted Lincoln Sphere. And oh gosh. That is as close as it gets to not getting stunned.
Yeah.
Spike Carapace. Good damage. The silence. Can they get the Aegis out of his hands? Yes, they can. Lasso, though, onto the Bristleback. They go to the Soul Assumption. The roll's going to be off the mark from Storm, but he got the Geomagnetic Grip. They go to the BKB. They've got themselves a Soul Mine. Now they're going to look over as the Juke's going to be placed onto both of them. They'll look for the Enchantress, but the Magnetize is pretty huge. The Meteors drop down. Whisper with a little bit of health. They'll get that kill to Seneko. They'll take the Enchantress. They're looking to get the kill to the DK. If they can take him out a second time, that would be huge. But they've controlled up the Bristleback. 4 heroes down on the side of Beast Coast, and AVULUS pierce on through. Nothing stopping them. A second life, which was given away by them not going for the Aegis, means Smiling Knights got it. They show how quickly they can kill him one time, but a second time's too much.
Yeah, and you got Stormstormer cleaning up house in the back, while the whole focus was onto the Bristleback. He basically just single-handedly killed 3 heroes in the back with the Shiva's Guard and nice Magnetize usages. Well, it's the power of Earth Spirit as well. If he's not controlled, if he's up in the net level department, he's outputting a lot of damage.
25,000 net worth lead, showing it's possible to kill Smiling Knight, but kind of what we said about AVULUS in the last game when Beast Coast had the DK, right? You can kill him once, but twice? I don't think so.
Yeah, but you did see though, the damage is there if the conditions are met.
Thing is, what do they have afterwards as well?
Well, now they don't need anything afterwards because he doesn't have the Aegis, so they really just can't. Especially if you have a Doom, you cannot allow yourself to give away Aegis like that. The first one was, I think, the most rough one, just because you didn't have to give that one away. The second one, of course, you couldn't do much, but I'll start with the first one.
Keep getting tricked into picking the wrong draft so far. I had faith in Beast Coast, but again, the lane phase was just not easy for the Bristle, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, you're very right there.
So you've picked up this defensive item of Lincoln's for Lumpy. He's now queued BKB in the back end of the Parasma. Do you go BKB after all this? I mean, I get Lincoln's, you don't want to be lassoed up, but I wonder if BKB would have just been enough.
I think so, especially because you have Grimstroke and Nyx, who are really good against bad.
Ink Swell, nothing doing. Roll in. Pretty aggressively. Tornado lands on a Stormstormer. He's in. Not alone, but they've got the Soulbind into the Doom on their 2 most farmed heroes here. They're going to try and make something with this, but they just walk away.
Literally, just walk away. The meme is becoming reality.
Well, now Doom on cooldown for 2 minutes. Kind of means you're free to do whatever you want.
Yeah, Dragon has both expired though. Do they want to stick around or not?
Oh, just kind of eating that damage, looking for the blink into the lasso. They've got the disarm, but they get the lasso on the Nyx Assassin. Not who they wanted, but it's one they'll take. Soul Assumption flies through. Bristle with a little bit of health, though. Rolling, they'll get the kill to the Doom. He's got buyback. They're pushing 30k. They're pushing it through. They've got the megas. Turning your back, it feels like they still do damage to this Bristleback. They don't really care. Wills be damned. Especially with the impetus damage coming in from Seneko. The Bloodstone's going to get him back up towards full. But at the same time, they just don't have any damage to kill off these heroes now that they don't have Doom. The BKB's popped by Stormstormer. They'll buy back on Doom. Move forward. Soulbind's there, leashing him up. Sunstrike off the mark, though. Whisper's just dead again. Rolling in, finding the Grimstroke. They'll eventually get both kills. One of them taking it out to the Soul Assumption. Both of these heroes don't have buyback. They've gotten the Hex through now onto the Bristleback. They'll go after the tier 4s. They've taken out one already. There's the other. The Ancient's going to be exposed. A roll in, a lasso connected onto the Bristleback. They turn towards his face because he's not called Bristle Face. He's Bristleback, and he's Bristle Dead. 4 heroes gone. GG is called. We're going to a game 3.
Making it look easy in game 2. Although I have to say, I don't know. The Nyx Assassin, I thought it looked very interesting in the initial draft, but now watching it play out, it just really doesn't fit the meta at all, does it?
It definitely felt lackluster. I don't know if it didn't fit the meta per se, but it didn't go the way they wanted, right?
Yeah.
I think Bristleback was playing on his heels, and the 6 was so late here for the Nyx Assassin. I think Nyx Assassin gets 6 a little bit quicker. Then they're playing a much faster pace, but you know, Nyx Assassin dies by the trees over top. When he tries to come over, he steals that amplified damage rune early on in the game. There were a lot of things that just stopped him from getting that Vendetta early enough where I think they take advantage of Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, it could definitely go differently. Like, Nyx has the potential to snowball. But yeah, maybe it was just not, you know, was a one-off game. I'm definitely a big Nyx fan, so I would love to see him a bit more. It's just most supports right now in the meta, they offer so much utility, and Nyx can't really ever do that. That's why I like him as a core, to be honest. But even as a core, he's very one-dimensional. So maybe he'll get changed a little bit in the next patch. Who knows? But well done by AVULUS. Nice draft, nice play. I like what they did this game. Nice rotations as well. Stormstormer actually played super well this game as well.
He killed it.
Oh yeah, every time in the backline, he was a menace. Especially in this fight. Of course, all the focus is on the front line there with the Bristleback because it's the most exciting, but in the backline, Stormstormer's killing everything. Look at this.
Doom come through.
Magnetize,
the magnetize on everybody, yeah. And then he's just on to the rest. Reapplying that magnetize, really just destroying the whole team. And then comes back in to make sure that Bristle doesn't get away.
Yeah, really well played by him.
I liked it from AVULUS. You know, the timings were a little off. They didn't use Doom until Doom was like level 9.
I think it's very easy to fall into a mindset to be a little too perfect, if you know what I mean. If you have this Grim Doom combo. Because I can guarantee you, if they didn't have the combo, he would have thrown the Doom many more times.
Yeah, I can definitely see that being the case. Just unfortunately finding yourself wanting to throw the combo out and not really getting that opportunity because Soulbind did come out a little bit slow as well. The 6 for the supports of Beast Coast just weren't there. And you can see Nyx Assassin not really having major impact. And he went 2-12 and 7. Like, this is just, it's another perfect DK game. Smiling Knight going to be the standout player of the game. And I think a little bit of a different build. He does have a Mage Slayer. Well, I think he maybe sold it, but Mage Slayer was there early on for the DK. 7-0 and 15 is just perfect. It's exactly what you want out of your carry. And he, you know, had a much different game, right? Last game, Nature's Prophet, he gets bully bottom, and he goes 0 and 6, and he just does not like his life. But here with the DK, it's definitely making a point to be banned out, I would say, in the first phase, and I don't think that we should see DK in game number 3.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to bully him in lane because of that init of Dragon Blood, of course. You farm very fast, you deal a ton of damage. The hero currently just doesn't have many downsides. You have a targeted stun that lasts for a long time, you have damage reduction, you have range.
Right.
You have everything.
Yeah. So, you know, game 2 goes the way of AVULUS, and we're going to a game 3 between Beast Coast and AVULUS, and we'll be back with that in just a moment. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's PGL Wallachia Season 2 here with the third series of the day. It is AVULUS against Beast Coast. Third series, third game. And game 1 going the way of Beast Coast. Game 2 going to AVULUS. And now we are getting into the draft in just a moment. As it's a close series. As close as I thought it would be. I mean, game 1 kind of gave me this weird thought that, hey, Beast Coast is going to get the 2-0 and just kind of walk away with it easy based on what they did in game 1. But not looking that way.
It's kind of what we said earlier, though, right? In this current meta, I really feel any team can do this to any team. Like, we've seen it earlier with the Lions. You really get off a strong start. It doesn't matter. I mean, of course, it matters still how good you are. But at that point, you just have such an overwhelming item advantage. It's very hard to come back in this current meta, is basically what I'm trying to get at. The early game is so important, so most drafts nowadays really focus on that. You don't really see any, other than the odd pick, of course, you don't really see any super hard carry anymore. You know, like the carries need to be somewhat able to fight with your team. So we see a lot of DKs, so we see a lot of profits. Heroes that can really be part of the party and have a strong laning phase as well. Which also means anti-match is dead forever. RIP.
Definitely, hoping to see carries that get involved. Speaking of players getting involved, we saw a lot of words being said there by Eki. So they go Batrider into that first pick. The Invoker got banned out, but DK stayed in the draft.
So do you really think they're just picking Invoker because it's a good hero? Or because they wanted to deny Stormstormer from getting it? He might be the... I don't know if he's the player with the most Invoker games ever, but he's definitely in the top.
Right, so... Alright, Dark Willow, I like this. I like the Dark Willow pick. Never
Man,
against it.
Great.
Get to see Dark Willow have a good amount of control here for Beast Coast. Well, any team that picks it up. We saw some good terrorizes in game number 1. When we saw the Dark Willow, we saw how effective Bramble Maze can be, especially with the Mars. See if they go back to that Mars again. But there's the ban of the Luna. I really expect DK to be banned in this phase. If it makes it through, I'd be shocked. That hero has been the winning hero of this series. And giving it away again feels unnecessary.
Although it has been picked up towards the later stages of the draft, so maybe they can afford to not ban it until the last phase of bans. I think in the first game it was like the last pick. In the second game it was also towards the end of it. What do you think about the sniper, by the way? Is he really as good as people make him out to be?
He definitely feels strong still, but get that ban, get him out of here. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, so obnoxious to play against.
Ban of the Omni. This hero still feeling pretty strong overall.
Yeah, it's very anti-fun too. Who do you prefer, Omni or Abaddon? We're not talking about power level here, just like on a personal level.
I mean, I like playing Omni more.
Because
Abaddon more, actually. Sorry.
Oh, Abaddon. Oh. I feel like most people would say Omni because you can throw the hammer.
Right.
It's pretty satisfying to hammer someone.
All right. But I like the shielding. I kind of like being able to run down some heroes, or help be the reason we run down heroes. Ban the puck, so banning control out. I think thinking about what else Lumpy's going to play here, right?
Puck. Wow, interesting ban. Because we don't really see anything that Puck is necessarily great against. Yeah, what is Lumpy? What is Stormstormer going to play? Back to Earth Spirit?
That's what I was thinking, but I was going to also state that Lumpy likes his Earth Spirit as well, and there's the DK.
Oh, a pretty early one this time around. Well, it's really always fun to see this happen in a match itself. Like the meta is shifting. Well, not the meta, but the priority of heroes is shifting. I can guarantee you if DK lost the first 2 games, this would never have happened.
Well, I don't know if DK gets picked a second time if he loses game number 1, but he showed to be such an impact player, or hero.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is a great hero. We just spoke about it. Doesn't have many weaknesses.
Curious to see how much of this reserve time is going to be used and how much they like what they used before to maybe pick it up again. But they go to the Beastmaster this time. Again, pressure pushing. Usually Ags is around that 11.5, 12-minute mark for a Beastmaster that's on pace.
Yeah. And his Ags was the strongest in the game, of course.
Would love to know what Seneco's saying there.
He's saying, pick me Phoenix, now.
Yeah, probably. Because, Seneco's, I'm going to assume, the captain of this team. So what's the conversation between him and Mag, right?
Yeah, but I think they're both very comfortable with English, right? Like, no problem. Because usually, well, not every team does it, but nowadays, many more team members are actually involved during the draft. Whereas back then, it was more of the coach having like the final say and everything. I think it's not as strict anymore nowadays. Or maybe it was just QQQ that did that to me. So it stuck with me forever.
Well, it's that, and it's also the fact that, I mean, there are some coaches that will let players pick their heroes, right? Like, we saw it at TI. You know, Extreme's coach came over and did the interview and is basically like, Ame won and Muerta, we gave him Muerta. Which is a little concerning if you think about it.
Yeah, because ultimately you should always have a big picture sort of thing. And if that particular hero, you should always make players feel most comfortable. But for example, if Muerta doesn't fit the lineup but he wants to play Muerta, like, you shouldn't just say yes. It's very easy to do because Ame is Ame, you know? But as a coach, you have to withstand that sort of mental pressure. Snapfire Mars. Okay, well, they have the Phoenix counter now. And Mars is... Mars is Mars. They didn't really pick it for a particular reason, I think.
Is it Snapfire 4 or is it going to be Snap 5?
I'd assume 5. Like Willow 5 doesn't feel that good.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just see Snapfire go 5 and have full bore.
It's a good 5. We have seen it mid a lot of the games too. I think it's still a viable mid, but it kind of died off there. But once you have Gleipnir, I still think you're an amazing core hero. Viper. Damn, they're really going hard on countering the DK now.
We'll say Viper usually feels like a gotcha last pick, not a 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering where he's gonna go, like laning wise. We also used to call him the paper plane. Because he's really slow and he dies really fast.
Okay, fair enough. Winner of this will be moving into the 1-0 part of the Swiss bracket. And their potential opponents right now are Azure Ray, MOUZ, Liga, Alliance, and Falcons. As Heroic and Na'Vi, they're taking on each other in their series currently at the moment.
Right, what do you think about the Swiss format? Because I love it. I'm a super big supporter of the Swiss format.
I definitely like it. I think it's cool.
I don't know why it's called Swiss format though. Wait, why? What? Swiss.
I like it better than. I like it that it's all BO3s because I know when Swiss format's done in Counter-Strike, it's BO1s.
That's BO1s, yeah.
Until qualification into playoffs or elimination matches.
Yeah, to cut time basically.
Although I don't really hate that either because it's cool to see the eliminations just be BO3s, and it does mean you could fall though into a bad situation.
I mean, it's a different esports, but StarCraft also does it the same way. The initial match that gets you to the winners or loser match is BO1, and then the rest is played at best of 3. So I think it's a pretty common system nowadays. Right. But I'm always a big fan of more games, especially as a player. As a player, you want to have the most games possible, just because it leaves the smallest room for randomness, I guess you could say. Well, that's if you think you're better, which probably everybody does.
Banning Bristle, Medusa, Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Medusa didn't take off more, to be honest. Have you played Heroes of New Earth, by the way? I think I asked you before. No, you haven't. So there's a hero called Forsaken Archer, which is very similar to the new Medusa spell. Like, you shoot arrows up in the air, and when you get caught by it, you're basically rooted. And I think it's just such an amazing spell for a hero like Medusa. I actually thought Medusa became a really legit mid-hero with this spell now, but we just never see it.
And Coddle.
Wait,
Coddle Final Big. Sure.
Coddle not. Wow. I just realized Naga was not touched.
This is...
Naga was the most banned hero at TI. Had an absurd win rate too.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Naga Siren has been banned 12 times, picked 1 time. Now this being the 2nd time. And obviously won that first matchup. This is concerning, I would say, for Beast Coast. I'm not sure how much I like the Coddle response either. I do love Whisper on this Mars. I do like this Dark Willow, but I'm a little bit worried that Stormer and Smiling Knight might take over the game, especially, and that's without even thinking about the Beastmaster, right? Like, Beastmaster gets a 12-minute Ags, pressure is on. This is high pace.
Yeah, and it actually looks like an amazing Viper game in general. Not too many heroes to burst him down, and he has lots of heroes to counter. Mars and Dragon Knight hate playing against the Viper. And one of Viper's biggest weaknesses is lanes pushing in. You got Naga Siren and Beastmaster to basically solve that problem, no issues at all. So I like their drafts a lot. And I think they're going to take it home.
I think so too. We'll see if we can get a prediction right here. Yeah. Well, the two of us have really been nailing it. We'll see. I do really like AVULUS' draft here. I think that this Naga Siren Viper combo is going to be ridiculous. So definitely interested to see how this goes.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
And Viper loves having free lanes like this too. Like, as Coddle, you can not pressure Viper whatsoever. So it's going to have complete free farm. And free farm Viper can be very scary.
So full smoke here. Let's see if they can find anybody. Stormer sent up on Elmisha for a second, but I don't quite commit on that. Nothing happening to start this off. Yeah, I'm watching this Beast Coast smoking. Kind of looking at where they're going. They're going to go between the tier 1 and the tier 2 all the way out. This is the scenic route and all the way around.
So they're blocking
this ancient okay, so they're making sure that they can stop or slow down the farm of Beastmaster. That makes sense.
Are they gonna block both of them?
Do they have another sentry here to block them?
They do.
I think you
It's a
just
big
keep that for
commitment, though.
lane. Yeah. I think you got to keep that for lane. Oh, back to the Owl Knight. Or the Owl Rider. Looking up at you. Let's try this again. I heard somebody was calling you an owl.
Who?
Exactly. There we go. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Who?
Really appreciate it. I get people with that a good amount. I love doing that. They're going to wrap around. Illuminate. Jibbe taking some decent damage. And we'll actually get that boar as well.
And there's no way back.
Another boar.
Oh, there is. Never mind.
Okay.
Just let him go.
And he steps into a bramble maze. That really stinks. All of a sudden, they're going to go and put some damage here onto this DK, but the rest are coming around. MOUZ is here, and that is a full bore scatter blast. They've also got a Misho coming over with bramble maze available.
Stunning too.
But Eki kind of surviving for the moment. They've got the boar coming back. Brambles are down. Eki avoiding them. Jibbe coming over, trying to help out. This should be first blood. I don't expect there to be a trade. There's the full bore and the right click coming through from the DK. And that was a long, fought-out, drawn-out first blood, but well worth it when it goes to the carry.
Oh, yeah. DK with a start like this. So hard to pressure in lane. But that being said, Beastmaster is really good at pressuring, so we will see what he can do against the Dragon Knight, who has pretty much had free farm both games we've casted so far.
Yeah, this time maybe not so much with the damage that'll come through with Sticky Napalm and the right clicks from Eki.
I
do think Boar is going to be annoying as well.
Boar and Sticky.
Ooh, Stormstormer taking a lot of damage over mid, by the way. Also, just to talk about the fact that they did block this ancient camp, they've also got this obs on the high ground looking to see when stacks are made to kind of get the information on that as well. I really like what they're trying to accomplish here.
Agreed. I feel too many teams and players just...
Oosh.
Ooh, Soneko, bye-bye. We've seen it in game 1 as well.
Yeah.
Same lane.
I'm already thinking...
Soneko hero too.
I'm just already thinking about the fact that we might go 0-3 on this series prediction-wise. That's why nobody should listen.
We got this.
Boar's just hitting away at this DK. Bottom lane, Brambles with the spear. It is a combination that is as old as time and can be very disgusting. This set for Naga Siren makes them, I forget what league hero I think it makes them look like, but DK top, getting chased, and will burn out here. Eki gonna get credit for that kill. That's the difference maker here, is definitely the sticky napalm and the extra damage from boars constantly.
Yeah, this lane is super tough to play against. A hero like DK doesn't even feel tanky. No mobility, so much magic damage. Going level 2 into the boar as well, so it's gonna play the lane rather than focus on stacking.
Definitely, despite the fact that they've given up more kills, they are looking good in this top lane, way better than before, and now you've got this Hawk just
be careful, MOUZ.
ripping up MOUZ, and there's another root, and he's gonna die. Jibbe with the kill, and this leaves the DK alone. There's a Dragon Tail, but what are you really trying to fight with them? This Flame Break, that could have been a kill. Might still be one. Gonna pop the salve to go into the tower. He's committing. He wants to find him. He gets him. Oh, Eki with the commitment with the salve. That's so well done to make sure that this lane is just secured for the Beastmaster. And Jibbe gonna have early arcane boots. He is gonna really be again, the timing's 12 minutes. We'll see what he gets there for that Ags.
But since he's much more focused on the lane, it's probably going to be a little slower by a minute or two. But those early arcane boots, especially for the Bad Rider as well, they're going to be absolutely massive. And this top lane is not fun anymore at all for the DK. The second death, no TP either, has to smoke back the lane. It's a pretty horrendous early game for him.
And it ain't getting easier. Already level 4 here for Eki.
Yeah, you also have to keep in mind there's a Viper on the field.
Yeah, Viper's doing better now. Doing all right. Also, Eki looking to get another one. Thor's going to slow him up. Axes are there. Cookie actually lands onto Eki, but the Dragon Tail might be what saves him. He's not afraid. Blood grenade under the tower. You might not want to go that deep, but even under the tower, he's so okay with going after these kills. They're crushing this top lane.
He's higher level than Beastmaster. Almost 5.
I mean, in the words of another American caster, this is a shellacking up top. I don't know if I'm allowed to steal that, though.
I feel like every American caster says that, though.
Yeah, it's kind of caught fire, hasn't it? Also, shellacking, from what I understand, when I originally know the word from, is not a beatdown. Shellacking, you shellac wood to, like, waterproof it. Mid lane, Lumpy in trouble, TPing out. He did go into the fountain this time.
Okay, well, you have to keep educating.
He's out of the lane now.
So how does shellacking fit in that context then that is being used in most of the time?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because your assumption would be, well, my assumption was that it does mean beatdown or like, you know, like a brawl or something.
Yeah, I don't really know. Because I know to shellac something, like I said, is water sealing something, or a shellac is the what you use, or at least that's how I know it. But whatever. MOUZ, Cookie, burning, again. Dying, gone. I don't really know what you could do on Dire now. And the lane went so well for the lane went so well for Stormstormer that he's held off on Viper Strike. They'll get the kill on the DK again. This is going from bad to worse.
Yeah. And we spoke about how important the early game is. Now, if you're Beast Coast, you're probably wondering what early game. Because this... they're having absolutely nothing. Literally every lane lost. And they have a cuddle middle. So you can't really rotate. That's the biggest weakness of a cuddle. You cannot have your side lanes be poor. Oh my god, top tower.
Smiling Knight made the rotation.
Yeah, he was there already before.
They're TPing in the Snapfire. They used Roar for nothing. Alright. I mean, at least that's off the mark.
Yeah.
On the side of East Coast, you're happy about that. The thing is, Kato is top because he knows he can't lane mid. You've got Stormstormer at level 7 now. He's even extended into going 2-4-1. No Viper Strike. And he's going to take this tower.
Top tower's also almost done already. And the DK just can't lane against the force.
This is a good spree if they can get it, but they can't. Oh, Eki.
He actually kills
5-1 and 2. This Bat Rider is insane.
And mid tower gone soon as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's rough. Haste room for the Viper now. We will have to see an amazing Mars Arena. Only way back, I think.
I don't even know if that's the way back. What's the damage that goes in it, you know?
Yeah, Mars Arena plus Cuddle Blast, I guess.
Illuminate, yeah. So, full bore Scatter Blast, trying to keep the creep wave back, trying to keep this tier 1 tower alive over mid. Now you're level 8. Now you've got the Viper Strike. You've also got a haste in your bottle. So, chat saying that the word is shellacking, not schlacking. Two different words, apparently.
So shellacking is the beatdown thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's what I guessed.
All right. I appreciate you guys. Thanks, chat. Anyway, 4,000 net worth lead here for AVULUS. Don't ever say I never did anything for you, chat. I just called you out. You guys are great. Kisses all around. Smiling Knight, bottom. Going into the Manta. He's pretty much unbothered, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But a crazy
Eki, this time, I don't know. Who do you want to give up the spree to?
Wait,
if
he's actually
anybody?
fine.
Oh my god! No way, Eki, come on, dude. Let him kill you. Oh my god, he's gonna take their creeps in their jungle at the same time. That's rude, dude. That's so rude.
Just bad right of things. Always hated this hero.
Seriously, uh-oh.
Oh, Whisper.
Smiling Knight reeling him in, killing him off. Whisper's gone. Smiling Knight says, "You're dead." Get it? Cause
he's dead.
Yeah, whispered.
Yeah, I get it.
Thank you. Anyway,
I get it. That was good.
I appreciate you.
Of course.
Jibby.
Dude, the funny thing is, I was about to make the same joke.
Still on the same page. The wire's still connected. The Wi-Fi's still there. It's on.
Yeah. I
Whisper has a
taking it off
blink.
me, though.
Didn't choose to Arena though. I feel like Arena on Eki's worth the try.
Yeah, especially now
he's
you're so far
a
behind.
massive
You need money.
spree.
You need money back. What's Connor going for? Vessel. Almost has
This is
it.
just instant supernova? No. All right, no, hold on. Okay, now supernova Viper Strike. He's dead. And Whisper can't really get in here. They take the tier 1 tower, top and mid. Bottom one's still alive, but Smiling Knight's not really pressuring that. He just wants to farm. And I have no issue with it. Beastmaster, like I said, 12-minute Axe timing. He's 600 gold away. Should have it. Spear misses. Oh, gosh. Eki just allowed to survive.
Every time.
It's not early in the morning for Beast Coast, but they're hungry, and they're looking for brekkie. I can leave, honestly. Sorry. Lacoste is rubbed off on me.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell.
If he texts me though and says banger, then I'm all set.
When it cost does it, like, I think his boys are suited to that.
Viper Strike.
Lumpy is gone.
Lasso.
Lumpy, that was a bit bumpy.
Yeah, there it is. Batrider going for the blink dagger. He's got 1,450 gold, and
Dragon went for Midas with an inbuilt
and there's the
thief already.
Wow, Beastmaster.
Alright, so Dragon Knight felt so far behind that he had to go for Midas on a Dragon Knight to begin with. That's kind of ridiculous. Well, they can survive long enough. But can they survive long enough?
I don't know. I don't think so.
8K?
8,000 net worth lead. This is insane. And the Ags is out. Like I said, 12-minute timing.
Yeah. But it could be worse. It could be 15K.
It will be soon.
I love your positive outlook on things.
They don't have any answers at the moment. They want the arena, they want the spear, they'll try for it, but there's no damage that's going to come out here from the Dragon Knight either. He went Midas.
Yeah, and Brown Boots blink, and they can't make any plays happen. So basically, like, the team is a little bit, what was the word?
Discombobulated.
Yeah, that's right. No, you got it. Because Mars went for blink, and DK went for Midas. So one wants to fight, the other wants to farm. Like, you really gotta, like, sync up, especially if you're this far behind. Oh, they're going for Roshan already. I mean, yeah, Beastmaster. Like, who am I kidding? Bong, bong, bong. Give him the egg.
Stealing this Roche could be...
Yeah, but it's too late.
Huge. Is it? Is it? It is. All right, they'll take the Aegis. I mean, I guess they get that. If Whisper doesn't blink, though, he might just die. Oh, they didn't have Roar. It wasn't close enough for it. All right, Viper Strike. That's down.
So Naga's now got the Manta already. I mean, I say already. Usually when Naga free farms like this, her net buff is ridiculous, which it is. But look at Beastmaster. 8.4. And Beastmaster with a good start is so ridiculous.
Bramble's down, just trying to keep this tower alive.
But it's not happening. It is not happening, my friend. Tower gone. Who gets the last hit?
Blink.
Sipper, of course.
Coming through from Eki.
Oh,
Got the Sun Ray. I don't even think they need the lasso here. They don't.
Man, Phoenix, Bad Rider, and Viper.
It's pretty insane. Now they've got the lasso, Viper Strike. Eki takes some damage from the Illuminate. They're not going to get this kill on Olympia, though, and now they're running away. They've got the Supernova. The axes fly through. They go to the Primal Roar. Oh, no. DK showed up. He should have stayed farming. Call out sick, dude. You got to keep farming. He shows up to the fight. He ends up dying. And he's just, it's not working out here for Beast Coast.
Well, there's a good news for them. Nobody's building auras, so no pipe and stuff, which means there is potential to maybe kill a couple of heroes. Oh, that would be amazing.
Oh, Eki! There's the gold. Good gold for Whisper, but Elmisho ends up dead.
Yeah. Elmisho gone. Sipper, we did another kill. Well, is Naga the offlane or Beastmaster? Who knows?
Orchid next.
Oh, nice kill on Suneko too. Oh, and again, things.
Yeah.
Again,
good arena.
Much needed gold. Almost armored done now as well. So there will be some damage soon. It's just, it's soon enough. Because there will be a pipe soon on the Beastmaster. And that's huge damage mitigation, of course.
Right. Doesn't feel like it's going to be enough.
Lasso back up now. We also haven't seen Naga get involved yet. So once she finishes her Orchid, that's going to be brutal as well.
Yeah, the Orchid's going to be rough to have to deal with. 500 gold away from that. Smoke up, you look for a kill in the DK. Maybe you find Coddle.
Look at Snapfire trying
nearby.
To do illusions.
They see him. Yeah. They're going to get this kill. Take out Lumpy again. Jibbe's now dominating. Tier 2 dies for this too. There's no defending it, truthfully.
Yep. I just have Lasso as well. So maybe they can make a play together with Storm here.
No arena means no defense. Certainly what it feels like for the side of Beast Coast so far.
So, as a support player, are you going Boots of Bearing on Phoenix just because Tranquil Boots are so good on him? Or is there any other reason to go for Bearing over Greaves?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, I guess it's open up a slot too, right?
Mm-hmm. Don't mind us chasing Suneko.
Not even getting away with
if he
ropes.
makes it out, he can't make it out.
He's just Sunray off the edge of the map, don't you? Oh, spear lands. They are going to get this kill.
Hey.
Oh, the egg! They still get him. And they bait out the Supernova. Mars TP's away. They are going to get a kill here, though, onto the snap of MOUZ. Still, though, I feel like Suneko could have found a spot to maybe Sunray and get out of there.
He definitely did not get expected. Sorry, he definitely did not expect to get speared there. I didn't expect him to get speared there either. It was a really nice spear.
14,000 net worth lead, almost as big as this DK, or as big as this Beastmaster, sorry. And he is now going into the pipe. That Bedlam for a boar doesn't exactly seem like value, as they're going to take out this Dark Willow again.
And now Naga has Orchid as well, so she is on the hunt for some solo kills potentially.
Definitely so, and Whisper showing for a second. Beastmaster TP's back. Trying to keep his creeps alive for him to take. We haven't talked about Stormer too much, but he has BKB.
He's there. He's existing. But yeah, mostly just been free farming. Went for a very farm-oriented build. Yeah, mostly left to his own devices, right?
Yeah.
He's going for mage there next. Interesting. It's a good pickup against all the magic damage, of course, but makes me wonder whether like a Galaxian would just be better.
They're going to try and fight this out. Not sure they should, but El Misha is a die. And Smiling Knight has found this Coddle. He is silenced up and very dead. There's nothing stopping AVULUS right now, and they might just go high ground. They push pretty well with Jibe. They're going to take the tier 2 mid. They took the tier 1 top already. Maybe they go for the bottom one before they chat up to the high ground.
I would love to see a Viper shard here if they want to try to take high ground.
Yeah, push a little bit quicker.
You just queued it up as I said it.
Why not?
Typical case.
We're just at 20 minutes. They can take both Torms.
They can, yeah.
Like, I think that's the way to do it.
So pipe, done. I mean, everything is done. Force Dev also on Bad Rider. They just have items pouring in, basically. Naga almost hard already. Now caught up to the Beastmaster, finally. That's Tormentor number 1.
They have vision on this, but there's just... Fighting this seems like a risk. They're going to pressure them away from the Tormentor, throw the Brambles out, but there's the Primal Roar. It's on a Lumpy. They already got the kill on Omicho. Jesus. Lumpy's dead. 2 heroes gone. There's the arena. It is a dead Whisper. Song is used, but Eki won't survive. Supernova comes down. They've got the Song blinking forward now in front of MOUZ. He'll cook it to the other side of the trees, but he is still so dead. Triple kill there for Beastmaster. And they get the Tormentor. Eki gets it for his sacrificial life in the fight. And it is 21 minutes, 21,000 net worth lead. We have hit the 1,000 net worth gain per minute, or difference per minute. And that is usually the time. Ooh,
we might be
2 upside down wisdom runes.
We are exceeding it.
There's one. So this will be another Torm, another Shard. This one for Seneko. Both very good. Take a look at this fight one more time and look at just the damage immediately. Axes come in. Primal Roar was used on Lumpy, who I believe force staffs himself further into the fight. I mean, yeah, unless it was Bat Rider.
So he just tried to move himself out of there somehow, but of course didn't end up happening. It's
Eki's dead, but he's got a smile on his face.
It's very tough now. You can't compete with the auras, and obviously you can't compete with the level of farm.
Yeah.
Now let's think about what can actually, what needs to happen.
Oh, Whisper. Oh! Close to that flame break.
Oh, they found DK.
Getting into the lasso, they find the DK, they've got the Orchid. The damage is going to be death by 1,000 cuts from this Naga Siren, but the Roar is there, the kill is completed. And they are getting this kill right by the high ground. Bramble Maze doesn't land, Viper Strike comes through, full bore Scatterblast, not going to matter. They'll pop the BKB on Stormstormer, they get themselves a second, and Terrorize never even lands.
Well, Whisper's cutting wave. He's trying his hardest to make sure that they can't push, but there's also mid-wave coming in. No Viper charges yet. Is it on a courier? Let's see. It is not. But they have the Bad Rider shot. Well, he's getting all the damage.
Bad Rider! Bad Rider!
Oi, oi, oi. 900 gold for him.
Eki,
Oh, Phoenix.
Sure.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he's gonna tip Smiling Knight. Whisper comes in with the arena. They go to the Supernova. They got the BKB on the Beastmaster. That's going to be a dead Whisper. They'll look over at the Snapfire. They're TPing in. The DK is going to try and help them fight. The buyback's been committed by the Mars. They'll go to the Dragon Tail. Terrorize lands. Oh, no, it doesn't. Smiling Knight. Oh, boy. Jesus, dude. Impressive. Styling. going, killing Whisper, looking over at the DK. They are going to chase down this Dragon Knight. Smiling Knight saying it should be a Naga Siren anime that comes back. Because god damn, did he make that look easy.
This entire fight was ridiculous display of individual skills. Suneko smoke dodging the last tower hit that would have killed him, then dodging the spear with Supernova.
Oh,
Lumpy. I was about to make the bumpy joke again, but I couldn't, I restrained myself.
Appreciate it.
Of course. We're adults.
32,000 net worth lead. And they're not calling it, they're staying in.
It can always be worse. Every time.
Pushing this mid creep wave. Work on the tier 3 tower.
Yeah, Naga has a heart, of course, so doesn't really care about the tower damage.
Now is that Bloodthorn. Staff, blink, lasso, dead. Gone.
Where did
Ever
he
a
come
chance.
From? There were like 2 screens away.
Mid-set Rax. Work on this.
Now, my biggest question after the series is, what does Aki play if Batrider is banned?
Yeah, Batrider's been definitely...
Ooh, nice!
Alright, spear, song, uh-oh.
And heal.
It was the combo. And Jibe just heals right on up. Icarus dive, Supernova behind them. They'll get the kill there onto the DK. Taking out Lumpy next. Beyond godlike for Jibe. They're going to try and go even further here for these supports that are in the fountain. But reel him in, Bloodthorn him. That's unfair. Spear missing. Oh, Whisper. That's a double kill and a couple of tips coming through. And GG is finally called. AVULUS with the reverse sweep. Coming in and taking it 2-1. That looked, games 2 and 3 looked great from them.
This third game, absolutely dominant. But we kind of said in the draft already, they were set up for success for sure. Beast Coast kind of got lost in the sauce. There were a lot of ideas.
Yep.
Too many chefs in the kitchen. But yeah, well done by AVULUS. I really like the draft. Really like the gameplay. Beastmaster, every time I see him, I'm wondering why it isn't picked more. I've said it even months ago. I think the hero is first pick material. It's so hard to lane against him because you can choose to go on the boar build or the axe build. You can always catch back up with the ancients. They block both ancients. Guess what? I'll just lane and not take any ancients.
I'll just win my lane disgustingly easily. And then where you at,
Yeah. Like, that's basically what he did. Just crushed lane. Probably had a faster axe than he would have with the ancients. And completely dominated the game from there. I mean, you can't really single out an MVP, I think, for the team. They all played amazing Dota. That Manta dodge, that smoke dodge, and then the axe spear dodge. Like, so many showings of individual skill in that game. I know Whisper lost, but that last spear arena was mad impressive. That spear was like in the air for a good second, and then he arenaed and it latched on. Like in a close game. That's a game-winning move right there.
Oh, that was a really good move there by Smiling Knight.
Yeah.
Just the awareness of it all. I love that all these fights, by the way, we started the highlights. It's basically just the 5 fights that happen in such quick succession here inside Beast Coast space.
Yeah.
Like that was the combo you were talking about.
Yeah, that spear was ridiculously difficult to pull off. Like, you need to have perfect knowledge of all the ranges, which is not easy to do in a split second like that.
They just
But
clean everybody up.
14-0.
Yeah, he's definitely my standout. I mean, all 3 cores, by the way, no deaths. You're not winning when the cores don't die.
Yeah. I also want to note that Beastmaster has more net worth than a free farming Naga Siren, which is very hard to do.
Yeah.
Like, Free Farm Naga is probably the fastest farmer in the entire game. Maybe Alchemist is a bit faster, but Naga is definitely up there.
I agree with that. I feel that. And, you see AVULUS. They got the 2 check marks. They're ready. They got the 2-1 over Beast Coast. They move into the 1-0 pool. Beast Coast go to the 0-1 pool. And our standout player is Eki. I agree with that too, because he made a lot happen, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, we already said, like, you can't really choose a single person. I think they all played amazing Dota. Whoever you choose, I'll happily agree with. And he crushed that top lane. He had some really nice initiations. And he just played with them the entire time.
Yeah.
Like, he jumped in, gets up with like 100 HP, and does it again like 10 more times. Finally dies at some point, but it's so frustrating to play against that.
Yeah, definitely. And with the end of this series, AVULUS take a 2-1 over Beast Coast. We've got one more series coming your way after the break. It's Tundra against Team Waska. So stay tuned. We'll be back with that in just a moment. Hello and welcome back. It's PGL Wallachia Season 2. If you can't tell, I'm rushing through the words there because I may or may not have confidence in how I pronounce one of those words, but I won't tell you which one.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to guess.
Definitely season is the word of choice. And yeah, you know, first series that me and you had, solid one. AVULUS taking it with a sweep, a back-end sweep, taking games 2 and 3. Looked pretty good, was pretty fun, and now we've got Tundra against Waska. This should be fun in my opinion, as we see these guys getting into the studio. I've been there before, but you know, they're coming in swaggered out. I like the backpacks, headphones on. I like it. I like this little, you know, this little slow-mo here, this little hype up, I guess you could say. Saksa always feels like he's given the same facial thoughts.
Yeah, he's very one-dimensional in his facial game for sure. What about this one? What about this
Waska, I've been impressed with Waska. Like I've watched a bunch of their games in some of the qualifiers. They almost beat Nouns in the Americas qualifier for the DOTA event coming up. And then they got second again and qualified for Dream League. So, you know, they've definitely been on the rise. I like the roster. Dark Mago and Sacred feel really fun to watch. Yodomi's a cool player as well. I like this team. And then this is the first Tundra matchup.
Yeah, I was about to say the same. I think it's the first time that we see this new Tundra in action. And it's going to be very interesting. Of course, they're playing with 2 standards.
Yeah.
For this event. But basically, for people that don't know, 33 requested to leave Liquid to build his own team. As you said, there's 2 standards.
Yeah.
But to leave a TI-winning team to build your own team, that's confidence right there. And that's there's this willingness to climb from nothing again.
It's also the will, like it's confidence, but it's also coming back to an org that I think, you know, all praise to Liquid for letting him leave. You know, they could have been like, "Come on, man, stay." Like, but no, the respect is there, and the respect has been gained by 33, and I think that speaks a lot about him and his character for sure.
Yeah.
Within organizations, and to me, that kind of gives me that sense of you are a captain kind of guy, right? If you are willing to have those conversations with the org that may be difficult, if you're willing to say the things that maybe go unspoken, I think that speaks a lot to your character. And he's now the guy, right? He's the captain for this squad in an org that he's been on before. You know, an org that he's won TI with, like, he's not going from one org and making his own team and trying to find a sponsor. He's with an org that I think also respects him the same way Liquid has.
Yeah.
And he's going to be able to make those decisions. And truth be told, I think he's one of the best offlaners and one of the best, potentially, captains.
Now, you say one of the best offlaners. I say he has been for the longest time. Like, he's very unconventional. His playstyle is out there. He's inventing a lot of things that other people copy. He's always been up there, for sure.
Right.
And if nothing else, it's utmost respect that I have for him for taking such a leap. You know, like you're literally in the best team in the world, and you decide, heck it, I had this idea, I want to do this, and I have the confidence to do this. Probably on one hand, you can count the players that would be able to do this. Or would have the guts to do this.
And so now the question becomes, you know, something we talked about with the drafts in the last series, who's making the conversation now for Tundra, right? Because in my mind, like, Moomiander's an amazing coach. How much is the discussion open? Because I know there are teams when the coach, Zhao 8, you play what you're told.
Yeah.
And the input is minimal. But how much are you sharing the podium? I'd love to know that. I love that dynamic. It's one of the things I think about most when I think about drafts. And you can see right away, the notes holder, at least, is 33.
Tundra Esports turn.
As well as Moon behind him, so.
No, I think they're probably going to be sharing a lot of the burden. But for me personally, I've always liked it. And not because I'm lazy or don't like to think, but if a coach gives me,
10 seconds remaining.
let's say, 2 or 3 choices, and I can't say anything else, that gives me the confidence that he really knows what he's doing. Does that make sense?
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because I've had coaches as well where they're like, so what do you want to play? They just ask me that, and I'm like, maybe this. Because I personally thought it's a good hero for me in this game, but maybe it doesn't fit the overall strategy. So I've always been a big fan of the coach doing most of it, if not all of it. Like when I play with QQQ, I think it's just the Chinese style in general, well, in most teams anyway, where they give you a couple of options, and you can choose from that.
10 seconds.
Not always. Sometimes there are no options, and you're just like, you play this. And that's it.
5 seconds.
But, again, it speaks about confidence to me. And I absolutely love that. Made it super easy for me, too, to just focus on what I had to do.
Dude, Naga SF opener is
It's pretty
insane.
wild.
It's insane. Like,
It's
that
pretty
is
damn wild.
crazy, dude.
Yeah. It's a good combo, though.
Because SF carry's been really popular in pubs, right?
Yeah. For a long time, too. It's
Can
like
you-
not new.
Can you SF carry reel in raise? Like, is that the combo?
You can. Also, Sleep Requiem is amazing.
If you time it right.
Well, I hope they practiced that before
yeah.
and I picked it, yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it
I
could
know.
look a little silly.
I agree. But you miss one and all of a sudden the confidence is gone.
Oh, yeah. You're never trusting that guy again.
Yeah.
Until you go to practice lobby and do it like 100 times.
Yeah. We'll have to see. That's for sure.
Dire team
All right, Shadow Demon, very popular this event. Very popular in general. Enchantress, same can be said there. Shadow Demon tied with Naga Siren for the most matches pick ban. Shadow Demon banned in 11, picked in 4. 3 out of 4 of those were wins. Naga Siren still 2 for 2, and 13 bans overall. And then Enchantress, of course, being up there, picked 9 times, but only 3 of those 9 matches have been wins. So,
How about SF?
SF has been picked twice, lost both games, and banned 3 times.
Nice. Gives me lots of confidence in the hero.
What, the 0 for 2?
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't know. I just... It's not as bad recently because you got a couple of reworks and buffs. But
Right.
I kind of put him in the same boat as like a Nyx assassin in the core role. He's so volatile. Like if you have a terrible game, just have a terrible game. And if you have a good game, just have a good game. I like stability in my drafts. Alright, Bad Rider, Bristol, now they have so much minus armor. Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, this is...
That's a Roche killer draft right there.
Yeah, that's like a 14-minute Roche kill.
remaining.
Kind of nuts, dude.
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think Roshan is still way too weak.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Like, he never feels like a raid boss.
This me, I don't really understand this.
Or Sven.
Turn to ban.
When DK's still in the pool, in my opinion. When
Yeah,
like
I mean, I agree.
when
Unless they
Sven
want to
is
run into
available.
support. But they already have 2 supports, so it's not a support, obviously.
right.
And he hates getting kited. They have Goo, they have Naga, they have Fear SF, and they have Lasso. Like, this is really annoying. Although the Lasso problem can be circumvented a little bit with Shadow Demon, of course, with the Purge. And now that I think about that, didn't they kind of counter themselves? Like, Bad Rider into Shadow Demon is not that good.
I think they're willing to take that chance.
Tundra Esports turn.
Also, I think the way that we just saw it played in lane is something that is a factor.
Yeah, 100%. I wonder, is it going to be Bristol Bad Rider?
I'm wondering that, or if it's going to be that, like, isn't it 5 position support Bristle is that thing?
10 seconds.
It could work. Naga, yeah, okay. I mean, they have options. It's good.
Yeah. Because they're banning mids. So it's either, it could be support Naga as well, support Naga Bat. Could be carry Naga, support Bristle Bat. You definitely have options.
I'm gonna die on that boat though. Boat, hill, whatever. You can say anything, right?
Same thing.
So I don't like Sven.
I don't really like this Sven pick either.
It's not the pick, just the hero in general. I hate heroes that hate getting kited.
Like Ursa.
Ursa, the thing is, has a lot of status res and actually forward jumps. And goes for Blink Dagger. Whereas Sven has none of these.
Just looking at Waska's road here through the qualifier.
Was it a tough one?
When they beat Legacy, which is Lumiere and a couple other guys, Heiko in that team as well. Then they beat Kuya's Esports, which was Costa Bile and MJZ, Slotham's, a lot of strong players there. They lose to Infinity, which is Kataro and PP. Then they beat beastcoast 2-0, and then they beat Infinity 3-1 as revenge. So they dropped 2 games. 3 games.
That's pretty impressive. And again, just because we don't necessarily see the big picture of a draft doesn't mean they're not super happy with the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Sven and Shadow Demon, all these heroes are Sand I was wondering where it is. Such a high contestation rate in a TI, but we haven't really seen it.
So mid Sand King, right? Mid Sand King, safe lane Sven, off lane Doom, supports are Ench, Shadow Demon, of course.
Yeah, it's a very high octane draft. It can farm if they want to, but I think late game is going to be a bit tough against the Tundra draft. We'll see the last pick now, of course, but
theoretically thinking they need a mid, and I'm wondering what they're going to want.
Yeah, good question. I mean, Sand King can lane just about anyone. Quap. Okay. Quap against Doom is a little scary, but it's really good against Sven. It's one of the only heroes. Well, okay, there's a lot of BKB counters nowadays, but you push Sven away during his BKB, which is super annoying for him to deal with.
I like the Quap pick. Mid one going to be on it.
Same. And it's also one of the best heroes of mid one.
So it is support, Naga Siren, safe lane, SF for Shad. Soxa on the Bat Rider. Soxa plays this guy pretty aggressively. I like it.
Yeah, I'm happy to see it back again too.
I will say I'm just a little bit worried about this Sven, how much it can get kited. But I like Dark Mago. I think he's a stellar player, man, and I think if mid goes well, he's going to be the reason they win this game. I think Dark Mago, to me, has proven himself a lot in the qualifiers and how I see him play. I'm a big Mago enjoyer, to be honest. I know,
over the years in
I could
general,
go on. Yeah.
I think he's had a lot of haters initially, but he's really quieted them down.
Yeah.
Yeah, like his gameplay improved tremendously over the years. Yeah, nothing really negative to say about him.
yeah. We're glazing, but like, truthfully, I think he's a great player. I think Matthew's amazing. Like, I do like this Waska team a lot. I hope their results kind of trend set what I think they can do.
That's tough because your expectations of teams you like are always
way higher.
Yeah. Like this IG team, for example, you probably thought they're gonna win TI, or you expected them to win TI.
Which team? The Extreme team?
The Extreme and IG. Yeah.
I'll be honest. When I heard the maps had been like, yeah, Ame said Muerta, we gave him Muerta, I was kind of like, I didn't feel it anymore. And it goes back to that
red flag. Like kind of like
it's a big red flag.
Yeah, what's a red flag? That's one when you're playing Dota. You don't just give a guy here because he wants it. Even if it's Ame. Oh, that's a big fight here.
Could be a big fight. We'll see how it goes. They go to the disruption to immediately start this one and see if they catch Yadomi or Matthew. That is a blood grenade going under the tier 2 tower. Not sure how much they can commit to this, but they will, and it'll be split. So no singular first blood.
Yeah. Actually, I forgot what happens when this happens. Is there still a first blood message or no? That pops up.
We'll see.
Oh,
I don't want to give the wrong answer. I'm too scared.
That's fine. 3 bounty runes for the die though. So,
yeah, that's
good. Not terrible.
Especially within not giving up first blood gold to anybody in particular. So, you know, solid. SF, what does he have on that? He's now got this cape.
Yeah, he doesn't look at SF anymore. More like a, I don't know.
Well, he's got the Arcana, he's got the Immortal Arms, and then the Raven Harvest shoulders, which I guess...
Yeah, his shoulders look ridiculous, dude.
Gives
like,
this cape. It looks pretty sick. I love it.
I think so, too. Like, it actually looks like a demon now.
Like a demon lord, yeah.
Though.
In some amazing anime. 3 lanes, 2 eyes. Welcome to the vision, the future. As we take a look at every single lane.
The mid lane is going to be tough for the Sand Like I said, there aren't too many bad matchups for him, but Quap is definitely one of them. Quap against
Quap's not going to be fun. And has gone into the Masochist, which this is the normal facet to pick up when it comes to mid Quap, right?
Yeah. It's always a bit weird, just because it's already a squishy hero, and then you're kind of making yourself even squishier. You know, it's a weird facet.
You know, I like it.
I like it too, and it's the only one I'll ever go for. But I'm saying it's very risky.
Also, the built-in kind of blade mail, or spell blade mail, with bondage is interesting.
Oh yeah, that is a very interesting one. Maybe you should couple it with blade mail too.
That's the new build. You got to look it up. See if you can get into the blade mail bondage build. And Kataro, not sure how much you really want to press the issue. Saksa, that we've seen how strong sticky napalm can be. And when you start to get gunked up, it can feel really bad. Right now, 5 stacks on him. But those will wear out, and now 33 just farming the entire time. Dark Mago's gotten himself 14 CS over him, so he's at least keeping up for the moment. And they did enchant this Mud Golem, so did have that extra hurl boulder. Going to be on cooldown for 20 seconds, but once it splits, you'll have yourself a second. They go to the flame break, and now some quills, but again, not quite getting that kill on Sven. And there's the double hurl boulder, and then you run those little shard golems away.
Yeah, they really are just waiting for the mana boots that are about to come out on 33. Once those are there, this lane is gonna get real nasty.
Recently increased. in price and lowered in mana restoration.
How much was it again? The price increase 100?
The price increase was 100, yeah.
Okay.
Recipe went from 375 to 475.
Yeah.
And then the mana regen bonus was decreased, and the replenish mana was decreased by 25.
Yeah, so just overall nerfs, but that just shows you how ridiculously good the item was before.
It shows then, it shows how strong it is. Yeah, exactly. It shows how strong it still is because people are still picking it up. So.
It just solves so many issues for so many heroes. How's our boy SF looking? Okay, not too bad in the CS department. SF is always a little bit of a weird hero for me. I think you need to pair him with specific supports because you're pushing out the lane. Always. Because of the presence. -4 armor and creeps, like, they're just pushed incredibly quickly. And if you can't... Ooh, they're going on him.
Yeah, nothing doing just yet. They looked over at Yadomi. They've got the Stormhammer with the stun under the tower and just keeping Yadomi close to continue to get these sticky napalm stacks. Meanwhile, Naga Siren Whitemon on the run. Shadow Poison. It's a game of stacks with these supports. Shadow Poison stacks, sticky napalm stacks. Meanwhile, Bristle has those arcane boots, I believe, walking out on this amazing-looking courier.
Which one's your favorite courier nowadays?
I do like that one, but I always love the DAC Stork. That's one of my favorites.
I agree. It's very cute.
Dark Mago leading the CS, but I'm going to swap it over to net worth on my own screen, and he is sitting at the top right now by just about 100 gold.
Yeah, that's
Nothing
mid-sanking
crazy.
for you.
It's been a pretty
you can't
quiet
really
game.
go wrong with mid-sanking.
Like, they split the first blood on the kill on Matthew, and then nothing's really happened since then. There's been no aggression in either of these lanes. Not that I truly expected too much aggression. Like, Sox has tried, but he hasn't exactly gotten there quite yet. Infernal Blade on a Whitemon, but again, nothing really doing. And meanwhile, you've also got the Sobs that's under the sentry. Dark Mago comes over. Burrow strikes there. Some raises for the Dooms. Trouble with the Flame Break. And Sacred disrupted, avoiding the scream from mid one, but still probably dead at the end of the day. Just a matter of who gets that kill. And there's the Sonic Wave, and they'll get it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So finally, they get that kill.
Makes me wonder if he had to expand that. Going the very safe route with that. It doesn't have the longest cooldown anymore, so I guess I'll throw it out, why not? Sanking though, during that all, has been farming a lot. This hero is now incredibly efficient at just about anything that has to do with farming. Can clear any sort of stacks, and can do so very quickly. Here we go.
Take a look.
Blood.
Net, reel in some raises. We talked about the combo.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good. And also the minus armor synergy, of course. It's also great.
They're going to look at Saksa. And they'll take him out. 1,000 net worth lead here for Waska. And surprisingly enough, because it felt like Tundra were the ones being the aggressors in this lane. Or in this game. And now, you got Doom. So, yeah. He's only got level 1 of the Devour, but he's not farming that great compared to everybody else. But you do have Mago, who's did really well in mid.
Yeah, and Sven also did really well.
Sven farmed pretty well in lane, yeah.
But yeah, playing a melee hero against SF is pretty despair. Like, it feels so difficult.
So, let's see. Over mid.
What?
There's Dark Mago getting some stacks on him, and they're also bringing over Yadomi as well as Matthew to maybe look for a kill on to mid one if they could get the disruption with a Burrow Strike. And Matthew somehow getting on neutral there. They go to the disruption. They've got the amplified damage. The burrow strike is in, and mid one is dead.
Wow. There was so much damage.
Very fast, too.
Well, Sanking with the DD.
Yeah, that amplified damage definitely ripping it up. And you can see how quickly mid one dies. Not really feeling much of the Queen of Pain's presence at this point.
Yeah, this is always the risk you run when you pick Quap. It's a strong hero, but if you don't get out of the gate very strong, like it's yeah, it can get a bit tough. Also going for Dagon first, which is the normal build-up, of course, but again, it just adds to that squishiness. Because a lot of other mids that would just invest into tankiness. You invest
about reeling Yudomi in there, but Enchantress feeling too tanky for these for this Tundra team to kill. They've got 33 farming up that Ags. He wants about that 15-minute mark on that. So clean up some stacks, he'll try to get it, and they knew that he got these stacks because the Enchantress had gotten the vision on it, and Dark Mago can take these stacks pretty quickly, especially with a bit of health and help.
Health is always good. Damn, just exploded.
Yeah. Yudomi gets a couple. Also going to deny their own enchanted creep. They've got the net, they'll go to the reel in, but Mago's got the burrow strike to get away.
The reel in sound is so ridiculous.
Just a quick little song.
Yeah.
Truly, like to me, is the song of the siren, because when you think about the story of sirens, they sing to you to reel in your boat to make you crash on the rocks. So reel in makes the most sense.
No, I agree. Lore-wise, at least.
Just if we're getting real technical here. Level 6 for Saksa available. He's got that lasso ready to go. Going into the Blink Dagger now. Shad at level 7. He's going into the Dragon Lance after the Mask of Madness. And they are going Arcane Boots on this Naga Siren Whitemon. Not really a lot to his name. But that being said, he's got the same amount of net worth as this Bat Rider. They're both behind the Ench and the Shadow Demon. Both those heroes, both those supports can farm pretty well. Enchantress can farm with an enchanted creep helping out. Shadow Demon with the Shadow Poison can clean up. Considerably more net worth for both of them, but Matthew doesn't even have a level 6 yet. He should have it now with these stacks, but...
Yeah, relatively soon, now he got it. They have to be very careful how they approach these team fights, though. Because one counterplay of the Naga into SF ult, as we said, it can kill your entire team.
Potentially.
And there's no like instant answer you have. Yes, you have Burrow Strike, but that's not instant.
Again, reeling in the Enchantress, but now the damage is there.
Yep. With the Dagon.
Damage with the Dagon, yeah.
Oh, they uncovered the smoke as well. Blink Dagger completed on Sanking. Now it's go time.
Yeah, he's got that Blink Dagger. They'll have Epicenter available. They can blow up 33 if they find him who wants this Ags, and his timing. Arcane Boots, Voodoo Mask going for the Ags. Burrow Strike connects. Sox is gonna die. Matthew gets a kill. Easily done.
The explosion just looks so ridiculous.
Didn't even need the Epicenter for it.
Yep.
Things slowing down. I haven't been quick, honestly, at all throughout the game. 4-4, 13 minutes in. God Strength trying to take the tier 1 tower over top. Kitaro going into the Sanjin Yasha. He's got Mask of Madness as well. Yudomi's here with Matthew to keep him safe. Any problems, you get disrupted, you get a little bit of help. Bristle wants to get this Ags. Not sure he really wants to fight before he gets that. They're starting to rotate Dark Mago over, and Sox is here with a lasso. Again, you got to be careful about the rotations and the power of Waska when lasso will most likely be stopped with the disruption.
Yeah, coming
They've
back
got this OBS up here, getting them a lot of information too.
Yeah, it's a little surprising I didn't deward that yet. But look at the wards from the Dire. Okay, one gets dewarded now, but they still have one there. Is that sentry in range? No, barely not.
No. Taro still keeping his time over towards top. Sox are really looking for this blink tag, and we have not really felt the presence of Shad yet. The Dark Lord has not peeked his pretty little head really out of the bottom lane at all.
Yeah, no, he had one nice rotation top where he just took the tower for free. But yeah, other than that, he has been pretty quiet. But yeah, it should change soon.
Wonder when he wants to become a part of getting in here, and it might honestly be after this BKB. They're not getting pushed in too quickly. Their tier 1 still stands top. Their tier 1 is still available bottom. Sonic Wave used, trying to get the kill here on this Queen of Pain onto the Shadow Demon. They go to the Requiem, they look over at Doom, but the song, that's what I'm talking about. Maybe you misplay it there. The song's onto these heroes, but the Requiem is not. They've got strength, they've looked over at mid one, they've got the blink away, but these heroes are keeping up. Flame Break to push him back, 33 coming in, he does have this Axe. Dark Mago looking, trying to find anything, trying to find mid one of all things. Sox is gonna end up dead to the right click damage coming in from Katara, but the blink came from mid one. He'll go into this Shadow Strike as they've got the damage from 33. They'll take out Katara, they'll look over at Matthew. That's the second death. This fight goes on long enough where Waska run out of power. Surprisingly enough, I thought Tundra were on the back foot with the Requiem and the song being a bit of a botch. It worked out for him.
Yeah, that minus armor combination is just brutal. You're sitting next to the presence of the Dark Lord. He also has the faster, by the way, lasting presence, which is an additional -2 armor per hero kill. So, how much is that right now? -13 armor. And yeah, Bristerback with the Quill Sprays is just laying in the pain.
God, it was the lasso into the Requiem, but the song was there.
Yeah,
also
that was a bit
now
rough.
Mago trying to fight. Also the disruption. Matthew saving himself as the Shadow Demon. There was no Crystal Maiden. I don't know where I saw one, but yeah, that anti-combo peeks its head. That's rough. Yeah. It's hard to say because, you know, you want to get the Requiem off with the lasso, but from the Naga's perspective, there's 4 heroes around them, right?
Yeah.
Reel in on the Yadomi. They've got the Dagon. They're able to kill off this Enchantress with that pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think you can't really fault the Naga for sleeping there. It was a pretty premier way of sleeping. And arguably, if they did set it up properly, on 4 heroes, they probably would have crushed that fight.
I mean, they did crush that fight.
I
The
mean,
crazy thing
crushed
is
it
they did
harder.
crush that fight. They lost Sox and killed 3.
Yeah.
I
But
almost
that
want to
crush
say...
is, you know, completely one-sided shellacking.
I almost want to say maybe it doesn't go as well. I'm going to be the one
gonna
saying
be the
maybe
guy,
they just back
okay.
off after the Requiem, but instead because of the botch, it draws Waska in. It was all planned.
I mean, I've heard of some pretty 5-hit strategies, so it's definitely possible. They're looking for...
I six-headed.
Go.
They find him. They're going to bring the Quap in, but he's already dead. Shad's gone. And Disruption, the TPs. Oh, the Sonic Wave! Whee! All right. They at least get Matthew. They almost got Kataro, too.
Yeah, but now it's time to leech back up. No problem. There's also a bit of an issue with the Quap change. I don't know how much I like it. Of course you have the knockback now and everything, but the damage isn't instant anymore.
Yeah, I like it, though. Still,
I mean, I like the
feels like
overall
it kills.
effect, but you know, the delayed damage. I never like delayed damage. Burst damage is where it's at.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is where it's at.
BKB down on Sven now. Oh, he has no TP, he has no TP, but he should be fine. I say that, but
He's going to be slowed up.
He's really...
And
oh my
he
god.
is very dead. An activation of Bristleback is devastating.
I did not expect it to do so much damage.
Looking over now at Matthew, and he'll be hit with the Viscous Nasal Goo. They look for more. Dark Mago push back with the Flame Break, and Mid One's got another.
You're looking for more, looking for more. Goodbye, Adomi.
Yeah, you just get Bristlebacked. And then eventually there will be a Dagon, but it's not even needed. 33 gets the kill, and here's where it starts to open up for Tundra.
Yeah, the snowball is rolling. Now the question is, can you stop it? That's also a free Roche. They're probably waiting another minute until it goes to their side, but that Roshan is gonna die in seconds.
We talked about how we thought maybe they'd take a quicker Roshan, but no need to. Stormhammer wasted, and I think they want to go back in on this. They've got the reel in, the Viscous Nasal Goo. Kataro.
Oh no, he just died?
Yeah, he just died, and he's got help with the disruption if need be, but the blinking, oh jeez. That is a late disruption. He already ate a majority of that Sonic Wave, but they're still going to go. They've got the Doom. That's through onto the Queen of Pain. They get the kill on a White Mon. They're turning this one around. The hairball, the damage, 33. You got to watch out for him. He's got this Bristleback activation available in just a second. Kataro's going to walk into it if he's not too careful. Oh, the damage is overwhelming, though. Never gets it off. They've got the kill, and the Infernal Blade stops the TP. Sox is dead. And Waska, by the skin of their teeth, it feels like, wins this fight.
Yeah, if that is like just a little bit miscalculated and he gets that Bristleback off, the fight is done. He's probably going to get a triple kill. They're going to crush that fight. But very nice calculation. Didn't even hit him from the side, you know? Complete frontal assault. Managed to kill the Bristleback. That was so close, though. Like, literally half a second, and the fight just goes a completely different way.
It was close. It was close.
We got a chance to see it here again. Again, there wasn't... They didn't get the Sven kill because it wasn't the burst damage. You know? You just said you like the change. Now they don't like the change. But look at the bristle. 3 seconds. Oh, it's about to come. Like, if he doesn't die from the last hit there, he gets the Lotus off, and I think he gets a triple.
Yeah.
Or double, at least.
Oh, mid one. Mid one. Oh, yeah. Only a second death, but getting killed off with that amplified damage again on Dark Mago, yeah.
Oh, he has Shivas now as well. He's rich.
Man, this is... It was looking good for Tundra. They started to pull away, and then that fight bottom. They held on Waska. And they've held on so far. I think that was like the first Doom we saw, too. With 3 heroes smoked, Tundra are going to try and find somebody.
He went for Sanj Yasha on Bristol. Not the most common build. Usually you would go for the Bloodstone for the increased AoE as well as the healing. But it makes sense against Doom. Now though, did they run out of steam? Because this lineup is very much momentum based. It's Roche time.
I still think with this BKB now on Shad, you can make something happen. And he finishes off this Daedalus, I think, like, the damage output's going to be felt.
Yeah, if they get this Roche, game is wide open for them. It's falling fast.
Smoked over. Range creep going to walk in and see. But these illusions catch out Yadomi. Can they commit? They actually leave the pit. The flame break. Now they're going to go to the Shivas. They're looking for the Burrow Strike. It's going to be onto the Naga Siren. The right quick damage with the God Strength and the BKB coming through from Kataro. They get the kill. The look over at 33 is going to try and survive here. They get the kill to Kataro. The damage. Oh, from Shad.
Sacred's gone. They'll look over at Matthew. They've got the raise the disruption to save his life for a moment. Roche is down to a sliver of health. They'll get the kill on Roche. They'll pick up the Aegis into the hands of mid one. They'll look over at Dark Mago. Sox is going to be right on him. It's not going to matter that you're in that sandstorm. The raise is the TP out just barely from Yadomi. But Tundra, the damage from Shad, by God, he killed him.
We need to look at that replay. I'm pretty sure Sven got like double tapped.
That was insane.
Literally. At the Bristol back on top of the minus armor stacks up so much. Look at that. Like, it looked like Sven got deleted in like a second.
He is in, and then he is dead. This BKB.
He died instantly.
Not helping.
Died instantly. Ridiculous. Now that Mask of Madness is also backfiring a little bit, because of course you're losing 8 armor on top of all the armor you're already losing.
Wow. What a fight.
Well, that's a 60 gold swing.
Too. Yeah. About a 6k gold swing there, and Naga Siren, Blink, then Ags. Although I like the shard on White Money, I maybe expect it to come from a Tormy.
Yeah, the Naga shard is really good, especially in a game like this. Daedalus is almost done, 200 gold away from it.
So, now...
But with that Daedalus, he's gonna hit so hard.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it. Because that was with just the Chrysalis, right?
Yep.
The bristleback activation right on the Sven, you funneled yourself. That Roche's cave right there is quite literally a funnel. And you threw yourself in.
Perfect scenario for bristleback. He'll take that any day of the week. Okay, now the Daedalus is flying out. He's going to Lincoln's next. Protect himself against the Doom.
Protect against Doom or maybe the Demonic Purge. Honestly, one or the other. Sure.
Yeah, Burrow Strike too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dark Mago wants Yules to survive a little bit longer. What are they going to do with this Aegis here for Tundra? Shad 4-1 and 8, by the way. Involved in 12 of these 17 kills, and you got 33 who's involved in 13 of them. Like, the cores are getting involved.
Yeah, now that Aegis especially, it's going to be so tough, because Quad was the premier target before. Now not anymore. Shiva's guard is almost up as well. It will amplify all that damage even more. I mean, there's a lot of burst damage on both teams, so it's definitely still possible for the Dire to take a couple of fights.
I just think Kataro has to do too much within the timing of the BKB. Otherwise, that's it.
That's why I really dislike Sven. Like, Sven, once the BKB is over, you just feel like you're not a hero anymore.
How much time they have left on this Aegis? A minute 20. They are going to smoke. Slap in the tail, thinking about an epicenter. Oh, Dark Mago's the one who's caught instead. Yules into the air, some decent damage on the mid one. Sonic Wave comes through, but the disruption is there for a save. Matthew using that Demonic Purge. Mid one trying to get in, blinks away, but the Doom comes through. It's onto the Bristleback. Maybe that's going to be enough. The Rec Room with the BKB popped here by Sacred. They get the Aegis out of the hands of mid one. They look for the net. They'll reel in this Sven, who finally pops his own BKB, but that kind of means you have to pull the ejection cord on this one, because without this BKB, I don't know if I trust Kataro to be in there safely. Doom's going to run out for a moment. They've got the Song on a 3. Oh, they don't have a Requiem to follow it up, but I really think they've got the damage for this one. They've also got the net on the Sven. Kataro's in some trouble. They go to the last one, but they've got the disruption once again with the BKB being popped by Shadow. Go after. Dark Mago comes back in at the epicenter. They blow up Sacred. Dark Mago and Kataro all gone. Oh, the last impetus shot takes out 33. Shad ends up dead. It's a trade for all the cores of Waska, except for the Enchantress, of course. But still, they want to get a kill into Yadomi. They'll find him. Mid one, not a lot of health. Has to be careful about the positioning, of course, dealing with the impetus shots and the Sproink that might even get the kill. They'll go after Yadomi. And Yadomi, with that Hurricane Pike, getting some distance. Eventually, the Dagon gets the kill. This is like a full team wipe as Matthew dies. And even without Shad and without 33, they complete it.
Yeah, what a game of inches there, though. That teamfight could have gone in the favor of Waska so easily. Like, the Crop got out of the, I don't know, 200 HP, just a little bit more damage from the Sanking. Suddenly they don't die, and the entire Radiant team will die. But that's what I mean, it's so volatile. There's so much damage coming through from both sides.
Ancients, kill me.
Oi, oi, oi. Not today. I did not expect Dark Mark to jump back in there, by the way. Well, we'll see it here in the replay again.
This song just on
That
the
was
edge
beautiful.
gets the spin. Oh,
Alright. Epicenter's coming.
it's coming, but it ain't doing enough.
But it was so close. Like,
It was, yeah.
so close.
They found Sand King again.
Goodbye.
Man, that's
That's
rough.
how the snowball keeps rolling. It's going to be really hard now for the Dire side to regain any sort of map control. It's just too easy to push out for the Radiant. Tundra, very comfortable here from now on. Almost BKB down on the Quap. That's all she needs for survivability. That's the problem with Sand King, if you can recall the problem. But BKB just counters you super hard. Everything you do,
Dire's
counter.
tower is under attack.
Very true. Truing.
True. That's true.
7,000 net worth lead, mid one, BKB soon. Like you said, has that Shiva's. Ags for Batrider for Saksa. Soon, honestly.
Yeah. Double lasso. I have to admit, I think it's a really strong axe. I'm surprised we don't see it more.
Wow.
The leash range is 650.
Yeah, it's long, which is the reason they took it away from being able to lasso your own courier.
We have seen stories.
That was fun times.
It was amazing. I kind of missed that. Like the base defense with that, it was insane.
You're not scared of the heroes coming at you. You saw the courier coming and you're like, oh, I am so screwed.
That was great.
What a fun time. Oh, Mago. Gotta be careful. Or just have Sacred walk into you. Walking over, Yule's on a 33. They've got the damage on a Sacred. There's the disruption to get the save, at least for the moment. Impetus shots coming through. Blink away with the BKB. Sacred still alive. That's a save. That counts.
Of SF? He lost 1.5 health.
Yep.
And that's a 20 plus armor hero. Jesus.
Armor means nothing. They've got this ward to get some vision down. Breaks the smoke on a Dark Mago. Hairball goes out. That means no blink. And that means trouble for Dark Mago. Dagon thrown on him. Burrow strike to get to the other side near his team. Yule's up into the air. He's in some trouble. The Sonic Wave, gets away with the BKB pop by 33. Not the best fight for Tundra. They'll look over at Yadomi. They've got the right click damage. The Hairball is in. The Nature's Attendants, and now the heal. They are not getting anything from this. Somehow Waska disengaged without losing anyone.
Yeah, it was really well done by them. Nice item usage. Sanking also got out barely. If that wave clips him, he's definitely dead. Which is a tiny little bit too late. Didn't get into position quick enough.
33. 2,400 gold. Nothing flying out. They're going towards Dark Mago. Are smoked up. Blink. Oh, voice crack. Burrow strike. Lasso. They caught Dark Mago.
And this I got Shad. Casually 3-tapping the Shiva's God hero. No problem.
And immediately towards Roche.
Easier Roche this time.
Oh my gosh. This damage is not illegal. That's not illegal.
No, you're right. The first time it's not illegal. Still exists.
Not on paper, but it should be illegal. That's ridiculous.
So 33. Now
30 gold
working
for
with an
Saxa,
Aegis.
30 gold. Then we got the axe.
Picking up some Lotuses. Needs this axe.
Life is
Flame
good.
break, and there it is. Right? Surely, it's there. Hell yeah! Gets the axe. All right.
All right, here we go.
See how much this double lasso makes a difference. It should, if the positioning is right. He's been very good at keeping himself just on the edge of blink range to get in there. And I would expect them to want to go to the high ground with this Aegis for 33. And also got maybe a Torm soon on the other side of the map. They do have their Torm if they want to take it, get the shard.
Look at Saxa.
For somebody.
Level. He's almost 20.
Yeah, it's insane. Now, about to have level 20. Keeping him with Dark Mago. Mid 1 level 22, 33 21. 242 set hike. 22 here for Shadow Fiend as well. Going into the Lincolns, has the gold for the ult Dior, but that courier is flying out there.
He's going to be very safe, and he's going to be hitting very hard.
See how they set this up. They probably, yeah. I was going to say, just want this Lincoln's, but he bought it at their secret shop, so he's got it now.
They actually gave the Aegis to 33. Interesting.
Yeah, I like it, because he does the most, in my opinion, in terms of, like, just tanking so much, and Bristleback does a lot of disgusting amount of damage. It, to me, feels like the right choice.
Yeah.
He'll stand up there
if
and
he's the one hitting the buildings. I mean, Bristleback is the premier building hitter, so that makes perfect sense. How do they deal with this? Like, they can't just look at it.
It's gone.
What should happen?
They'll try. They've got to try. You got to hope it try. There goes the range racks. Everybody's sitting in the base waiting for their moment. No two heroes together are showing up, so it's not giving Saxa this opportunity to blink double lasso. At least not yet. And I almost feel like 33 is going in deep into the base, so two of them look at him close enough where Saxa can get the lasso.
He's definitely playing the baiting game right now. Will they bite, though? I mean, it's not even a bite, but they're just taking all the buildings.
Yeah, he just gets to take the buildings or you react. And apparently, they're not going to react. They're not the Fine Brothers. So.
Who's the Fine Brother?
They're the ones who made all the YouTube reacts channels and videos.
Oh, right. Oh, no, now that you say it, I think I actually heard of them.
Yeah, they stink. So, anyway, they're at 33 going for this mid-tier 3, and they've now finally got Bloodstone on Dark Mago.
He's going in, and he's back to full health.
Saxa was waiting for his moment. Now he doesn't get the lasso. Instead, the Burrow Strike comes his way. The Doom onto the Queen of Pain. That was a blinky coming through. They go to the song. They've got the BKBs. It's not going to matter. Sacred and Katara are dead. Ooh. They both have buyback. Doom's already used. Quap's going to survive it. And Bristle just goes in for Matthew. Kills off the Shadow Demon. Epicenter attempt. Trying to go for Saxa. It's just a Bat Rider. He can't hurt you. But the other guys, they can. Sonic Wave lands, disruption for a split-second save. Burrow Strike again, but Matthew's dead. Somehow, Dark Mago, he was alive for a second longer. They call GG, and Tundra get game one over the side of Team Waska.
This game snowballs so quickly. That one Roche fight, like Sven dying there is one time. It's pretty much just exactly what we said about the hero. Like, you fall off once because of one wrong decision, your game is just over, especially against the kite-heavy lineup like this. Also, the last team fight was ridiculous execution. The sleep into double lasso on BKB targets, so the entire team couldn't help, and the 2 BKB targets just got shredded.
Right.
Absolutely amazing. Saxa is still a god, who would have thought?
Yeah, definitely still a god, and take a look at these highlights. This is a big fight here. Just Saxa taking a lot of the attention. Mid one was close to dead. He doesn't die initially, and then they just go for Kitaro, and they've got this damage with the bristleback, and he gets ripped up again. I think the attention changed. The focus was gone. Mid one hiding in the trees and really doing a good job of staying out of vision. And then this Roche fight, this is where Kitaro gets blown up again.
This is the big one.
Some call him Shad, but he is Giga Chad, and he just is right here ready to destroy. It really is crazy. Like, Shad felt very quiet early on, but then it was just, oh, I take half your health in one shot.
Yeah, definitely.
It was nuts.
A ridiculous amount of damage output. Not just from him, from the Bristol, from the Quap. Just his entire lineup has so much damage coming through.
Yeah, definitely.
This fight, though. If Sacking just dealt a little bit more damage, this could have been the game-turning fight.
Could have been. They had already lost so much here, though. I don't know if it's game-turning or just salvaging if you do get those kills. Like, if that epicenter is a little bit bigger. And then this fight, again, look at the attention that Saxa just takes.
So good.
He gets the lasso, gets Kitaro. Like, the attention is just on Saxa the entire time, and it's nuts.
Yeah, no, Saxa definitely played this game.
Even eating most of this epicenter. Almost surviving it as well. And then the saves for Matthew were good. They just weren't enough, and that's not on him.
Yeah, he tried his best to keep his team alive for sure. Man, it's so hard today to pick out MVPs.
It really is, but I would go with 33. I think.
You see, for me, it was between 33, Saxa.
It was between them all.
Shad.
I think mid one's 7-2 and 16. Like, he quietly was really impactful too. Like, the Dagon timing, they basically took Enchantress out of the game. You couldn't step up.
MVPs have to be biased. You know, you have to go for the guy that was the flashiest at certain moments.
Well, who picks him at PGL? They pick Saxa. So,
I mean, I agree with that completely. I would have agreed with most of them anyway.
Yeah.
With any of them, really. Saxa is still a monster. I mean, we already knew that. Top 3 at TI as a stand-in. Why not? No problem. No,
yeah.
No pro Dota for, I don't know, half a year. Oh, what time is it? Oh, time for my paycheck? Okay, coming.
Time to go dominate TI. Oh, sorry. I'll see you guys later. I got to go look really good and secure my career again. And he does it in one event, and it's TI of all things. So, Tundra, they look good. They're up 1-0 over Waska. We'll see game 2 when we come back from break. We'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned.
I am here with 33 from Team Tundra. So good to see you here. Thanks a lot for taking time. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Doing great. All right, we have a lot to talk about. Mostly what is on everybody's mind, and this changeover from Liquid to Tundra after TI. Now, we heard some people talk about it, about your plans to develop a new team and all that, but I find it fascinating that a man has left a TI winning team on his own volition. Can you just talk about that whole scenario and what happened?
Yeah, I guess I kind of made up my mind before TI. I had an option to go and build my own team in Tundra, pretty much, and I had to decide between that or staying another year in Liquid, which obviously was really nice for me. So it was usually in a shuffle you have to choose between a lot of bad choices. I was in an unusual spot where you choose between two really really nice options.
Yeah.
So that was good. Yeah, it was a pretty hard decision. I was thinking it over for a couple of weeks, and I kind of decided that I should make up my mind before TI, because I didn't want like TI is usually an emotional tournament, and I didn't want like the emotions of after TI to kind of get in the way. Leaving Tundra after we won our first TI, I would never even imagine it because of the feelings that you get after winning like that. It's like it's much different. But now it was nice. It was a big tournament. It was an important tournament, but it wasn't like some life-altering experience for me.
Sure. But the third one, no, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Well, that is just incredible to have that, drive to say, hey, I'm really passionate about doing this, and then even winning the tournament and going through with it. Now, going into TI, did you think that you were going to win, honestly, or was that like an up in the air kind of deal?
I mean, I thought we had good chances. Okay. Obviously, you never go into any tournament, at least I don't, thinking, yeah, this is our tournament, so fucking easy, we're going to destroy everyone. Bootcamp was great. I think we figured out nice hero pools. The patch suited us very well. I could kind of play any hero I wanted, buy any ore item I wanted. Mika's heroes were like all of his signature heroes. You could just literally first pick them.
Sure.
So it was, the patch suited us really well. And preparation was good. I think it was just really, great tournament for us.
All right. Well, let's talk about Tundra then. So you wanted to build your own team, and this is it, huh? You hand-selected these guys, or talk to me about Tundra, this team that you wanted to make so badly.
So at first, it was mostly for me that I wanted to play with Waska again. And I kind of talked to him a bit to see, are you even interested in playing? How can we make this happen? And we had some slight talks about players before TI, but nothing like too concrete. Obviously, most people don't really want to have this kind of roster decisions or discussions before TI. So I guess Whitemon, we were both like really impressed with how he plays. I've never played with him before, but I heard like great things, that he's just very easy to work with, very nice guy, no problem, very high skill. Like what else can you ask for? So yeah, already from the start, we kind of thought that if he would want to stay, we would love to play with him. And we left the core players pretty much in the air for after TI, because you never know who's going to be available, who's going to be interested. And then, I guess TI ended. We started talking to people. Nightfall, or Saika, is a guy I always really wanted to play with. I've always been like a big fan of him. Even when he started, he was just some random guy in pubs. I played with him, added into friends. I was like, okay, this guy, he knows what he's talking,
Sure.
And for mid laner, it was a bit more complicated, I guess. We had a lot of people we were considering. The main guy we wanted was BZM, but unfortunately we were not able to make it happen. And then we asked Lorenov, and he immediately agreed to play with us. So that was great. Yeah, I guess in terms of coaching, we are going to be keeping Moonmeander.
Yeah.
Which I never really played with him before, so I don't know him too much. So I was pretty much saying, if you guys liked Moon, then let's run it. I'm happy to kind of see how it is to work with him.
Sure.
And the guys, Whitemon and Saxa, they liked him, so we decided to keep going with him.
Wow, very cool. I mean, that really sounds like you had your eyes on specific people. You went for them, you got it to happen, and now you have what you would consider a dream team, if you will, of dudes that you kind of handpicked.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the guys we got.
That's amazing. So why back to Tundra? Because if you're making a new team, you could have done the OG secret route of just, make your own org and all that and have it be, the 33 fighters or whatever. But you go back to Tundra. Any particular reason why?
I think it's always been really great for me, this org. Like the people here, very nice to work with. And it was, I don't know, it just felt natural. It felt easy. Everything kind of came into place. Also, Zai was very helpful in kind of managing the whole chaotic reshuffle.
Sure.
So it was nice to have a lot of times someone from the org side like they know business, but they don't really understand Dota. And then it was great to have Zai that is able to kind of help, talk to players, see what players would be interested, which players would be available. He made the whole process very easy.
Cool.
And it was nice.
That's awesome. All right, last question for you. So traditionally, whenever someone wins TI, the rest of the year is going to be kind of tough because they're going to be specifically targeted to get nerfed. Play styles, heroes, all that stuff. How do you think Ice Frog and the boys did at nerfing you? Do you think these changes are good enough to keep you down, or are you going to continue your prominence here?
I think for me, most of the heroes I wanted to play are still good. So I don't feel like, sometimes you play and then like, I really like playing Brewmaster, and then one day I wake up, I read the changelog, and I'm like, okay.
Never again. That's it.
Not anymore. Not anymore. So that hasn't happened to me this TI.
Okay,
so
good.
I'm happy.
Not too targeted then. All right. Well, very good. That means that you're not doing your job out there, Ice Frog, and take this guy out 100%. But no, thank you so much for your time. We're excited to see how this new iteration of Tundra goes at this event. Should be a very fun one to follow you. And thanks a lot for your time, 33. It was a pleasure. We'll be seeing more of 33 and Tundra here at PGL Wallachia. Yes, I said it correctly. That was it. Thank you, guys. Wallachia.
Hello and welcome back here, PGL Wallachia. Season 2 coming your way, and Game 2 coming your way as well here between Waska and Tundra. Tundra taking game number 1, and what seemed to be, after the first 10 minutes or so, quite an easy one for them, and immediately they're right back to it, throwing SF into the mix.
Yeah, definitely something they seem to have practiced quite a bit. I'm wondering, how much time did they get together to practice? Because the team itself isn't that old, and then getting stand-ins, it's I would even go as far and say they probably only practiced as long as they've been there together, because half of them are from Europe, half of them are from Asia. Yeah, well, with that little practice, they looked really impressive in game 1.
Yeah, it looked really good. They did pretty well. Solid for them overall.
But you know how it's like. You can always do a little bit better. So this time they open up with MOUZ. Another melee against SF. It's going to be tough either way. The only way you can really beat SF in lane is if you pick a hero that can get on top of him without having to run away. Because as soon as you have to run away, there's a big chance you're going to get triple raised and you're in big trouble.
Trying to look at what they want to maybe go for.
They're going to go back to Naga again?
They certainly could. Gotta remember, it was what? It was SF Naga, right? It was SF Naga Bristle as their first 3 picks. Huh.
Those 33 bans are insane. 4 targeted bans.
And then the Naga Siren, get that shit out of here. Oh my god. Now you gotta think, right? Because you probably want to pick 33-0 now, considering it's getting banned out and you don't want it to get picked, whatever you're thinking.
The thing is, his hero pool is very big, so I don't think you have to worry about that at all.
Too. Doom's not available. Visage 33. Does he? Oh, do you just throw him on like a Broodmother or something like that? Maybe not against the Shadow Demon now, but I kind of like Brood, right? Isn't it? Brood's like an early Orchid builder these days.
Can be an aura builder.
5 seconds remaining.
Hmm.
Tundra Esports turn to pick
Enchantress. Not too shocking. Not too shocking at all.
Welcome back, my friend. Enchantress is awesome.
Every game. Every single game. But now what do you pick up behind it? Trying to think of like offlaners that fit the bill. Tide actually got picked in the game, which is a little bit surprising considering the lack of Tide we've seen.
Yeah, because it only works with TA.
Really?
No. It's just an old Liquid meme on TI5, I believe.
Okay, yeah, had me going there for a second. I haven't heard that one in a while.
Yeah.
Night Stalker is good. It just doesn't really feel 33-esque, although I'm certain he plays that hero a lot.
He does. But ever since Meteor Hammer was changed, nobody really plays it that much anymore. Tusk, okay. Saxa special. He loves his Tusk. It was also a mid one special for a while, but it was mid. I don't know how good mid Tusk is nowadays.
I think that Tusk, the one that I saw earlier today on this stream, didn't go Drinking Buddies.
The other one's a shard one, right?
Yeah.
Like they did it just damage per second, I think it was.
Was it that one?
Or is there another one? I'm not even sure.
It was the tag team one. Tusk can cast tag team instead, yeah. The shard one is or his shard.
Oh, so the shard is a shard?
Yeah. But he went tag team instead of the Drinking Buddies, because the Drinking Buddies obviously getting that nerf recently.
Yeah, it was way too good.
I still think it's probably way too good. It's not so good that it's first pick anymore, but it's still good.
Yeah. Now at least you can make a case for the other one.
Let's see.
Which before you couldn't.
Let's see what they pick. They're getting deep into their reserve time here. Gyro.
That is an interesting hero. It's still a good carry, of course. The build-up is the same as before. But SF actually doesn't mind that matchup too much.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and you have save for call down. Like, you have save for a couple things, in my opinion.
Tundra
Yeah, I agree. It's not
And then
easy to
Clockwork
gyro
for
game.
your long range initiation. Although the change on the facet as well, not putting you right into the center of the cogs with the expanded armature anymore.
Yeah, it's not the center. That's right.
And now the Sand King. So Sand King could be 33-0, could be mid for mid one. Leaves the draft open at least. And now allows you at least to see what the bans are, what they're thinking, but Waska overall have the last pick anyway, so they're going to need a mid as well, it seems. Although Dark Mago does play a mid Mars.
He does. It's just, it's playable, but it's quite risky. However, if you're a specialist at it, like 9 to the lot 2, it can be really good.
Because
again, you get to, like, the Deso BKB, you deal a lot of damage.
You're lacking aura builders with a Mars, because Mars usually goes blink first. So usually what I saw from Waska in the drafts and the qualifiers for the BB Dacha event was they would throw Dark Mago mid on Mars and pick up an aura builder in the offlane. That being said, how many aura builders are really left? Every offlaner seems to have been banned here. Maybe at this point, do you have to go Tide? Or not have to, but is that your look?
Tide would be good. Let's see.
Centaur's still available.
Centaur's there, Tide is there. Well, we spoke about the... I personally also like Brewmaster quite a bit.
Tundra Esports.
Not the best
Honestly,
Tusk, though.
I kind of like Night Stalker here for Waska.
Anglia, of course. How did we forget that one?
You get the silence onto the Tusk. Make sure he can't get saves. It's another blink hero, though, that really doesn't go auras. At least initially, right? Because you kind of wanted that blink on Night Stalker so you could jump the backlines with the silence.
Well, if it was Stormstormer playing, I'd suggest a mid Earth Spirit. Super good against the Tundra draft.
But it's not.
It's not Stormstormer. And I don't know how much Dark Mago likes the mid Earth Spirit. I feel like it should be up his wheelhouse. But the silence absolutely crushes the entire team.
Guess we'll see. And they go brew. Okay, you know what?
So they go Brewmaster. Okay.
When all else fails, just go brew.
There is the mid Mars that you mentioned before. Interesting. Haven't seen that one in a while, in a long while.
Yeah, Sacred will be on it. How's this matchup though? Mid Pango.
It's pretty much for both.
Free farm for both Dark Mago and mid one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And then rotations are gonna happen, which I think are a lot easier to make happen for Pangolier, and probably a little bit more impactful too. Yeah, mid-Mars is very, very, very difficult to play, I think. Because your first couple of rotations have to be spot on. It's much easier if they rotated you instead, which is possible. Disruption can easily set up for a kill for Mars, so that combo is very nice. Or maybe a Gyro Rocket could also set up. So overall, I don't hate it. It's just a little bit riskier than running the cookie cutter Pangolier.
Yeah, it seems pretty cookie cutter there. I will say, Brew's like the aura guy. He's the one who's going to be bringing you those auras. It allows Mars to go like blink into damage items. I've seen Dark Mago do well with it. There's save, there's lockdown available for the side of Tundra though. It does make me a little bit worried that if there are a couple of good snowball saves, that you find yourself not getting what you want out of the fights, and you've kind of got that like initial burst, I would say, with the jump in arena and then the spear God's Rebuke with whatever's coming with it. But if that gets saved, then I'm worried what comes in wave 2, right?
Both sides, though, they're in a pretty similar situation, right? Like they have, well, similar sort of save, and what comes after is really scary. Like if you save someone with Shadow Demon, suddenly get Requiemed or something, that's also very scary. But what I'm very surprised by, I haven't seen this in forever. The Thunderbolt talent rather than the double jump on Pango.
Yeah, not as common.
Yeah. And because I don't play Pango too much myself, I really don't know the benefits of that Thunderbolt facet. Is it easier to like double, triple roll people, or? Because in theory it should be harder the faster you are.
Yeah, but with the turn speed being quicker, you have tighter turns. Shards are on point.
Well, oh,
Domi with the cogs. Whitemon needing some damage. Flat cannon hitting everybody. Got these heroes low. Cinderbrew will activate. Whitemon getting a little bit too low for comfort. And they start to back away, but Yadomi not afraid to just kind of stand his ground, as this could set up for 4 bounty runes. If they're quick enough. Sacred's going to grab the 3rd. Shad giving up on that, going for the one that they'll take over here, up top. So, grabbing that. At least
good
one.
Old.
No first blood.
Yep, good old split. 3 again.
Lanes end up going.
Just like in game 1. Maybe 3 is a cursed number. Because I think so far we have seen 2 other games where one team got 3 runes and they both lost.
Definitely could be cursed. I'm interested to see if Saksa... Oh, okay, never mind. He went Nature's Attendance. I thought maybe this might be a lane where he plays aggressive and just throws Impetus out there, because we've seen that. But I think with level 2 eventually coming, where Rocket Barrage might be a problem, you want that heal.
Yeah, and sustain in lane is always just really insane. And of course he also has the overprotective Wisps.
Also, did not go Drinking Buddies again. It's Tusk with Tag Team. So Tusk's still feeling strong, despite the fact that what was mostly broken about him is nerfed to the point where now they aren't taking it. Or at least, maybe it's not feeling strong, but players are still confident with this hero.
Yeah, I really feel like a lot of it comes from... Like, heroes are still strong, but they're just, you know, being forgotten. So once you actually pick them again, everyone's like, oh wow, that hero can actually do this? So it's very easy to just forget heroes that aren't in the meta right now. It's not easy to, it's not hard to forget about Anti-Mage though. That hero's so dead. How can we make him great again, B-Cup?
No idea. I don't play that hero.
I think he's dead forever. It's over.
It probably stems from, or would start with like items making him stronger.
It's just the hero
before he gets
game,
changed.
Though. It's like, it's a weird one.
Like Battle Fury being cheaper or something like that.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest problems though, that he's so Battle Fury reliant. He used to be the speediest farmer.
Tag team. Matthew running and will die here to one more shot from Whitemon, and that's the strength of Tag Team showing.
Yup. Perfect showcase, in fact.
Mid one in Dark Mago, like you said, just kind of farming back and forth. Pretty even in terms of CS.
Yeah, there shouldn't really be any threat to either of them until some rotations come in.
I'm just taking a look up top, because realistically they could just shard and tag team again. Cinderbrew slows up Shad, where they're not exactly confident going through with it. Usually this lane, or well, usually this build for Tusk is like 1-1-1. see if that ends up being the case. He's now level 3, holding a skill point for the moment. But mid lane, back and forth they go.
Painful, though, with the minus armor.
Yeah.
Actually, now that we think about it, this combo is really messed up, isn't it? -4 armor on everyone, and then the tag team damage is ridiculous on top of that.
Definitely can be, as we see some Cogs battery assault action from Yodomi. Sox are going to heal up with the Nature's attendance. This is about as quiet as the first game was until about the, I would say, the 16-minute mark. It was only like 4-4 at 16 minutes.
Yeah, it's like the preparation phase. Can't make it too exciting before that.
Yodomi just kind of trying to move forward and find somebody. 33 doing fine with his farm. Phase boot soon, and he'll be happy there. Oh, well, Saxa takes level 2 in the enchant. And we'll have none on that impetus, so nothing really in terms of getting impetus out there and throwing some damage out, but they don't really have the aggression just yet to go after Gyrocopter. They've actually sent the Shadow Demon and Clockwork top. Shadow Demon obviously being there, but Clockwork looking to come around the back, maybe get a Cogs. Good scan. Great scan, actually. Great scan comes in, and now Whitemon battery assault anyway, still going to be caught.
Can't do snowball.
Yep. And finally puts the point in a snowball, going to go all the way over to the creep. So I think Sacred thought maybe that snowball was coming his way initially. He backs off. They've got the disruption to save Yodomi, or so they think. And at the same time, Kataro is dead bottom.
So they rotated in order to gank top. They lost that gank and also lost their carry bot lane. That is just about the worst outcome.
Had that extra bit of lockdown on Warstomp.
That was really well played by Whitemon, though. I also thought it went into the Brewmaster. So the Brewmaster definitely thought that as well.
Kataro again. Burrow strike. They have Warstomp in 3 seconds. Oh, just missing it. Actually misses it on both. Shadow Demon dead. That's to Whitemon again. It's 4-0 in favor of Tundra here. It's moved Dark Mago off the lane.
Yeah, and that's some of the complications we spoke about. Moving as a MOUZ is really not that easy. Do you use a big cooldown or not? That's the big question every time.
So it's left mid one to get level 6. He's got Rolling Thunder. He also has an amplify damage. So if you show up here, Mago, you might be in trouble. Shards are out. Meanwhile, 33, he's away, and they go to the Rolling Thunder with the amplify damage, trying to set himself up to get bounced up here. But mid one does a good job of staying up there with him with a jump. They go to the arena. They've got the snowball. The control is in. Dark Mago with a spear. Can he survive? No. Swashbuckle lands. And they will get the kill eventually on Dark Mago. It's a 2,000 net worth lead here for Tundra.
Yeah, looking at the league already in the early stages. We spoke about how important those are. They're just winning every lane, handily as well. Supports high net worth too. They need the next MOUZ arena to do wonders for them.
It'll be a while till they have that, so you know it's down for another 70 seconds. Truthfully, if you're Whitemon, why not make another move? And it might be on Mago again. They see him. Mago? Blood grenade, spear, but that's not who you need to be going for. The shards are off the mark, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. They've got the tag team. They get the kill on a Dark Mago again. They knew he didn't have arena. They knew that he didn't have a way to really survive in that fight, and they're making him pay for it. The whole time this is going on, too, Shad's just top, farming up for free. Sacred's not going to kill him. He's not level 6 yet. He doesn't have a primal split. No charges in that urn. It's pretty brutal for Waska at the moment.
Yeah, they're definitely showing what they're made of here on Tundra's side. That's a rough game too for them, for sure. And knowing Tundra, they're definitely not going to stop. The fusion blade already on Pango minute 8. That's ridiculous.
Snowball out of the cogs. Battery assault. Whitemon now 3 heroes here. Rolling Thunder. Well, that Wild Wing definitely going to help get that pull back there. The Wild Wing Ripper with the Hurricane. Spear connects. Yadomi's dead. Now they go. Walrus Punch. Whitemon alive now. Running, but 5 stacks of the Shadow Poison from Matthew will secure the first kill for Waska. They get the scoreline to Brazil. Maybe they could get it a little bit more for themselves. But mid one, he's got Swashbuckle, and he's going to be able to run where they've got no more mana left. They go to the Requiem. They should get this kill to Matthew. Now Sacred's back to form. He's dead as well. The Spear is late. They Burrow Strike on a Dark Mago. They're going to get in front of him with the body blocks. There's nowhere for him to go. Mid one gets another kill. It is 10-1 for Tundra, coming in ice cold towards Waska.
Damn. They don't need to play anymore. They want to get this done. They have places to be. Pick up.
Crazy, man. It's for 2 stand-ins. It's looking really good, and it's something I actually was talking about with somebody else recently. Just the trio of 33, Saksa, and Whitemon. I feel like they could do anything and bring in anybody. And I'm not trying to take away from Shad. I'm not trying to take away from mid one. But man, does this trio know when it looks clean. They know their points there as they missed the Burrow Strike, but call down used, some decent damage. Rocket Barrage looking for the epicenter, the snowball, the spear by the right click damage. Shad's still here. Dark Mago's gonna die again if he's not too Sacred's gone. They also get the Courier of Kataro. Oh dear, Shad healing up. He's got just enough lifesteal to make sure he doesn't die.
He gained HP inside the cog, next to a Clockwork with battery cell. I mean, look at his passive right now. It's minus 13 armor and a huge AoE. It's ridiculous. Like, look at the amount of damage they're putting out.
I mean, Gyro looks like he's... I mean, it's on the edge. You just have nothing else. You have nothing else.
They needed some more damage. The problem is Dark Mago is just not having a game. 1-for-1.
Is that his skill build?
No,
sorry.
Scoreline.
Sorry, that was rude.
It's okay.
Arena
happens.
Spear, but mid one's just not taking any damage.
Yeah, that is shield.
33 sees Sacred. He does have the primal split, but you don't want to use it to survive. Surely you don't want to use it to just survive. And there's nothing else really following it up. Sox is now here. He'll enchant, slow down Sacred. No impetus though.
Yeah. He does have the split though, so he shouldn't be in too much danger. Farming ancient stack by 33, easy peasy. Almost into the Bloodstone already. Bloodstone first also before Blink as an offlaner. Quite greedy.
Oh, Kataro.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
He needs help.
He'll call down, but it's not going to matter. There's just no survivability here.
Oh.
I say that, and I swear I'm going to eat my words. But look at just the turn speed. Oh, gosh, the Requiem also used from the Shadow Fiend off screen. But, well, Primal Split was used. Sacred's still alive. They got the kill on Kataro. They escape with both Whitemon and mid one. Burrow Strike, Epicenter. They know there's no Primal Split. He's trying to run this. Epicenter's not actually doing enough damage just yet, but it lasts forever. The Stinger to get the kill.
Stinger. Every time I hear it, I just think of the player.
Same.
Oh, Yadomi farming the enemy jungle as a Clockwork 5. Well,
Yeah.
desperate times, desperate measures. There's a certain thing saying there. We now also have the Bloodstone completed already. Oh man, it's ridiculous how farmed they all are. Jesus.
They're up 10k, 13 minutes into the game. Bloodstone, like you said, completed. BKB next for Shad. And they've got the defusal. They're going into the Ags on mid one. He's top of the net worth. He's got a lot of farm coming in.
Yeah. Incredible tank do no split this time. Probably just want to poke though. Oh yeah.
Yeah, level 1 impetus poke. I don't think a lot of people see this facet as much on Pangolier, but man, the speed and the turn speed was insane. Dark Mago not living at all. They still don't have Primal Split. Look at this. Just the turn radius means he can get into this corner, make sure he's there. Swashbuckle connects. They get the kill. They'll take out Whitemon. Soxer is dead too. So they get both supports from Tundra, and mid one just TPs out.
And that's probably a trade you're very, very happy to take, especially with the down
2 cores.
Now you got a Vessel Charge and Bruce Split again. This is go time. If you want to come back into the game, you've got to find a good team fight now.
It's got to be a perfect fight. You can tell the gyros got a little bit there to make it happen when the flat cannons start to really land and the call down is good.
I mean, damage is there from the gyro.
Right.
Not a huge amount there.
Oh boy. Ooh,
it's fine.
Okay. Mid one.
So deep.
Good cogs. Good cogs here.
Yeah,
Man, he's just free to leave. It's kind of crazy. Meanwhile,
that was the Vessel
Soxa
Charge, though. That was a big
stealing
one.
the Wisdom Rune. They get both Wisdom Runes at the 14-minute mark. That means the experience, the supports are just behind. Matthew's level 7. Sox is about to break level 10. Whitemon there as well. And Clockwork's level 7 just got to level 7. I think we all know what we want next, right? Funny numbers.
Oh.
It's all we care about.
I was gonna say ice cream, but okay.
Cookie dough. Flavor ice cream.
Oh,
so,
goodbye,
Dark Mago.
You're dead. Nope.
Epi Center available. Burrow Strike trying to TP out. We got it. All right. Tundra up 10,000 still. They're up 20-4. 33 top of the net worth. What else is new? I mean, this guy. I feel like I can't praise him enough.
It feels like every hero he plays is top net worth.
His map reads, his movements, all really, really solid.
Sacred has split. Not using it. That might be his death. Yep.
Yeah.
That facet is pretty ridiculous to draw. Oh yeah, Domi too? He has Refusal Purge soon.
Oh, if you did it the first time.
Yep. If you did the first time, there was a goner there for sure. I love that animation. Like when he's just like charging it up.
Epicenter. Burrow Strike.
Oh, Mago
avoiding the spear.
Solo kill. Man, he didn't even use Stinger.
Oh, Hurricane from the Wild Wing Ripper. Hook shot. One right click from Shad. Carry participation. Oh, it's 4-23. We were blazing it before, but now we're just running through this game. Sacred's only level 9. Oh my god, I didn't even realize that.
Dead again.
He's dead again.
Well, 33 is level 15.
Insane experience lead. What is it right now? It's a 51% experience lead at 14 levels ahead. I don't know if I've seen the number that high. I probably have like a billion times, but I'm just gonna... I'll... Chat, sometimes we do this thing where we fake hype. But it is a lot. It really is a high number.
I don't think you've seen it that many times in your life.
No, I don't. I also have the brain of a fly, so I don't really remember.
Hey, flies have pretty good
Goldfish,
brain.
sorry. There we go.
Ah, yeah. That's better. I'm
33 Eternal Shroud next. Taro hoping to get his hands on that Ags that's dead on his courier and then get that Crystallis.
BKB down on SF. I think we're just waiting for them to take Roche and then try to breach the high ground.
Mm-hmm. That's what it seems like. What are the ways, if you had to theory...
Alright, theorying.
The ways to come back here
Well,
for
let me do some
Waska.
theorying real quick. Well, it has to be on the back of...
Oh.
That's the thing. Bruce Split doesn't even do anything anymore at this point. So it has to be a massive arena and gyrocopter damage, but he doesn't have much damage yet. He needs Chrysalis. It's tough because this draft is not designed to be behind like this. They don't have damage, simply put. Their supports don't have damage. Their initiation and their save and their utility, they're not damaged. And the problem is they all build survivability on the Dire. Pango 2k health, SF over 2k health. Everyone's so tanky. Sorry,
Yeah.
theorying didn't... Oh,
Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, let me just save my... Oh, all right. Hook shot. Do they have it all? The Requiem. Shed survives. Oh, dear. They finally kill him. But it's going to cost him everything. Thanos was correct. Well, maybe not correct. What did it cost you? Everything is the line. I don't know about... It was 100%, not 50%. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Just when they think that they got him, right?
They had us in the first half.
And the second half with the hook shot. You gotta remember, it was Arena Spear, Snowball save, BKB Requiem, hook shot, stopped him again, finally gets it off, and then they just all die.
Yeah, this is like in Dark Souls, you know, when the boss has like one hit left, and then you greed for the kill, and then he kills you.
And then I turn off the game for a little bit. Yes. Spear connecting. Mid one, taking a lot of damage, and he's dead. All right, they got something out of it. Epicenter ringing away, looking for Kataro, but 33 needs to be very careful. Burrow Strike lands under Dark Mago. They get the kill on the Mars. They'll take out Sacred next. Snowball, that's never reaching. Stop it.
Hey. Let the man dream.
Seriously. We're not talking about Waska. So, top tier 3. Shad gonna take this pretty quickly. Getting into that Daedalus, so he's not even hitting hard enough yet.
Yeah, he's tickling right now.
Oh, they found Yadomi.
Man.
Burrow Strike.
Oh,
Shards.
he just can't leave. They're not letting him out. Here's a hook shot, though. Oh, they don't even bother with him. He's like, you're not worth our time. Where are they?
Gosh. 18,000 net worth lead. Now they'll probably go to Roche. Shad died, mid one died, and they're like, all right. Let's stop screwing around here. Let's get ourselves an Aegis. But it's bot. So everybody through the Twin Gate. Get down there and let's get this Aegis. I don't know if you could really react as Waska.
I don't think you have a fight there. Maybe Clockwork can try to steal it, and if he gets it, it's a massive win, and if he doesn't, then whatever.
It's too fast. Tag team.
Oh, yeah.
With the SF. It ain't happening.
Well, SF seems to be, you know, the new cool kid on the block. Well, he's not new, but he's cool. 400 gold away from his Daedalus. And he's going to be two-shotting guys again. Man, I didn't realize how good his aura actually is with the facet. Because 99% of the SFs that I've seen with the slow talent.
Yeah.
But every kill is -2, and it already starts at -7. And a 1200 radius, that's a lot.
It is quite a bit.
33. Pumping, faking.
Burrow Strike, no epicenter. Now the Walrus punch into the snow. Doesn't even need.
I didn't even see his health bar. I wasn't.
He was in the air. He's doing a backflip. Got knocked up cartoon style.
Well, I would give that performance a 10.
Definitely. And now Dark Mago's dead again. While they're taking the bottom set of racks.
Well, how did Mago die? I didn't even see him.
Rolling Thunder.
Oh.
Just mid one things.
The classic.
And straight fours. Well, I mean, they took mid center axe, so it's not straight fours, but just go for it. Finish it up. Tusk not even here. Whitemon not needed. They don't have arena. They have buyback.
Maybe there's a chance. BKB Dirtcopter. There's a lot of damage from him.
BKB Shad. Buyback. Hook shot coming through now. Requiem being stopped. Shad gets the Requiem off, but he's still going to lose the Aegis here. They've got themselves a spear as well as the arena that's going to be down, but the blink into the save from Whitemon, who was top when this all started off. They've got the shards in front of Kataro, who will lose that BKB. They will get that kill to Kataro. They'll take the gyrocopter. They'll look towards the rest, as Epicenter will be stopped in its place. Sacred's going to be here under the tier 4 towers. Matthew calls G, then G, but not GG, and there it is. So Tundra will take the series 2-0. Mid one feeds his life away for a lot of gold. And that was, that's it. Tundra looking as good as where they left it off. I'll say that.
Like, game 2 was pretty damn convincing. Game 1, you know,
yeah.
It wasn't even playing field for a while. Then they took over, but game 2 is all Tundra. Insane draft, insane execution. They just won every lane. He had a minute 8 Fusel Blade. And there was like a minute 12 Bloodstone. Just everything is ridiculous, the timings.
Sorry, I got lost looking at 33, who looked like his chair was so low for his arms to be like in line with the desk. So you know how you're normally sitting right now, your arms go down to the desk. But I think his chair was so low that it was like right on there.
Well, you're supposed to have your arms at the same angle as your table to combat carpal tunnel.
Interesting.
So he's doing the right thing. Maybe you should get.
Maybe it's the secret.
Oh yeah, and you also shouldn't have your legs out. It's back with his spine. If you need any more health advice, don't hesitate to message me. Thank you.
It's 12-2 at this point. I mean, this is just a slaughter.
Yeah. This was tough.
I mean, they were calling him Old Yeller. They took him out back. It's insane. This save again from Whitemon looked chef's kiss. So good.
Oh yeah, 100%. He's come such a long way too. Like when he played in SDA teams, he was always good.
Oh yeah.
He wasn't this good. You know, he learned so much in Europe. He's gotten so much better. Very happy to see that.
He's definitely made the next step.
Moonwalking.
But Whitemon, when he was on T1, Geek Fam, like he was good then, and I think he has just grown so much.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
GG called there to end those little highlights, and then look at this little hydration. And then yeah, just a quick look at 33 again, very low.
Yeah,
and in line with that desk.
Yeah, it's a very interesting gaming posture, but that's what it is, right? Gaming posture.
Is he your MVP, your standout player, or is it, for me, I think it's Whitemon with the saves that he had and what he did with this Tusk. But again, it's another one of those games where anybody.
Yeah, like mid one shot, they all play so good.
Hell yeah, pimping out the jersey too.
It is Whitemon, dude. Last time I seen him when he was in SEA, compared to now, he looks so. You know how you can tell from how a person looks, how confident they are?
Sure.
Dude, he's blasting it right now.
He looks very confident, looks very, very solid, very good, and I really liked it from Whitemon. Tundra, they do a really good job. Taking the 2-0. I mean, that's the last series of the day, so let's take a look at the results we had here on the B stream, as the 2-0 is what finishes it. It was a 2-0 that started it with MOUZ over Apex. You had Alliance take the back-end sweep over IG. You had AVULUS do the same thing to beastcoast. And then a 2-0 for Tundra over Waska, which you guys just saw. Honestly, some of the results, I would say, a little bit shocking. We take a look at the standings. You've got the left side all 1-0, the right side all 0-1. And everybody on the left will play each other in the next round. Or, well, they won't play each other, but they will be mixed into a draw for the next round. And then Nouns will also be Nouns and the rest will be mixed into their 0-1 bracket. So let's take a look at the A stream tomorrow. This is on the main channel of PGL_Dota 2. And let's take a look at their schedule. It's AVULUS against MOUZ, Heroic against Azure Ray, Falcons against Alliance, and then it finishes off with Tundra against Liga Team. So this is all your 1-0s, I believe.
There's some really good matchups there. I'm very interested
all the
in the
1-0s
Falcons Alliance.
And then all the 0-1s set up for IG Apex, Nouns Infinity, Nigma, if everybody gets there, against beastcoast, and then Waska against Na'Vi. And I like Na'Vi. Truthfully, I thought they'd be a team to look out for. I like their roster. I like their team. I think Zayat and Boom and BZM and Yuragi and Puppy, solid roster. But who you looking out for? Out of all the teams, not your typical Falcons, who you looking out for?
I have to say I'm maybe not shocked, but a little disappointed that IG is in a lower bracket. And at the same time, I was very impressed with Alliance, who are obviously the team that beat IG. I never thought they would be able to beat IG, to be honest. Not at all.
Yeah.
So the fact that they did that, that's really awesome. I'm super happy for Loda too, because I know he wanted to have a Dota team again for the longest time. So such a debut, same as Tundra, you can't really have a better debut, you know? Like you're beating teams of a high caliber. I'm very happy for them, and we'll see what Alliance can do. And I'm still expecting IG to come out of it no problem.
Yeah, that Alliance roster, what many people may not know is it's the old Dandelions roster, and they've been playing together for a while, so the chemistry is there. This isn't just some 5 players thrown together on an Alliance roster like we've seen other orgs do at times. This is a roster that's played together and is ready to make things work, and a big step over IG and doing great things there, getting that back-end sweep and taking the 2-1 over them. So we'll be back with the games tomorrow. Thank you guys all for watching today. We'll see you soon. We'll see you back here, same time, same start.